Okay, so I need you to explain
And
this to me a little bit again because I don't follow the Duggars very much at all.
so I think so one of the Duggars have been charged with something and they're in federal prison. And for somehow Katie Joy is getting these inside pictures
Oh wow.
from of his or videos of his from inside the prison. So people are
Thanks.
just wondering how you're getting access to all this. And they think that she's in contact
Katie's
with
Joy's just
someone.
being one of the. She's just hanging out in the prison, like
Yeah.
with like sunglasses, like aviator sunglasses, a hat, and a trench coat on, with like a little camera on the side, and
So yeah, it's very interesting. I don't know what will become of it. I'm not that confident that it will culminate into something, but you never know, you know. So it's just yeah, it's curious how if she's getting footage and pictures from inside the prison, how she's getting access to that. So yeah, or is some one of the security guards,
I
prison
mean,
guards is
I've
involved in it.
always said it's only a matter of time until she pisses off the wrong person at the wrong time. So we'll see.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh boy, you ready? I'm ready. I got
Yeah.
wine. I got cheese.
Uh, yeah, I don't have anything on me, but yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Take a deep breath. Say oh.
Oh, meditation time with Manya. I like
Yeah,
it. It's got a good ring to it.
right? I think so. I've got the.
Hello.
Welcome back to Don't Fekk Friday. Woo! Don't Fekk Yay! Don't Fekk Friday. Woo! Don't Fekk Yay! Don't Fekk Friday. Woo! Don't Fekk Yay!
It's going to be fun.
Hmm.
Yo, what up? Welcome back to Dumb Fekk Friday. I do have some additional fun nonsense to show you guys, and I hope you're excited for it. Check this out. We got fan art. Hell yeah.
Wow, that's
I
so
l-
cute.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
This person doesn't know how accurate they are. What everyday life
Woof.
that Chesh has? Shut up, Puck.
Oh, that's so cute. That's so cute.
I got that one. We got this one.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Also very accurate. All of them are goblins, because of course they are. I think this one's throwing a PlayStation.
What? Out of the window, like chuck it out of the window. I don't need it.
It kind of reminds me of the Odd Squad painting that I did. Where's
Uh-huh.
the goblins throwing the Oddish? But they changed
Yeah,
it
I
to a
saw that.
PlayStation?
Yeah, that's not bad at all, actually.
They did a good job. I'm impressed. And then
Of course, the famous.
the council
The
shall
famous-
decide your fate.
Yes, the famous council. Oh, I remember when I started clipping your face in that with your bunny ears, and everybody went wild in the Discord, and they were like, "Yes, let's go."
Oh, I'm being told by the artist that apparently I'm on my way to kill Aerith with a PlayStation.
Oh, okay.
Fair. I've got a glass of wine today because I felt like I was gonna need it. I got a big old bottle of bread and butter. And it doesn't have a cork
nice.
on it, so I was able to get it open. And then I got a whole big plate of fancy cheese and garlic crackers.
Nice.
Oh,
Stop, Chesh, I'm hungry now.
well, if I'm gonna suffer, you're gonna suffer, and that's how this day is gonna be. I promise you, I promise you. So, Amani, do you have anything planned, or have you been up to anything this week before we dive into this? Because we're gonna have to buckle in. This is gonna be a nightmare.
Me, I've been staying at work all the time and trying to get everything together. it's I had an interesting training going on. It's called incident response management. So if you have an earthquake or something like that, how you respond to it and how can we keep our people safe, our other stuff, equipment safe, our community safe. Because it's a small community where we live, where the site is. So yeah, it was interesting. Yet how much you have to do, and you should do when
Yeah.
disaster strikes.
As cringy as it is to say like your workplace is like family or like your workplace is a community, it is at least a community. At least.
Yeah.
At minimum.
Man, when I had to move from my previous place to currently where I'm now, I was going to hire a company to do that for me. And then these two girls from my work, they come in like, no, 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 you're not going to hire a company. No, no, no. We're going to get our boys, we're going to get our youths, and we will transfer everything like into, trips. And you're not paying anyone. And we did that. And that was the community coming in to help me. So, yeah.
There, I fixed my lighting. That was awful.
Eh.
I was preparing my wine and cheese today. I didn't have enough time to fix my lighting. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, so that's what I have been doing
Are
throughout
we?
the week. Yeah.
Are you ready?
I'm not ready.
Okay, so last Friday, so to get everybody caught up. Last Friday, we covered 2 videos that had, as described as Destiny, or as described by Destiny, the streamer, Debate Me Bro gamer. From my understanding, most of his clout comes from being able to rattle off statistics very easily and debating well gaming. So he's like doing 2 things at a time.
He's multitasking. Okay.
Sure. That's the things that I've found that he's mostly known for.
Yeah.
Yeah. And full disclaimer, I've only really been diving into this particular topic, so I don't know how much of his attitudes or opinions or behaviors about this topic we're looking at it exists in other topics he covers, so we are, at least I am taking a very narrow kind of microscopic look because the guy has like hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of content.
Yeah. It looks like he stays online all the time. Like, when does he sleep?
He does come off a little bit as terminally online, and we'll get to that. But hey, listen, I'm streaming and drinking. That counts as multitasking, right? That counts.
Yeah. I'm thinking and streaming, so that's multitasking, isn't
Oh my god, you think at the same time, Jesus. All right, that's already too much for me. And so when we covered that, people were a little bit upset about that. One of the videos that we looked at was they were saying it was clipped out of context. So we asked them to kind of give us a little bit of back and forth about what that is. And we'll look at some of those comments, but that will be a little bit later. They did tell us that he had done a response with the lady who did the video with him and did the cutting. And we're going to take a look at probably like at least 50% of that video. I don't know if we'll watch the whole thing, but we're going to watch most of it. And then he also he's kind of been doing the rounds of what to go, like people are asking him about it. I don't know if he's really reaching out to anybody, but we'll get to there.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, from my opinions on the first stream we did, from what I've looked into and what I found and what I've been sent by people who are fans of Destiny. Don't worry, Generic, you haven't missed anything yet. We're just recapping what happened last time on Dragon Ball Z. Dragon Ball Destiny. I can make that, if I think about this, I could probably come up with a good one. So, like, I'm down for balls. Dragon Ma Balls Destiny. There we go. I got it. I got there. These nuts.
Hashtag these nuts.
Alright, so the thing is like the second clip that we looked at, it has not been in question, nor has anything that was talked about or said in the second clip been walked back or like separately addressed or anything. So whatever we said about that one stands. The first one, we'll kind of talk about that a little bit with the response, but like just my takeaway has changed. First off, I'm sorry. I was way too nice to this fucking guy.
Right?
Oh my
I
god.
was like, I don't have fucking charity for this asshole. No.
Oh my god, you were right. Because, like, the more I've looked into it, the worse that it's gotten. Again, I don't know if this applies to every single, like, topic that he covers and if this attitude goes across the way, but dear Lord, this just got worse. And
Holy mother of matrons.
and
Right? Yeah.
I don't. What do you think, Bonnie? Has your opinion changed?
No, the reason why I never gave him charity is because he talks about the topic that was being discussed very nonchalantly and very casually, as if we're talking about someone taking a stroll in the wrong neighborhood or something kind of thing. When it's not, it's rape. I will say that word. It's rape. Trigger warning if anyone gets triggered. So yeah, that attitude kind of rubbed me the wrong way. And and not caring that people are reaching out to him and saying, bruh, what are you doing? So yeah, at least like clarify it for your audience. That's what and the other problem is that his audience does not hold him accountable at all. The bias is so much out there that whatever he throws out is accepted. He said, oh, there's a context, and the context does not fit in any way or form in what he's saying. There's no logical connect there, nothing, and people are still justifying it. Guys, don't, like, come on, start using your brain. Don't obfuscate or confiscate two topics together when they are not together. It's and that really pissed me off, like that people, just because someone has views and someone has numbers, you stop criticizing that. You're like, this person's right all the time, and that pisses me off, really. Yeah, that's my rant.
There also seemed to be like a little bit of a thing about, I guess he's a centrist, which he kind of, it came off to me like he was using that as an excuse to say, like, well, everything is politicized, therefore. And it was just like, yeah, but it doesn't have to be, particularly when you are not in politics. Like, you can have that conversation and make the conversation better. But I digress. We should probably dive into this a little bit. I've already almost done this glass. So before we've even started.
Yeah.
All right. So let's pull this up here. So this is the this is from Destiny, by the way. So this is the one that he put out and he clipped together. So there's no, like, oh, other people are involved making this look bad. This is him. And I'll read quick what's on stream. It says, he said the leading cause of rape is girls not being upfront with what they want. Rat behavior. You guys should be able to hear it.
What? Oh, music.
Ain't no way. This one says, girls not knowing what they want is the leading cause of rape. No one wants to be a rapist. Mutes a video. I've had enough. My boyfriend and I just got into a fight because he says, quote, this isn't fair. They cut that up. It's an hour-long video. Like, okay, but he still said it. How in any context can you believe no one wants to be a rapist?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In what context is that right? I don't get it, seriously. Oh my, that's what my problem is. Destiny's fans and followers, subscribers out there, please use your brains. I'm not saying that you don't use your brains, but I think so. People stop criticizing their creator once they reach a certain level of notoriety and, views and subscribers. Don't do that.
Well, it also helps if you have, like, a good reputation, right? And as far as I know, Destiny seems to have had a pretty decent reputation for being, like, relatively balanced when in full context and playing devil's advocate okay. So, and he's been around for a long time. So It's definitely possible that with a lot of his fan base in particular, he's garnered that trust with them. And that's just something that you have to be careful about as an individual. Like, just because you've known somebody for a very long time doesn't mean they can't have a bad take, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're right. So yeah, when I said like, yeah, Brock Turner didn't want to rape the girl who was passed out behind the dumpster. It was an opportunity and he took it. That's called predatory behavior by definition. So I don't know, and I said it, Destiny, it doesn't look like he has any conversations with people who can give him pushback. Come to us, we'll talk to you, Destiny, but be ready to get a fucking beating, because we're not going to, let you sit and just like talk about technicalities and politics.
Chad is telling me he's not a centrist. I'm going off of what he said. He called himself a centrist. I'm not trying to label him based on the small amount of his content that I've watched. I'm just basing off of what he literally called himself a centrist, so I don't know what to tell you. If you don't think he is, you'll have to take it up with him, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, this continues and says, if you believe, people go on Twitter and Reddit and they want to rape people all the time. I'm making him find the video so we can watch it together so he can explain just how the context makes this okay. And then somebody said red flag, and then they said, yeah, I agree, which is why we are fighting. We haven't come to a resolution or agreement because I'm not willing to back down on this point. What YouTuber said wasn't okay. So like what Destiny said wasn't okay. There's no context where what he said makes sense without being flat out incorrect. If anyone knows the video, I would love a link. So this is like breaking up couples. And to be honest, if your boyfriend is like, yeah, nobody wants to be a rapist, yeah, that's a red flag. Run, girl.
Yeah, big, you're going, nope.
I mean, like, if they're willing to have a conversation about it, maybe you can talk that out, but if they're not willing to have a conversation about it, and that's just their, like, fucking opinion, bro, this is one, like, bad night away from, like... One mixed signal away from a rape.
Yeah, this should be a fundamental red flag for you to get out of the relationship, in my personal opinion. Because if this kind of goes into the lines of misogyny, and then you might have to start questioning what other views they hold. How much they actually respect you as a human being. That's also another thing.
To be clear, if you're looking for this video, I'll make sure it gets linked below, but this is from 6 days ago, directly on Destiny's channel. So it is right there.
And it's the same chick who interviewed him, right? It's
yes.
in video. Who's in this video, yeah.
Yep. Alright, I'm gonna hit play so we can see if there's more screenshots. Okay. To the few dum-dums who keep posting Destiny on this sub, y'all need to stop. This is him recently blaming rape victims and giving no responsibility to the men. Mods need to ban this man from the sub.
Good on them.
Destiny is literally the meme of a guy who inserts himself into feminist spaces explicitly to commit sexual assault.
That is so well put. Oh, we need to find that tweet. Who said that? Seriously, bravo.
Bread pyramid thing. At red pyramid ... It looks like it says pyramid, like M-E, like the drink.
I got it.
Which is actually, that's a clever name. I like that.
So
they're gonna go into this conversation and they're gonna talk about how people were calling him this, that, and the other thing. I think this one might, if this is the worst he was getting about this and that he was reading about this, color me not terribly impressed, because this guy's just calling him a meme. Like, he's not actually that thing. He's a meme of that thing, but whatever.
Yeah.
What is the leading cause of rape? Girls not being upfront about what they want out of an encounter. Throw him into a deep hole.
Yeah, go for it.
What do y'all think the leading cause of rape is? Girls that takes off headphones. I don't know who this guy is, but I'd love to physically assert my foot in his ass. I was way nicer than these.
Right?
This person says, oof, rape destiny. Oh, that's not, you need to workshop that one. is at it again. So I'm curious if they say he's at it again. I'm curious if there's like other bouts of this somewhere that we just hadn't seen.
You should actually, if you go to the original tweet, I think so it was Ariana Jasmine who put up that video, and if you look at the quotes, people who have quoted that tweet, oh my fucking lord, it's a mine.
I also know that there was a content strike on the video, at least on Twitter. So the video is not there available on Twitter, and that happened after this video that we're about to watch. So we'll see why that might be interesting as we get into kind of what they have to say.
And it's funny because Destiny cries if someone copyright strikes him. He gets mad if people copyright strike his shit. So I think there are double standards here that are going on. I think so we are finally seeing the real Destiny come out and unfurl.
I mean, maybe, but it's also he's not the one who can copyright strike that. She has to do it. So I don't know if she's like I don't know. He's also like we'll get into it. We'll get into it during this.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say it, Destiny, you're a rapist. Men don't have to do this many mental cartwheels if they've only had consensual sex. That's a bit much, because like that's bold. I'll say. But I mean, he straight up admits that he sounded like a rapist in that tweet. So he definitely. I say admits. I feel like admits is the wrong word there. Like that's not quite. He acknowledges. I think that would be a better term. Yeah.
And he never denied it. Also, he never denies it even once. That he was trying. Like, I don't know what if it's his pride or ego that he doesn't want to deny. Because if he denies, then it might be acknowledging that he made that argument in the first place. I don't know, but
he doesn't back off the argument, right?
Yes, exactly, yes. He is not backing off the argument. I get it, bro, that maybe, okay, I'll go throw Cherry far end of the bin. Maybe you're debating. You were debating, maybe. But in debates also, you have to gain the trust of your audiences or the people who are listening to that debate. That's also one of the, reasons why you debate, right? You're trying to capture the audience also. Or else you would just sit in a living room and talk to each other, right? You're doing this online for some reason. So if your audience is like, what the fuck, bruh? Then, you gotta rethink of how you debate about things. Right?
Well, if you want to be effective, but this wasn't supposed to be a debate, right? This was a conversation, and if you treat everything like everything like a debate, you're gonna have a bad time. And I mean, we do see that a lot with people who are specifically people who are like terminally online, people who do not understand that the world does not operate based off the opinions of Twitter. Like that's just not the case. And so, and if you don't think Destiny does that. Oh boy, do I have a screenshot for you. But we'll get there. We'll get there. Let's actually get into this a little bit.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, side note, I am not speeding up the video on purpose. The reason I'm not speeding it up so that way when people watch it in the future and speed the video up, everything will equally speed up rather than like we speed up and then you have to switch it around. So we'll take it nice and easy. It's okay. Buckle in.
What's that?
Oh, you want to see? The face when you fight Red Pill community for multiple hours on multiple appearances for months, but then someone more or less on your side fucks you over after a few convos more than the whole manosphere combined. Ooh. So they're saying that the interviewer fucked over Destiny and all of his like anti-Red Pill stuff by posting what Destiny said. And we're gonna, as we go into this, you'll find out he was not taken out of context. He makes that clear. He does add one thing in, which doesn't actually change the context. It doesn't reframe anything. All it does is add that, but also, right?
Yeah.
And it's a bad analogy. It's not. We'll get there. I'm sorry. I'm jumping ahead.
It's like such sad music.
It's
so
pretty
dramatic.
Turn you down.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Or you could take your face away and not be selfish and make me do all the work.
Wait, what?
Never mind. What's up? How you doing?
Should I pull back?
No, I gotcha.
Okay, cool.
What's up? How's life going?
He's angry.
Life is
He's
great.
so angry.
Yeah.
Flattered to be embroiled in drama with you. I
Cool.
feel like we've trauma bonded.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought, I should hop on and clear some things up. Obviously, you and I have had, like, incessant, at-length conversations about things, and I thought that would suffice. Then, obviously, like, I resolved things with Melina about the situation, but I
like how she calls her conversations with him incessant.
Yeah, it's like, bruh.
saw a clip yesterday that showed up on, like, DGG clips.
Okay, I feel like I gave two sides to that answer. Okay, here's what happened, okay? We recorded a 2-hour conversation. I asked her yesterday if I could just buy the full convo off of her, because now I'm like, okay,
Why?
we need to post everything now.
Oh, really?
But she said she's only got like 44 minutes of the footage left because she's already cut it down. I think that the issue is, we talked about it. She said she could try to post a full 44 minute, but I don't even think it's worth it at this point. It doesn't matter. Listen, it's all learning lessons. I think the issue is that for her past content,
Oh, it's a past content. Oh, okay. Okay,
So-
it's not him what he said. It's the past content of the recording.
Not even the
Oh my-
past content. He calls it learning lessons, and the lessons he learned is I should double
down.
check footage. No, I should double check footage before it goes out to make sure the thing I said didn't make me look like an asshole.
Right on point.
That's the lesson he learns.
Yeah. It's like, oh, I should have bought the whole footage off you. Blah,
I
blah,
shouldn't
blah,
have
blah.
said. I should double check the footage to make sure that I didn't say the quiet part out loud.
Well, I said the quiet part out loud. Oh my god, this is so
she
cringe.
basically
This is
what she does is she writes skits and then she has a guy like read a thing off and then she responds. So she has like a formula for doing her TikTok skits, which is really effective and works really well for her TikTok.
Where's the best place to hit on women?
At the gym. Correct her on her form as an opening. At the gas station, preferably when she's alone, so her fat friends won't be around to cock you. Waitresses are generally a safe bet.
But I think the issue is that she's not used to having like a real human being on the other end of.
This is the most condescending piece of shit thing to have responded with.
asshole. You asshole. So what he's doing, that girl is not even in the chat yet.
No.
She's not part of the conversation yet. So he's setting up a scenario where his audience already hates her. That's what he's doing. He's setting up an expectation.
He's
She's not going to defend whatever the shit he is putting out about her. You asshole.
This is piece of evidence one that Destiny is terminally online. Because somebody doesn't make conversational content does not mean they don't have conversations.
This is so cringe. This is so cringe.
And he's using her inexperience with live streaming to undermine her position and her points and the arguments that she was presenting to discredit and detract from the things that he did say that he doubles down on.
Yeah, this is so dishonest. This is so dishonest. My observation is he's trying to make his audience already hate this chick, so they were like, oh yeah, whatever she says is bullshit.
Oh, we're
That's
gonna
what's
have
going
to.
on here.
We're gonna have to talk
Shame
about
on you, dude.
We're gonna have to talk about his audience for sure.
Oh yeah.
That
Guys and
interaction.
girls.
So like when she's editing her TikToks in the past, she's not thinking like, oh, like I don't want this guy to look bad, because it's like
How
there's,
do
like,
you
her ex or
know
friends,
that?
like, reading
How
off,
do you
like,
know
lines that
all
she's
this
already
shit
written on
about
her
her?
shit.
Has she told you? Have you interviewed her? Where's that fucking interview?
All right, no.
Like,
Two
I
things.
am
Two things.
triggered.
Two things. Hold on, Manya. Calm down. We just started. First off, this is a lie, a blatant one, because she goes on to explain, and he agrees with, that she asked him multiple times if he wanted to check the edit, and she was editing it over and over and over again to make sure that it was acceptable, meaning that although he decided not to watch it, he knew that this was the type of content she made going in, and that 20 or the 2-hour long chat was going to get cut down, and she offered to make any concessions or changes that he wanted her to make. He just decided not to. And he's putting all of, and he's saying that, let me just double check because I want to get the wording right.
That interaction. So like when she's editing her TikToks in the past, she's not thinking like, oh, like I don't want this guy to look bad, because it's like,
it's your job to make sure you don't look bad. That's why she offered to send it to you. That's not her problem. It's not my... If I bring Jared Genesis on, it's not my fucking problem if he looks like a fucking moron, because he's a fucking moron. You look like a rape apologist because you're a fucking rape apologist, dude.
Apologist. Yeah.
She's not the one who made you look bad. You made you look bad. You were negligent in doing so, and you're blaming her for it. And on top of it, you're expecting her to just cut out all the bad shit you said when you acknowledge she's a feminist making this specific kind of content. The fuck were you? This is like me bringing on a flat earther, interviewing a flat earther for 2 hours, and then cutting out all the stuff about flat earth and being like, what a great guy.
Yeah. Why would you do that?
That would be like dishonest.
I think, and that's also a symptom of being terminally online all the time, because he thinks people owe him something. People don't owe you shit, you moron. They don't owe you shit unless you come in and you be involved in that shit. You weren't involved. You just had that chat and you went on your merry way, and you were given opportunities to look into it. But you were like, oh yeah, I'm the king of the jungle and nobody can say I'm wrong, until everybody was like, what the fuck, bro? So yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's setting up the scenario where his audience will already hate her when she comes in and disregard her.
Yeah, because this is from
wrong.
This is from a previous video of his. So generic minority actually makes a really good point. You see it on screen here. Why is he worried about looking bad? If you weren't being a weirdo, you wouldn't look bad. And phrased another way, you knew you looked like a rape apologist, you admit you look like a rape apologist, then you doubled down on those arguments after setting it up so that, like, she was the bad guy who didn't make you look good, as if that was her job.
Yeah. Yeah. Boy. No one owns your shit. No one.
Yeah, so, like, generic minority. This reminds me of when people cut out all the transphobia from King Cobra to make him look like a sweet boy. Right, like, not only is that dishonest, but here's the thing. If you're watching Destiny and you're watching, like, lives at a time, you might not catch this, because this is, like, how long is this live stream? 2 days ago, and then she comes on and he's singing a different tune, right? And then he was kind enough to clip it together for us.
It's like,
Yeah,
there's like
bro.
an ex or a friend that's like reading off like lines that she's already written on her shit. So I think when she was editing down mine, she's not really thinking like, oh, is this gonna make him look bad? She's just trying to like get her point across.
Yeah,
basically.
she doesn't owe you
But
that,
do
you
think people
asshole.
are being unfair with regards to attributing malice or negligence where it isn't? People are for everything. People have no. There's actually one really good post yesterday. Actually, I think the only one that had something good to say was that God killer dude. I should be more strict about like asserting my shit, which I'll probably.
Don't.
What shit?
Yeah, he means I should be careful about making sure and looking at the edit ahead of time to make sure that whatever I said doesn't make me look like the rape apologist that I am. Before I didn't think he was a rape apologist. Now I think he's a rape apologist.
Yeah.
Before I was like, these aren't his actual, I'm not convinced that these are actually his personal opinions. Now, after watching more of his content and seeing more context, now I do think he's a rape apologist.
Yeah, buddy, you're not on a good footing here. Sorry. No, sorry. Fuck off.
Probably learn to do eventually. People assuming that it was malicious are retarded.
You have been,
People
how
assuming
many,
things
how
are fuck
many
are
years have
retarded.
you been online? Seriously? How many years have you been online and you haven't learned that?
For everything. People have no. There's actually one really good post yesterday. Actually, I think the only one that had something good to say was that God killer dude. I should be more strict about like asserting my shit, which I'll probably learn to do eventually. People assuming that it was malicious are retarded. People assuming it's because I'm just trying to fuck her are retarded. Yeah, I agree that it was obviously a bad cut, but like looking at like the totality of like all of her past shit and everything. And then I spoke with her a lot yesterday. Like I understand how she added stuff, so it
About
So she's coming on to confront him about what he said about this. That's what's happening.
Yeah.
And so, or at least they had already talked in the background, sorted it out, and then he said this, and then she came on to confront him.
And she's like, bruh, what the fuck?
I heard you were talking shit.
Yeah. Chesh, we need that emoticon of yours with your bunny ears. Like, I knew you were talking shit about me. We need
Heard
that.
you were talking shit. The thing is like, he's God.
Yeah, take a deep breath.
asserting my shit, which I'll probably.
He's saying that people who think that she cut it poorly are I think he used the word retarded. Excuse me. So he says that if you think that she cut it maliciously, he doesn't believe that it was malicious. He just thinks that she didn't think about his fifis about the thing he said. Because when you say nobody wants to be a rapist and then put a blame on women who have been victims of rape,
Nah, he never.
we
said
need to
that.
be concerned about him.
There's
and his
context
about
there, you know.
the context makes it worse.
Right? Fuck. Chesh has already finished a glass of wine. She's
This is my second one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, the second one is almost gone. Oh god, now I have to take some wine.
The woman's name is Manya, correct me if I'm pronouncing this wrong, but the woman's name is Farha?
Yeah. You're right.
Okay, like,
You're right.
I'm gonna point
You're
out
right,
this
you're
is,
right. The pronunciation.
This is really easy to read and to say if I can pronounce it on a first try. Okay? I keep that in mind for later and take a shot when it comes up, because, oh boy.
Let's go, baby.
Let's go. She is I believe she identifies as a feminist activist on TikTok, right? And she mostly makes, like, comedic but politically poignant points about feminism. And you saw a clip of it, so.
People assuming that it was malicious are retarded. People assuming it's because I'm just trying to fuck her are retarded. Yeah, I agree that it was obviously a bad cut, but like looking at like the totality of like all of her past shit and everything. And then I spoke with her a lot yesterday. Like I understand how she added stuff, so it.
About you reacting to like the Farha and Sneeko drama, and yeah, I think you mentioned something about like lost footage, and as soon as I heard that, I was like, I'm gonna have to clear this up because it sounds like so sus without the context.
Oh yeah.
And very like.
And you're gonna give us context that makes that not sus? Is that what's about to happen?
Fuck you, Destiny. Seriously, fuck you, you asshole. He's
kind
so
of
passive aggressive, and he's so pissed at the same time. Asshole.
He's pissed, but he's
Fucking
trying to
asshole.
pretend that he's not. And
Yeah,
it's
I'm not bothered, so I'm going to be passive aggressive. Asshole. Fight me. Fight me, you fucking asshole. Baka.
And the thing is like he's very condescending. He's very passive aggressive.
Yeah.
And he's being very sarcastic because he's like, "Oh, you're gonna present the context that makes all of this look better," and it's like, no, she's gonna present context that's not about
make you
it's
look worse.
not about whether it makes you look good or bad. It's about
Yeah.
figuring out what the context is of the situation that your fans are pushing on to people. And even us, like, even we were getting comments about this stupid shit.
Oh no, there's context there. Oh yeah, what the context? That's not logical at all, dude. Fuck. We'll get to that. We have the comments. We'll get to that if we can get to that today. It's like it's such a big.
Well, do we have to do another Destiny doubleheader? Because I really don't want to. Can we just be long today? Let's just be long today. Let's just be long
make it
and
long
hard
and
and thick
and just
dense.
Hardcore.
Yes.
On this shit.
All right, buckle in, guys. This is gonna be a long one.
Buckle
I
in.
mean, I'll
We'll have
probably
multiple pee breaks for you guys. Don't worry.
pee breaks for you. You think the pee breaks are for you guys? Those are for me. All right, well, I'll try and cut this after the fact so we can condense it into 1 or 2 videos. There is also going to be one other video covering this live stream where I actually am bringing a generic minority is going to come on and Chris Shelton is going to come on. People who, particularly Chris Shelton, spends a lot of time talking about like cults of personality, and both of them have studied psychology. So it's it's going to be a little bit, it's going to get a little bit dark, I think.
That's going to be very interesting.
Yes. Definitely come and
Yes.
watch that. It's gonna be a grand old time as we just like psychoanalyze the hell out of this interaction. All right, let's go.
I mean, you know that 100%. Also, how do I turn up your volume on my phone? don't think
Well,
you
usually
can
on an
do that.
iPhone on the side, there's gonna be volume buttons. Do you have any of those?
Oh wait, no, there's a speaker button on Discord.
Nice.
Okay. Now let me speak my truth, Mitch Jones.
So she's asking about the technicalities and instead of actually like helping her after he already said that she doesn't do this kind of content and this is not what she's like good at and she doesn't know this stuff. He just lets her flounder to try to make her look stupid to his audience and
Yeah.
be sarcastic to her instead of actually producing good content. Because she doesn't
Yeah.
use Discord, which we find out later that this is the only like she installed Discord to do this call.
Oh god. So he's not making any accommodations for her, but she's supposed to make all the accommodations for him. Yeah,
What
right.
entitled white man? What?
Yeah, but I don't know if he's
Yeah.
white or not. I think so. He's mixed, if I'm not wrong.
I
might
have
to check
no
into that.
idea. As far as I'm concerned, old white man syndrome has absolutely nothing to do with your skin tone or your age.
That's also, yeah, that's also right.
It's like being a Karen. You do not have to be like a middle-class white lady to be a Karen. It just means that you have the attitude of like a shitty middle-class white lady. All right.
So, yeah, so his name is Stephen Kenneth Bonnell. 2, born in Omaha, Nebraska. Yeah, you're right.
Wait, I'm sorry. Did
to a
you just
Cuban
tell me that
American mother.
Destiny's Did you just tell me that Destiny's name is fucking Steve?
Yes. And he's born in my month. Fuck you, dude. Seriously, fuck you. So he was born to a Cuban American mother and a white American father. Yeah, he's white. Yeah, he's white. He's white.
Okay.
He pretends that he is not white.
Even if he
So what?
wasn't,
Is
even
that
if
the-
he wasn't, it really doesn't matter because the attitude is still the same.
Yeah. What is
Which is
it,
the point.
Steve?
I have really bad luck with
Another one.
Steves.
Yeah, right. Oh,
Speaker
God.
button on Discord.
Nice.
Okay. Now let me speak my truth, Mitch Jones
Yeah,
style.
go ahead. Yeah, speak your truth. Go ahead.
So first of all,
Asshole.
let me paint a picture, okay?
Go ahead. You're an artist now too. All right.
Yes. Okay. Let me
Fucking asshole! Such a big asshole. You braggadocious, vacuous, dyspeptic nincompoop. Sorry excuse for a homo sapien. Seriously, have some respect, guy. Like, so okay, yeah. So you don't have any respect for her, but she's supposed to do all the work for you. Like, right. And you wonder why she didn't do all the work for you. Were you like that to her in the background also? When you were trying to have this conversation and record this conversation? I wonder how you treated her. I'm not wondering how you treated her all the time when you were having that conversation, asshole. Sorry.
What's the G slur?
Hmm?
I just seeing Inbeat in the chat talking about if saying that Destiny doesn't bring up his heritage. And
What's the
he
G slur,
says
yeah?
that other people are bringing up by calling him a G slur. I'm not sure
I
which
have no
one
idea
that's
what's that.
referring to.
Yeah,
I'll take your,
if you
I'll
don't
take
want
your
to put
word
it,
for it though.
yeah. But if you don't want to put it in the live chat, maybe message us in Discord or on Twitter, and we would know what you're talking about. Because I have no idea what's that. Oh, I don't have no idea. Sorry, man.
Oh yeah, I don't know what that refers to. But I'll take your word for it. I might have accidentally turned off the chat, so hold on, I'll fix that.
Oh, what?
Oh, hold on.
Where's the chat?
Let me just off and on. Oh, sorry, 1 second. I apologize. There we go. Should be fixed now.
Genetic minority from the live chat. She made me look bad as he belittles her on the stream. Exactly.
Right, that's the
Okay.
thing. Okay, even if you think that the cut wasn't well done or it could have been done better or differently in a way that more saliently addressed his point, you're still, like, these people are not treating each other as equals, right?
Mm-hmm.
She is being far more fair to him than than he is to her.
Definitely.
In this case.
Yeah. She's being very nice to him. If it were me, I would have just told him, like, dude, you fuck off. Whatever it was, it was. I don't care. I don't give a damn.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna use generic minorities message here to double check to make sure
Okay.
it's back. So we'll see if it goes.
I'm trying to think. This might take a minute. Okay, this is my first drama stream.
Okay. Careful, because anything you say or do could be used to fucking destroy you. So
This is
just
true. That's not
no
wrong.
pressure or anything, but
Yeah, that's not wrong. That's a good advice. Why didn't you follow it?
As big part of the
yeah.
case
Well,
against
I didn't
me.
tell anybody in chat about that. So nice for outing some creepers in chat. Way to go.
What did he say?
Okay. Yeah, I got a comment on my Instagram like 2 minutes ago that's like, DGG, let's build a case against this bitch and expose her for all her lies. I'm like, all my
Based,
lies. I did
based.
one stream with you, and then I just have done skits for the past year and a half. Like, what is this case? But anyways, I'd love to see it.
Uh-huh.
But anyways, okay,
Ooh,
the
nice.
situation
She's
that
giving him,
happened.
like-
So, okay,
Yeah.
the first thing I need to clear out is that like any of this was in bad faith or malicious, or that I was like intentionally trying to make you look bad.
Uh-huh.
And I can understand like the optics of it, of why they would think like I'm just a bitch, because I feel like my 3 interactions with you on the internet have been like, one, the first debate we did, where a lot of people thought I was being bad faith in that stream, but I'm not. I'm just kind of stupid when it comes to sexual dynamics.
Okay.
But I think a lot of people misinterpreted that as bad faith. And then the second interaction.
So before she goes into the second interaction, I just wanted to be to be clear here. She is conceding a lot right out the gate. She is like, I'm not familiar with this. This is my first drama situation. This was not my intention, and I can understand why the optics would not look good.
Mm-hmm.
However, right? Because did you catch that? I'm gonna play it again.
Mm-hmm.
Malicious, or that I was like intentionally trying to make. What is this case? But anyways, I'd love to see it.
Uh-huh.
But anyways, okay, the situation that happened. So, okay,
Yeah.
the first thing I need to clear out is that like any of this was in bad faith or malicious, or that I was like intentionally trying to make you look bad.
Uh-huh.
And I can understand like the optics of it, of why they would think like I'm just a bitch, because I feel like my 3 interactions with you on the internet have been like, one, the first debate we did, where a lot of people thought I was being bad faith in that stream, but I'm not. I'm just kind of stupid when it comes to sexual dynamics.
Okay.
But I think a lot of people
Yeah.
I'm just kind of stupid when it comes to sexual dynamics. Why? Nothing in her stream with him made it seem that way, and I watched the video that they're referencing, I'm pretty sure, is the one with Jordan Peterson. They're watching the same Jordan Peterson we watched. The same clips.
Yeah.
Or video, I guess. She had a lot of the same takeaways we did. So she's kowtowing right now. She's kowtowing to him and his audience. Now, I'm not going to say she's wrong for doing so, and I'm not going to say that she shouldn't do that, because I don't know her situation. I've never talked to her. I don't know what her deal is, or why, and she might just actually feel that way. Right? Girl, I watched your shit. You were on point. Don't worry about it. Destiny telling your don't listen to this motherfucker. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's just an asshole.
Yeah. Yeah, we got your back, girl. He's being an asshole. He was an asshole, and he's now trying to use his audience and his presence on internet to, literally like bully you. This is bullying. This is straight up bullying. That's what this is.
On the same point, right? He, in Destiny's defense, he did initially say that she did not do this maliciously, and anybody saying this is wrong. Actually, to be fair, he didn't say they were wrong. He said they were retarded.
No, I think so.
But that's a different...
I think so. He was reading someone's comment there. I think
Was
so
he?
Was reading. No, yeah, I think so. He was reading someone's comment.
Okay, well, either way, he did say that out, and he did present that in this video that we're looking at, which I think that's good. I think that's a great start, because you're kind of dampening down like the hey, because whose audience is harassing whom exactly at this point? It's not her audience harassing Destiny. And the reason we know that is because he showed the screenshots that he thought were most egregious and most important at the beginning of the video with all that fancy music underneath it. And we looked at those, and there was only 2 of them that were like maybe kind of like, that's a little bit of a reach, but okay.
Yeah.
People are hyperbolic on the internet. So that maybe you could argue that is too far. I don't think Destiny can argue that's too far because he says that kind of shit all the time, so I don't think he's really in that camp. But if those are the worst you were getting, those weren't her audience. Those were people on Twitter who got it from another tweet that posted her content.
Exactly.
So it's not her audience harassing him, and they weren't tweeting at him.
Not at all.
The only people that are harassing anybody is Destiny's crowd. Against what he said, apparently. Kind of.
This is straight up bullying, guys. This is straight up bullying. You have no idea what the fuck is going on. You don't want to know what the fuck is going on. And then you go after someone you think is responsible for this. You have no fucking idea. No clue. And it's kind of sad. Sad, really sad that you're supposed to be following this personality who debates politics and bullshit and other bullshit, and you can't even have this much of awareness about yourself, seriously.
Well, I'm curious if she's underestimating herself because of a personal thing, or if she's
I think she's afraid.
Yeah, right. If she's doing it because to satiate him and his audience.
I think she's doing it to because I think she even deleted the TikTok that she put out with all the clips. I think so that's also gone from a TikTok.
Okay, so this actually comes up in this video, but I think we're going to end up skipping that part. So just to be clear, what looks like it happened is like TikTok did a shadow ban. So when you searched for it, it still existed, but you couldn't find it. So it still existed on her dashboard, but it wasn't showing. Probably because a lot of the things that Destiny said are probably against the terms of service.
Interesting. Yeah.
If I had to speculate about why that shadow ban might have happened, but it does come into question when they kind of go into that a little bit about taking it down or doing this or doing that with the clip versus now that it's getting striked in other places, particularly Twitter, which is where Destiny got most of his content at the beginning.
Yeah.
Weird.
Dude.
So she might be doing that for herself. Right? Because again, she's relatively young from my understanding. She's also hasn't been around the internet for as long and hasn't done these kind of streams and has got she gets into doing streams, and who does she get doing them with? Destiny. So question, Destiny, how did you come across her?
Yeah, in the first place.
And so how did you come across her, and under what conditions did you get her to come on and talk about Jordan Peterson? And I think that there's how they started even interacting in the first place is something that might be something to be a little question mark.
I will send you another clip I found.
I don't think he's trying to fuck her, by the way, to be clear. I don't think he's trying to have sex with her.
I think he's trying to fuck her. The way he has been passive-aggressive, condescending, passive-aggressive, he is not saying it, but the message he's giving to his audience is, fuck her. That's what the message is. Then why would he be passive-aggressive? Why would he be so condescending?
I don't know. I'm not convinced that he wants to have sex with her. Isn't Destiny, as far as I know, happily married?
He's in an open relationship, if I'm not wrong. His wife, yeah.
I mean, to be fair, there's also a difference between wanting to have sex with somebody and then actually pursuing it, or versus, I want to have sex with you, but I can't, so I'm going to take my frustration out on you. That's another thing. So he could, maybe he wants to have sex with her, but knows he can't and knows he won't have sex with her. And so, he's just a passive-aggressive, grumpy little bitch.
Yeah.
Oh, so, I've been friend-zoned.
Oh, yeah. Did you see that clip where he says that women friend-zoning...
Don't talk to me about friend-zoning.
Emotionally raping men. I'm like, you baka. You fucking baka.
We're going to have a whole conversation. You know what? We have that time of the month coming up. We should talk about the friend zone.
Yes. Let's do that.
We need to talk about the friend zone.
Destiny.
I'm going to make
watch
a note.
Us and learn. We'll teach you what bullshit you have been talking about. We'll teach you where you are wrong. And I hope you take the knowledge that we provide you and become a better person.
No, see, the thing is that... No, the thing is that learning takes actually paying the fuck attention instead of just playing a game.
Playing video games. Yeah, and throwing out technical terms. Yeah.
I don't think
And
he. Okay,
arguing
so
on the
I
semantics.
I absolutely disagree. I don't think Destiny should be called a cuck because he has an open relationship. I think people should have and be in whatever relationships they're comfortable with and whatever works for their relationship. So I'm not gonna. I wouldn't go down the road of be.
I would say like mentioning all that what he's been called does not justify what he's doing here.
Well, okay. So this is why I specified that we are in fact looking at this narrow amount of his plethora of content. So I do not know if any of this bad behaviors and argumentation and bad habits that we see in this particular case actually apply across the board, because I don't care enough to be honest.
Yeah.
But also it's not, that is a different monkey. Like, right? Not my what is it? Not my circus, not my monkey. I'm sure that there are people out there who are bad faith actors toward Destiny, and he gets treated like shit by people on the internet. And I'm sure that there's like times where his audience can get out of control, and there's only so much that he can do about it. This is this is why we're focusing on this very, very specific situation.
We're not going around into his background, his personal life, and all that bullshit. Doesn't matter. His online
perhaps
presence
after this, I will reach out an email to Destiny and be like, "Come talk." We'll put him right there.
Yeah.
We'll put him right there.
Yeah,
and he can have a conversation, and he can try and
if he
talk
feels
circles
intimidated
around us.
if he feels intimidated by me, I can mute myself.
What, you mean he can't handle a 2v1? He doesn't want a 3-way? Come on. He wouldn't back down from. Listen, there's one thing that I will give to Destiny, because I don't hate the guy, right? Like, I was very charitable last time, but I'm gonna be a little bit more stringent with my criticisms this time, particularly because I don't like the way he's handling the situation. I think it's smart what he's doing, but I don't like it.
And also it's it's a dangerous topic to talk about, especially when you have an audience as large as yours, and
sure.
that's that's why I have been so hard on him, because the topic in question is not just any other topic.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna say that his relationship is bullshit, and I'm not gonna go into down these lines of like, oh my god, Destiny is a terrible person. What the fuck? What's wrong with this guy? I am gonna say that I think he has an issue with
wrong.
He does come off. I don't know if he has a personal issue, but he does come off as being terminally online, and it does seem like it's an attitude that's infecting his argumentation positions.
I see what you're saying. So you're saying, okay, I can take with that, but I will still say to him, "Fuck you, man."
I mean, that's fair. I ain't gonna judge.
That's me, right? We two are on like.
Hey, my Twitter DMs
ends.
are open, and I know he's on Twitter, so you can send me a message. I'm here. I'm drinking. I'm sure it'll be a good time.
Acrobatus from the live chat. Two people, Farha and Destiny, know each other and talk on stream. They banter, and you two sitting here here thinking this is actually Destiny shitting on her. What the fuck is wrong with you? Do you recognize tones or not? Are you listening to how he's talking to her? How condescending that is?
I don't have a problem with banter. I have a problem when that banter is used as an excuse to undermine someone before they've even had a chance to like say their side, right? Yeah. And so like I think there's something to be said about there's banter between two people, but that the banter is only going one way. And when the banter is only going one way, when someone is asking for technical help, you're gaslighting at that point. You're trying to pretend it's banter when it's not. Especially after he spent an entire stream undermining her capabilities to even be capable of doing what they're doing at this point in time.
It's bad faith, dude.
So if you want to pretend that we are character assassinating him when we are going out of our way to defend his character, I'm gonna go ahead and say that you're full of shit. No offense. If you want to come on, you let me know. I'll set you up an extra space in here. You can come in and yell at us. How do you feel about that, Manya? Yeah, you want to come in?
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
I can mute myself if you feel intimidated by me. I'm just always offering that.
I
can get out of
cannot
the call.
believe that people think you're more intimidating than I am. There's no fucking way in hell.
Maybe because I'm loud. Maybe.
You are louder
Yes,
than
I
I am most of the time, yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, but
And-
if Acrobatus wants to come on, send me a message. I would laugh my ass off if Acrobatus is actually just like an alt account for Destiny. Oh, yes, the citation needed. The citation needed. Hold on. Yeah,
Yeah,
I got you. I got you.
needed.
Yes, please. Citation needed for character assassination, please. Don't worry. We've got comments that we're going to look at that try to justify this nonsense. We'll get there. We'll get there. Have some patience.
Hey, Alicia. Thanks for the
Acrobatus,
member
do
for
not
19 months.
Acrobatus, do not blow your entire load already. We haven't gotten that far yet. Calm down.
We haven't even started yet, buddy.
But yeah,
stay with us.
if you can contact me on either Discord or on I'll add my Twitter or my Discord, whichever one you're more comfortable with. Whichever one you're more comfortable with, you can send me a DM. And I will get you a link. And you can come on in. Come on in. And you can have a conversation with us before we've actually
let's do that.
Because, I mean, it sounds to me like Acrobatus, like, completely missed our entire point where we sat around defending Destiny for, like, way longer than we should have.
Yeah, okay. Alright.
But hey, if you want to think we're character assassinating somebody that we're actually fucking defending, I mean, you're welcome to do that, I guess.
Yeah. Getting angry and shit-talking won't, help the situation at all, Acrobatus. So yeah, come on in.
Well,
Come on in.
it's
Let's
not
have
even,
that.
it's, the thing is like, it's not even helpful to Destiny, right? Because
Yeah, right?
that actually undermines what Destiny is saying. Destiny is saying, hey, she didn't do this on purpose, hey, but here are my positions, and he doubles down on the position. And so if we say, hey, I don't know what his personal opinion is, but him and I both agree that this was rape apologetics, then I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
I'm not saying, like, he has a bad relationship. I'm specifically going out of my way to say that I think it's wrong to go around and call him a cuck because you are judging his personal relationship with his wife, which should be whatever they fucking think it should be. But come on, my guy. We're being so nice.
We're
being
nice.
So fucking
I'm
nice.
loud, but this is not even my full avatar. Let's just tell you, this is not even when I go hard, when I go angry at someone. This is
like
my
Manya
full
out
avatar.
of 4.
Yeah, I haven't had my coffee yet, dude. Wait for that to kick in. So yeah, dude, just come on in. Don't worry. We're chill people. That's what I've at least learned from Chesh a little bit. Like, give people a chance to like come in and have a talk with us instead of like
come on in.
steamrolling on people.
I mean, well, okay, listen, if they've been here and they've been listening and they want to say we're character assassinating him by saying, by playing the words he said.
Exactly.
I would be more than happy to hear the explanation as to in what way. Because, like, if we've got, like, the great debater, Destiny, and we've got Destiny fans who, like, love the debate style and think that this is a good way to hold a conversation.
Yeah.
Please, you should be able to explain how.
Yeah. Mods, do not ban him. He's entertaining. Do not ban him at all. Do not hide him. Don't do anything. He's entertaining. Play with him a bit around. Have fun.
Or her. We don't know. Maybe it's a chick.
Oh, yeah.
This person is...
Sorry.
Either way, this person is 100% not an incel. Guaranteed. Definitely not.
Yeah, I don't even go that way also, I don't term people like incels or whatever. I'm just like, dude, your argument is shitty. What the fuck?
Generic Minority made such a good point in the comments last time, and it was just like, nobody addressed it. Like, nobody on, like, Destiny's team or Destiny's side of a context addressed anything that Generic Minority
Yeah, they were
had
coming
to
after
say.
me. They're coming after me.
I'm sorry, Manya, it's your hair. It's too luscious. It's too distracting. This was even in, like, we got pushback in the Discord, which is great, and we had, like, an hour or 2 long, 3 long discussion about it, and it ended up with, like, relatively positive overall... I think it was. But even our Discord was not immune to. There's a lot of men in here
Contrarian
telling
opinions.
there's a lot of men in here telling women what they need to do to protect themselves from predator men. And I'm like, you're giving really basic bitch advice here.
Yeah.
Like, you think we
That
don't
has not
know
worked.
this?
That has not worked. Like, that 90% of the time doesn't work, so yeah.
I won't agree with that, only because, like, sorry, I agree with you, but I'm going to give you some pushback, because it
Go
does
on.
work in some cases. So, like, the way you hold
That's what I'm
yourself...
saying, 90%.
Right.
90% I said.
Okay, oh yeah, never mind, you're right then, because there is an effect that will happen, like predators pick and
nothing's
choose their
perfect.
victims, right? Predators pick and choose their victims.
Yeah.
And so because
Yes.
and there's a methodology behind it. And
Exactly.
that is why this is my big question mark for Destiny. Is like, have you read or done any research on these studies of predators, or are you just because he likes to just wave it off as men are dumb and shitty and they're just gonna accidentally rape people.
That's such a disservice to men, seriously, out there. That's what I'm saying. It's a disservice to men out there.
We're out
Men
here
who are
defending
doing
the
good.
men out. Two women out here defending the men out there, being like, "Come on, guys aren't that bad."
No, there are good guys out there who are decent people, like who don't go around looking for victims all the time. Yes, in that way, if Destiny's talking about those guys, yeah, they don't want to be rapists, but rapists are rapists, and they want to do it when they do it. Like, what? It's about... Okay, well, let's move on. Let's go. Acrobatics hasn't come back in the live chat yet, so
yeah, Acrobatics seems to have disappeared as soon as we offered them an opportunity to come and chat, and we're addressing what they had to say. They just, like an angel's kiss, like a fart in the wind, gone.
Gone with the wind.
Imagine that. All right, let's keep going on this.
Interpreted that as bad. No jumper together, and I know that the public perception of that was that I was just being like a stuck-up bitch. But you and I both know that I was just severely ill that day and literally vomiting. But I can understand that with an RBF, it comes off a certain way.
I'm sorry, she was literally sick and vomiting the day that you did this 2-hour recording session with her, and you didn't tell your people that ahead of time?
Yeah. Give her a break, man.
Well, even besides that, like, anybody in that kind of a position, right? Like, not just, like, men or women or whoever.
Yeah,
like,
anyone.
if somebody's very sick, then it's reasonable to say that, hey, listen, chill the fuck out. You'll notice that in all of Destiny's clips that he decides to show us, because I don't want him taken out of context. This is what he's deciding to put out. At no point does he ever say, hey, chat or fan base, chill the fuck out. Hey, it's not... He doesn't say, hey, it's not what you think. He just says, oh, the people doing this, as if it's completely disassociated from him or his fan base or anything they're doing, which is 100% not the case. And as admitted to by him.
And that's why I think that so this is like you said, this is what he has put out. So if there were audiences in that chat at that time when this whole recording actually happened, we don't know what the fuck he was talking about in that. But if he's so passive aggressive at the start of a conversation, before even the person comes in and sets up a scenario where he's trying to discredit them, I wonder what was the whole conversation.
Oh, he's super... No, oh, the thing is like, even in the clips that he shows us from before this went out, he basically, her video went out, and it's clipped the way it is, and if you want to have issues with the clipping, that's fine. I'm not 100% against that, because I think letting Destiny talk more is go for it.
Fantastic.
Please.
Fantastic.
Let this man dig his own grave even further.
Yes, please.
Who needs 6 feet under when you can have 10?
Listen, even if you're 6 feet under or you're 10 feet under, we'll talk to you. Holler out. Holler us. I'll talk to you. Don't worry. We won't eat you alive.
We will eat you alive. I've been drinking, I'm going to eat you alive. I'm sorry. Listen, Non, you can't do that. Okay, so I'm gonna need somebody to go ahead and clip a dick in Amani's mouth for that. Thank you very much.
No! Stop!
All right, listen. I know which types of alcohol have different effects. I am on my 3rd glass of wine, and
Damn,
I assure you,
Stop!
no.
Okay.
And I assure you that particularly when it comes to wine, I get far less tactful.
Yeah, that's what I'm listening.
Uh-huh.
Ah.
Uh-huh. But basically, as my drink goes, my level of patience goes down with the amount of wine that is in the glass.
That's why I'm telling you stop.
No.
But you don't want to stop, so I'm going to tell you.
I'm gonna go to 4. When it's 4,
Okay.
I'll fill this with a glass of water.
Are you
alright?
eating? You're eating. How much of the tray have you had anything to eat?
I ate breakfast also.
Yeah, but come on.
I had a whole
Touch that food.
I also had like a full on. Oh, what the fuck? Hold on, there we go. I had a full. Oh yes, the whole stream will be on a 45-degree angle. There we go. That's appropriate for me, right? I did actually eat breakfast because I was considering that. I was like, I should probably make sure I eat something if I'm gonna be drinking during the stream because I feel like I'm gonna overdo it. So I made sure that I had like a stir fry, ricey, veggie breakfast. So I definitely ate something ahead of that.
Okay, I drank a banana shake and yeah, so I'm full right now.
Rez says I'm gonna need someone to clip a dick in Amania's mouth. Mania immediately opens wide to facilitate clip even further. Also happened at the 69-minute mark. I read that out and didn't put it on stream because I'm stupid. Because I forgot that that's a thing we can do now. Ah! Add a cue. There we go. Now it'll come up. Yes.
I will see you in the Discord, Rez. I'll see you in the Discord.
Oh no. We are past the hour mark. So should we let people get drinks and bathroom
I'll
and
get
stuff?
some coffee.
All right. Well, I'm going to
coffee.
let Rez's comments stand as it is because I think that's 100% appropriate, and we will be back in about 2 minutes. So we'll see. don't tell Manya that I'm sneaking more wine into my glass so it longer before I have to drink water. I promise she's definitely not wearing her headphones and definitely not hearing what I'm saying right now, and she definitely won't know, so don't say anything. She won't notice, I promise. Hey, what up? It's me, your boy. Manya's not back yet, so it's just me. Don't listen. No, nothing happened. I don't know what you're talking about. That is fake news. Fake news. Nothing happened. See, I told you. Sup? Unmute yourself. You're fine. I would like to use this time to remind you to comment, like, subscribe, and share the video. Blah 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 blah. But definitely leave us a comment if you have opinions. If I do not see what's their face that we were talking about, where'd they go? Where'd they go? This guy, Acrobatus. Oh, that's amazing. If we don't see Acrobatus in the comment section, I'm gonna be really really upset.
Come on, man.
I'm also double checking my
DMs on Twitter.
DMs on Twitter, and there has been nothing. And I'm also looking at Facebook, or not Facebook. Discord, and I also see nothing.
Come on, man, come on in. We are not going to eat you, I promise.
I'm going to eat you.
Don't mind her.
You can listen, as much as Manya was like, I'll mute, and you can just talk with Chesh, because if you're afraid of me, and now it's now it's the opposite.
Yeah.
How do I get into your other Discord? I only have one Discord. I don't know what you're talking about, but I'll give you an invite. I'll put the invite in here. So like if this one's,
go for it.
Yeah, this one's the open for everybody invite. There is more if you are a member or not. April, if I see you join, I already know you're a member, so I'll make sure that gets added. Sometimes it doesn't like to do the thing it's supposed to do. So.
Okay. Discord being bitchy. Mm-hmm. All right.
Yeah, yes, kind of. In a way. Oh, hey, my mom's here. By the way,
hi, Goblin Mom.
By the way, nobody's noticed my shirt yet. I didn't say anything on purpose because I wanted to see.
Yeah, I also didn't comment because, yeah.
Do I have it on backwards? I don't have it on backwards.
What?
It's not backwards.
Is there something at the back?
No.
Nice. Oh, okay.
You guys didn't notice my shirt.
Let me see your backwards shirt. Is there a shirt that's like, I don't know.
I thought I was
Mom, you have to be more clear about what you're asking for.
Well, Manya saw the shirt before we started. And so I was just waiting for somebody in the chat to notice, and they hadn't noticed yet. And then my mom showed up.
Come on, guys. Come on. Oh, no, it's backwards for the camera. Ah, okay. All right. I think so. You might have to. Yeah, that's better. Maybe sit back a little bit.
Yeah, I want to. Is it the right way now?
No, it's still the flipped. Yeah, it's still flipped.
You guys are so high maintenance.
Now it's straight.
I like how you guys are all using the backwards as if it's a fucking excuse for you have not noticed that I have my own dog on my shirt.
This is so cute. Oh my god. And maybe 3 people. Oh, that is so awesome. Your mom is the best.
So my mom got this shirt printed for me. And so you get to like kind of pick and choose the words, and she's like, I got to pick the number of people, but also I needed to the reason there's 3 there is because I needed to make room for myself. So who the 2 people? Yeah. I also like that there's two things of beer, and it implies that the dog is drinking one, but I would like to let you all know that Puck is a beer snob. So it is very likely that depending on what type of beer that is, he's probably not drinking it. So it's just actually 2 for me.
Aha. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Oh, this is awesome. And it's like the color scheme is also perfect. Like the yellows and the greens and everything. It's like awesome.
Oh, she did a great job with like building me with like a Facebook thing. There's only one thing about this that's a little bit off is there wasn't a floppy ear option for the dog.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but still, everybody knows you have only one dog.
So okay, so she says that one of the beers is for Puck, which means that that Puck is definitely like it's premium beer is what I'm getting at.
Okay.
Premium beer because he only drinks good shit. I drink trash. He drinks good shit. On the other hand, though, I will be clear. This is how you know I've been drinking. Okay, to be clear, I have rules about my dog, and I did not let him drink until he was of age.
That was like 3 years old or 4 years old.
So that like it's like 7-1, right? So in 2 years you're 14. So at 3 years old,
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's when it's just like here's a shot glass that you can have of alcohol.
This is so fun. Why are we even covering Destiny?
Why are we even talking about this asshole? Yeah. Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah.
I mean, we have to have
mood is like.
We need to have
is this at the moment?
We need to have a vessel for like our conversation.
Yeah.
So that way we can just dick around. Okay, I'm gonna vote in the chat. How many people actually give a shit about Destiny's opinion?
Nice, Mom.
Yeah, she came and dropped it off yesterday.
Oh, that's cool.
So it was a nice visit. All right. There. I'm sorry, did you read it?
Yes, I did.
No, Mom, you don't have to be sorry. We just got back from break, and so, like, we were already well off topic.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, side note. She was at Zeller's, and I want to talk about why that's a really big deal. Zeller's has been gone from Canada for a long time. Right? They've been gone because they were just fucking gone. I don't know what to tell you. They weren't around anymore. They got replaced by like Walmart and Target. And Zeller's is making a resurgence, which is basically like Zeller's is the Walmart of Canada, but it's not shit like Walmart is.
Yeah,
so
actually,
they've been gone for a really long time, so they're back now, and I guess Mom went and she was like, this is great. Is it great because of nostalgia? Okay, I need to do a stream with my mom. Never mind. Don't answer any questions right now. We'll do a stream together.
So and actually if you search for Farha and Destiny on TikTok, you can find their clips everywhere now. It's on the internet. It's not going away. Dude, dunking on her is not going to work now. It's already out there.
So, okay,
right, let's go.
I have some opinions about whether or not...
You do? Hey, listen.
I'm going home. I don't want to play anymore.
I'm matching your energy, girl.
You're matching my energy
in a
toward
symbiotic relationship.
But you're matching my energy toward Destiny, not my energy towards you. Alright. I'm gonna have to go get my opinion shirt. I mean, I'll get changed, but...
This is your fourth one, right? This is your fourth class? Or fifth? Fifth? Oh, okay. Third, okay. I'm counting, girl. I'm counting.
Okay, I told you, when I'm done this one, I'll drink a full one, because I only filled them to, like, here, right?
Hey, listen. Hey, yeah, that's
No.
cheating now.
Wait, no. I filled them to here. I've had 4, and so when this one, sorry, I had 3. When this one is done, I will fill the glass all the way and with water and only drink water. So I'm not gonna fill the glass of water to here. I'm gonna fill the glass of water to there.
Good.
Fuck your turtle.
Oh god. All right. Let's get back on the track, guys.
Hold on, I'm being told we're getting the buffering.
Oh, really?
The curse of the buffer. I'm not seeing it on my end, so maybe just refresh will work.
Yeah, might be. Yeah, I'm seeing it. Yeah, okay, hold on. Refreshing might help.
Oh my god, my mom's out here just calling me right out. She knows.
She's your mom. What did you expect?
I mean, do you see what's on screen
Yeah,
right now?
it's buffering, yeah, for me on the YouTube side for some reason.
It's not buffering on the live end on my side.
Interesting. Yeah.
You might just need to refresh.
I did refresh.
No, I meant not you. I meant like people. Do you see what's on the? Did you see what my mom said?
Hold on. 3 glasses of red wine for Chesh is like 5.
I have
Okay. Thanks for the.
Is that a 1.5 ratio? Is that what that is? So every 1 glass is 1.5 for me?
1.25 maybe. Yeah. Something like that. 1.
1.25.
Yeah.
Listen, this bottle's big.
Hey, you're not finishing that whole thing. Come on. Yeah.
Fine.
All right.
Moms. Listen, I got my mom in chat. I got daddy over here, and oh, hold on. Now my camera's backwards, so I nudge this way, and I'm like Manya, but it's not mirrored anymore, so it's going the wrong way. There we go. Manya over here. Wait a minute. Whatever.
Uh-oh. Whatever.
Fucking, I'm just gonna leave it off. Okay. Just like for the turtle, hey, good. If you leave me a comment about, give me a turtle fact in the comments down below, and if you give me a turtle fact, I will start, after this video, I will start adding turtles. If I get enough turtle facts, and I'm not gonna disclose to you what the number of turtle facts I need in the comments down below to start adding turtles every time there's a poll. That's 1 2/3. Okay, hold on. So mom's is 3 to 5, so it would be 1 2/3, which would be third would be 1.36, and then 2/3 would be 6. So that'd be 1.6 and change. And so I said 1.5, which is slightly under, and Manya said 1.25, which would be 1.25. Are we seriously trying to math out what level of alcohol I'm at compared? You need to know how. Okay, listen, Linda. This is not fair. First off, you're gonna need to take a stream of me not drinking at all. Then you're gonna need to take a stream of me drinking, like, beer, a stream of me drinking rum, and a stream of me drinking wine, and then create a ratio of alcohol level for each one, and make that matter for... I'm so mad.
Oh,
I am a good daughter, and my mother asked me for what we're drinking, and it's bread and butter. This is my Christmas / birthday present for my dad that he never showed up to get.
Oh,
it's 13.5. So you'd have to do the ratio exchange for, like, okay, if I'm drinking rum and that rum is 40%, then how much alcohol is in a shot at that percentage versus how much is in a glass of wine at the wine's percentage. Listen, it's complicated math, and somebody needs to call Landon, and I need to not be held responsible for this. We're supposed to be talking about Destiny, not my drinking problems.
Your mom's coming and like totally like derailed the whole chat. It's
You know
like,
how
it's so
earlier she
awesome.
said, "Oh, I'm sorry for bringing up something else," and now she's like, "Fuck you, lol."
Oh, fuck you, let's go. Oh, adorable.
So my mom's got like a nice bar set up in her upstairs. Okay, so when I was staying there, Monty, you remember when I was streaming from that like that nice looking room? Yeah, so that's her upstairs, and where I was sitting, there's a bar there now. So they have like a keg installed and some nice shelving and like a straight up bar with bar stools. But they got the nice ones with the backs on them. And so we were gonna stream there before I moved. And we didn't end up doing it. So now I'm gonna have to like pick my whole setup and take it to my mom's house and do a stream from the bar.
Yeah, that would be great actually to see how it looks like. Yeah.
No, we're not talking about my drinking problems. Shut up, Mr. Serious.
Ah,
Generic. It doesn't count if you put it in the live chat. It needs to be in a comment, and it's after this stream. Listen, I'm not. Whatever. I don't care.
Your instructions are vague.
With an RBF? What does that mean?
Instructions unclear. Dick stuck in toaster.
Hey,
Resting
come on.
bitch face.
Oh, gotcha. Sorry, I don't know the Zoomer lingo. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. And then the next interaction was obviously this clip thing. So, okay. Yeah. There was never any malice, and this was my first time editing something in which the original was not being streamed. So obviously the way I edited your and I's stream when I clipped it for like the friend zoning clips and like do women get raped because of mixed signals and stuff like that is I download the stream onto my phone. Like I just use my phone for everything. I download the 2 hours, I shave it down, I like remove all the fat where we're laughing and just being like dickheads. I shave it down a half like the time, then I clear it for storage because I'm using one SD card for 3 hours of footage with you where we're talking about everything from rape to like f***ing cats to are incels justified in hating.
Can I
think
point
I'm
out
very
that
close.
she just exposed to us that they had a whole ass conversation about having sex with cats?
Yeah. I'm like, what? And he's just laughing.
To
He
me,
was
this is banter, but that's fine.
This is banter now.
I'm not
banter.
suspecting that either of them are actually having sex with a cat. I just think that it's funny if he's gonna say that he wants to be more specific or he needs to get better about his own things, and he just kind of giggles at that comment. It might be a good idea to give more context to say what exactly was it you were talking about?
Yeah.
Cat fucking?
Oh god, this is like who was that guy? Yeah, that fucking one of the influencers who like was caught like doing something to Jada Smith's photo and he was like kicked off the internet. Who was that?
Oh.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, because he
You're so much better at following internet drama than I am. I'm just like in my own world, just dicking around wherever I happen to wander off, and you're just poignant about like I follow this thing, I follow this thing, I follow this thing, and I follow all the things within this thing, and I'm just like derp 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 derp. Did you know? Okay, do you remember the Dumb Fekk Friday while you were away? Because you should remember the ones that you weren't here for.
Yes, I should remember the ones I was not here for.
So
yes, I remember.
So I had Jesse Jurdak and Laura on, and we looked at that J. Scott. What does he say his name is? Whatever. He was like, yo, Paylor from Dungeons and Dragons is like Jesus and the real Christian God, and trolls eat people, or whatever the fuck. This man has been on like a tirade for the past couple of days, and I'm just going to slog through this shit on Thursday. But I digress. We have this every so often we run into these like groups of people where I'm like, I've found this random thing that I've pulled in, and you're like, okay, so like this Destiny thing, and I'm like, okay, yeah, but this guy's crazy. And you're like, no.
Focus. Focus. All right.
Oh my god, everybody brings up this Shane Dawson cat fucking thing.
Yeah, Shane Dawson. Oh yeah, that's the person. Sorry.
Listen, Shane Dawson definitely has fucking problems, and I don't know what the fuck about that dude.
What the fuck?
Do I think he had
definitely.
sex with his cat? Ultimately, I don't know, but I suspect. I would hope not. Suspect maybe is too much. I hope not, because I don't have enough information. That seems like it was intended as a joke. Yet he wasn't actually.
Possibly, yeah. Possibly.
I know my camera's not in its original position. I mirrored it, and then I mirrored it back. Are you still not happy?
Oh, come on, guys. This is the first time you come to know about this, Rez? Come on.
I have no idea how I'm gonna edit this into like a cohesive like 20-minute video. All right, let's keep
women
going.
To the gender wage gap, to arguing with my roommate about whether he'd fight off a man if he saw him fucking his mom.
Yeah, there's a lot of good footage in there that's not gonna get posted. Way to go. But go ahead.
It's a gold mine. And then I have 8 hours of Zerka being schizophrenic talking about.
He said there's a lot of good footage in there that we're not gonna get. Way to go. This is the thing. There's banter between friends, and then there's people who know each other that may or may not be friends, and one of them is throwing barbs. And that's what he's throwing like caltrops down to like get.
Yeah.
That's what he's doing. He's poking
being
at
passive
her.
aggressive.
He's being passive aggressive, and he's poking at her looking for a reaction, and he's not getting one. So every so often
that's a good one, girl.
Well, I'll point out that I don't know if that's just his style, because this is how he's handling this one topic, and I haven't looked at other topics, so maybe this is just his style. But also,
it's not a good style to handle things, actually. It's not.
That's not wrong. That's not entirely true, right? You're not wrong, but that's not entirely correct. It's depends on what you're trying to do, and depends on the topic. So in some topics, it's great because what you're doing is you're just kind of like futzing with and poking at somebody. Like if you're gonna do that to a young Earth creationist, that works, right? Because you're already like you have so much staunchly on your side. Whereas in this scenario, you're already playing on Destiny's on the back foot, but he's trying to play as if he's not. Which is smart in one way and works in some ways, but doesn't work in others. This is the way it doesn't work. So you have to kind of.
It's kind of becoming obvious that he's on a back foot.
He's 100% on the back foot.
Yeah, he thinks that he's presenting himself as someone who's not, but to anyone like us watching him, it's like, buddy, you're on the back foot here. I wonder why.
Well, and Rez makes a really good point.
Because if you have to throw barbs at someone to get a reaction out of them,
well,
there's something going on with you.
When you've already brought somebody on to discuss a drama that's going on that neither of you agree with, if you already agree that she wasn't malicious, and you already agree that it wasn't intentional and it was just happenstance of the way she happens to edit her videos in her inexperience, there's no reason to be throwing these additional passive-aggressive barbs. But I do think that Rez brings up a good point. This is his style, this barb throwing. He does this with everyone, including his friends. And although I understand and agree with that idea, you shouldn't use your friends as the standard. Your friends are the exception. That's and that's not to say that I don't think Rez is wrong. I suspect that Rez is correct, and I'm willing to 100% give Rez the benefit of the doubt on this case, and to say that he is the type that just kind of throws barbs out while he's playing games. So he listens to what the other person says and then just throws barbs in and keeps playing his game. That's fine. But you have to pick and choose your topics in which you're doing this with, and you need to pick and choose who you're doing it to.
Yeah.
Right? Especially if you're trying to make peace with somebody. well, especially if you're trying to make peace with somebody, and especially if you're trying to downplay what it, like, assuming he, let's take the most positive way you can take his positions. It was out of context, that wasn't what he meant, and there was just a misunderstanding, miscommunication, and things were just cut in an unfortunate way. Let's take all of those things on board. This is not the way you talk to the person who did this, especially when you're also already trying to agree with them, right? And so
yeah, it's like having your cake and eating it too kind of thing, isn't it? He's trying to have his cake and eat it too.
So the thing is, I'm trying to ignore the things he's actually doing. I'm taking the things that he's actually doing out of it and saying, like, how do you address this scenario if you are independent? Right? So pretend it's not destiny. Right, pretend it's not destiny, pretend like you don't have to worry about the numbers issue, and let's pretend that you don't have an audience that you have to worry about, which is something that that destiny obviously does have to worry about, but for the sake of argument, right? If you're throwing barbs at somebody you supposedly agree with, who they already think that maybe they didn't cut it right, who is willing to say that, oh, well, actually, I'm just, like, sexually not good at discussing these kinds of things. She's already, at this point, given so many concessions. Why are you still throwing barbs at the person who's going out of their way to
like
disagree
beating someone
with
who's
you?
already down.
And like, your friends should be the exception, not the rule. You don't treat everybody like your fucking buddy right. Because you don't know the person you're talking to. That's not reasonable nor fair. I don't talk to every single person that I ever interact with as if I'm friends with them.
Yeah,
that's weird.
That's what I'm saying, Rez. You set up a chemistry amongst your friends where throwing barbs at back and forth is acceptable, but in a regular scenario where you're talking to a stranger or you're talking to a new interviewer who's interviewing you, you shouldn't be doing
let's
that.
say
you should be having an honest conversation there.
Well, let's just versus a debate, but let's say that this and then my mom says, unless you're drinking red wine, No, but yes, but no, but also. All right. So if you're talking, let's pretend these two are friends, because they do say that they had some conversations in the background and that they streamed together 3 times. Right? So we're going to base this off of entirely what they've said. So they did a 2-hour recording session, and including that recording session, they've been together 3, maybe 4 times, depending on your interpretation. Right? That makes sense? So people who have hung out 4 times for a length of time, are they friends? And you can build that rapport. Like, maybe you can build that rapport with 4 hours, but then it would be a back and forth. This is not a back and forth. If his friends are sending him barbs his way and they have a back and forth, great. That's not what she's doing. She's not behaving that way. She's 100% playing on the back foot when she's not actually on the back foot.
Yeah. He's just beating down on her when she's down. That's what he's doing. And that makes him look bad.
Well, at best, it means that he doesn't understand the social dynamic between somebody who he's friends with and somebody who's not actually friends with him, and he can't recognize that relationship one way or another. Like, either way, like, no, even if you look at it with the most positive light, it's still not great.
Yeah. It's like, that's what happened when you're on internet all the time. Not to everyone, but to some people, especially with Destiny, with how many years he has been on this platform.
Destiny should know better, yes. Given the amount of time that he's been here, and given that his reputation is to be non-emotional and very logical in argumentation, means that he ought to, 1, know better, and 2, know how to navigate this situation, period, end of sentence, unless he's just being lazy. which could be the case.
Yeah.
But I don't
Yeah,
think
because
that's
he's playing video games.
No. I don't think that's the case because this whole thing is based off of
Okay.
that. So I have a different
Okay.
theory. All right.
Okay,
Okay.
go for it.
I have a little
Go
bit of
on.
a different theory. I think, given what I've seen, I think that he's purposefully being nonchalant to downplay the criticism and undermine the criticism, as well as not treat the topic as serious of a topic as
I'm talking
it is.
about in generality. I'm not talking about this.
Oh, sure.
topic.
Yeah.
All right.
About Masonic literature that I'm trying to shave down into something not even intelligible, just like watchable, okay? And then I have all my beautiful OF content, okay? Onlyfans.com/Farha Khalidi.
Yeah.
That I have
Nobody
all
can
my-
find that ever from the name that you're saying because your branding is just not great. You need to rename. Be like, I would suggest
My
like
branding, that's
I'd
my
say
name.
I'd say like Farha Smith. I would go with that one. Would be a good one. But go ahead.
But you don't even say down into something.
Sorry, I'm putting this back because this is racist as fuck. And I challenge
Right?
anybody
Right?
to actually defend this as not being just straight up racist, what he says here.
Go on.
Yeah.
Whether he'd, fight off a man if he saw him f***ing his mom.
Yeah.
I
There's
have
a
all
lot
that
of good footage in there that's not going to get posted. Way to go. But go ahead.
It's a gold mine. And then I have 8 hours of Zerka being schizophrenic talking about Masonic literature that I'm trying to shave down into something not even intelligible, just like watchable, okay? And then I have all my beautiful OF content, okay? Onlyfans.com/Farha Khalidi.
Yeah.
That I have
Nobody
all
can
this-
find that ever from the name that you're saying because your branding is just not great. You need to rename. Be
Oh,
like
really?
I would suggest
My
like
branding, that's
I'd
my
say
name.
like Farha Smith. I would go with that one. Would be a good one. But go ahead.
But you don't even say my first name right. I've heard Farwa, Kala.
Yeah, because it's a weird
Farah.
fucking name. No offense, but
That's racist.
we're all about like Emily's and Sharon's and Julia's. That's the kind of community that I run. Okay, but
those
sorry, go
names
ahead.
are objectively harder to say than my name. You're just not used to my name.
Okay.
I found her and I found her OnlyFans quite easily. What was there that you couldn't understand?
Well,
Yes,
first
me.
off, you're Indian, so you know how to type
come
out the
on.
last name, and I
I
don't-
know how to type out the name. That is ignorant as at best and maliciously racist at worst. Do you know what I mean?
No, I don't. Explain to me, Manya. I'm the white person here. I need you to spell it out for me like I'm the most
So he
dumb person
doesn't
on the
know
planet.
that like making fun of people's name from other ethnicities, just cause you are not aware of how to pronounce it or spell it, it might be ignorance, like you don't know, you weren't taught, you haven't interacted with enough people like Farah to know that. Or you do know that, but you're doing it just to beat down on Farah. Farah, actually, that's how it's pronounced. Farah Khalidi. That's how it's pronounced. Destiny. So yeah, so that's what I'm saying. It's maliciously racist at worst because it's intentional, so it's worst. And if I give him charity, then he's ignorant about these things. So yeah, which I go on the other way that he's doing it on purpose, and that is why. And as Chesh said, why is he doing that again and again? Why is he beating down on her when she's already down? Why are you doing that? Like, how fragile is your ego that you have to, come down on someone like this, or beat down someone like this, in order to feel like you're in control of a situation that you let go out of control in the first place. It's your fault that the clips weren't clipped properly, because you didn't watch it. If you are having problems with that, so
there's
you are
something-
responsible for all the drama, and you are so mad that you are not in control. So in order to feel some control, you're beating down on this chick here,
There's something
Baka.
hilarious to me about him saying Farah is too difficult to pronounce, so use Emily, which is and her pushing back with that, like, that is demonstrably more difficult to pronounce and you're just not used to it, and that she says that that's offensive. But I am getting pushback in the chat saying, okay, let's see. That was a joke, and that a joke in the wild when people can't comprehend this. Something being a joke doesn't make it... there's a problem with the context of this joke, right? If you're gonna call it that, right? Not only does he go so far as to go as much as her branding. He doesn't just be like, haha, I'm white, can't pronounce it, lol. He goes, your branding is bad, you need to change that. The joke was the Smith thing. That was a joke.
Yeah.
That was a joke. Straight up. That was kind of funny also. That part was a joke. But it was like there's one joke that's not meant maliciously mixed into this undermining fuck you situation. And so if you think this is a
he's
joke,
colored his joke.
And you're in...
He's colored his joke.
I would love to hear... Please come on, like as in now. I will bring you on right now and you can explain to me exactly how this calling somebody by a white name was actually a joke. Please come in.
And Beat is saying, Chesh, I wasn't saying he was joking. No, it was to my previous comment. No.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I put it on screen. So that way, like, that can be corrected properly because I don't want to, like, dick people around.
You're nice people. And I'm
You liked your OnlyFans?
Hey, listen, it's funny, isn't it funny? I just want to prove to Destiny, like, it's not that hard to find her OnlyFans. It's like, have some fun, guys.
Her last name isn't even that difficult to type. It's very, like, phonetic. It's just, you have to listen carefully if you're not used
That's
to the
what
language.
I did. Even though my ears ring.
At least he didn't... Wait. At least he didn't call her Florida Khaleesi. That is the Destiny level of expectations we put onto men.
That was like chef's kiss. I love you, April.
Amazing. All right, so
see, Destiny,
besides
this is
that,
what happens when you interact with your live chat instead of just playing video games and talking.
So
bullshit.
besides that joke that was surrounded in racism on either side, let's continue.
Oh, hold on.
Okay.
When this pops up that this is racist, he's going to go into the technicalities and definitions of what's racist and not racist. That's
like
what he's going
cads
to do.
too. Are incels justified in hating women, to the gender wage gap, to arguing with my roommate about whether he'd, fight off a man if he saw him f***ing his mom?
Yeah. There's a lot of good footage in there that's not going to get posted. Way to go. But go ahead.
It's a gold mine. And then I have 8 hours of Zerka being schizophrenic talking about Masonic literature that I'm trying to shave down into something not even intelligible, just like watchable, okay? And then I have all my beautiful OF content, okay? Onlyfans.com/Farha Khalidi.
Yeah,
that I have
nobody can find that ever from the name that you're saying because your branding is just not great. You need to rename. Be like, I would suggest
my
like
branding, that's
I'd say like Farha Smith. I would go with that one. Would be a good one. But go ahead.
But you don't even say my first name right. I've heard Farwa, Kala.
Yeah, because it's a weird
Farah.
fucking name. No offense, but
that's racist.
We're all about like Emily's and Sharon's and Julia's. That's the kind of community that I run. Okay, but
those
sorry,
names are
He just called his whole fucking community racist, but okay.
objectively harder to say than my name. You're just not used to my name.
Okay.
All the other ethnicities
Whatever you want,
out
however
there,
you want.
especially my Indian brothers and sisters. What are you doing in his live chat? He doesn't cater to you. Get out of there. Come to us.
Cope, yeah. But okay, sorry.
I
What
just
else?
feel like you're beefing with Muslims and you're taking out on my beautiful Muslim name.
Well, I mean, like you're the intersection of like Muslims and women, so it's like two groups that obviously I have huge disdain for. So
Do you want to
That was
explain this? Do you want to
sarcasm.
break this one down for us?
That was so he's justifying his racism, and then when she's telling him it's racist, he's piling on. He's like, "Oh yeah, you're a woman, and you're a Muslim, so I'm justified in piling on you." This came across as joke. He started out racist but then he was doing damage control because he knew that was racist. So he tried to convert it into a joke, which kind of worked, but for someone like me, nah. I see what's going on. So he's here, he starts with a joke, he goes into racist rhetoric, and then he comes down and tries to make it a joke again, which is nah, that's not going to happen. And trying to say that what he's trying to do is that he's trying to project that obviously in the video with Farha, he was not piling on women or putting responsibility on the women. So that's what he's trying to project. Oh yeah, I obviously have disdain for women. So he's trying to use that sarcasm to tell her like I wasn't blaming women, which is like yeah, it's no use. So he, as usual, as I said, he wants to have his cake and eat it too and fart it out. Yeah, and make the room stinky. And yeah, it's yeah, I broke it down for them, Chesh, a little bit. I'm just saying that he's trying to use sarcasm. Can't hear you. He's trying to use sarcasm to kind of project that he wasn't hard on women in that video that he did with Farha. Oh yeah, he's trying to make a joke out of that. So yeah, I broke it down as much as I could. It's your turn now.
Oh, all right. Okay, here I go. So I'm about to explain to you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So anyways, I take the footage, I shave it down to half, I clear it, and then I keep doing that. So basically, after you and I filmed, I have all the messages of this, and you do too. After we filmed and then you left and went back to Miami or wherever you go, I messaged you and I said, are you absolutely sure that you don't want to see any clips before I post? And you said no. And I said, I'm condensing a ton of footage, so it's going to be a ton of clip chipping. You said no. And keep in mind, this is not the first time I clipped you. After we did the stream together, the in-person debate, same thing. I made a clip where it's you saying, like, you're comparing friend zoning to rape, right? I re-uploaded and deleted that clip over 12 times.
Did you guys hear that? Go ahead.
Friend zoning is emotional rape. And he was looking at what she was shaving down, because she said she deleted that clip 12 times. So I think so he knew what she was doing. Food.
Sorry, Mama was just asking
Wow.
what I said. So he compared to friend zoning to rape.
Yeah.
And he said,
Emotional rape.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yes, that is the thing that I said. I agree with that.
What?
Because I was on your Reddit and they kept saying, like, this feels out of context, this feels out of context. So I literally kept removing it and re-uploading different versions because I wanted to make it feel not out of context. And
Oh my god.
So she was uploading and re-uploading and re-editing because Destiny's fans kept saying she was taking him out of context. And she uploaded it and re-uploaded it and removed it multiple times to satisfy his fan base.
And in this conversation, or in any conversations, or any live streams he's had after he has
including
I
this
guess
one?
finished this finished this interview with Farha, nowhere he says, guys, back off.
No.
It's fine.
No, I haven't seen a single one. I also haven't seen a single one where
that's what I
the
mean by being
context
passive
actually
aggressive.
changed. The only thing that I've seen that is like a quote-unquote change of context isn't actually a context change. It's just the addition of that women need to do a lot more, but men also suck. And it's like, great. We know that already. That doesn't add additional fucking context.
Nothing new. Nothing new. So yeah, yeah, I don't get it. Like, where did he come up with the tagline? Seriously. Was he like sleeping one day, and then his brain was like, oh, friend zoning is emotional rape. Do you know what rape is, Destiny? It's violation of someone's bodily autonomy. That's what rape is. Or autonomy in any way. Let's go for that. Okay, you want to go that way. How is friend zoning someone? How am I violating someone's emotions by friend zoning them? And why is it my problem? Again,
So-
he's subtly blaming the women here for drawing boundaries. He was whining about women not drawing, proper boundaries and not being verbal enough. And when women do that and they friend zone people, he has to whine about that too. You asshole. Like, where are you going to stop, man? When are you going to stop blaming women for all this shit and take responsibility?
I have like a
Men can't think for themselves.
I have
They're
thoughts
little
about
babies.
I have thoughts about friend zoning, which I think should be saved for another video. Specifically because I think it's deceptively simple and deceptively complicated because there inherently are bad actors. To simplify my position, which I think we should go into more at another time, I'll say that 1, I think that friend zoning is bullshit, but 2, I also think that there are women who lead men on and hold them at like emotional hostage would be better than rape. It is far more like hostage would be a far better word to use here than rape.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think men also do that. The other way around. Also.
Well, it's a mix of it, and the thing is this is why it's nuanced and there needs to be a conversation about it. And it's because like men not accepting no for an answer when a woman is leading, and when there's a trope of women leading men on, is there's more to go into that we just don't have time for today.
Yeah, I got you. We can discuss that. But yeah, in this I don't know in what context Destiny. Yeah, that was not an appropriate term to use, Destiny. I'm just going to say that. I guess you couldn't find any other word, so you decided to use that. But yeah, Chesh came up with a very good term, and maybe you can change that. Or not, if you want to double down on
Most of the friend zone exists because men don't know how to take no for an answer, so instead of taking the rejection, because they can't handle the rejection, they will find an excuse and call it the friend zone when they weren't even initially there. They were already their friend with ulterior motives to begin with. And then, on top of it, there are also a handful, and I'm not going to pretend they don't exist, there are women who will lead men on purpose and say that I'm interested in you, but you are in the friend zone, which is also equally as awful, because you're still manipulating and lying about your emotional investment in the relationship and what you actually want from it. So that's I would say the majority, I would suspect, I shouldn't say I would say, my experience has been that the majority of the people who do this is that men do this far more than women, although there are manipulative fucking women out there. I'm not gonna pretend that
that's
that they're not any more or less problematic. I would call friend zoning equally as problematic between men and women, but for very different reasons. So, friend zoning is one of two things. It's either a man not accepting no for an answer and pressuring a woman or keeping a woman in that they're not actually interested in other than fucking as a friend, as an excuse to keep them around so there's a chance to fuck them in the future. Or you've got women who are leading men on, making them think that they have a chance when they don't. And I think there's a very small percentage gray area where neither or both are happening at the same time. But I would call that
Yeah.
very small comparatively to like the larger.
Yeah, I've seen interviews with some girls online where they specifically said that they do that for the fun of it, and that's malicious. But the thing is that in Destiny is trying to generalize that whole thing, the malicious kind of thing. He's trying to generalize it across the whole gender, across the whole situations. I got all the situations, and
he
that's
seems
I
to enforce
Yeah.
a lot of malicious intent on men without accepting the consequences of being malicious. So he's saying that men are rapists and men are bad people, but
yeah
yada yada yada.
yeah. Hey, Heracles.
I wanted to be good faith. I sent it to you over and over, and I said, "Does this feel misrepresentative? Your Reddit thinks it does," and you said, "Ignore my Reddit." And I said, okay,
Yeah, so I think the difference here is that like there are going to be some things.
Okay, so she was sending it to him again and again, and the Reddit was saying nah, and he told her to ignore the Reddit. What's your problem, dude? Seriously, what's your fucking problem with her? What's your fucking problem with her? I don't get it.
I will explain. His problem
Go
with
for
her
it.
is that he wants to blame her for him looking bad because he doesn't want to take responsibility, even though all of it was his own fucking goddamn words that made him look like a piece of shit. Words which he doubled down on that made him look like a piece of shit. So he wants to have his cake and eat it too, when he's actually just the cake the cake was actually just shit. The cake was shit the whole time.
Yeah, it wasn't a cake; it was shit. Oh god, that reminded me a scene from a movie. You know the movie The Help?
I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted by chat. Funny that the friend zone isn't rape, but Destiny has said that stealthing isn't rape.
Oh my
What
fucking
the
lord!
fuck? I'm sorry, are you telling
you
me
find-
that... Yeah, did Destiny say that stealthing isn't rape from one side or the other? Because if there's like a clip of him saying that poking holes in condoms is fucking acceptable or isn't assault in some way, shape, or form, I'm gonna take issue with that. Whether you're the woman
thing
or
is-
the man in that scenario.
Yeah.
What the absolute fuck?
Actual fuck. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's putting everything on women. Women are bad. Women do this. Women do that. Men can't control themselves. And when you try to give him a pushback about men, yeah, but. Which is like, nah. If you want to take responsibility, it's for the both genders because it goes both ways, right? Women do that to men, and men do that to women. It goes both ways. So, but he's generalizing it across the whole womanhood.
Okay,
and making it our problem.
Okay, but all right. Hold on. I'm scrolling up on chat, and you can see on the screen that I'm scrolling up to chat because I want to focus on Heracles again, which is already showing on the screen. But funny that the friend zone isn't rape, but Destiny has said that stealthing isn't rape. First off, how are those things connected? I don't know how you've gotten from point A to point B in that they're equivalent in the first place. And how you're connecting that, and like, well, in this case, but in this case, both are wrong. I don't know how you're showing, like, in what way that you're saying. I don't know how we're inconsistent. I don't know how we're inconsistent.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. He's saying that we are inconsistent. He's saying Destiny is inconsistent.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was a big drama.
Because he said that
some
the
lady went on Twitter and talked about how she was stealth. And said that it wasn't rape. Then he found out the lady had gotten raped before and said she was too dumb
to have sex. Wow. Can we have a look? Do you have that tweet somewhere, please? Because obviously people will ask for citation needed. We are being fair here. If you have that tweet or the screenshot of that tweet, we would gladly.
Because I don't want to dunk on Destiny for something that we can't directly.
Yeah.
As much as we're like, the intent of the stream is not to be randomly dunking on.
There are some things I have witnessed Destiny doing, so I can, verify that. So yeah, but this one particular we might need a little more
I just got a Discord message that figured out that my last name in German means small in English. Yes. Yes, it does.
Oh god, did you know that now?
No,
Now?
I've known it for a long time. It's just there are people
No,
that
I'm
are
talking
figuring
about
this
that.
out.
I'm talking about the person who's like realizing it now.
And I think
Mostly-
April makes a really good point here that just because it's not rape doesn't make it right. Like, yeah, you don't have to
Exactly.
equate everything to rape. Like I said, I think
I-
it's more if a woman is leading a man on, I would call it like emotional hostage for like more so than I would call it rape because you're not forcing something on someone else. You're just
Yeah.
like bringing them along. You're like, well, you better like behave this way or feel this way or else, right? And that's kind of more what you get with the leading on thing in the friend zone area from the woman's side, whereas the male side is you're setting up a scenario about how common this is that any woman has to question any relationship that they have with any man because one, we're set up to suspect that men and women can't be friends at all, which is a relatively common phrase that you'll hear, but also that because of that, any man or boy or teenager, depending on your age group, you have to call into question as to why they're hanging out with you. Are they hanging out with you because they actually like you, or are they hanging out with you because you're a piece of meat in the forest and they're a bear?
Oh my fucking lord, don't start with that. Oh, there's someone in the live chat saying that Destiny was 100% correct. She was
About
way
what?
too dumb to have casual sex. She was way too
Oh.
dumb to have casual sex. I'm like, she got stealth like 4 times. Still doesn't make it right. So you're saying she is at fault for trusting men and not projecting that stealthing at every man she meets.
All right, so I'm gonna go down Hammer's line of thinking here, right? Like I'm gonna examine this a little bit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I think that's only fair. Like let's take this.
Okay.
Let's take this and go. If she got
Mhm.
stealth 4 times, we are conflating, and this is something that Destiny brings up, but brings up poorly. Moral responsibility versus personal safety responsibility.
Yeah.
Right? So what you could say is that this woman was bad at assessment and needed to be more precautious in her approach and about who she was interested in sexually, but that does not negate the moral and legal responsibility to the men who did this too. Oh, well, I guess we're just lying. I mean, I only got like 90% of the way through my sentence as I took their side.
We never said that. Destiny said that Destiny never said stealthing isn't rape. You just made that up.
But that's not what we said.
Yeah, we said if you have proof of that, if you said that, we would like to
come
see
and
it.
see it.
But if he has, but if he has, then this is what blah blah blah. Hammer, my guy, calm down. It's okay.
It's
We're
okay.
having
You're
good
just
conversations
getting
here.
very emotional right now, and you're at an 11, and we're gonna need you to take it down to like a 7
Take a deep
at
breath.
least. I don't
have
even
some
need to
water.
get. You don't even need to get under 5. At least a 7 though.
Yeah. Come on. Don't worry.
But Hammer, also, Hammer, if you have the clip of what was brought up, I definitely please send this to me either on Twitter or on Discord. If you happen to have it kicking around, I'll be more than happy to look at it. I will put in the chat my contact details because we still that other person never showed up. That other person didn't come up. They didn't send me anything.
Yeah. I don't know.
Let
Maybe
us
they had
go ahead
English
and show the
subtitle.
proof of the thing we never said. Woo!
Woohoo!
Rez actually Rez, to be honest, Rez is gonna be a way better. Rez has been following Destiny for a lot longer, and we're only looking at a very narrow portion of their stuff. And Rez said, from what I recall, Destiny had a problem with calling stealthing rape instead of sexual assault because in his words, if we label all sexual assault rape, the word loses all meaning. I mean, might take umbrage with his argumentation, but I'm willing to grant the concept. And then he says, but even I can admit, as someone who follows Destiny casually, that doesn't look good when you say things like friend zoning is emotional rape. Right, so you're taking two separate, like, let's put both of these are in a bubble, and you're connecting the two because he's using the same terminology, which means he's equating the two, which, to be honest, if it's been a long enough amount of time and he spends so much time making so much content, it is reasonable to feel like, even if they were days apart, it might still feel like it's been months, where it's like he's just straight up making two different points. But on viewing and from like an overarching philosophical or argumentation or political or egalitarian point of view, then that would be problematic. And still waiting on the context,
I think so. I found the screenshot of the tweet. I don't know.
Oh, you went looking.
Yeah.
Oh, look at you doing the heckin' research.
Yeah. I'll try and see if I can find the original. I found a screenshot, but I'll try and see.
This? I don't have a very good, like, my thing is not set for this, but, you know, I'll read it out loud. So I want to apologize for my last tweet. I'm going to put the last tweet up. If you're noticing someone is taking a condom off and you can't say anything, you probably don't have the emotional maturity to engage in sex. Oh! Oh boy!
Yeah.
You probably don't have... you should just grab a caretaker or something and stick to masturbating to furry porn. Sorry, I want to apologize for my last tweet. You should treat every single woman you come across like a retarded child who's incapable of voicing an opinion about literally anything. Ideally, you would bring her dad along to every fuck so he can guide her through the process.
And he deleted all that. He deleted the tweets. I wonder why. Because I found the thread and the original tweet is gone. So if he was so sure of his position, why would he delete the tweet? I
do appreciate the stop it's hammer time comment. I mean, that's kind of fucking hilarious. Sorry, I'm just grabbing this Twitter screenshot. I just want to make it look a little bit better because, like, this is a...
Okay.
True. This is gonna take me a hot... Yeah, this is gonna take me a hot... Oh my god! Alright, listen, I've opened the same tweet up in, like, 3 different fucking... Ah! Life is hard. I hope you guys couldn't hear that. It was just me struggling. I struggle. Production is difficult when I'm doing so many things at the same time, but also...
He deletes his Twitter every month. Oh, okay.
Why?
Yeah, I wonder why. So that the new audience that's coming in...
Okay, besides that, can you tell me why does he delete his Twitter every month? Because I don't know anybody with long-standing content, specifically debate content about long-standing issues, would do something like that.
Yeah. I delete tweets when there's spelling mistakes, like there are more than 2 spelling mistakes, or
more than 2 spelling
I missed
mistakes.
words. Yeah, or I missed words while typing because I type it in my head, but it doesn't translate on the keyboard. So, yeah, but apart from that, I have not deleted my tweets that have been presented as controversial in the past.
I've never deleted a tweet that has been perceived as controversial, but I definitely have deleted tweets that I just kind of fucked up on. I was just like, oh, I fucked this up. I gotta fix it.
Yeah. So Hammer is saying because of dumb bitches reporting his base tweets. Okay.
What are they reporting it on? Are they reporting on an actual... Because that's not a good enough excuse. Are they are base bitches report like, and I'm like, I'll stick with the language. I don't have a problem with that. Are they removing them based off of, are these base bitches reporting base tweets because they actually break the terms of service of Twitter? Or is it because Destiny is being specifically targeted by a group?
Yeah.
Also, Hammer, feel free to reach out to me on either Twitter or Discord, and I am more than happy to
go for it.
let you on to correct us about what we're wrong about, because again, I have noticed that Destiny's fan base, at least the ones that we've experienced, have a really bad habit of being immediately fucking bitch triggered because of some mild criticisms when we're actually not having a problem with who he is as a person.
Yeah.
Dear Lord.
Dear Lord, so fragile. So
fragile. Snowflakes. Alright, head play.
Things that you post where people are always just going to think I'm like a racist, and I'm like, yeah, that's just, it is what it is.
Okay, so he just said like something about how people are just going to think he's a racist. The problem is that you can't dismiss every single comment calling you a racist, a rapist, because the scenario that you presented made it that you would have to be a rapist by your own argumentation. So if Destiny says that men are rapists because they're horny and because a woman wore a specific dress or a woman behaved in a way that they got mixed signals from, that means he falls under that heading of men overarching, right?
So I think so. He said racist. Did he say racist or did he say rapist?
Rapist.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we spent 2 hours, 8 minutes off his YouTube video. Yeah. So what? I'm enjoying myself. Are you hammered?
I just didn't think the last one was going to be one that would
I'm
make
more
me think that I
hammered
was.
than hammered is, just saying.
I didn't get that at all. Like, people kept saying this is him coming out as a... Maybe I don't see it because you and I have like talked about race so ad nauseum that, like,
for sure, yeah.
Maybe
it's just like every dinner, you know. It's like, yeah.
Kind of him here.
Yeah.
So the argument that
See what
Destiny...
I said?
Yeah, no, you're right, because... Okay, here's the thing. And you're right, she's right, everybody is right. And even Destiny is right here. By his own argumentation, Destiny is a rapist under specific circumstances that he presented. Those circumstances being level of horny and level of miscommunication. So all it takes is him to be horny enough and a woman to give him the wrong signals or miscommunication signals, and those of which are completely arbitrary, and if a woman is not capable of physically fighting him off, he didn't want to be a rapist, but, you know, he had no other choice.
He doesn't, yeah. That's why I keep saying, yeah, Brock Turner didn't want to rape that passed out girl behind the dumpster. No, he never wanted to do that. Some demon took over him and, like, pushed him there, and he got his pants down.
Sorry, I'm really happy about Hammer's point here. Hammer, please come in the... Please
come and talk to us.
Please come and talk to us, because that's fucking hilarious. Because there's nothing that I like. You think that being inebriated will make as a good review? Is that fair? What about this made you think it was a review?
You should watch Chesh's other live streams. She's awesome when she's hammered. She's awesome. Yeah.
Listen, this isn't about being hammered to make things fair. For things to be fair, you have to be dealing with honest interlocutors, and we know for a fact that we're not dealing with honest interlocutors. And it's not my fault that Destiny, on his own, sober, in a scenario that he has stacked the deck in his favor, is still, by your account, being underlined and undermined by me with 4 glasses of wine in me.
Wine.
I feel like you're criticizing Destiny more than you're actually criticizing me. That's
Yeah,
rough,
like-
buddy.
Yeah, that's really rough. You had to come all the way here to tell us that, you know, what we are talking is wrong.
Super
And
triggered.
yeah,
Uber
super
triggered.
Can we get a break?
Yeah, go.
Okay, I'll be
Go
back.
on. Go.
I'm
I'm
going.
Don't bring your headphones with you. I'm definitely not gonna talk shit while you're gone. Well, I gave my... Go away. You muted yourself. It wasn't even me. Like, she turned her camera off. Women drink equals bad. Oh, yeah. Alright. Yeah, go. Get out of here. Listen, I gave my contact information. Hammer is more than welcome to come in and have a whole conversation about it. And Generic makes a good point, saying like Hammer's just gonna keep ignoring people when like we're talking about this context, but the video that we're watching is the context. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how we get more context than Destiny's own video about getting more context. I do like that women drink equals bad. Amanda, can we be friends? Because I've been watching your involvement and messages in live chat the whole time, and I'm not gonna lie, you're kind of on point. Kind of on point. I will give pushback on Alicia, though. Alicia saying that I'm more articulate drunk, that's not wholly true. Only because, like, I tend to fumble a little bit more, but my points tend to be more salient, and I tend to be more aggressive. And so that's a thing. That's 100% a thing. Someone screenshot Manya's face. Yes. No, don't give Hammer a timeout. They haven't said anything actually racist or, like, horrifically sexist yet. They're just wrong. Being wrong is not a good reason to time somebody out, in my opinion. No! Listen, I'm not gonna play the video while my co-host isn't here, and 2, where's my message? You have so much to say. Send me a DM so we can, like, you can come in and say what you need to say. Come on. Also, Savage Cobra, bravely Sir Hammer ran away.
Be a better person with me.
Why, you're not allowed to say that. That's illegal.
Really? Okay.
You're gonna get a lawsuit.
Really?
Bro,
fuck.
Hammer says he's gonna be back in an hour. Bro, so now we gotta stay live for like another hour just sitting here waiting for Hammer
Just
to come
for
back.
Hammer.
Listen, don't tempt me. I have done 14-hour long
hours. Yeah.
just
bitch
live
right here.
streams waiting for bitch fuck McBumble ass to show up for the fucking conversation. Do not at me with this. I will meme the fuck out of it. Alright. Triggly Puffs in the chat for anybody who knows what I'm talking about.
I mean, is it not? But
Yeah, it seems like it's a pretty hot topic right now. But yeah, sorry, go ahead.
anyways, so my point is, that's why I asked you up front, because it's not that, like, when you say, like, okay, she lost the footage, it makes it sound like I made the video and then deleted the footage to save my ass. Like, it makes it sound like it was, like, post-editing and post the drama. The reason I asked you as soon as you pretty much left my house, are you sure you don't want to see footage, is because of the clearing process I have. And if you wanted to go back at that point, I would already have lost 50% of the footage, because I'm shaving off the fat of us screaming senseless at each other, making jokes, you saying grape, like, literally just all the what I consider
Yeah, I
to be
understand.
fat.
I think I will say also in the future, I think if I would have known that you were going to wipe the camera, I probably also would have like, why don't you just send me a copy of that first? But I didn't know anything about the process that you do for making videos or anything too, so.
Yeah, I mean,
But-
like I said, this was my first time editing something in which the original isn't online, in which there's no VOD or something. So this was a learning lesson for me that I do need to back things up. I mean, we both knew that like I was making this for TikTok. Like I said in the video, like, do you have the time for TikTok.com/Farha, and then you like, as a bad joke, gave me the time. So like we both knew this wasn't going to come out as like a 3-hour YouTube video. Like we knew.
Okay, this means that in the initial video that he showed us at the beginning of this video, that when he said that, well, she just cut it because of the base of of her content, he knew going in that this was going to be chopped the fuck up if he said, like, if it was any longer than any kind of reasonable amount of time for, like, the 1 or 2 minute video lengths that are allowed for TikTok.
He knew. And she was asking for advice from his Reddit. And him also.
And him. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I don't know why is she at fault. She's not at fault. Yeah, maybe she should have backed the footage up. Maybe. But you not doing your due diligence is not her problem. Just saying.
It's not her responsibility. If you want to look good, that's on you. And if you're gonna go ahead and
don't
say
talk
that,
shit
like,
then.
no, but if you're gonna go ahead and say, like, women are responsible for this, women are responsible for that, then you have to at least put the same expectation on yourself. So if you're gonna say that women are responsible to do this, this, and that, then you also have to at minimum be like, well, it's reasonable for me to watch this 1 minute of footage. It wasn't like a 30-minute long edited video of 2 hours worth of content. It was a minute. Rez, if you want to come on and make a point, you're more than welcome. We love you. We know you like, you know we love you, and we know that you love us, and we also know that we love you, so you're welcome to come on. Well, listen, I'm still waiting for Hammer. Hammer disappeared, and who was that other Destiny supporter that disappeared?
Something.
Yeah, they're gone too.
Knew it was going to be
Shocking.
clips and stuff, and
Yeah, I
obviously the stuff.
Don't worry,
where
my stream
roommate-
got me to buy the big. Do you know who Flava Flav is?
No.
Never mind. Keep going.
Do not interrupt my truth. And
Sorry.
then my
My
roommate.
That was banter, because he sassed her, and she sassed him back, and they went, okay, yeah, and then moved on. That was proper banter, which I'm not gonna pick on, because, like, yeah, accurate. Kind of funny, also.
I think people who are supporting Destiny in our live chat, they don't get it. When we come online, we are prepared. We are prepared to have a conversation with you guys. You guys not being ready, yeah.
So I would like to point out
Not our
that
fault.
whatever the fuck their name is and Hammer have now jumped to a third account that is terminally online, which is incredibly accurate to what I was saying at the very beginning of this video, or this stream. Dunking on Destiny while also engaging in alcoholism, as if having
where
a
to
handful
say
of
people-
drinks equals alcoholism, which I would love to
Where
have
have you heard that before?
I would
Chesh?
don't at me. I would love to have a conversation about what constitutes terminally online, but feel free to please contact me if you would like to come on and
Come on, dude.
because the thing is that as if we're not defending Destiny, which I think we've been
We've
like,
done that.
hey, maybe, right?
Yeah. And I have said, if best at this, worst at this. So we are still trying to stay in the middle, just in case.
All
We're
I've
not
heard,
dunking on him.
all I've heard, like, you want us to dunk, I mean, we can play that game, but all I've heard and understood so far is that people keep telling me to watch more Destiny content, and that will give greater context and a more valued or nuanced take on Destiny's content, and the more Destiny content I watch, the worse it gets.
Yeah, the worse it gets, man. Yeah, what do you want us to do? It's the shit he puts out. I think so. I think so Destiny's fans are not used to being criticized like this. I think so they're not used to Destiny being criticized.
As a woman,
How dare these women? Yeah.
As a woman who is too stupid to recognize when a condom is on or off in a state of euphoria. Obviously, I need some random names online, like Termini Online, and hey,
Acrobatus is back!
Acrobatus is back!
Are you coming on? Are you coming on, dude? Are you coming on? Did you message Chesh?
I haven't
Come on,
got any
man.
messages.
No? Oh, come on, man. Come on. I'm glad we didn't hide him, so he can come back. I'm glad. Come on, man. Oh, Acrobatus. That's what his name is. Okay.
For fuck's sakes. So, Mbide, who is actually, like, not a fucking asshole, has provided us with the context of the debate of saying that this woman was too stupid to have sex.
Okay, okay.
Maybe we'll save this for another time. I'm gonna have to watch it first and find out what the fuck I'm walking into. Because again, we are looking at this in like
put a bookmark on it.
Yeah, we're looking at a very small amount of his shit. But if you're gonna tell me that this person was too stupid to have sex and still blame her for being too dumb to have the sex and not the person who was like, I'm having sex with somebody who is like mentally not functional to be capable of doing so, right? I'm gonna have a fucking problem with you. This is the same fucking thing as trans people in bathrooms. Trans people in bathrooms is not a fucking goddamn problem because there's literally nothing stopping anybody from behaving or appearing as any specific thing. And so if you're gonna say that, well, men are a problem and are gonna assault women in bathrooms, therefore trans people, blah, 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 you've jumped the shark it's not trans people's responsibility for men being fucking predators. So if the problem is, if, and I say the word if specifically because I do think is a bit of a misnomer for calling, or I think the social opinion of men being predators is like too damn high compared to like what the actual number is. The problem isn't trans people to fix. The problem isn't women need to fix. The problem isn't even men need to fix. The problem is there is an issue with predators within society, and everybody needs to be against the predators.
Yeah.
End.
Just
You're
focusing
welcome.
on stupid bullshit. Yeah. And so Acrobatus says, are you a subscriber from the non-sec?
Wait, Acrobatus watched non-sec?
Yeah. That's cool. Welcome.
Considering they recently had a transphobe on, I don't know about that, but all right. I would be curious to know from whence you came.
I think so. They have been on internet for some time on YouTube.
That's fair. I'm gonna jump ahead to the 20-minute mark because I'm getting tired of the same nonsense. So let's see if we
supposed
can
to
find
film with
something else.
Zerka every day for the past 4 days. He has not made an appearance. But,
did he ever show up to film? Are you gonna post anything from that one conversation? Did you film a second one or no?
We filmed a second one. He was just like super tired in it because he had just done like an interview with like Hello Yassine, so his energy level was way lower. It's still good content, but I just feel like with him, it's just the best when he's like, super high energy. So I want to get him when he's like super high energy and not like depleted from the day.
Gotcha. Well, anything else you have to share with the chat? They're desperate for your thoughts.
I don't know. I don't have the chat open. I'm just staring at your Discord icon. I don't know how to look at the chat as well. Maybe I probably shouldn't, but
So he's trying to make it as if like he's rooting for his fans.
Well, what he's doing is he's saying like, why aren't you addressing what my fans have to say when he knows that she can't see what they have to say in the first place because as he's already set up in the previous video, she doesn't know or work in any sphere except for TikTok. right? So even if she does have YouTube, it's going to be YouTube Shorts. So here's what I would have done had I been big brained. And I would love to have Farha on to talk about this shit because, like, actually, two things. One, I would love to have Farha on, period. It would be a fantastic conversation. Second off...
Acrobatus... Sorry, give me a second. Acrobatus has misconception that we have had a week to educate ourselves for Destiny. I've been following Destiny for some time. I watch his shit. So yeah, I know that's why I'm bringing this up, because I'm surprised that he's talking like this.
You're expecting better.
I was expecting better from him.
Mm-hmm.
So
I was, as somebody who hasn't followed Destiny, I was also expecting better.
Yeah. Sorry for interruptions, Chesh. Let's go.
No. So I was saying that being able to have a conversation with Farha would be great in and of itself. Whether it's about this situation or not, I don't give a shit. Because I think she is a young woman who has a lot to say from an interesting point of view. On the other hand, I am unimpressed, at best, with the people who've questioned Destiny about this. Specifically, the one we're going to look at in probably like a couple minutes or so, because I do want to play a little bit more about this. But he presents her as somebody who doesn't understand the platform. He presents her as somebody who doesn't understand long-form content, who doesn't understand conversation, which is condescending and assholey in the first place. But then when he questions her about it, he's like, yeah, no, that totally makes sense. So he's presenting a strong front when she's not there, and when he's dealing with her directly, he changes his tone.
Yeah.
So tell me,
what's going...
Manya
He's
and
sending
chat,
out mixed...
if that is not mixed signals, or if that is not soy as fuck because you're displaying yourself differently because there's a woman in a room. Cock.
Oh. Yeah, now that's cock. Yeah, Rez, you timed out Acrobat as why?
I can't understand what about any of this is out of context when we're literally watching the video about the context.
Give me the fucking context.
Tell Elmo!
Where's the Tell Elmo one? Chesh, do you have it? No.
No? You want it?
Tell Elmo! I'll do it.
You want me to go find it? I'll find it. I don't
You're
know if
having
I have
fun.
it.
This is a marathon today.
All right, I'm gonna hit play. Are you gonna be able to survive for like 2 minutes?
Yeah, I can survive without you for 2 minutes.
All right, I'm holding you to it. You don't get to say anything during the next 2 minutes of play. All right? Yeah.
Not that kind of survival. Oh, come on.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you think I said everything clearly? And also, I'm not trying to, like, I probably should also say, like, yes, I am sorry, and I think I could have done a way better job including your position. I think that I genuinely thought that your position on this specific topic was more red pilled than it was, and that's why I was confused at first when you
more red pilled than it
were
was?
saying, like, this makes me look bad, because I was really confused. I was like, how is this not your position? Like, is this not like the conversation we've been having again in every single filming session? And you were like, no, my point is that I'm centrist. My point is that, like, I place equal responsibility, or not equal, but I place responsibility on both, like, the man and the woman. And I guess I'm just so used to seeing it from a binary perspective that when you say in filming, of course mention rape, but women should put on boundaries, my brain just, like, codifies the, like, mention rape as just, like, a throwaway, as, like, a preface, because the same way red pillars will say, like, of course it's bad, but women shouldn't dress slutty and they shouldn't do these things.
So
now that you explained to me that your perspective on this specific situation is centrist, now I understand that, like, you saying men shouldn't rape, but women should put up boundaries, that first part isn't a throwaway. That's, like, very crucial to your, like, whole argument. But I didn't think about that before.
Wow.
If that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah. If you only have to say, wow.
I don't care that much. Everybody else cares about this way more than I do. But I mean, I think my solution is just that if I see you cut stuff, I think I want to see clips ahead of time. But we already talked about that basically. And And
clips
then,
ahead of time. She was sending you the clips ahead of time.
Yeah, I
you
think that's just the biggest. We come from such different worlds in terms of content editing or whatever. In my mind, it's always like more context is always better. So like the idea, for instance, that like a clip would get like if it's truly horrible, then I imagine okay, well I could just like ask for the full video and I'll post that. But I wouldn't imagine that you would like deleting original footage like that is unconscionable to me. Not as like an ethics thing, but just because you would, because it's always like more content. So I didn't know like your editing process or anything like that. I had no idea. It would just a lot of these things just didn't even occur to me. But that's why I said.
Yeah, I was, yeah.
Yeah.
Farha said that Destiny's arguments were red pill like, or maybe I should have said that
Yeah.
they are less red pill or more red pill than the other red pill arguments. And Destiny said that he's a centrist, and I'm like, nah, you're not a centrist. You're pretending to be a centrist, and you have red pill opinions about rape.
Oh, is he doing that thing
About
where
rape.
he's putting that he's leaning to one side to pretend that both sides are equal?
So,
Gotcha.
and also, he said that, oh, I could have watched the clips ahead of time. You did. She sent you clips. You agreed to that. And she told you in this very video, she's telling you, I sent you the clips again and again, and referred to your Reddit also that you told me to ignore. So, yeah, don't bring it up again and again as if it's her fault. It's your fault. And also saying that, oh, everybody cares more about this than me. Please, dude, shut up. You care about it.
You
care
can't
how you
pretend
look.
that after being so
Yeah, like,
passive
don't-
aggressive out the first fucking gate, dude.
Yeah, and don't use your audience as a shield. All right? Stop using your audience as a shield. Be a man and come forward. Seriously. I don't care about this.
He's definitely doing this thing where he wants to have his
content.
cake and eat it too, right? Where he's like, this is out of context, but I'm not gonna present to you the actual context because A, I don't have it, which is fair, and B, I'm not willing to recant the positions that were posted initially anyway. So if the positions that he held are the same as what were in the video, what fucking context is missing? The answer is none. Yeah. The only amount of context that is missing is this. There's another video. You know, we'll get to it. You'll see it when we get to it.
Yeah.
Because we got a whole nother video to look at.
There's a reason why we have formed this opinion. There's a reason. We know what the fuck we are talking about. It's the I kind of feel for Destiny's fans. They're feeling uncomfortable, as they should, and I really hope they address this feeling that they are having of being uncomfortable about Destiny's comments, because not everything he says is gold or line in the sand or okay.
Well,
right?
okay, but to have issues with the things that Destiny are saying and lashing out against people who are critical of Destiny versus going to Destiny directly, which, from what we've been told, Destiny is totally fine to have a conversation with anybody about the situation. I'm happy to host for you guys. If Hammer or Rez, for example, don't have a platform to have a conversation with Destiny on, and they're not comfortable with going on Destiny's channel directly, I'm more than happy to host for you guys. Yeah. Right?
We are inviting you again and again.
So, right, but the thing is like, as Destiny said, there's a larger issue at hand, and this is something that he says, and I think it's a little bit far to say admits to. Like, I think Destiny, and this is part of the problem I have with this whole scenario, is that I think he knows better.
So, Ollie Gunner in the live chat is saying, if you just message Destiny, he would 100% talk with you.
I mean, I'll hold you to that then. What are you going to give me if he doesn't answer me?
Yeah.
What are you going to give me if he doesn't answer me?
Will you come on
I told you that I told when they were around earlier in the stream that I would email him at the end of this video. So, or the end of this stream. So, if I email him at the end of the stream and I don't get a response, what are you going to give me? Because you're giving me a guarantee.
And what's the timeline of the response?
And what's the timeline of
How
the response?
long is he supposed to wait? Yeah,
Right.
how long is he supposed to wait? So, yeah.
And I agree with Oli. I 100% agree with Oli here. Or Oli, or Uli, which I don't know how you're...
Oli, yeah, it's a, yeah.
I
Let
don't
us know
which one it is.
how can we... Gunner, I think? Yeah.
Gunner is right, but
Yeah.
they said if you just message him, he will 100% talk to you. There's two things here. One, I'm more than happy to have a conversation with Destiny, no problem. If he's like, if we do like a simulcast where he's live and I'll be live here or whatever the fuck, no problem. And we can have a little bit of conversation with this because we're about to get into the next stream, and in the next stream I think that he's getting softballed. Second off is why don't I have a conversation with him then? And I think that's a fair question, right? Like, you agree that's a fair question.
Yes, it is. It is. So we are getting missed messaging here. So someone saying that he will defend himself and he will have a conversation with you, and then someone else is saying he doesn't have to give you anything because you're drunk on live stream watching a Destiny video. You're not going to.
My sweet baby bear.
So what's the problem?
My sweet baby bear, you are underestimating my alcohol tolerance.
Yeah.
First off. Second off, Destiny's gonna have a better chance if I've been drinking, except he actually won't. He's actually gonna be worse off if I'm sober. Third off, I don't think you're doing Destiny any favors because, like it or not, we and anyone, because he has publicly made these statements and he has now publicly doubled down on the statements that were quote-unquote taken out of context, we're all allowed to have a conversation about them. The thing is that he's already made his statement clear. And so if he's already made his statement clear, that we don't have to have a conversation with him, although that would be lovely. And I'm totally, terminally, if you need to send me a message either on Twitter or on Discord, the links are in the chat. Whether he decides to have a conversation with us or not doesn't negate the criticisms of videos past. So even if he does come on to say, hey, actually this, or hey, actually that, my criticism then immediately turns to, cool, why didn't you say that on your video? Why are you saying that here, and why did you not say this there? Right?
Yeah, it's like, we are ready to talk about it. We are getting the link for the Discord.
No, we're getting so they don't want to talk to him. Which is
terminally.
Listen,
Terminally online is us.
Manya, we don't want to talk to Destiny. This is the thing. We don't. There's a difference between we don't want to talk to versus we don't need to talk to versus it's irrelevant or whether there's a value in doing so. Right?
Yeah.
So you can go ahead and make the decision about whether or not which one is the best decision for you personally. Is there value to me talking to Destiny? Maybe. That might be fun. I might have like a grand old time having that conversation because in a one-on-one conversation, we both seem to be shit posters. So I think that me and Destiny would probably have a grand old fucking time. Right?
I believe.
But that doesn't negate, even if Destiny and I would get along as individuals in an online space, that doesn't negate the problem with his argumentation in the first place. So until you can address the problems with the argumentation in the first place, you have no leg to stand on, period, end of sentence.
So yeah, and also, like, why would you make something like this public if you're not telling people what your position is?
No, he is
Simple
telling what
as
it...
that.
No. There's two different things happening here.
Yeah,
Destiny
go
is
on.
telling people what his position is, and his community is finding his position indefensible and are therefore saying that's not the position he holds. That's
It's so
what's
sad.
happening. It's so,
so
sad.
It's so sad. Oh my goodness. I hope
We've legitimately got people in the
online
chat
can
right
comment.
now saying that Destiny's position is not what Destiny is saying his position is, and therefore
Yeah.
they're willing to defend him, but not so much as they're willing to actually have a conversation with us. And this is some flat earth level shit. I've seen flat earthers
Yeah.
with more integrity and with more balls to actually show up and have a conversation.
Yeah.
I'm drinking another
I
glass of water, by the way, because I
drink
drank
water.
3 glasses, then had water, then drank a glass, and then now I'm on another water. Like, that's how it works.
Chesh, did you get a message on Discord? Hold on, I'll put
Yes.
your
I got something from
You did?
something. Yeah, I got one from somebody called Wow.
Awesome.
Who
Okay.
dis? Yeah.
Yeah.
They didn't say anything. They didn't actually. So no, I haven't received a message. I just got somebody who added me as a friend. I'll wave at them. I wave.
Yeah.
And then it
wave.
says your
Maybe they want to
message could
wave.
not be delivered. This is usually because you don't share a server. Wait,
Maybe they want to
their
add.
wave came through to me. Why isn't the DM going through?
It's interesting.
I
Do you want to
accepted
add
them
to
as
the
a
server?
friend. It doesn't say remove friend. What the fuck?
They might have.
Okay,
have
who
permissions.
dis? No, I'm just gonna ask them who dis. Who dis?
Yeah, go for it.
Question mark. Because there's like 3 or 4 people that are willing that may or may not be willing to talk to us, and that's totally fine.
Yeah. This is getting really exciting
So,
and good.
Rez
Now the
has
fun begins.
No, well, Rez has a really good take here, and I think I agree 100% with Rez about like Destiny's interpretation, right? He says, if I may, Destiny would agree with you on, because in his own words, quote, I'm okay with people not being okay with my takes. So I think that there's a mix there. There's people who are going to be part of his following that agree with his takes, and part of his following that disagree with his takes. And then there's going to be this whole group that says, whether or not I personally agree with his takes, we're not going to. We do or do not, or we're just going to defend no matter what. I wanted to join the call because you were talking about Destiny. Cool. I'll give you
Let's go,
an
baby.
audio link. Who is this, though? Because I don't mind giving them the link, but I want to know if this is like there's 3 or 4 people in here that are defending Destiny, right? So I
Yeah.
want to know which one it is.
Yeah.
I have a few Destiny
Supporters.
peeps. Which one is this? Not because like I feel the need to call them out, because they can use a different name in here versus who they are in Destiny. I don't care about calling them out. I just think that it's contextually important for the stream, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, it's terminally. Okay, it's terminally. Yeah, no
cool.
problem. No problem, my dude. One moment.
Uno momento.
Make sure. I'm just gonna tell them to make sure to mute this stream.
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry, I'll have to add another cal. 1 second. Up. I should have been prepared for this. Apologize for my lack of giving a shit and not actually thinking anybody who knows dick shit about Destiny is gonna fucking have anything to say about this. Okay.
Yeah, we didn't expect people to come in here defending Destiny at all.
Every
We were
time
like, yeah,
we have these conversations, nobody fucking ever comes in.
Yeah. So it's good that someone's coming around.
So their audio will be available immediately.
Okay.
And I'm just letting them know ahead of time that their audio
need
will
more
be
chocolate
live
for
right
this.
away. Chocolate? Okay. You got. Look at her face! Alright,
Wait,
hello?
why? Hello, can you hear me?
Hi! Okay, yeah, who is
Hey!
this? Is this,
Why is this not like a Discord call? Why is it like
Because-
whatever
because
the
I-
fuck this shit is.
Because I use vMix, which is super duper uber fucking fancy dancy. That's why. Because then all you have to
Yeah.
click is a link.
It's sketchy as fuck, but whatever.
You know,
vMix
you
is
know what?
used a lot.
Listen, they're right. It is sketchy as fuck if you don't know what vMix is. If you've never
Yeah.
seen vMix before, it looks weird as shit. So they ain't
Yeah.
wrong. I'll give them that one. And do you want to tell
Okay.
people who you are just to confirm that I wasn't bullshitting, that you actually sent me a message?
Yeah, I'm that guy who is shit talking,
There's 3 of
Uh,
you. Pick one.
terminally
Which one?
online guy or whatever, and I saw you guys
Awesome.
Mhm.
dunking on me or whatever, and
Did
I
we
wanted
dunk
to
on you?
join.
Kinda.
Yeah, well,
Kinda, we did.
Really?
you took my
Okay.
message out of context because you're like,
Oh, okay. What was the
Uh,
which message are you talking about?
the one about like,
I'll go
because the
find
one
it
who's
if you need me to.
abusing alcohol or whatever was
That's
like,
me!
what are you gonna give? Yes, that's you.
As I pour
What are
another
you gonna
drink,
give
yes.
me if I message Destiny?
Yeah.
And then
Uh-huh.
I'm like,
Mhm.
that guy doesn't have to give you anything because you're on Friday night, like drinking alcohol anyway.
I'm sorry, is
Right,
it
it's
night
not like-
where you are? It is definitely early afternoon for me.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
well.
early morning for me.
If you want to talk about drinking problems, is all
no,
I'm
no, no.
saying.
It's in the morning for me, so it's
Oh,
like
alright, yeah.
Usually,
Time zones
why
are a
it's
thing,
confusing.
so
I-
people could
I-
be
Yeah,
drinking
yeah.
on a Friday night where it's a reasonable
that's why I
time to
thought
be
it'd be a
drinking. or
night,
not.
but whatever. It's even worse. So.
I think it's a
I hedged my
misconception that
bets.
people cannot reason when they're drinking. I think so. It depends on the tolerance of the person.
Well, okay, Manya's got a
Oh
point.
yeah, if you're
because-
alcoholic, you can drink 4 glasses and still be semi-coherent because you're so used to
Maybe.
abusing alcohol. But
So, okay, so I don't think you're wrong, right? So there's a difference between alcohol abuse and having a high alcohol tolerance.
okay, I'm not like I don't know if you're actually an alcoholic or not.
Well, no,
I'm
no,
just
no, I don't
saying,
want to.
but-
I'm not picking on you particularly.
No,
I'm
no.
picking on like there's differences between these types of terminologies, and I think there's a relatively easy distinction to make, and some distinctions are more difficult than others. I think this is a relatively easy one. So alcohol tolerance is like how much alcohol you consume and how much that affects your day-to-day capabilities
Functioning.
and functions. Yeah, right. And whereas alcohol abuse is
Well,
if
you'll
I
have a higher
need-
tolerance if you drink more, won't you? Like with any drug.
potentially,
Not with
yes.
everyone.
I'll
I mean,
get
I
yeah,
think
yeah.
always, yes, not
Well-
potentially. It's like a correlation.
it's kind of we'll get there. So second off is
And
the-
genes as well.
Right.
Genetics, but
right.
Yeah.
I don't know
right.
why we're talking about this anyway.
because you brought it up. So first two things.
You brought it
First
up,
off
man.
First off was Manya's point, and
Well,
it's like
I brought it
okay.
up, but it was
Second
a meme,
off-
but anyway.
Second off is your point to say that if you consume more like alcoholism versus alcohol tolerance, right? So Manya was talking alcohol tolerance, you're talking about alcoholism and being like an alcoholic, right? And that's what you mean, right? You mean like being an alcoholic, like drinking a lot and like as a coping mechanism or as like a crutch, right?
I'm just
or am I
making a
wrong?
meme. I'm making a meme. It's a meme though.
You made a meme
were
so
being
that you were
sarcastic?
so no. He's made a meme that he was so attached to that he felt the need to come in
Need
and
to
defend
call.
it.
Well, it was funny
I
because
didn't even
you're
mean
watching
it
a
wrong.
Destiny video and you're drinking like a fuck ton. It's
Yeah,
funny.
so
I don't know how
again,
you guys
so-
don't understand this.
I don't know that
No,
four
why did-
is a
why did you
fuck.
say that
Is
in the
four?
chat group?
Wait, Manya. I'm sorry. Is four a fuck ton? Am I out of touch with the amount of that I drink?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
I-
Okay, I'm out of touch
I don't
then.
know how much you've been drinking. That's why I'm just saying. Isn't wine a lot? I don't drink.
So I'm
usually,
at
so-
6 glasses.
And you're
of
gonna drink
wine.
more, right?
And I mean,
'Cause
I'm
it's only
not.
afternoon.
I'm
So
not
you're assuming
quite
that Chesh might
half the
drink when she's
bottle.
talking to Destiny? Are you assuming that Chesh might drink if she speaks with Destiny or when she speaks with Destiny. Is that what your idea is?
I'll let you answer and then I'll answer.
You could,
Go ahead.
but you're making an assumption, right?
I was literally just memeing. You guys are fucking dense or something.
He's just mad that we asked him to come in to talk about a position, and then he decided
I'm not mad. I'm literally here right now, and you guys are
decided
fucking
to
retarded.
backtrack
Not joking.
onto meme culture.
You took me out of context. It was a meme.
You could have just typed
when
that,
you're going to
dude.
talk to Destiny, you are going to be drunk, obviously, so he shouldn't talk to you. That's the message, I guess.
You guys got the dunk on me.
So yes or no?
You got the epic dunk.
Yes or no?
No, man.
Are
we're not here to dunk on you.
Okay? So what? Hold on. I'm curious as to this person's position. Are you somebody who supports Destiny? Yes or no? In general, not on this topic, just in general. Okay, so are you somebody who supports Destiny on this topic? Yes or no?
I mean, he did it in a retarded clickbait way.
So no. You would say no, but...
No, I would say I would agree. I'm just saying he did it in a retarded clickbait way.
Okay, what do you agree on, what do you disagree on? Because those seem like different things.
Yeah, that will be a good conversation.
Well, what Destiny was talking about in general was like, he was talking about how there were like a lot of kind of stories, you know, like those like twit-longers or whatever the fuck you want to call it, and like the women would go into a story, and it was kind of like.
Oh, you're talking about the tweet? Let me just confirm. You're talking about the tweet that we were discussing. Is that what this is about?
No. I'm saying. You know, like this new culture, right? Whatever it's called, like rape culture, and people like talking about their stories and stuff like that.
Okay, yeah, you're talking like Me Too type stuff, because I'm not. Mani, are you convinced on rape as a culture, or yes or no? Because I'm.
Oh my god! How many fucking tangents? Jesus Christ! Let me finish my point, man.
Well, I mean, if you want to have a point that's salient, you need to have like a solid basis, and if your basis is based off of bullshit assumptions,
we're trying
you're not
to
going to have a good basis. So the thing is if neither Right, exactly. So if neither of us inherently agree that rape culture is an actual thing, then me and you and Manya are all on the same page, right? So I just want to make sure that what you're saying is, A, not taken out of context, B, understood in the best light possible, and...
charitable way.
Right, and C...
definitely drunk.
I feel like you're the one who's drunk at this point.
Yeah!
I don't drink.
What are you doing then? But go on.
Maybe let's go on, dude. Go on.
So my point was, there's a lot of like twit-longers and people like women go into their stories, and then the stories are like kind of weird because it's like they hooked up before, or they had some previous thing, right? They were friends or something like that. And the guy had been like pestering her for sex earlier, like in a lot of these stories. And they're like, oh yeah, I want to sleep with you. And she's like, no. And then it's late at night and the guy's like, I want to come over. And she lets the guy come over. And then the guy, she gets raped. Now, like, obviously it's a terrible thing that she got raped or whatever. But there is also like kind of like,
you're saying she didn't set up to protect herself from somebody who was obviously an assailant.
We're not blaming the victim, but there's just like...
You're talking about personal culpability.
Information more to protect themselves. Yeah, kind of like
Right. So I would personally, Manya, you can jump in, but I would personally say that there is something to say about personal culpability, right? Like, it's reasonable to protect yourself from people who are obviously assailants. And then there's a question about whether or not somebody is obviously assailant to the person they're assailing, right? So if I'm coming at a girl, right, and saying that you might not be presenting yourself as an assailant, or you're presenting yourself as at least of an assailant as you possibly can, in the scenario to the victim, right? So, out of curiosity, and I want to bring this up to you. Do you agree that the woman in the scenario is a victim? Yes or no? I'm willing to add a yes, but or
this
a no,
scenario, I
but.
literally don't know this particular scenario that you're talking about.
Well,
I'm
it
speaking
was.
in generalities.
Sorry, no, your example. The example that you brought forward.
Yeah.
Oh
is
yeah,
the-
is she a victim? Yes, obviously.
Okay, so if she is a victim, do you think that the person who assailed her made it obvious that they were an assailant?
Yeah. My point
To them,
is that
yeah.
also.
Like,
Yeah, because they are
not
they are
really,
friends, right?
but at the same time, there is like some sussy things.
Okay, but alright. That's fine, that's fine. I don't inherently disagree with that because I would suspect that in hindsight, you would have somebody who comes across weird in retrospect, but at the time where you only
at the time,
have
you're not really
the
thinking.
yeah, exactly. You only have the information of what that person, that the assailant is presenting to the potential victim, right?
Yeah.
So, in that case, what do you think that in retrospect? Because I don't want to put undue stress or criticism onto you, because I don't think that's fair. Do you think that there's something different that the assailant, or sorry, that the victim should have done without knowing the person was an assailant? So assuming they don't know the person is an assailant out the gate.
I would just say like maybe not, like in the example I used, maybe not inviting them late at night when there's already indications that like they're obviously trying to sleep with you, right?
What time is late at night? Does the time actually matter?
I remember Destiny reading a story and it was like 2 in the morning or something.
Sure, but we're talking about your hypothetical.
I don't know, but like
personally, and I think that the time is
10
irrelevant.
p.m. or something like that, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, time is.
If the person is
that time is irrelevant.
Time is irrelevant. Like if the person is available and at home and allows the person in, period. Because I do not doubt, and to your point, I do not doubt that there are times where Destiny reads an experience that is, which may or may not be true because it's Reddit, and we gotta take Reddit with like a solid ass fucking grain of like.
These are like, like there's a popular creator, and then someone comes out with a story about them.
Did you read the one? Did you read the one about Angry Joe? Just out of curiosity.
No.
No? Okay. Because I 100% side with Joe in that one. So I think that's interesting because I don't think we're on different sides. I think the conversation we're having is like, how do you navigate these things? And I think this is the conversation that Destiny and Farha were having, which is, how do you navigate these things from one position or the other position, and who takes culpability for what, and what's reasonable and what isn't reasonable? And I do know we have another caller that may have a bit of we may have a bit of a take on that. They've definitely been following Destiny for a lot longer because, again, like I said at the beginning of the stream, which you may have missed, we are definitely looking at a very narrow fucking, like, this is his take on this one topic. Yeah, so
one topic. We are not commenting about any other topic. So
Rez, can you hear us? You hop in here?
Hey,
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. What's going on, my dude?
Am I coming in clear?
Yes, you are clear as a bell.
Okay, quick rundown. I've been following Destiny on and off for over a decade now, ever since his early career in StarCraft 2. And it was not until about a year and a half, 2 years ago that I started like subscribing to his YouTube channel, just like offhandedly, like listening to his content while I'm doing other things. I'm very familiar with a lot of his takes, not all I agree with, and I definitely don't agree with the way he conducts himself all the time, though I do understand he is way outside the norm in terms of like how people conduct themselves just because of who he is, and the I don't want to call them problems because that seems ableist, like, but the kind of mental what do you call it?
Struggles, the differentiations.
He has a very
Divergence.
particular way of thinking about things that he has a hard time getting across to quote unquote
It's very
normies.
clinical.
Oh,
if I
okay,
can say
okay,
that.
okay.
Clinical.
Gotcha,
Yeah,
gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah, he's not within the norm of what you would call the average person when it comes to like his mental capability. He's very detached in a lot of scenarios.
I think personally, Mani,
Can I
you
add
can.
to that?
Would you agree? I agree. Would you agree?
With Rez that he's out of the norm.
Yeah.
Well, he is autistic.
Well,
Listen, there's a lot of us that are autistic.
I'm
my
autistic,
thing is,
so
I'm
Sure.
saying even if he is out of the norm, what he puts out is not immune from criticism.
That's
It
fair.
can still be
I
criticized.
I want to clarify. I was not putting that out there as an immunity to criticism. I was just putting that forth as like additional context, as we've been using lately a lot, to
Rez,
provide a. Yep.
Out of curiosity, is there has Destiny because I know you follow Destiny a lot further or more than I do from a contextual base.
Or me.
Has he put out that he is autistic or has like
Yeah, man.
communication issues?
He's done
No.
from the research he's done on autism, like throughout the years, and like discussing the topic and stuff like that. He seems to think that he has autism
Gotcha.
some level. He's
Okay, so
on
he's
the more severe end.
Right.
okay.
But he's not been officially diagnosed, as far as I'm aware.
I mean,
Gotcha.
like, I'm saying autistic in a way that he's going to be like, he's going to say things that other people might find offensive and probably won't say publicly, if you get what I mean.
I don't feel like that's
Here's the other
fair, personally.
And I understand the verbiage.
Yeah.
I actually understand where the verbiage that's coming from Terminally Online, because this is Destiny verbiage that a Destiny fan is now using a lot, which I recognize. Like when he says memeing, that just means joking. That's
yeah,
a Destiny
I got
verbiage.
that. I got that.
Yeah.
I color
And
Rez
when he
knows
says
me
autistic,
well
he
enough.
just means being dumb or like something along that lines.
Right. Okay. So,
So-
but if we're going
Thanks,
for like
man.
a clinical
Got a Google
diagnosis,
Translate over here.
right?
However,
You'd be surprised.
you
You'd
are
be
you are
surprised.
not free, my friend. You are not immune to me.
Uh-oh.
So I just want to
Oh,
ask
okay.
you: are you really fucking tired, or are you drunk, or is it both?
Me.
Something.
Yeah, you.
Why? I'm not drunk.
I don't know, like, because you sound like the average person who's been like slumped over the sidewalk at 2 a.m. in the morning.
No, I don't drink now.
No.
Oh, okay.
Are you both?
Maybe
are you both
they talk
sure?
that
Australian?
way.
Are you both
I
Australian?
seriously don't drink. I haven't, like, you're being, like, weird.
Oh well, hold on, before we go down that route, can we get like, I know
It's like
Rez is on a
7:44 in
continent.
Australia. It's like in the morning.
So you're
not
Australian
drinking.
too, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so
don't
we've
know why you
got,
think
oh my
that.
god, to be clear to
You're fucking
the
weird, man.
stream, to be clear to
So
the
Yeah,
stream,
go
we
You
have
just woke up essentially.
we have 2 Australians, a New Zealander,
fuck
and
do
a
you think I'm
Canadian
drinking? That's really
in the
weird.
stream right now.
No
And-
Americans here.
Is Destiny American?
Yes, he is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh god. Okay, so we've got an Australian who's been awake all night, and this is his morning. We've got an Australian who just woke up. We have a New Zealander who's in their morning but is like, well, I've been awake for a while now. And a Canadian who's like, it's fine.
This is so awesome, actually. So maybe Rez did talk like that. I'm not going to go too deep into that, I guess. That's me.
I
You can
appreciate
mention them if you
the...
want.
Although I don't necessarily... As someone who's been on the internet for a considerable amount of time, I do not misunderstand the language usage of Destiny fans. But
Okay, because It seemed like
Yeah.
you were getting a little bit lost with the kind of verb she was using. Plus, I have been able to detect very obvious sarcasm in some of his statements that you
Oh, yeah.
might have missed. I don't know.
It was more of like, I detect sarcasm and I want clarification on, like,
Sure, that's fair.
justification of the... Yeah, you got it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
why
yeah.
the sarcasm?
However, I want to know why you came in here swinging with the alcohol shit when you're the one that sounds drunk. That's my issue.
Oh.
Bro,
oh.
okay, so I'm not drunk. You're literally just shitting on
He's just
me for my
tired.
voice. Are you fucking retard?
Are you
Like,
listening
seriously,
to
are
the
you
words
fucking
coming out of my mouth?
retarded?
I said, do
No,
you want to repeat back to
seriously,
me
I'm not
verbatim what I
drinking.
said?
How do we know that
You're
you don't
retarded.
drink, buddy? We don't know that.
No, well, Manya, time
No,
out.
okay, just don't believe
The
me.
guy goes by WoW internally, and this is... Sorry, your name between everyone
Terminally.
online is terminally... What?
Online, I think so.
Terminally online, yeah? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so terminally online, you came in here with an issue with my points, whether they
Oh
were
my god,
salient.
you guys are all fucking like... You're just like no fun.
Okay,
You
he's
can't
not
talk
listening.
at
I
all
think-
like
Oh,
a
he
normal
wants
guy.
Hold on.
Wait,
Stop,
no,
stop,
time
stop,
out,
stop.
time out.
Stop.
The boy,
Hold on.
the boy wants fun.
Fun.
Bro, you drink? Yes,
Bro.
no. Yes, no.
I don't drink. Are you serious?
So you don't drink?
You guys
Okay,
are literally
cool, great.
schizophrenic.
Okay.
He doesn't drink. Manya, you drink? Yes, no.
That-
in the past 6
That
months. Yes, no.
DDG
You
in the
drink?
call who
No.
says I drink. You
No?
are
Okay,
actually
so Manya
fucking
hasn't
retarded.
drank in the last 6 months. Rez, you drink? Yes, no. Within the last 6 months.
No, I have not had
Cool.
I've
So we
not
have
had alcohol
two-
in over a decade.
Alright, cool. So, bro, you drink? Yes, no. In the last 6 months.
Me?
Yeah. You drink in the last
Yeah.
6
I've
months?
already said this like 5 times. No.
No, well,
Okay.
okay, cool. So we have 3 people who haven't drank, are not alcoholism, that
Or alcoholics.
are analyzing what's going on with Destiny, and one motherfucker who's drinking because there's no way I can handle the dumb shit that Destiny is saying without fucking alcohol, and so we're gonna completely ignore whatever
Dismiss
points
everything.
dismiss every point that is being made by the not drunk people because there's one fucker who cannot
about me?
handle this dumb shit and needs some fucking assistance. Is that where we're going with this? Yes or no? Manya, yes or no?
Yeah.
Alright, cool. Rez,
What about-
yes or no?
What about my opinions, dude?
We'll get
why
there.
are you dismissing my opinions?
Exactly. Rez, yes or no?
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening to you. You're a woman.
Well, also, fuck you. Alright, so yes or no?
Was that
Yes?
Wait, was that directed back at me again? Sorry.
No, fuck off!
Oh, it was for terminal, is it?
Yeah, terminal, yes or no?
I zoned out.
And I'm the one with salient problems? You've zoned out 3 times since you called in here at least, and I'm the one
what's
who's
going
not
on, dude?
salient?
No, because you just spout bullshit for like 2 minutes straight.
But
and
you
it's just
can't
like
think
fill
listen
that
to
word.
longer than half of a second of conversation.
Yeah,
and I'm the one
Just
who's not
pouting.
salient. Okay, so half of a second of conversation. Manya, you've been drinking in the last 6 months, yes or no?
No.
Okay, Rez, you've been drinking in the last 6 months, yes or no?
Nope.
Okay, cool. That's less
Yeah,
than
it's
30
just like the
seconds of
theory that I'm
conversation.
drinking or
So
something.
before
It's
you
fucking
start
stupid
going
shit.
off on
Oh
whatever
my
dumb
God.
shit you're going, have you been drinking yes in the last 6 months, yes or no?
Oh my god, I've said this like
No.
5 times already.
Wonderful, amazing.
So,
Are you playing a video game right now? Because I hear a lot of clicking.
No, I'm not.
No? What are you doing? Are you looking at porn?
No, I'm in,
I did not see that coming.
I'm in my bed and it's fucking creaky, man.
And you're sure you're not looking at porn and you're not just like, it's not your hips that's making your bed creak?
No, I don't.
On a scale of 1 to
But-
10, 0 being not at all and 10 being absolutely, where is your hips moving on the extra sound we're hearing?
10.
10?
I'm
So
fuck-
he... Yeah?
Yeah, I'm whacking off right now. You got me.
I mean,
Next,
all right. So I'm gonna tell you that you need to go a little bit slower, and I need you to do the
God damn.
whole shaft. And I'm gonna make sure I'm
True.
gonna need you to make sure that you go like to the top of that mushroom, and I just need you to pop over the edge, not the top, just that edge that's right there. And I'm just gonna need you to drag it down real fucking slow. So until you give me a good fucking argument, I'm gonna need you to continue wanking it. All right. So when you give me a great argument, I'll fucking will be willing to hear what you have to say. Until you're willing to have to like
This is
until
sexual
you're
harassment.
willing. Oh yes.
You
Until
admitted to
you're
it.
willing to give me an actual argument, I don't want to hear a word out of you, and you can continue just dragging it back and forth and back and forth. All right?
Okay, you are definitely drunk. Fucking hell, man.
You think I would say this sober? My guy, my dude, you are new to this scenario.
Yeah. Welcome to the party.
Rez, as a Destiny fan, or as somebody who's followed, I shouldn't say fan, I think that's a misnomer. As somebody who's followed Destiny for a long period of time, do you think this is something that I would say personally, whether it be sober or not?
Frankly, you say this kind of shit more often when you're sober.
She's being nice to you,
Hey!
buddy.
This poor boy.
Yeah, so
This poor boy.
yeah, I get terminally online is like, okay, they're trying to explain when Destiny reads the twit longers, and that's what he comments about. But with Farha, was he talking about those twit longers, or what? Did he
I
mention
don't
that?
know.
Where
He's
did
trying
he
to have
mention
sex
that?
with her. I don't know. I didn't watch it. 'Cause
Okay,
he's trying to
so
have sex with her, so I just don't watch anything where Destiny's trying to have sex with someone.
Wait. So, Destiny thinks you're retarded, right?
No, probably. I don't really give a fuck what Destiny thinks because he's retarded as well.
Then
So
why the fuck are you here?
yeah, what's going on?
because
Dude? Why
what
are you
you're
so
saying is wrong.
Okay, so
And
what?
you're
what's
like-
wrong?
Wait. Yeah, what have I? Okay, quote what I've said and tell me how it's wrong.
Yeah,
You're like smug posting saying it's like it's been like 40 minutes now, so I can't remember what you originally said.
You
you're
can
saying, like,
paraphrase.
how-
It's fine.
yeah, paraphrase.
No,
Okay.
I can't remember. I legit can't.
Oh
I
man,
mean-
then we can't have a good conversation.
so-
That's
Because
like,
you're just
Why would
rambling
wait?
on for like 20 minutes saying
My
stupid
dude,
bullshit.
if
So I
you
wanted
can't-
to correct
if
some
you-
of it, but now
right.
you like curbed your language.
But if you
so
can't
I realize there's
remember
not really
it-
any point.
Great, but if you can't
Dude.
remember it with an hour, why should we give a shit about whether or not you give a shit?
Okay,
yeah.
I
Like,
can hear your
hold on.
bong, by the way.
it's not mine.
So
Sure, so it's Manya's,
obviously,
who we can see
obviously.
on screen, and
No,
Rez,
it's the other
whom-
DGG or
and-
whatever.
and Bong, and Rez, who we know doesn't smoke weed. So, and by the way, I would like to point out that I can see everyone's audio, so when it starts going up, I know whose audio it is. You
Look,
dense
buddy.
fuck.
Well, it's
so
not
yeah,
me.
so you don't care enough to remember our arguments, what we made, but you
But-
want to
but
come
it's
and have
No,
important
because
a
you're
and
just
it
rambling
matters.
on for like fucking 20, 30 minutes after watching 5 seconds of a
Yeah, we
clip.
do that all the time, dude. We do that. That's how we
Okay,
roll.
but it's just like you're trying to dunk on him, but it's just retarded.
We haven't dunked on him,
Okay.
dude. We have been very nice to him. This is us being charitable. Yeah. This is not dunking. You haven't seen our dunking. You should go and see our material when we
Go
do
watch
dunk.
go watch the three
I'm not
strikes and a
watching anymore.
boom stream, and then you'll be looking at
Yeah.
dunking.
That's dunking.
I'm not gonna lie.
This
If this
is
is
us-
if this is the best that Destiny fans have to offer, I'm
Yeah.
kind of
Don't dunk on me.
impressed
True.
by how in the negative you are.
Someone drinking
I
in
may.
the afternoon.
Oh, here we
is
go.
Well,
an
I mean,
epic dunk.
listen. We all know that this guy is inherently
glasses
I told
better.
you, that's how we
This
roll.
guy is
That's how we
inherently
roll, dude.
Yeah, this guy is inherently better at argumentation than me because of the glasses of alcohol.
He's
not
not the one who
the
drank-
argumentation, because you know that that's definitely not a fallacy, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
I'm just
The
saying.
guy's never
you're
heard of
drinking
Diogenes,
on a Friday
right?
afternoon, and you six
I'm sorry.
glasses in, and
What's
you're trying
what's
to dunk
what's
on
what's the
someone.
name of the philosopher
like-
Diogenes? What did he do? Can you tell me a little bit what he did? Guessed.
It's like
Manya,
he's
wait,
the one.
wait. I want him to
no
answer the
fucking
question.
clue.
Do you know who Diogenes is? Period.
I've heard of him.
Do you know who Dionysus is?
Nope.
Okay, do you know anything about either of them? And if you know anything about either of them, can you give me whatever details you happen to know?
I know one of them is like a fucking philosopher.
Both of them are philosophers. Can you tell me
Okay.
what philosophy they adhered to or what their general takes are, or if you had a
No
hot
idea.
take from any of them?
No idea.
Alright, okay. So this motherfucker does not know who Dionysus is, doesn't know who Diogenes is, and decides to invent the fallacy, reinvent, because he doesn't know either of them, so he has to reinvent him. Doesn't know whether or not someone's point is salient based on how much alcohol they've consumed. Doesn't know who Diogenes is. Doesn't who, like... Yes! No, okay,
Can I add on to that?
so Jack is in here. I thought Diogenes was the god of fertility. The god of alcohol and partying and fertility. Rez, can you please give us, like, fucking
Can I add on
something to go off as this guy is, like...
Can I say something before Rez goes?
Yeah,
Can I say
sure.
Go for
Go
it.
ahead.
So, terminally online, you have heard us for 1 hour. You don't remember what our points are, and you can't tell us. And
30,
but you,
like,
you still...
40 minutes
Hold on.
max.
Yeah, but Chesh is the one whose arguments are not
Salient.
valid or salient. You're the one who's not remembering things. She is the problem. Compared to her, she's still sane. She's still rattling off a lot. She knows you're committing a fallacy right there. You can't remember shit, but her drinking wine is the problem. Gotcha, dude. Rez, all yours.
Yeah, I'd just like to say that this is the exact kind of person that's defending Destiny that Destiny hates because they make him look worse.
Rez, can you tell me where these people come from?
I don't know.
Because
Okay.
to me it kind of comes across as they come from Destiny's fan base.
Yeah.
I mean, you could say that, but I'm not part of Destiny's fan base.
I
But I
agree.
do follow him.
Sure, you can follow somebody without being their fan base, but you're making rational arguments and the person who seems to come from his fan base isn't.
And I've met people that come from his fan base that are just like me. So,
Yeah, sure,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah, we don't have that.
It's not, the thing is the two things aren't mutually exclusive, right?
true. It's just that, like, this kind of person, like, even he says he doesn't give a shit about Destiny. It seems like he just stumbled onto the stream, wanted to make some
Right, but-
kind of
But
ill-conceived
why?
point.
Why? The only
Yeah, that's
people
my
who
question,
have
too.
come on- yeah, right. They've only come on through Destiny shit. So if they're coming on through Destiny shit and they're defending Destiny and then they're like, well, I don't really give a shit about Destiny, but herp to derp to derp, incel
Stop dunking
nonsense.
on Destiny.
But this is the exact kind of person that Destiny's made a great effort to eliminate from his community. And granted, you can't do perfect with your own community, but
I agree with the idea that you can't do perfect with your community, right? Like, I agree that there's only so much you can do, and I think Manya would agree with that, yeah?
Yeah.
However, as much as we took like a half an hour to an hour to detract based
Entertain.
off of this fucking nonsense, I think that we run into a problem that Destiny talks about. He's kind of disdainful of his own community. Like, is that a mistake from me, Rez, as somebody who's been following him? longer?
he has this problem that a few streamers that I've followed over the years have had, where they get a bit overwhelmed by a lot of the negative shit they see in their community, and they treat the whole community like they're like that. Maybe as a way of like expelling that frustration, if you know what I mean. If that makes sense.
So how come you raise a negative community like that, though?
Well, like I said, his community is not all bad. In fact, it's mostly positive. At least my interactions have been.
Okay.
But if
Like
what
I'm
we
not
s-
inside his community though. I
yeah.
interact with a lot of like his fans that go beyond his community. So
Okay.
I don't know about the ones that are
And-
only on the inside. That might be a different experience. I don't know.
And the thing is that I would like to add on to that and make a distinction. We are not criticizing Destiny's fans. We are criticizing what Destiny is saying.
I'm now criticizing Destiny fans because I think Destiny's
are,
fans are fucking a bunch
but
of
we
idiots.
started
Because
this whole thing.
every single one that I've run into are people who making fucking fallacious ass goddamn arguments, and if they're not making fallacious ass goddamn arguments, they're backpedaling. Those are the only two options that I've run into thus far, and this is over the course of a week and maybe a minimal amount of time.
So yeah, but we started out as we are tracking what Destiny is saying. This whole fan base thing just came up just now because he said, "Oh, I don't really care about what my chat thinks." Right? That's
I
when it
mean,
came
like
up.
your experience might also be a little skewed too, because this only started occurring once you started engaging with Destiny's content. So it stands to reason that a lot of the fans you've engaged with are probably looking for people criticizing it,
Yeah.
especially over this specific story, and they're looking to be inflammatory because they're the worst of his community.
I guess I don't care what type of fan base Destiny has. I don't care. And I also agree with Chesh, and I also agree with you that you cannot control your whole community. You cannot. So if there are dishonest people in there, you can't control them all the time. I don't care about the community or the fan base at all. My thing is what Destiny is saying, what he is saying, and the fans coming in trying to give context on behalf of Destiny. I think so. You don't get it. I'm just saying that. Has Destiny asked you to give context? What context has he told you while addressing you? Or is it that you have developed a parasocial relationship with Destiny and you end up defending him anywhere for anything? Just
I mean,
a
like,
thought.
he wouldn't give a shit if me or anybody else was defending him over any particular point, because he can do that himself.
I
and he
get it. I
understands
get it.
that.
But I'm going from the other way around. That you have developed a parasocial relationship where you think Destiny has told you to go out and defend him, so you go out and defend him on anything he says. Because we are just talking about what Destiny has said. So I don't know how has Destiny told you the context anywhere? We would like to see that too.
So half of my vMix broke.
What? What did you do?
It happened a little while ago and I didn't say anything, and that's why the chat's been kind of messed up in the middle, so I'm just gonna stop.
It's okay.
So if I'm not highlighting your messages from chat that we're talking about, I apologize. It's because the chat's just been like, half of my shit is missing and I don't know why. So, okay, at Res, is he...
He didn't say that.
Yeah, but is he, Destiny, a racist and a rapist? Tell him. So, alright, so we were like, it's kind of racist for Destiny to behave like that to Farah's name in general. Yeah. Do you agree or disagree? As well as, because I don't think it's fair to say somebody is a racist and a rapist, because those are two very different things that are unrelated to each other.
I don't think so. We have called him rapist.
I don't think we have. I think by the closest we've gotten is to, by his own definition, by his own expectations of men, he is basically one day where he personally is feeling very horny, and one misunderstanding away from being a rapist by his standard, not ours. And I think that's what he said. So what do you think?
Yeah.
If you like, I can provide context to that whole thought process just there.
Do you need anything more than what we've looked at since the Farha video?
No, specifically within his thought process on how he argues for things. He's not arguing for himself in a situation.
Hold on, Riz. My
if you know what
first
I mean.
question is, why is he arguing for these things in the first place?
Because he finds enjoyment engaging in the topic. That's literally it.
Has he gone this way like the other way with any other topic?
What do you mean by the other way?
Like, he's talking about rape here. So he's kind of
Yeah.
going into the red pill shit. Has he done that with other topics? Any other topic?
What do you mean?
So
Any other
like
topic
he's
that he's
clearly like I got you. So
Go
he is very much staunchly in one side of this scenario.
I see what you mean.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, usually when he has debates, he comes prepared. He usually does a lot of research beforehand, either on
So this
his opponent
was-
or the
this was
topic
a-
or both.
So this was a debate, was it?
Um,
That the conversation that he was having in Farha, was it a debate?
Oh, I think we all agree that it was not a
I think-
debate.
I think he would consider it a debate.
Why? What makes you think
But-
that?
Did
From-
he make that clear to Farha?
Yeah, no. Like, yeah, why do you think that was a debate?
Yeah, he's usually got all this kind of lined up well before the conversation even happens because he books things way in advance. But yeah.
Wait, no, time out before that. If that's
Yeah,
the case, that means besides what he said in the stream, this confirms that not only did he know he was going into, but he approached what was
The
at
other
least
side.
from the clipping and from what she had to say after the fact on his channel by his presentation was a discussion that was 2 hours long that kind of just deviated from point A to point B to point C, whatever those points may or may not be, that he was approaching as a debate, but she was not, and there was nothing, according to him, in her content that made her salient or good at debating in the first place. In fact, all of those points as he presented them were to the negative from her perspective.
I mean, like
Working against
every
her, I should say.
every conversation I've seen of him, at least in the most, except for the most casual of conversations he has with friends,
Sure.
he seems to approach every conversation with someone as if it were like a back and forth debate.
All right. Well, I mean,
even
that's
if it's not
personal-
officially that.
But the
You know
thing
what
is
I
that then he's not
fine.
making concessions for someone who is one not skilled at debating and doesn't have
Well-
experience in all that.
There's a second half of that too, right? There's the other end. So you can say, yeah, you're talking to somebody who's not skilled in debate, and that's not what they do, at least from a professional standpoint, nor from like a forward-facing point, but also from a point of, I'm not going to judge what Destiny does with his friends, and maybe that's what his friend group does. Like in high school, I was like that, where like every conversation was a debate, and that's kind of like how you trained and got used to different scenarios as a teenager. But that just because even if I shouldn't say just because, even if the other person also views it as a debate, which she clearly did not, and I think we can all agree on that. Yeah, like Manya, yes, she wasn't viewing it as a debate, right? Farha?
No, she wasn't. No,
Rez,
she
do you
wasn't.
think that Farha was viewing it as a debate?
I don't know enough about Farha. I would guess no.
Yeah, just from the thing. So you're definitely got leeway either way, but you personally don't think
I definitely think she was engaging with the content as if it were a back and forth, but I don't know if she was considering it a quote unquote debate.
Sure. I mean, I would agree that like me and Manya and you and Fuckface, who was in here before, were having a back and forth, right? Because I would like to point out that dipshit McGee didn't bring a single fucking point. We let this motherfucker in for over a half an hour, and he didn't make a single fucking goddamn point. Did you hear a point from him? I didn't hear a fucking point.
Nada.
I just heard him say
So-
some dumb shit about the amount of alcohol I drink without knowing a damn thing about me, and sir, you are severely underestimating the amount of alcohol I can handle.
You underestimate women, I think so, overall. Because you dismiss me entirely. So, yeah.
If we want to start talking about like the amount of alcohol assumption one or point A or point B can handle versus like their BPM, I think you're running into an inherent problem by your own admission by saying the more you drink, the more you can handle. And we do not need to talk about my previous You want to talk about alcoholism? Yes.
And also, so I will repeat this again. So we are going on what Destiny has said. Number one, if he has provided context anywhere, we would love to see that context. In this video, so far, he has, before even Farha came in, he has spoken shit about her. During the conversation, he has shitted on her, and he has not denied anything that he had said in those clips. Nothing. He has denied nothing.
Yeah,
and he told Farha to ignore the Reddit.
Yeah, he hasn't retracted
and he told Farha not to ignore the Reddit. He told her that. And now he's like, oh, my fans are saying all this. My chat is saying blah blah blah.
Well, okay, but we know that
you don't care.
We know that his presentation in the stream before they were together was him blatantly lying, like, right? Because he said that this, that, and the other thing, and then she says, I asked you this, and I gave you this, this, and this, and kept reposting it, this, this, and this, and you told me to ignore that. So we know for a fact by what he had said, because he agreed that he told her that what he said initially was a lie, right?
That what was a lie specifically?
So he said that she presented this cut out of context, and that was on her, right? That's what he said, like, straight on its own, right? He was like,
I might have to rewatch the video because I don't recall
I'll put it
if
back.
he said that specifically.
You know what? I'll put it back. Let's go.
Yeah, put it back.
Let's go all the way back to the fucking beginning. We're just gonna skip. I don't care. I care more about solving this fucking problem than I care about how long this stream takes. All right, let's.
Funnily enough, I'm someone who
now,
follows
like,
Destiny that
okay, well, we
actually
need to
appreciates
post
context.
everything now. But she said she's only got like 44 minutes of the footage left because she's already cut it down.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, is this too close to the mic?
It's pretty close. I can turn you down.
Okay, cool.
Or you could take your face away and not be selfish and make me do all the work.
Wait, what?
Never mind. What's up? How you doing?
Should I pull back?
No, I gotcha.
Okay, cool.
What's up? How's life going?
Life is great.
Yeah.
Flattered to be embroiled in drama with you. Cool. I feel like we've trauma bonded.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought, I should hop on and clear some things.
Can I point out that he specifies this as drama? I think
so. This is a clip. I think so. This is a clip of middle of the conversation that he does. He puts a clip at the front. I think so. If we go further.
I mean, maybe, but I don't think it matters because he's going out of his way to specify that this is she is calling it drama, which I think minimizes the poignancy of the conversation around rape, and I think sets up his way of talking about rape as if it's something that just kind of happens when you miscommunicate on a hookup date. Which I think is fucked up, but that's a whole other conversation, which maybe we'll get to today, maybe we'll get to another day.
I'm all for it, Chesh. Let's go.
Things up. Obviously, you and I have had, like, incessant, at-length conversations about things, and I thought that would suffice. Then, obviously, like, I resolved things with Melina about the situation, but I saw a clip yesterday that showed up on, like, DGG clips.
Rez, do you know who Melina is?
Yeah, Melina, his wife.
So, holy shit! Okay, so you're telling
And
me
it's
that she
Melina.
was...
I don't know why though.
I'm just going off of the way she pronounced it and the way.
Yeah, I know. I don't know why it showed up as Emma.
Is it like
Anyway, go on.
Melina, as in like Melania?
No. It's Melina.
Like an E.
M-E-L-I-N-A.
Okay. So you're telling me that this bitch went out of her way to have a whole ass conversation with this man's wife to clear up the issue, and he still went live fucking dunking on her ass. Is this what I'm hearing right now?
Yeah, Melina's kind of her own entity as well. She's also an online personality, so.
Okay, so
Okay.
the reasoning is that Melina operates independently of Destiny as his wife, and that's reasonable to in general.
What do you mean? Like, that it's bad that she's independent of him trying to clear something up with her, or?
No. I'm saying that if this woman had conversations with his wife, you think these conversations would not have gotten to him.
Oh,
Like,
no,
'cause
he
it
would have
seems
talked
to
to
me
her
that
regardless.
this is... Well, we know that he has talked to her regardless, but we also know that he's talked to his wife. And so this woman has intentionally got out of her way to talk to him and his wife to clear up the situation. And his response to clearing up the situation has been...
This. So, by the sounds of it, the Farah has gone out of her way to even talk to his partner when she shouldn't have to, because as you said, she's an independent entity. So what the fuck was going on that she had to have a conversation with his wife? So yeah, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I actually don't know much about the Melina side of it. But I
she
know
said
this is not the first time that Melina's had conversations with.
I mean, I don't doubt that, but
Destiny's conversations.
Is there? Do you have another example off the top of your head? If you don't, it's fine. It's just a curiosity.
Of Melina getting involved, or
yeah. Like why is she involved
not
in this
off
one
the
versus...
top. There was the Anna incident, which was the crazy ex person. Anna, don't remember her name.
That's an ex that's kind of related to them. I mean, this is a whole ass topic. I don't think so.
This seems independent almost. If Melania if Melania is independent, there's no reason for her to be brought up whatsoever. So why is she being brought up in this situation?
Yeah.
Unless she's related in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know much about the Melina end of this like this particular subject matter. But it's not the first time that Melina's just like had conversations with people that Destiny's had conversations with.
I mean, that makes sense, but we're talking... The thing that, like, makes me curious is that you have a conversation between individuals in the background about an overarching drama situation, and I take a little bit of umbrage with Destiny's presentation of drama in, like, over-dramatic text on the screen, because we're literally talking about people getting fucking raped. Right? Yeah. Like, we all understand that, and I get a little bit frustrated when this motherfucker talks about rape like it's something that accidentally happens, like, oh, well, I just kissed them, or I just went on a dance with them, or I just grabbed their ass and they weren't okay with it. No, you got naked and stuck your dick in them. These are not equivalent.
Oh, maybe not
and
got naked.
Fucking frustrating.
It is, and also... Yeah, I don't think so. It'll be fair on Rez if I say the next things, because that's my personal opinion. So yeah, Rez, don't take it on.
Personal opinion on it. Yeah. His nonchalant bullshit of fucking sexual assault is kind of fucking disgusting. In general, period, end of sentence. And his exclusion of that upon other male constituents is that, well, those constituents who know that their female friend, not a random woman they don't know, their female friend was assaulted by their male friend and raped by their friend, the response from that is, I don't want to seem like a soy boy. Because there's nothing more soy than being a bitch about your other male friend's fucking opinion about them. And now I don't think that's fair to put that on Rez. I'm putting that specifically on Destiny. Like, he specifically said this fucking thing, that men don't talk, like, or speak out against other males' behavior toward their woman friends specifically, because they don't want to be viewed as fucking soy, and that's fucking goddamn fucking disgusting, and I feel like all of us should probably easily agree with that.
And for me, it's like, if you're going for a debate, why hasn't he specified that it was a debate? Number one. Number two, Farha has not specified that it was a debate.
Can I clarify? I never said it was a debate. I said I think he approaches nearly every discussion like it is a debate, whether it is or not.
Yeah. I got you. I'm not saying you. I'm saying him. If it was a debate, if he took it as a debate, it was never specified. He has not still specified. It's people are giving him leeway. Oh, he went into debate mode, probably.
Well, what I'm saying is, like, he approaches 99% of conversations as if they are a debate, because he likes the adversarial position.
Right, except okay.
Hold on. I got you. Hold on. Chesh, give me a second. Even if it's a debate.
Have you been in a debate,
you trying to justify it just to win a debate in that way, it's kind of messed up. And I'm being charitable here. Just to win a debate. The reason to give from the other side. It's kind of messed up. And that you know what the thinking is.
Yeah, it's just...
Or something like that.
Yeah, it's just the way he approaches things. I don't necessarily agree with it. That's just how I've witnessed his behavior.
I think we can all agree, to be charitable to Destiny, that if he has, like, a general standard of, like, he has got, like, this basic box approach, right? Where he's like, this is the box and we exist inside this box. And not every conversation or every approach to this conversation exists inside that box. And that Destiny made a bad decision to try to have a conversation that was outside of his box as if it was inside of his box. And that's problematic. I think, can we all agree with that? So, he approached Farha one way or another, or she approached him, it doesn't really matter.
Oh, I see what you're saying. He approached Farha like he did any of, like, his panel debates or something like that. And
right, he went and had this conversation with Farha
I'd agree
as
with
if
that.
it was right, and so he treated this as if it existed inside his box, but this conversation that he had did not exist inside his box. We can at least agree with that, right?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Like, he approached this as if it was one of his panel debates where there's, like, 8 other people talking.
So, can you tell me, who is it exactly that has trouble delineating their content with real-life conversation? Is it Destiny, who's like, every conversation I engage in exists inside this box, or is it Farha, who is like, I'm having a conversation and I'm going to take that conversation and condense it into content? That is the one who's having the issue. Because this seems to me as a Destiny issue, not a Farha issue.
Well, as I've already stated, I think Destiny definitely has that issue.
Right. Sorry. I just want to specify this one particular problem because we're focusing on that. Because I don't want to. I haven't watched enough Destiny content to delineate one way or another about whether or not the fallacious at best argumentation and degrading and malicious content that he's put out in the last couple of days extends to every debate or every piece of content that he ever puts out, because I don't ultimately think he's a bad
Yeah, does he
person.
react the same way to everything else?
I
Yeah,
mean, I would
this
assume
is
not.
this is one of the things I do like about him is he's an equal opportunity
So he
offender.
does?
Like
he does respond like this to every single thing?
he is like this with everybody about pretty much everything.
So you're telling
Hold
me
on.
he can't
Few
handle
exceptions.
no. You're telling me right now directly that he cannot handle criticism, because he's not actually addressed any single piece of criticism. He's either just been incredibly passive about it, as in it's like, oh well, it exists on the internet, so oh well, what the fuck ever. Or he's like, yeah, but she doesn't know how to edit, so let me throw barbs at her for 20 fucking minutes straight. Like, you don't think, like, him throwing barbs at her is acceptable, right? Like, his behavior. Not his argumentation, his behavior.
Acceptable?
And
You know I would shit on you, right?
Huh? Sorry?
If you talk to me the way Destiny is talking to her, I would dunk on your ass. And
I feel like I'm not that dissimilar from him in the way I engage with people, to be honest.
Right, but if I dunk on you, you accept the dunking, right? And vice versa, as in if I am fucking wrong about something, you dunk on me for it, and I go, yeah, fair.
Both of us have conceded in conversations prior.
Right, but neither of us are treating the conversation like it's a fucking debate.
We've had some back and forths. I would say
Sure.
we've even had one debate or two.
Sure, but
we don't
we're
approach
both,
every conversation like that, no.
But we're both willing to concede when one of us is like, okay, yeah, you know what, you made a good point, I need to consider that more, or whatever the fuck, right?
Yeah.
Right, and so, like, you've done it for me, and I've done it for you, because we treat each other as if we're equal. You cannot look at the previous fucking shit we've been looking at thus far, and more, because we haven't even gotten that far yet.
Yeah.
And tell me that Destiny
How far did we get?
You cannot, we got, like, I jumped ahead and we got to, like, the 20-minute mark of the 30-minute video. You cannot tell me that Destiny, even in the first 10 minutes, is treating Farha as an equal, right? He's not. We've been also asked to say, ask Rez if he thinks that Destiny is bullying Farha on that conversation. And Manya said that he was bullying her. Do you think that he was bullying her, yes or no? And why?
I think if you consider he was bullying her, then he bullies everybody, because
okay,
it
that's
might
kind
be
of
that,
just how he does it.
and his fan base has accepted that, I guess, as a norm. Doesn't mean that he wasn't bullying.
Sure. So, okay, let's put it this way. So, if Manya thinks that this is bullying, Manya's willing to say that that is, in retrograde, he's been a bully the whole time. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
So, Rez, do you think he was bullying that time? And then do you think what was going on with those barbed comments and the weaponization of his fan base was bullying or not? And if that exists in retrograde? Is that a fair... tell me if you think the question is unfair. I'll try to reword it.
I'm trying to think, because, like I said, I know more of his history, and I do understand where he's coming from. I don't think he's bullying her, at least not intentionally. But maybe the intention doesn't matter. He is a self-admitted asshole, and he's okay with that.
Sure.
So why
is he bullying her? I don't think so.
So you think that he
not in the way I would consider bullying.
Okay, so you think that he might be bullying her unintentionally, and the reason it's unintentional is because that is a habit, not an intentional degradation.
Yes, I would say so.
Okay,
I would think
and-
if he were bullying her intentionally, you would know it.
I think
because
if
he's
you
done
were
it to other people.
okay,
in the
well, to be
past.
fair, I think if so, you acknowledge that he's been a bully and has intentionally been a bully in the past.
Yes, but those have typically been like
People who deserve it.
extremist, far-right
Sure.
people. So
Sure,
I
sure,
don't
sure,
necessarily
sure.
care about bullying
Yeah.
those people.
Sure, that's going to be a personal thing. That's going to be 100% a personal.
Yeah, that's
if
going to
you
be a
think
personal
people
thing. Yeah.
Deserve it or not? Okay, so you know he's capable of bullying. You know he's capable of weaponizing his audience directly, right? Not as a negative, just as a fact.
When you say engaging his audience directly to bully someone, what does that mean? Does that mean just even mentioning the person to his community?
God, no. I mean,
No.
like, he's going out of his way to instigate his audience.
Oh, I don't think so.
You don't think that Destiny, like, at all, or just in like the bullying sense?
In the bullying sense, because he's always kind of engaged with his community as a sort of a what do you call it? Like a
Well, you can be engaged with your
disconnected,
audience,
like
but
a-
not be engaged with them to instigate them in one way or another.
No. What I mean is, like, he's always been very not standoffish. What's the word I'm looking for? Shit,
What
I'm
are you
trying
trying
to
to
think of the specific. Like, he's very not aggressive. What the fuck is the word? Abrasive with his
Passive-aggressive?
community.
He
Abrasive.
definitely, yeah,
Like-
no,
That's the
I
word I would
agree. He
use.
He
definitely
definitely
comes
has
off,
some disdain for his community.
Yeah, he definitely comes off as somebody who doesn't
Yeah.
actually like his community, and that seems less to do with that he disagrees with, because he never argues with them. It seems to me that he just kind of takes a portion of community and throws them under the bus when it's convenient, and I can't say that I'm impressed with that. But
Well,
besides my personal opinion, because I don't like that's my
there
personal
is a
opinion.
lot. There is a lot of content of him just looking
There's a
at
lot.
chat and then picking out people to like talk with and argue.
Okay,
with
listen,
and-
there's a plenty of fucking
Yeah.
content of me picking out people from chat
Yeah,
and willing to have
exactly.
a that don't mean shit about whether I agree with you or whether I think you should do something. I'd sell you all out for a fucking Klondike bar. Don't fucking at me. Like, that doesn't mean anything. So if you say that, oh well, but he had a lot of conversations with some of his chat, why is that important? Is that important because of the amount of numbers
Well, because
he had and
you
he
were
drew a
saying
fucking lottery?
he never engages with them to like argue with them or talk to them.
When did we say that?
It was just
Manya, did you
You
say
said
you
that?
said that about a minute
Using
ago.
that.
Wait, who said that?
At least I think
You.
from the
Me?
perspective
I
of
didn't
you.
say that.
Yeah.
Bullshit. No. I said he didn't instigate his chat, not engage
Ah.
with his chat.
Oh,
Those
okay.
are different
Oh, really?
things.
I could've
Yeah,
sworn-
no.
could've sworn
Instigate.
you said
He
engage.
no. He doesn't instigate his chat. Like, he doesn't say, "Hey, chat, go do this." He doesn't say, "Chat needs to take X or Y action." I'm not saying
Okay.
whether or not he has a conversation with his chat. They may or may not be the case. I don't fucking know. I don't care.
Okay.
But
Okay, you clarified it. Okay.
he's not spurring his chat to take an action one way or another or instigating them to. I don't agree with that. I think that he 100% directly or indirectly instigates his chat one way or another.
To do the dirty work for him. Simple as that. Because he does
I mean,
that
I
here.
disagree.
Okay, tell
He
me
does
why.
that in this video.
He is one of the most moderated streamers online when
By
it comes to
who?
his community. By
By-
him and his moderators.
Okay, so what does that have to do with like the literal words he says?
Well, because it's actions indicating he doesn't instigate his chat to do his dirty
So
work for him,
he-
because that directly
He
goes
threw
against
some people under
his
the bus.
moderation policy.
He threw some people under the bus. Doesn't mean that he doesn't weaponize his audience.
Okay, so
Maybe he is-
I think we're jumping. I think we're jumping the gun, right?
Okay.
Like, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Where
Maybe a little.
Yeah, and I think that I don't think we're as far as talking past each other. I just think we're jumping the gun because
Okay.
again, I don't think. Okay, so let's take whatever the fuck.
Acrobatus.
Acrobatus. How is he a racist? Ask Rez, is he a racist? For that one joke, you said he is racist. And you can see, like, the one-dimensional thinking of the poor individual in the chat right now, and I feel bad for I feel like I'm punching down, because this one person,
Yeah, like
as
trying
much
to put
as
words
I've
in
been
our
like,
mouth, buddy.
bro, I've given you the link so many times to join and give us so you can give a full
Yeah, have a conversation with us,
explanation.
but you're just in the live chat just bullshitting.
I mean, I can remember exactly what you said. You said that's
Right.
kind of racist.
Right. Does that make Destiny racist or not? I don't know. I don't watch enough of his shit to delineate one way or another. But what I do know is that the clip I watched is kind of racist, bro.
Yeah, it's kind of racist.
Do we disagree with that? I'm gonna, chat. 1 in the chat if that's kind of racist, though, and 2 in the chat if no, not racist at all. Rez, Manya, do you think that his description of, Farha should change her last name to Smith is racist or not? Kind of racist.
Yes.
Kind of racist,
Why would you,
though.
Why would you make joke about someone's
Yes, one-dimensional thinking is a bad thing. It means you're only thinking within your tiny little baby contextual ideals, and you're not looking. One-dimensional thinking is like, oh my god, hubris, daddy.
Don't make me laugh. There are people asleep in this house.
How dare you? All right. Do you, Rez, think that was yeah, that's kind of racist, bro? Not that, again, this is a detraction from the conversation about, because ultimately the conversation is about consent and the way you navigate hookup culture, right? Because that was the main big context around what Destiny was saying was hookup culture, right? And then there's this whole contextual thing about how you produce content and how you do one thing or another thing based on a long 2-hour stream for a 40-minute thing, right? So do you think that how do you phrase this? Do you think that his statements about her name specifically and the searchability on YouTube is racist, yes or no, or why? Because that racism could have to do with him and Destiny, or you could say that the racism isn't on Destiny, that he's giving legitimate suggestions,
advice,
right? Because YouTube or TikTok are racist to searching her name in general.
People of color,
right? Because there's more than one way this could be racist and it not be on Destiny.
So what was the overall question?
Is it Destiny who has...
Alright, so I have 2 full questions. One, is it racist, yes or no? Like what Destiny was saying. And 2, is it on Destiny that is racist, or is it on TikTok or YouTube where the racism is coming from, and or is it an in between, yes or
no? On its face, I would say it's a racist joke to make. Do I think Destiny is racist, or that joke was coming from a racist place? No.
So you're saying it's probably him advising him.
Okay. No, that's fine. So why or why not, right?
Okay. Yeah.
just from a lot of the history I've watched of him engaging with people of other races,
well, just
he
to
can
draw
be very
clear
inflammatory. He
lines.
can be very
Yeah.
sure.
So
Yeah.
that doesn't
What?
make it racist.
But you asked me
No,
why,
no.
so I was giving.
Right, so
Yeah.
I'm just
Okay.
to say to draw clear lines. What's the racist part of the joke and what's the not racist part of the joke? Because if you're
I
gonna
would
say it's
say-
a joke, what's the racist part, what's the not racist part, and what's the funny part? What's funny about this, and why?
I would say the racist part of the joke is that one should change their name simply because it's outside the norm for a particular culture.
And and you're saying that's what makes it racist?
Yes, I would say.
Can you explain why?
Insinuating that someone should change their name simply because it's outside the norm of the culture that they're in, sort of indicates that the culture they're coming from is either inferior or too alien to integrate
It's
into the
at
culture
least
that
not
they're currently in.
accepted. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Like unacceptable to some degree, or something like that, or inferior, or both. You're muted.
Oh, sorry. This is the problem with like the presentation of like the way things are done, right?
Yeah.
So if you're having a different problem of like people are calling you a rape apologist, or at best, and you're admitting to being and saying that I came across as a rape apologist, you have a whole fucking ball of wax that you're trying to unfurl and be like, here's how I am, here's how I'm not. And I'm not gonna say that I'm willing to give Destiny more credit than he's willing to give his audience or men in general. I don't think he's fucking retarded, by his words, right? I think that he's got 2 brain cells, and I think he's capable of rubbing them together. And in doing so, I think he, with any kind of proper pushback, he can understand why his argumentation is fallacious, even if you put it within the limited context that he adds to it after the fact. Or, like, he did add to it at the time, but was taken out. So, like, the best argument I've seen to say, well, they're taking it out of context, is to say that he's talking about this one niche position. Which kind of undermines itself in the initial post, because she says that, hey, I'm presenting you this situation, and then you're putting this additional context onto it that I didn't add. Which is, okay, fine, whatever. But if you want to say that, oh, hookup culture is the context of this whole wibbly-wobbly shaboom, shaboom. Okay, well, maybe can we all agree that maybe hookup culture is fucked right out the gate?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think you'd agree with that.
Would he, though?
I would also like to say this. It's hookup culture specifically within America. So it's even further boiled down to a smaller circle. So.
Oh, sure. Like geographically, yeah.
Yeah. And you can go further even than that, and that's within cities in America. Because I'm not sure, like,
My thing is,
a lot of the
yeah,
talk
my thing is like,
has been,
my thing is that he takes everything as a debate, but he never accommodates people he's having conversations with, because he's treating it as a debate. So, and Farha is trying to have a conversation. And next thing, why would you go to that side at all? And if you did,
That's fair, actually.
If you did, why aren't you specifying that at all? In this video, he nowhere says that it was a debate. I was debating, so I was being the devil's advocate. He nowhere says that in this video.
I have seen a lot of people say that Destiny was playing devil's advocate, and at no point have I seen Destiny saying he was playing devil's advocate, but also I have never seen Destiny do anything except double down on his positions. So maybe the conversation doesn't need to be whatever we're having here. And maybe the conversation doesn't need to be whatever conversation he had with Farha, whether it's on TikTok or his own channel or whatever interview he's doing where he's getting thrown softball fucking questions. Maybe the conversation needs to be someone needs to, or Destiny needs to come straight up and say, these are my direct positions. Rez, you've been following Destiny for a long time. Can you tell me what his actual position is? This is 100%, yes, this is it, and you can reference it with something. Because I'll take the reference.
Any position, or?
About this topic.
Oh, about this topic.
Yeah. Because if you can give me, here's his position, and here's a link that justifies my interpretation that I'm telling you right now's position, I will absolutely play it 100%. We'll talk about that instead.
Yeah.
Just for clarification, are you talking about the specific situation with Farha, or are you talking about the topic in general?
The topic in general. So whether Farha be engaged or relevant in the topic or not is not important to me. What I think is important is that Destiny has a lot of followers and he spends a lot of time being really weird about crossing the stream between socialism and communism, which is kind of bizarre. And then being really weird about the way he views how a conversation needs to be held between a man dependent on his political position. Rez, do you think somebody needs to cater their conversation about a particular topic based on your political position?
It depend on how you're approaching the topic.
So if I say you're a conservative, right? Let's just say that. I don't think you are, but let's just say, hey, Rez is a conservative.
I was about to say something, but I won't.
No, fuck you. And then I say, women should have autonomy. And as a conservative, you say, yes, but, right? That's fair? That's fair, right? From a conservative standpoint? And then I say, your but has contextual issues and argumentative issues, and as a conservative, you ignore that and then push forward anyway. I think we would all agree that that's problematic, right?
Are you just saying that having a yes but or no but answer is in itself problematic, or?
Situationally. So I'm saying
okay.
On this stream, because we're all about having the conversation, yes but or yes and, no matter which way you fall, is more than reasonable. And I think you agree with that, yeah?
Yeah.
I think that's fair because we're just having a conversation. We're just talking about what can or cannot exist, right? So if I say rich people should pay taxes or should pay 80, let's call it 80% because I'm pulling a number out of my ass. Rich people should pay 80% of taxes. You might say yes and, or you might say yes but, or you might say no and, or you might say no but, right? I'm willing to accept any of those, right?
Yep.
So if I say Destiny is sexist and racist, but also this, and this, and I add some additional context that makes whatever his racism and sexism is not as egregious as, say, somebody on the extreme right of America, would you think that's acceptable? Regardless of whatever argument I'm making, you think that, like, conceptually that's reasonable, yeah?
I think if you believe that, that's fine.
Sure.
To say that.
But you think that, like, the reason I believe that might be reasonable. And then we can have a conversation about whether it is or is not.
I mean, I could like, here's my thing. I understand where people are coming from when they talk about Destiny in this way.
Okay.
I totally get it, because he's a self-admitted asshole.
Okay, but I'm an asshole. But that doesn't mean I'm saying somebody should change their fucking name on their OnlyFans to give them more fucking traction in a public setting where I'm already shitting on them in the first place.
How far are you going? Okay.
Whoa.
So
I knocked my headphones off.
Okay, so that's the thing, right? Okay, you know he's an arsehole. Okay, he's an arsehole.
I'm an asshole! That's not it. I'm not allowed to say whatever the fuck I want. This is bullshit.
Hold on, Chesh. How far are you going to make that excuse? What's the line? What's the crossing line?
What's acceptable and what isn't?
This is not acceptable anymore.
No, wait. When did I excuse his behavior based on him being an asshole?
No, I'm not excusing. I'm not saying. I'm saying generally that's what people are saying. He's an arsehole, so he will make these points. Or he will talk this way. Right?
Oh, you're saying when he makes this excuse.
Yeah. I'm an arsehole.
Oh, okay.
So
I thought you were saying I was saying that.
No.
My bad.
So how far can he stretch it? What's the line? After which you say this is not acceptable.
Like, in terms of, like, I can't watch or support this guy anymore because X, Y,
well,
Z,
that would be
right?
the extreme line, not like the in-between line. I think Monty's asking for the in-between line.
Or like,
I'm
or
asking
when you
what's
just give
the point?
pushback, I guess.
Who deleted Acrobatus?
I did.
Bitch!
He will be back. Don't worry. I haven't removed him.
Whatever. Come on. We've been asking for like an hour and a half.
Everybody's been asking him to come on, and he's just being a troll. So yeah. So that's what my point is.
Tell him to email Destiny and tell him to come talk to us.
Yeah.
It's not like Destiny's probably
After
not live
what
right now.
point- What is the point after
I
which
can
you'll
check.
start saying this is not this is not good. This
No,
is
he's
not
not
good.
live.
This shouldn't be this shouldn't be
All right. Can we
Said this
cut the
way.
butter? Can we like cut the bullshit for a second? Manu, do you
Butter?
mind? Yeah.
Yeah, go
we
for it.
call butter. Rez, do you mind? I don't want to like put you on the spot.
Well, can I just say one thing?
Yeah, go for
I
it.
myself have given pushback to Destiny this whole time.
Oh yeah. I don't think you need to be like
Oh, yeah.
specifically tied to an individual.
We are
based
not asking
on...
you to defend him or something. You are coming from a place where you say this is how he rolls kind of thing. That was what his,
Yeah, that's just
explaining
I
what-
sort of understand his underlying psychology with the way he approaches things, so I kind of
Yeah.
I understand him a little. I don't necessarily think it's a good thing. Let me just say that.
Oh,
I just sort of
sure.
understand.
Yeah.
I understand the underlying things going on a little bit
Yeah.
better.
I would
Gotcha.
suspect that you would, but I feel like the underlying things do not do anything to undermine our initial contentions.
And I never said
Right.
it did.
Yeah. No, I agree with that.
Yeah.
But do you think they do? Do you think there's anything underlying about Destiny
No.
that?
As I said, I have similar criticisms of Destiny. But the main problem I'm having is that I don't think, just based on what I know about him and like his particular psychology, which is
Sure.
very outside the norm, at least from what I understand of like people's psychology, which is, to be fair, not that much. I don't think he can quote unquote improve in too many directions. There are very
Okay.
specific areas he could improve in.
Oh,
I have a
There
question.
are some I think are very ingrained in him, so I don't know if he can.
Okay.
I have
Okay, I got it.
I have a very direct question for Rez, and you do not feel obligated.
for it.
Yeah, don't feel obligated to answer if you don't want to.
I will do my best to answer it.
Well, you're a
Destiny expert on the panel.
you're a watcher. You're somebody who's like, I've consumed his content for an amount of time. You're not like inherently like a fanboy or like I'm gonna defend him to the end like a simp, right? So I'm asking this question with that connotation in mind. This particular fucking issue of women need to do more that are things that they already know. Do they need to be the ones to be fucking doing shit? Because I'm done with this nonsense. I'm going right back. I'm circling my ass. Right back. My giant ass is going right back and sitting on the fucking goddamn starting line. And saying that this bitch, Destiny, is in his 30s, right? Yeah?
Believe he's...
I'll check it.
Oh, he might be a little younger than me.
Okay, so Destiny's in his 30s at least, and this bitch is in her 20s at least, right?
Yeah, I believe there's a 2-year gap between them.
He goes, oh god, and there is a fucking goddamn thing where he's like, you're on a whole other platform, and I'm on a whole other platform, and you're saying this thing, and I'm saying this thing on a platform that you don't fucking understand because you're a woman and don't know how to have fucking conversations. And this is not problematic?
Yeah.
Right? You don't think his tone as like if you take it in a bubble is not fucking problematic, or if you take it in just this conversation, like we all agree that he fucking lied, right? Manya, he lied, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Rez, do you agree that Destiny straight up boldface lied to his audience? Yes?
I'm still confused on which point specifically where he lied.
Okay, so he said that she doesn't understand editing and she didn't care about how he may or may not have looked after the editing, right? That's what he said that, yeah?
I'm just gonna assume he did, yeah.
No, I don't want to assume. This is literally the words he said. Right?
Okay, I feel like I gave two sides to that answer.
We've been on here a while. I've already forgotten.
I'm playing it. Don't worry about it.
I asked her yesterday if I could just buy the full convo offer, because now I'm like, okay, well, we need to post everything now. But she said she's only got like 44 minutes of the footage left because she already cut it down. I think that the issue is, we talked about it. She said she could try to post a full 44 minutes, but I don't think it's worth it at this point. It doesn't matter. Listen, it's all learning lessons. I think the issue is that for her past content,
he is literally telling people right now that there's no point in posting 44 minutes of the conversation. We all agree with this, yes? That's what you just said. Yeah. Okay, so he's like, don't worry about posting the whole fucking 44 minutes. Don't post the context. That's what he's saying, yes?
Yep.
Okay, so we all agree. Mani, you agree?
Yep.
So he's saying, don't post the context, don't worry about it, it's already out there. Right? So if we hear him complaining about context, or any of his fans complaining about context, they're full of shit. Right?
I guess you can say that, yeah.
Well, he said the context didn't matter. Right? So anybody who's complaining about the context is going against the will of Destiny. Right? That's fair. Alright. But we're also looking at the this is from his post. He's saying this. We're not looking at somebody else's bullshit.
Yeah, that's on his channel. Okay. Yeah.
Isn't that less of a lie and just more like his audience parts of his audience misinterpreting what he said? Because I understand this.
In what way?
Well, because you're saying he lied.
Yes.
And then his audience is going out and saying missing context, but he never said there wasn't.
Oh, bro, we haven't gotten to him bullshitting yet.
Oh, I see.
This is pre-bullshit.
Oh yeah, the bullshit hasn't even
content.
started.
She
at
basically
this
what she
point.
does is she
Here.
writes skits and then she has a guy like read a thing off and then she responds. So she has like a formula for doing her TikTok skits, which is really effective and works really well for her TikTok.
Where's the best place to hit on women?
At the gym. Correct her on her form as an opening. At the gas station, preferably when she's alone, so her fat friends won't be around to cock you. Waitresses are generally a safe bet.
But I think the issue is that she's not used to having like a real human being on the other end of that interaction. So like when
Okay. Rez, as somebody who's followed Destiny, do you think that what he's presented here is kind of bullshit?
I'm still confused. Like, what are you specifically saying there is?
I'm saying, alright, I'll be very, very clear. Destiny is saying specifically that she doesn't make content that involves conversation, therefore she doesn't know how to handle a conversation. Period. End of sentence. With a real person.
I don't know that he's saying that. I don't know. I'd
What
have
do you
to
think
think
he's
about
saying?
He said
willing to hear out.
he's saying that she's not used to having a person.
But
on the
this
other
wasn't.
side.
But this wasn't a fucking live. This was pre-recorded. This is when he's saying she's not used to having a conversation. He's saying she's not used to having a conversation based on she makes TikTok scripted content. If I go and have a conversation with Ewan McGregor, who makes content based off of scripted material, is Ewan McGregor not capable of having a fucking conversation?
I don't know. Like,
what do you mean you don't know? What do you mean I don't know?
Wait. If
Go on, Rez.
oh, sorry. I thought you were saying give me a second. Sorry.
The thing is
if
that
I
what
can
he's trying to
interpret-
do is, or I don't know. Okay, I won't put intentions, but what he's basically said.
I don't give a shit
Let's
about
go
his
with that.
intentions. I'm saucy.
He
now.
said because she makes TikToks which have one-sided conversations, therefore she doesn't know how to make a conversation, and therefore she is not used to having an opponent on the other side. So he's making an assumption, and then he is applying it to the whole thing that she has done with his content or with his
or with
conversation.
with her content.
Yeah.
Not his content.
Yeah,
You get me?
if I can make an interpretation, this is what I got
Yes.
out of that explanation.
Give.
So what he's saying is, like, she's not used to. Well, if I can interpret what he's saying is that, like, if she's going into this with the idea that she's going to integrate the 2-hour conversation they had into her TikTok as if it were pre-scripted.
And he's going into the TikTok. Right?
Yeah.
So that means
Yeah, I didn't say he wasn't.
No, yeah, but I'm saying if you're gonna say that she is interpreting this as if it's pre-scripted when it's notably not, right? We all acknowledge that it's notably not.
Okay. I think at least if I can interpret his interpretation of the situation is that he went into this like any other conversation he would have, whereas she went into this conversation in order to trim it down into the format she's used to on her TikTok, which you can only do on TikTok because, you know, it only allows up to 180 seconds.
Yeah. TikTok has limitations. I don't think anybody's arguing that, yeah.
Right, yeah. So
Okay,
she
go on,
was going to change one format into another and didn't realize along the way the kind of
hold on. What was the wait?
No.
What was
that's my interpretation. I could be wrong.
Okay, so we're all agreeing that fucking if he's gonna call other people retarded, we're gonna call him retarded. What is the format she would be turning it into?
Into the semi-scripted TikTok short form.
Okay, but there's a difference between
How is that
semi-scripted
scripted?
and scripted, right?
Sure.
Okay, so Destiny wasn't scripted. Right? We all agree that Destiny wasn't scripted here, right? I don't think anybody's
Right,
assuming
but I just
that
mean like, okay, her content, at least as far as I understand it, her content is very scripted, right?
Where are you
So
getting
she
her?
has
Wait,
type-
where are you? Wait. Before we go forward, you have an
Yeah.
understanding of her content. Where are you getting that understanding from? First off,
like what I've seen based on what people have showed me and the videos in Destiny itself. Like the back
Okay,
and
but-
forth she has with that guy who's like
So
her
the-
friend reading stuff off.
So
the
okay, but where
picture
did you
that
get? Wait,
Destiny
time out,
presented
Mania.
to
Before
you.
you go forward, I want to be
Okay.
very, very specific and very, very clear about this. Your understanding of her TikTok comes from Destiny's video, right, which we looked at, and what? Because you were saying something else.
And the TikToks I got sent.
Which okay, and did you get TikTok sent to you from her TikTok? Or from like
No, I
tertiary
got sent.
shit?
I got sent links to her TikTok videos on her TikTok page by
Mhm.
people within Destiny's community.
Okay.
So-
No, I just want to be clear. I don't want to dunk on you for that. I just want to make
No,
sure
no.
that
Go for it.
we understand the context of where you're coming from. Okay, so your understanding of her content is via a filter of Destiny overarching, whether or not that be
Oh, I see
him,
what you're saying.
or right.
I have not watched all of her TikTok videos.
Oh,
But
that's
when
fair.
I got sent
That's totally
videos
fair.
from her TikTok on her TikTok page, I looked through some other ones as well.
Okay.
So-
So you did like a little bit of
Yeah.
like, you got sent something from her page, you found her page, and then from that page, you kind of went through a couple of other things that are unrelated to the topic.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to be clear.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all
I think
Yeah.
I think so. I found her TikTok. I think so. It's with the same name.
Yeah, it's
her
not hard to find.
First name and
Just
last.
type in Farha
Yeah.
TikTok.
And-
like,
Well, I mean,
Scroll
apparently
down.
it's really fucking difficult according to Destiny, which is kind of fucking problematic, bro.
So I have gone down and looked at her content. There are TikToks where she is conversing or talking with the audience. I don't know whether it's scripted or not, but it's not that back and forth TikTok that she has recently started doing. So she has the capability of expressing her thoughts. I'm just saying it's different from what
Oh, you mean
Destiny's
she's
saying.
not a
So she-
literal fucking child? Imagine that.
Yeah, so she has done different type of content. So him, it's I think so. It's
well, a
splitting
lot
hairs.
of the TikToks I watch were that heavily scripted stuff where it's just like it seems like a back and forth on its face, but it's really her script that like she talks and then he talks, and then
You
you
need
know
to scroll down.
it seems like a back and forth,
you
but she's
scroll
written
down
it all
more.
out. So
If you scroll down more, she is having a conversation with the audience, or she's telling something to her audience. So that's a different format from what you are describing.
But
So it's
Destiny
not
went
like she
into
does
this
only that.
But Destiny went into this conversation knowing that this was her format, knowing that she was limited in the amount of time she could use, knowing that it was going to be clipped, given the opportunity to edit or look at that clip, given the opportunity to take that clip down if he wanted, and doubling down on the position and throwing her under the fucking bus, and knowing that she is not well versed in this type of content, and then throwing his audience also under the bus for making any kind of contention about her specifically. So where do people fall? Like where from what Destiny has said, where are people supposed to fall? Because I would suspect that the way I would interpret it as somebody, again, who admittedly is not terribly prolific in Destiny content, and that's fair, take it with a grain of salt, but what are you supposed to take from what he fucking has to say, even as somebody who's followed him for a long period of time outside of Don't listen to me. I'm just throwing shit out there, and if you do anything, fuck you.
Rez?
Oh, was that
Yes?
at me specifically? Or
That was kind of general, but you can answer if you
Oh.
want to.
I mean, like, look, I'm not even like, how do I put this?
Pick a lane!
Jeez. I'm
Destiny,
trying
Destiny.
to,
I don't
like-
mean you. I mean Destiny. Destiny needs to pick a fucking lane because he's
he's
playing like both.
both sides.
He's trying to be like, well, liberals are stupid because of these reasons, and conservatives are stupid because of these reasons. But I'm gonna heavily list to the right because rape is women's responsibility, and as much as he wants to downplay what he said, and as much as he's going on the circuit to do interviews with people who are going to ask him questions, they're softballing the fuck out of him, and he's talking about rape as if it's something that's just like the equivalent of, oh, I put my arm around a girl and she wasn't comfortable with it. It's, you don't just take your dick and shove it inside of somebody. You know what I mean? It ain't that fucking simple, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, it's messed up. It's right, and that's what I'm saying. He pretends that he does not care what his audience cares about, but he does.
Well, okay, so he kicks his audience into action and then plays as if he didn't. Right? He fucking shit talks his audience so fucking much and talks about them like they're fucking stupid and calls them retarded and says they're fucking dumb and that they don't understand what's going on, and then relies on them to do all the fucking dirty work for him, and then literally never fucking says anything about them directly. Like, it's always indirect, as if it isn't actually his group that's the ones doing it. He's all like, oh, this thing is a fucking problem, but, you know, you guys are special. You don't do that shit. It's that's what he fucking does. Over and over and over. This is all I've fucking seen out of the shit I was specifically sent by Destiny's fucking fans to say, Destiny isn't this way. Look at this shit. And I look at this shit, and what is it? Oh, look, it's shit. To the surprise of nobody. And this is the thing. Maybe Destiny is different, or maybe has a different approach, or maybe he's more logical and less emotional and less of a petty fucking bitch about his fucking approach to a specific topic than he is to this rape one. And I would really like to know, why is he so particular about rape? That's kind of fucking weird. Tell me I'm wrong. I'd be more than happy to be wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me he's not a petty fucking little angry bitch boy that dunks on his fucking community and tells them they're fucking retarded and tells them they're stupid for thinking these things that he set them up to think, and then turns around and immediately praises his community, and then turns around and tells them they're fucking, and he has no responsibility for them. Do we all agree? Alright, well, yes in the chat or no in the chat, so give me a Y or an N. Do you think, you know what, I'll make a poll, alright? I'm gonna start a poll.
Yeah, there you go.
Do you think that Destiny, I'm just gonna call him D, is responsible for his community?
Just because
Question marks.
Just because I said that you cannot control your community all the time doesn't mean that you're not responsible.
No turtles! Fuck you! No turtles! No turtles
you don't
until
get
I
any
get
turtles.
enough. No, you get no turtles until you give me enough turtle facts in the comment section. Fuck you. Alright, go ahead, Mania. I'm so frustrated.
I almost had a
this
brain fart.
all of this conversation feels so fucking, either it's dishonest or we have to take like these little itty bitty baby steps. I do not think Rez is dishonest. I think dishonest McBumblefuck that we were talking about before is 100% dishonest.
I think the latter is true, Chesh. I think we're gonna have to take itty bitty baby steps if you want to step into this pond at all.
Fuck it. I don't care about Destiny's fucking bullshit pond. I care about that he's spilling his splooge pond into my pond. That's what I care about.
I mean, that's fair.
Right?
I don't have a problem with that.
I don't feel like I'm being unfair.
I'm a little offended because I feel like a lot of this is being directed at me, maybe indirectly for some reason.
Rez, no, please, don't take it like that, please. I know it's exhausting. It can get exhausting. I do get that.
I don't know how much my opinion means to either of you. I don't know
You
for sure.
have more, at least in particular with this topic, you have more context than we do overall total, so that on its own has value, period.
Right, but even just in general, I don't know how much my opinion means to either of you. I don't know if it means shit,
we're getting way too personal for the fucking stream. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like,
well,
if we're gonna give Destiny that he can be making arguments that he doesn't believe in, I think that it's reasonable to say that Destiny doesn't necessarily believe in rape apologetics, but is making this argumentation to further the conversation, right? I think it's fair to say that Mia and Manya are gonna take what you're saying with a grain of salt that is
That's fair.
removed from what our positions or personal opinions of you are in general, right?
Yeah.
Sure, I understand that. But with that said, I'm allowed to but
period but touch the butt.
Period question mark.
Question mark.
Can you
Space.
burn a Luigi board?
Can you burn a Luigi board? Bragante?
That's Bragante.
Alright, go on.
Oh god. Going down memory lane right now. Okay. Whatever my opinion is worth to any of you, the two of you and everyone in chat, if I thought that Destiny was a rapist, or a racist, or a rape apologist even, I would not follow his content, or support him in any way.
I don't think that's fair.
Oh yeah, we know you that much.
No, I don't think that's fair.
We know you that
I don't
much.
think that's fair. I don't think that's fair for two reasons. I'm going down a whole different lane of questioning now, alright? Okay, first off, you can watch and consume somebody's content without agreeing with them, right?
Yeah.
Oh, no, before we go down this road, I'm just saying, in my personal viewpoint, if I thought that of him, I wouldn't follow him. I'm not saying other people should or should not do that.
Okay. Yeah. Alright, so with that in mind...
Whatever that is worth to you...
Yeah.
Take that for what you will.
Based
on my history of his content, I don't think that.
I think that you have more context than we do. But I think him and us agree that what he said, and admittedly so by his words, what he was talking about sounded, whether the cut was fair or not, sounded like rape apologetics. So, would you agree with that?
I don't even necessarily... Yes, but I wouldn't even necessarily care about that. My main problem with Destiny is the way he conducts himself.
I don't give a shit about what your personal fucking Alright, Rez. Rez, I love you, and you know I love you, and I think you're great, and I love spending time with you, and you're one of my favorite people, right?
Sure.
Yeah? Okay, I don't give a shit about whether or not you think his opinion was or was not problematic in a form of communication, or whether it was problematic in yes, yay, B, or C. I give a shit that I don't fucking care. Do we all agree that the shit he fucking said was rape apologetic, yes or no? Yes or no?
I just said yes.
Okay, so we all agree that it was rape apologetic. I don't give a shit what his personal opinion is. Do you agree, yes or no?
I just said yes.
Okay, so you agree that my position is that he may or may not be a rape apologist, and that may or may not matter. I don't give a shit. It was a rape apologetics one way or another, right?
Sure.
Okay, Monty, you agree with that? Okay, cool.
I do.
Whether you personally think he's a rape apologetic doesn't matter, right? We're talking about his argumentation, not the individual, right?
When I say the way he conducts himself, I'm including his argumentation.
Okay, so sure, that makes sense. Okay, so when he says that the thing I said was kind of rape apologetic-ish, and then says, but I agree with all those things I said, does that make him a rape apologetic? Yes or no?
Yes.
Let me think.
Oh look who
'Cause
scrolled in the chat.
I want to make sure I want to
Wait.
make sure I am as honest as I possibly can be. Is that fair?
That's fair. Be as honest as possible.
I think if he's being honest that he agrees with even how that TikTok came across, that would make him a rape apologist, yes.
Uh-huh. And then when he says the TikTok comes across as, like, quote unquote, because I'm pretty sure he said this makes me sound like or look like a rape apologist, right? That he agreed
Sure,
with
yeah.
that, yeah. Okay. And then when he doubles down on those positions, at what point does that mean he himself is actually just a straight up rape apologist?
Yeah, that's a good question.
And, like, this isn't on you as an individual,
Yeah.
by the way. This is, like, on...
Well, it is
Destiny's-
for me though, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, oh, yeah, sure. Personally, for you, it
Yeah.
might be a thing as
I
somebody
want
who
to
follows
be.
him
I
and
want to
supports
be as.
him.
I'm trying to be as honest as I possibly can be.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I don't know
Sure. So what would be the tipping point?
because I personally don't know if he is doubling down or if he's saying that as like a. I don't know. I'd have to look more into it. If this, current saga, quote unquote, continues.
Sure,
I
sure,
want
sure.
to see more of what he says about the specific situation before I make my final decision.
But do you have an opinion on him clearly barbing the fuck out of this person who is asking for technical advice?
Whatever the reason, whatever the psychology that's going on.
I don't know. That's kind of the thing is, it kind of sounds like me and a few of my friends too. But
I mean,
again, like you said,
right,
they're not
and your
friends necessarily,
friends.
but they are they are very familiar with each other as far as I'm aware. They've spent quite a bit of time with each other the last.
Do you have like
month and a bit,
month and a bit? Is that the number you're willing
Yeah, as
to
far
put
as
on
I'm
it?
aware, because I believe like the content they've been doing together has been like in the works for a bit. If I'm not incorrect.
Yeah, it seems to me that there's been at least a month of content creation, including recording and editing, that would at minimum be put in, right?
Yeah. As far as I
Okay.
know, they've actually
fair.
spent quite a bit of time together over the last month. So whether or not they consider each other friends, I don't know. So
Okay. I guess that's fair, Chesh.
I mean, I think that's fair in an amount of time to be expected from what we've seen, but I do think it's a little bit absurd from a different perspective, right? So if you say, this person's been hanging out with them for at least a month, and they were like, yeah, whatever, post what you want, and then shit talks them, and then brings them on to their community directly to answer these questions that he's not even willing to give technical fixes on, is kind of sus.
yeah,
For
I mean,
me, it is.
like I said, his conduct in that area is really shit, and I don't agree with it. I've already said that a few times.
Yeah, so I think so what Chesh is trying to or I will paraphrase, I think so what Chesh is trying to say, the way he set up the situation where he criticized her, and then when she came in, he started throwing these barbs at her.
He threw the barbs before this even started and then just continued.
Yeah, he was shit-talking her. So he's setting up an expectation. Why is he doing that from the start? If she is his friend, why is he doing that?
Because, yeah, he literally does that with everybody. So
does he do that with? Wait.
That's okay.
I have two questions. Does he do that with everybody, or does he do that with friends? Because he
does that with everybody.
We have a pretty solid group of people where we've interacted with individuals such as fucking Unirock, who were like, yeah, Unirock deals with these people in this particular way, and we don't agree with the way he handles that group of people one way or another. Right? So why would that apply to Destiny as an exception rather than the rule?
I'm not sure. I'd have to think about it.
I think so. It's where I think so where the disconnect might be, because then all his behavior in the past is questionable, and everyone's wondering if his behavior in the past is questionable.
I mean, his behavior is questionable, period. But
yes, so then are his arguments also questionable? See what I'm talking? Yeah, Rez? So I think so that's what's happening. And
sure,
we are
I
talking
can
about
see
this
how people
instance.
think like that.
And they might say, oh, I should have seen that. That's not happening. You know? So denial is a thing. But yeah, just because we have to sometimes go back and say, yeah, this whole behavior is not good. Whatever their justification
okay. Like I've said before, we're looking at a very specific notation in Destiny's history. Like, if he's got a whole museum, we're looking at, like, one individual fucking, like...
We're looking at one exhibit, yeah.
Right, we're looking at one... I would even be stressed to call it an exhibit with the amount of content this man has put out.
That's true, yeah. It's one item in an exhibit.
Right, exactly. It's like we're looking at one painting and we're like, bro, what the fuck? But the rest of his shit is great. I don't know enough about the rest of his shit to make this, this kind of thing. And I don't okay. Personally, I disagree with his approach to dealing with criticism on this topic specifically, because I don't...
As to why.
I don't think his way of handling this has been really good. But I also don't agree with... He has done a really good job of talking about rape as if it's just something that happens as the result of a misunderstanding. No, it fucking doesn't. Bro, fuck you? Absolutely not. Nor does it happen as a misunderstanding between a woman assaulting a man. No. Bajillion times no. And if he wants to talk about a niche, he needs to predicate his discussion, and that's on him. He has a whole ass conversation about... He has a whole ass thing complaining that we don't have equivalent words, quote, in the English language about whether or not you have moral responsibility or whether or not you have personal responsibility. As he is literally describing the word, he's like, oh, we only have one word for this in the English language, and I don't know what to do as I describe two different words. The difference is responsibility versus accountability. And the answer is that ultimately he does not seem to know what the difference is between those two. And you can say that, hey, listen, it's my job to take care of my car, which means that it's my responsibility to pay for the oil changes. If the window gets damaged, it's my responsibility to pay for the window damage. But if somebody breaks into my fucking car, is it my responsibility to have locked it in a specific way, which is independent to that car, because different cars are different, and we're not going to talk about Tesla right now.
Yeah, no, not Tesla.
Please no.
Right? So if I say that somebody broke into my car, but my car was off, and I took my keys with me, I've done a reasonable amount of personal responsibility, right? We would all agree with that, yeah?
Yep.
Okay, so if I'm a woman and I walk around and I have a fucking vagina, I can't leave that shit at home, right? Cool. So am I required to wear a chastity belt and I left the key at home and I'm only fucked if somebody brings a fucking lockpick?
Or they break it off. I don't know. How strong are those?
They've either got a butterfly knife or a lockpick. Those are really the two options.
Can you break a chastity belt?
Yeah! It's a lock like any other lock.
Has anyone
No,
seen...
not the lock specifically, the belt itself.
I don't know what you mean. That's literally what it is. It's a belt with a lock on it. So if you break the lock, the belt comes off.
Sure, but if you break the belt itself, it'll also come off, wouldn't it?
That's what I literally just said. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what you're asking, is what I'm saying.
Okay, never mind.
What do you... You agree with what I was saying, right?
Yeah.
So, if Destiny's like, wearing a chastity belt isn't good enough, you would have issue with that, right? And whether or not... Like, you're not saying, well, women should bring a blowtorch so that way they can ignore... Like, if you pull out a butterfly knife or thieves' tools, you could just light them on fucking fire, right?
Yeah.
Cool, so Destiny's argument is garbage.
Or no, depending on how that question's proposed.
That's
but
the
sure.
wrong thing. What do you mean?
No, I mean, like, depending on how you're asking that question. Like,
I'm asking that question, is a chastity belt good enough, and does that make the woman responsible for the rape that took place if her chastity belt fails? One way or another.
no.
Okay, so if she's not wearing one, is that still her fault morally?
No.
Is it still her fault from a personal responsibility?
No.
Okay, so if a woman is not personally responsible for keeping her literal pussy that she can't go anywhere without because it's biologically attached to her...
I'll try and see if I can detach it and throw it.
Apparently you can take... According to Candace Owens, you can take your vagina out and put it in another woman, so I don't know what to tell you, Manya.
Let's go. Here we go.
What Destiny is proposing is an unfair line of reasoning, right? And it's unfair to men and it's unfair to women, and I will explain. And you can go and watch his own shit if we don't end up watching it here, because this shit has gotten off the fucking rails. So...
It's 5 hours, Chesh.
Fuck off, I don't care! Okay.
Oh my
Yay,
god,
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Look at how much cheese I have left. I had a whole wheel at the beginning. I don't want to talk about this. Alright. If you have... I have more wine left than I had cheese, and I'm really upset about it. So if you have a situation where you say women are responsible or men are responsible, and one of the things that Destiny said in this account here, which, let's play a second of it and see. I'm gonna jump it ahead.
I think
Muted?
I mean, like,
Oh.
I think
It's very quiet.
Can you raise the volume?
Yeah.
Could probably be stopped on either side. Have like the ability to say no and to have like some level of autonomy over themselves. Like you need to.
Like, how do we like reduce sexual assaults? You would say men stop being so aggressive and women be less passive.
Yeah, I would say men need to look for like we need to have a good conversation about what enthusiastic consent looks like, and then women need to have like the ability to say no and to have like some level of autonomy over themselves. Like you need to be able to put up a boundary. You need to not be such a people pleaser all the time. You need to learn how to say no.
Oh my
Do you
fucking lord.
do you think those onuses are equal, or do you not look at it that way?
Percentage wise, I mean, like I think 99% of rape can probably be stopped on either side if either side pushed 100%. But realistically, we're gonna probably have to meet in the middle somewhere. Like I think like if you want like hardcore on the woman's side, like carry a pocket knife, you know, all this shit. Like I think you could probably stop like 99% of rape. Just like make women like murderers.
Yeah.
And then on the guy's side, if you're just like super respectful, you could probably also stop like 99% of rape. But there's still gonna be like somebody got too drunk and felt differently afterwards or some shit. But in general, I think the solution kind of has to be like in the middle or whatever.
Do you think
the
to that those
middle?
two kinds of advice? Do you think men and women are? I'm already going off my script here. Do you think both of those sides are equally receptive to that kind of advice?
Depends on how it's given and who's giving it. Both of those are going to be like
Yeah,
highly
not from you,
multivariate.
buddy.
Like I think you can push. I think you can do like enthusiastic consent where guys are pretty receptive to it, as long as you don't present it in like the most cucked fucking way imaginable, which it often is. And then on the woman's side, like being able to put up like good boundaries and like being able to conduct yourself in a way that like maximize. Like I think you can also do that in a pretty good way too. It just depends.
Conduct yourself in what way?
Like, victim blamey and.
Oh god.
Yeah. Do you think the men advice comes better from men and the women advice comes better from women generally?
What the fuck?
Generally, yeah, maybe. No, actually, I think it probably has more to do with
Chesh,
your
can you
political
go
side
back
than
a
anything
little
else, actually.
No. Give me the whole thing. You tell me.
So he's saying that men need to look for enthusiastic consent, but women need to put up more boundaries and not.
Listen, how about like any consent according to Destiny's line of fucking expectation here? Any consent would be fucking nice, right? I'm not gonna pretend that Destiny's advocating for enthusiastic consent, given what he said in the previous video we looked at last week. He wasn't advocating for enthusiastic consent.
He's doing? Yeah.
Yeah, hedging his bet and trying to gaslight the fuck out of people?
Yeah. You know what he's doing? He's talking about enthusiastic consent, but he's describing enthusiastic no also. He's saying women need to be more enthusiastic about their no by saying that they need to raise more boundaries and stop being people pleasers. He's just giving it a different term just so that people don't dunk on him.
Well, I mean, Destiny admitted already that men are emotionally pathetic without using such terms.
Here it's quite evident that it's not a conversation. Is Rez still here? Or he's gone?
Yep. No,
oh, you're still here? Okay, cool. So here,
I only kicked out that one fucking guy.
Him question. So guys are still asking him questions.
I can leave.
He's still not.
Fuck you, Rez.
No. Hey, hello.
You're not getting out of this fucking easy.
So here, it's not a debate anymore. He's asking his opinion. If I'm
It wasn't
wrong.
a debate in the first fucking place.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It kind of confirms that it wasn't a debate. It was a conversation. And he's doubling down on it. Like, what more women have to do to tell you that this is fucked up? What more do we have to do to make you realize that you are being gaslighted the shit out of you?
You have to be physical. That's what Destiny said. If we're gonna follow Destiny's rules, he said you have to be verbal, then physical, then walk away. Instead of the thing that actually makes sense in reality, which is tell them no, then walk away. Then if they pursue you, you get physical and hit them with a fucking taser and kick them in the balls and shoot them in the dick, whatever the fuck it is. I've been told I have a DM waiting for me.
And
I see no DM!
Okay, who has more onus? He said that both parties have to come and meet in the middle. What the fuck was that? What?
Oh, this is Farah's TikTok, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I found it.
Do you think most
Wait, you
guys are
DM'd
good
it?
at like reading signals and everything?
No, I pulled
but
it
I
up.
think a lot of guys are also okay with
Oh.
transgressing the signals they do read.
Really?
So you think it's just sheer ignorance? There's no
Really?
malice?
I don't think it's malicious most of the time. No. The problem is right now we're in a world where
Okay, we have a problem right out the gate. This dude doesn't think rape is malicious.
What the fuck was that?
Dude,
Unless they were
I'm
talking about
asking
something
chat.
else and he quoted him.
No. This is his direct response. Because he didn't complain about this clip.
Oh, he didn't any complain. Oh, okay, he was.
He is saying that he doesn't think rape is malicious. Do you
What
agree
the
with
fuck was
him?
that? So yeah,
I'm asking in here, like Monty, do you think rape is malicious? Yes or no?
It is. It is
Rez,
malicious.
Rez, do you think rape is malicious? Yes or no? And I feel free to
Violent
add
rape definitely is.
versus what comparatively so. What's
Versus just the like both parties were a little drunk and maybe couldn't have properly consented sort of thing. If you know what I mean.
So,
okay, so
yeah, so
no, I know what you mean. Go ahead, Monty. I'll go
Yeah.
after.
yeah, but that's an exception, I think so. That's not the norm. We're talking about normally is
Isn't that
rape
the-
malicious?
Well, I think that's what Rez is saying. He's saying like
Okay, yeah. Okay, oh yeah. Okay, let's go.
right.
Yeah,
What do you
like
want to say?
violent rape is definitely malicious, obviously.
But
I just
does
think, like-
rape have to be violent to be malicious? And what does violent mean? Because you're adding this connotation of violent, so you need to quantify what violent is. I think that's fair,
Well,
right? We all agree
the
that's fair.
violent rape is very obviously malicious because there's very much intent behind that, obviously. When it
No, you
comes to,
say
like, the two
obviously,
parties-
but not according to Destiny. But go ahead.
well, like, correct me if I'm wrong. The majority of rapes, at least in America, aren't they between two intimate partners?
No.
Or am I wrong there?
It's someone you know. It tends to be
Yeah.
somebody
Oh, it's someone
that
you
you're...
know. That's right. That's the
Yeah.
statistic. Yeah.
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 Right.
Okay, so
So does that make them malicious? And I think that there's a problem with the idea of malicious in the first place, right? And I think we'll all agree with that. Malicious means that you were like out to get this person in particular for a reason outside of the rape, right? I think that there's like this idea of outside of the rape that I think is a misnomer to this malicious context. I think we can all agree with that, right?
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's what's intended by this question. Right? I think they're intending that if you are raping someone, you're malicious because you've been told or indicated no and you're doing it anyway. Which I think
And
is different
even if-
from you're targeting someone as a predator specifically. Right? Can we agree with... Do we all agree with that? And say no if you don't agree.
Yeah,
That's fine.
I would agree with that, except that I'm
Mhm.
pretty sure they're taking into account the majority of rapes being between someone you know and whether or not they're
So,
malicious
hold on.
to start with.
That
I don't know.
Hold on.
So...
That's just my question. I don't know.
That actually
Generic...
makes it more malicious.
Generic minority...
That you know someone and you don't accept their boundaries. I think that makes it more.
Yeah, I don't
malicious.
remember the
I don't know.
exact
Sure.
stat. I'd have to
But,
look it up again.
but generic minority makes a good point. What do you define as violent rape versus regular rape? Because both of them are you're penetrating somebody without their consent. So what makes it more or less violent? What's the
Yeah.
what's the
Well, 'cause
violent part?
you've also got rape after the fact, right?
But that's not what we're asking. That's a separate thing.
No, but like generic minority was confused as to the distinction I used because like there's
Right,
violent
so
rape, but
define
there's
it.
also rape after the fact, yeah.
Well, maybe,
Right, so rape-
maybe,
Yeah, rape
but
is after
as I would be remiss to be a man and say that the sex I had or the sex that I produced was so
Engaged
bad.
with.
engaged with was so bad that the woman didn't even recognize it as sex. But if you're gonna say that rape is violent, what distinguishes non-violent rape from rape? What is the difference in that case?
So what is the difference between violent rape and non-violent?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so violent rape, there is very specific intention, usually from the start, before the penetration even happens.
Mouth or like vaginal penetration?
Both.
Sure, okay.
When it comes to non-violent rape, I believe most, if not all of these, are usually after the fact because, like, either one or both parties couldn't fully consent due to intoxication or whatever, under some kind of influence.
So non-violent rape is roofing someone.
Or just being a little bit too drunk.
Sure, that's just an example. So parties. You agree that non-violent rape is roofie, right?
One of those could be, yes.
Okay, so yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so if non-violent rape is roofie, because the woman can't defend herself?
Yeah. So if I put up a struggle, it becomes a violent.
No, I'm not saying you're saying is good. Let me be clear. I don't mean to say... Because this isn't about demonizing...
This is what Destiny is doing.
No, this isn't about demonizing an individual. This is about talking about the overarching scenario. If you say that there's a distinction to be made about violent rape versus rape, and to say one is worse than the other, and then non-violent rape, like roofing, falls under non-violent rape, and the only thing that distinguishes a non-violent rape is that the woman didn't defend herself, that's kind of fucked up, right?
Yeah, like I said, it's still not good. Obviously, I don't think I need to qualify that, but I will anyway, because...
No, go for it. Like, we're not out here to, like, dunk on, Destiny or you as an individual. We're here to talk about the argumentation, because the argumentation and handling of the situation overall is bad.
I'm just personally wondering, because you're right, this is bad, right? Because it seems as though they're talking about rape in general. I'm just wondering how much... they're talking specifically about rape after the fact versus rape in general. I don't know.
They're not distinguishing. They're saying
right, yeah, that's the problem.
Okay, so there's two things that's going on here, right? They're talking about two different things. They're talking about hookup cultures, specifically that Destiny is talking about, and she is talking about rape overall. And so, as much as I'm willing to grant that there is something to be said about different contexts, those contexts still have an overarching issue of a lack of empathy or a lack of respect or a lack of viewing the other person as an individual in the scenario. Right, so even if you say that Destiny's comments only respond to hookup culture, great, but he's ignoring the greater problem of hookup culture in that it's incredibly patriarchal in the favor of men. Right, it's still, April is right, it's still it's still fucked up, it's still disgusting. And then to present it to online fucking red pillars as if his whole base isn't incredibly right-leaning is kind of absurd, right?
Yeah, and I said that at the outset.
But we all agree that it's irresponsible for him to have this take and present it in this way, right?
Yes, and I've said exactly that.
Yeah. I'm more trying to establish our basis, rather, like, what do we have in common versus what we disagree on. So we all agree that the way Destiny has handled this conversation, the way it's evolved, has been problematic, right?
Sure. I don't disagree with that.
So yeah, I think so. We have
Sorry to
established
drag
the
this out
fact.
if I did.
No. We're kind of
Nah.
we're trying to explain to somebody in chat how to You need to contact me so I can send you the link to join the call, because the link to join the call is its own fucking thing. That's why.
Yeah.
And that's
Also,
not their
I think
fault.
we have.
It's not their fault either.
I think so. We have established that it wasn't a debate; it was a conversation.
I
think
just
so
need to
that
AFK
we
for a little
have.
bit.
Yeah, take your time. I think that we've established that it wasn't a debate, but Destiny kind of maybe tried to treat it as such, and it didn't go in his favor. Right?
Yeah, that's why
Like,
he's pissed about it.
Completely that's an unbiased take, right? I can say that Ken Ham did poorly because he's fucking wrong, but Bill Nye also did poorly because Bill Nye's not a debater, right?
Yeah, I could say that. Yeah, that's fair.
The thing is that I find people who are Destiny fans are so fucking sensitive about that. Oh, but Destiny himself doesn't actually think this, and I'm like, how do you know that?
Yeah.
How do you know
He
what
has
Destiny?
not denied this anywhere,
At
and he's
no
actually
point.
doubled down on it.
At
And
no
all the
point.
context that the fans are providing, Destiny has not given them that context at all. They are just thinking, oh, this is how you can justify in your head, and you're coming us with that justification. It's not Destiny's justification, because if it were, it would be on his fucking channel.
And Generic Minority makes a
Just
good point.
saying.
All this is stupid. Talking about the psychology of rape and saying there is a distinction on how you force sex on someone that can change anything. If y'all can't grasp that, you're a lost cause. They said sauce, but I'm gonna go with cause.
And see, that's what his opinion is doing, and that's why it's dangerous. It's blurring the lines. It's blurring the lines, and that's very dangerous, especially in the hookup culture. It's very dangerous. We should be going towards the other way. He is going fucking off the cliff.
He's justifying the status quo and then enabling it, I think would be what you're looking for.
Yes. yes.
So
yeah.
The thing is that even from like a fundamental point of fallacy versus like what is and is not good or bad argumentation, the majority of Destiny's argumentation falls flat.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, at least on this topic. And again, I say, I don't know about other topics, but on this topic, the only thing I've seen is Destiny doubling down and getting worse and worse and worse and worse to the point of adding racism in. Whether or not you've added it in, like, jokes between your racism, you're still being fucking racist. I don't sit here and say, hey, Monty, you should change your name to Mary because it makes my stream look better. That's fucked up!
Yep, that's fucked up. Hey, bro, Acrobatus, we just saw a video where Destiny doubles down. What do you think about that? You can still come online. You don't.
Where's your...
Send
me a message. I'll send you a link. I want you to come
Yeah.
on. Come here. Come to me. Come be with me.
We'll
hear you out. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's... There were so many things that he said in the previous stream that went without without... Nobody gave a shit about the video that's showing on screen right now. Like, nobody fucking cared. And there were plenty of fucking... Watch this. Just watch. Just watch for, like, a minute.
Do you think most guys are good at, like, reading signals and everything?
No, but I think a lot of guys are also okay with transgressing the signals they do read.
Really?
So you think it's just sheer ignorance? There's no malice?
I don't think it's malicious most of the time, no. The problem is right now we're in a world where a woman can say, chill, I'm not ready. And she could mean, I want you to take me and right now, but I just don't want to seem too easy. Or she could mean, chill, I'm not ready. Guys will fight really hard for sex. Most guys probably don't have the opportunity to just like a million girls if they want to.
Okay.
So when that one opportunity shows up and you're telling the guy like, listen, just always err on the side of caution and walk away if it seems like not okay. Like, I think in that situation, we're setting everybody up for failure. That's what I think. So,
But my point is, if it was purely a matter of confusion or just misinterpretation, then it wouldn't matter the guy's body count or his like abundance of women available. Do you see what I'm saying?
say that last part again?
If you're saying it's just a matter of misinterpretation, the guy could have good intentions and think, okay, she just want to come off as a slut. But now you're giving all this context saying, well, guys don't pull a lot. They're very desperate. And by factoring in the desperation, you're now adding malice.
Trying to excuse the malice by saying it's desperation.
Okay, but besides that, it's okay but even within the context of this conversation, even if they've realized it or not, it's okay for a guy to have a body count, but if a girl does it, she's a slut.
Yeah.
Even within this conversation, which is trying to be more progressive, right?
Yeah.
So, what the fuck are we supposed to do with it?
So to all the Destiny fans out there, bar Riz, stop trying to gaslight us.
Following does not equal a fan of. I definitely follow people that I don't agree with.
I just made the distinction. Okay, cool. All right. So yeah, all the fans of Destiny who are trying to justify this bullshit, fuck off.
Well, it's not even that. It's like, okay, if you agree, like, why do you agree with Destiny, and come and tell me why, and if I say, this is fallacious and here's why, and I explain to you, you're gonna need to bring something to the table. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Wait, it's not his opinions, now you've invented his opinions? Bitch, where?
Yeah, where? The thing is that he fucking doubled down on it, and we are asking, what is the need to double down, you asshole? Chesh saw him the second, I think so, Acrobatus was not here when we played that second video, where he's, like, doubling down on this bullshit.
Imaginable, which it often is. And then on the woman's side, like, being able to put up, like, good boundaries and, like, being able to conduct yourself in a way that, like, maximize... Like, I think you can also do that in a pretty good way, too. It just depends, but it can't come off as, obviously, like, victim blaming and...
Yeah, do you think the men advice comes better from men and the women advice comes better from women generally?
Generally, yeah, maybe. No, actually, I think it probably has more to do with your political side than anything else, actually.
Oh, really?
Now it is, because everything is political. Because, like, progressive men aren't going to give good advice to normal men, I don't think. It's going to come off as super cocked. It's going to, like, be like...
Progressive men can't give advice to normal men because it will come off as cucked. And this is why I say, please tell me what his political affiliation is, because he claims himself as a centrist. And so if he proclaims himself as a centrist and then speaks as if progressive and liberal men are beyond normal and conservative men are normal, and conservative men come off as cucked in their messaging, and then further down this line, right? Like, it gets worse. It only gets worse.
Yeah. So, Acrobatus, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
I mean, I'm more than happy to replay Destiny's hypocrisy, if that's what you're looking for.
Let's do it again.
Play it again? Play it again, let's go!
Rub it in the
like, being able to conduct yourself in a way that, like, maximize... Like, I think you can also do that in a pretty good way, too. It just depends, but it can't come off as, obviously, like, victim blaming and...
Yeah, do you think the men advice comes better from men and the women advice comes better from women generally?
Generally, yeah, maybe. No, actually, I think it probably has more to do with your political side than anything else, actually.
Oh, really?
Now it is, because everything is political. Because, like, progressive men aren't going to give good advice to normal men, I don't think. It's going to come off as super cocked. It's going to, like, be like, yeah. I think it's gonna feel like super cuck.
I think I agree with that.
Are you telling me?
Yeah.
Are you telling me this is also a
But
debate?
conservative women can probably give good advice to like right-leaning men that are looking to fuck or whatever and not be too cocked about it. It's gonna.
No. But also yes.
How did you decide that? I want to know how did you come to that conclusion?
I kind
If I
of
may.
agree with it's easier to hear your own side than it is to hear the other side due to bias. Right. Sorry, go ahead, Rez. Which isn't what he said, but...
I'm just thinking, like, in terms of what he's saying regarding, like, progressive men not being taken seriously by the quote-unquote normie men, if I approached 100 guys in my area and talked to them about consent and, like, what we now know to be proper behavior when it comes to sexual relations between men and women, particularly within casual hookup culture, I think 95% of them would laugh at me.
Hey, Rez, what do you think no means?
No.
Okay, cool. Do you think 90% of hookup men think that no means no? According to Destiny.
I think a lot of them would probably see it as, like, hard to get, or at least use that excuse.
So no, they wouldn't, so no doesn't mean no, it means something else, right?
Yes, I would actually say yes.
Why do you think they think that?
That's true.
Is it because of the women, or because of them? Like, expectations.
I think the expectations are very underlined in the culture, and the culture is just very sort of amorphous. I'm not sure if I could nail it down.
So no doesn't mean no based on culture?
What?
Yeah, I would say... Because it's not any one thing, right? It's how you're brought up, it's who you, like...
No! I disagree, because guess what? It's one thing. No means fucking no. And the thing is that we... Right, but we
that's what Chesh
are...
is asking about,
but we all... No, not entirely. We all agree, me and Manya and Rez here, all agree that no means fucking no. But we all also understand that from Destiny's take in dating culture, which he is not a part of, views that no does not inherently mean no because it could mean this, that, or the other thing. Right? I think we're all on the same page?
Yeah.
Manya,
and I think men tend, the majority of men tend to lean into that as much as they possibly can, at least to excuse what they do with it.
Okay, great. So if we want to talk about dating culture, we're gonna take Destiny with the greatest amount of charity we possibly can, because even when we do, it is not good enough for Destiny and his group of fucking assholes. We're gonna say, great, okay. So a woman saying no doesn't inherently mean no, and they need to physically push him away and then walk away. Is that going to do anything to prevent assaults? Yes or no? Like,
Not in every case, I don't think, no.
Sure. Do you think it'll do something in the majority of cases? Because according to Destiny, he thinks the majority of cases are due to women not being forthright enough.
If you're looking at it in the context of the majority, which I'd have to double check the stat, but if the majority of rape is, at least if that's what they're talking about in this context, is after the fact, which I can't remember if it is or not, but assuming that context, then I would say it would probably, I think it's both. I think we need to do better with men and women.
But that's not what we're asking.
Boundaries.
There's always that any individual can do better. That's not what Destiny is talking about.
Isn't it?
No, because there's okay. we can literally always say that both sides could do something better because everybody could literally always do anything better, right? We all agree with that. Even in a utopia,
Sure, yeah.
You're gonna say that one group can do better than the other, right? Or any group could do better even if there isn't opposition, right? Okay, so then it's not fair to treat one side is saying no, kind of, and not clearly enough, and the other side is physically assaulting the other as if they're fucking equal partners in this fucking scenario, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then we're not dealing with equal situations.
Sure.
So, that means that Destiny is being unfair, inherently.
Yep.
Okay, so if we agree that Destiny is being unfair inherently, we understand the problem with the scenario that's being presented in the first place.
Sure, I'd agree with that. I was just saying within the context of what they're specifically talking about.
But this is the context there.
Overall, I would agree with you and say yes, he is being unfair.
But this is the context. The context is dating culture. And in dating culture, Destiny presents two scenarios. He presents that women are supposed to sit on the brake, and men are supposed to sit on the gas. And that's inherently unfair to everybody because there is no situation that a man should not be able to press the brake on a woman he's not interested in. Right?
Did you say put the gas on a woman he's not interested in?
No, put the brake. Destiny says that women are in charge of the brake and men are in charge of the gas. But the answer is both should be in charge of both and both need to be respectful of either or.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Hello, we have another person in here. Hello?
Hey! That was fun.
They're live. Hello?
Hello? Hello? Hello?
I don't hear them.
Did they log?
I don't hear them yet, but I do see that they have logged in. I see their name. That's okay.
I can't see other participants in here. Is that meant to be that way?
It's because there's no visual representation for them, yeah.
Okay.
It's because I literally don't trust Destiny's fucking followers because I have literally no reason to. Do you have a reason why I should? Oh, they logged back in. So hopefully we can hear them soon. But I have no reason, especially with the amount of Destiny followers that I've heard so far. I don't exactly have them. They haven't exactly behaved in a way that instills trust in.
Well, not even trust, just confidence.
That they're not gonna, like, fucking porn bomb me, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm talking to, I just want to make sure I get their name right. Let me double check.
Clay Day.
Clay? Yeah.
Okay, it seems like he keeps trying to log in, and it keeps kicking him out.
Yeah, they can't hear us. Okay, so they need to go to at the URL, the 3 dots. I'm typing this out as I'm saying it. It will say settings, then go to privacy settings, then scroll down a little. Yeah, and like, okay, so it needs to allow permissions, but then this is because I don't just use Discord. Like, I'm not a fucking idiot.
Yeah. Yeah, you need permissions for both microphone and camera.
I want pizza.
Yeah, your microphone and camera needs to use permissions through your Google Chrome. That's basically how this works. It's like an additional degree. And this is the thing. I'm doing my best to not personally think Destiny is a conservative extremist fuckboy that hates women. But I'm having a really hard fucking time not thinking that because of the things he's saying.
Yeah. He's not denying anything. He's doubling down and is talking about it like it's his opinion. The second video should have convinced some of the people who are trying to be fair that he's talking about it as if it is his opinion. If not, then I don't know. I seriously don't know. I will not judge you. But yeah, buddy, come on. Should we watch a little more of that video?
Sorry, they're having issues with, Clay is having issues with his, like, video versus audio. So I'm trying to walk him through it a little bit. I might be able to bring him on in audio on Discord. Maybe. But it's kind of wishy-washy at best. I can't make any promises, essentially, is what I'm getting at. But yeah, let's...
Depend, I think, on the political affiliation.
Okay. What else was I gonna? Oh, so it feels like, yeah. So the two of the main things there are. I was reading this study that spoke about different approaches that they try in universities. I feel like most of the research on this stuff is like best coming from those areas because it's almost like a controlled environment. Like you can control what people are learning or what kind of posters are going around the place or what kind of like advice is being given at seminars and shit like that. So and also just like it's like when people are quite young and everyone's horny and shit. So I feel like the first thing there was like it feels like there are three approaches. One is like you treat men as potential rapists, teach them about like consent, aggression, defensive,ness and all that shit. The other one is you treat women as potential victims, where you say like, well, here's what you have to do. You've got to like assert boundaries. Here are some red flag systems you can develop. Here's how to defend yourself if things do escalate. Here's what to notice to avoid things getting to a position where it's too late. Do you ever, because I don't watch much of your content on this topic, the third approach that I don't hear much of is like treating men and maybe even some women as like not potential perpetrators, but potential allies.
So, I think this is interesting. Because if you're going to have an in-depth conversation about this scenario, right, you have this idea of treating women as victims, which is, hi, welcome to growing up as a woman. Welcome to growing up as you don't have a dick.
Buddies.
And there's something that feels denigrating about men talking about this as if this isn't a conversation literally all of us have had forever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, how often do men have conversations with other men, like their sons, about avoiding getting assaulted?
Yeah.
So, Rez.
Yeah.
Rez?
How often have you had the conversation about avoiding getting assaulted?
Well, in terms of sexually assaulted, never.
Manya, how often have you had the conversation about getting assaulted?
None. Even after I got assaulted. Yeah.
So you didn't have that conversation either. And do you think there's a reason why you didn't have that conversation?
It's deniability. It's denial that anything like that can happen to someone like me.
I mean, yeah, but is it denial on your end, or is it denial on other people's end?
Other people's end, with whom I'm trying to have the conversation with.
I hear Cal, but I'm the only one who can hear him, so give me 1 second. I'll see if I can patch him. I am playing...
Oh, he's talking? I can't hear him.
You can't. No, you shouldn't be able to hear him because I am playing some really finagly games to make sure that he comes through. Okay, so patience.
Would it make it easier if I left? Would that make things easier, or?
Do you hear him now? Sorry, Clay, can you talk for a second? Okay, so you're not coming through yet. Hold on. It's gonna take me a hot second to figure this out because this is some finagly ass nonsense.
So yeah, mine could be said as an exception.
Would it straight up make it easier if I left?
No.
Okay.
So yeah, why it was not in my, but it was my parents who didn't talk about it. But
Can you hear him now?
Hello?
All I hear is echo.
Yeah.
Oh boy. I'm trying to marry vMix and Discord, and it is like a big old yikes for some reason because Discord doesn't work for Clay. So it's gonna take me a hot fucking minute to figure out. I'm gonna have to cheat.
I've had those conversations with my friend.
Like it ain't fancy. Okay, that's not true. It's very fancy, and that's the problem. Oh no.
What happened?
I have another potential option, but you guys function now, which is good.
No more echo? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm gonna cheat with Google Meets.
Let's go, baby. We're going to make this happen.
You can't
we're going into the...
stop me.
We're
Listen,
going into limbo Inception style.
Listen, all I hope is that this is... What the fuck?
That's all on stream, by the way.
I don't give a shit. Good, that's the point. Get in here. I'm doing my best. I'm trying to get somebody in here. Like, I'm trying to get Cal in here. And so we can hear him. Add people. Invite. It's asking for emails. Like Google emails.
Yeah, it asks for emails. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I have another way to do this. Listen, don't at me. I have like 7 different ways to try to make this work, okay?
Go for it, Chesh. We're all here.
You keep on about this bullshit about Destiny. I don't care. You keep going. It'll be fine. I'll get this.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. Like the way we are gaslighted the shit out of this thing. It's like maybe invest that energy into having the conversations instead of saying that those conversations do not happen. How about that? Mr. Serious, nothing has been accomplished. We are trying our level best, or Chesh is trying her level best. It didn't work?
No, I gotta use a different fucking login.
I shouldn't laugh.
Don't listen. You have any idea how many different like emails and like things I have to finagle to make anything work?
I can try to imagine. I can start to imagine.
The answer is 2, and the answer is like a handful of different emails, and I'm a big smart cookie, and I wrote all of them down because I'm not stupid. So I have like everything written down for every single thing I've ever had to log into, literally ever, because I'm anal.
That's the Dungeons and Dragons player in you.
Don't at me. Because I think at the end of the day, I don't think me and the average Destiny viewer are going to disagree about whatever. You know what I mean? Like, about responsibility. But I think it's problematic if Destiny is going to obfuscate the point for whatever reason, because I'm not going to pretend I know his purposes. Well, his intention doesn't matter. Whether his intention is good or bad, if he's going to obfuscate the point, I think it's problematic.
Yeah.
No, talk! Fuck, I'm trying to figure out that fucking email login. Leave me alone.
Okay. Yeah, I wish I had the control of the video so I could, like, pause and play and pause and play.
But... Oh, do you want me to play it? Just say you want me to play it! Why you gotta be like this?
So, like, how to... I guess if you're... In the UK, there's a lot of, like, bar and club culture. So it's, like, how to friend groups, make sure that everyone's gonna get home safe, how to, like, behave when you're out, or maybe if you see some, like... someone getting fucking harassed on the dance floor or whatever, like that kind of shit. Does that ever come up when you have those discussions?
Not as much. I usually encourage people to like look to friends. So like for women, like giving your phone number and the address you're going to if you're like some guy's house or whatever, like stuff like that. But I don't have much like group dynamic stuff I usually talk about.
Yeah. I'm only going off of like one thing I read here, so it might be completely wrong. It seems to be with the university studies, and this is only one like saying it about itself, is like apparently when they do this in university and they try to do the whole like, well, we'll approach men as potential aggressors, so no means no, here's how you do consent and shit. Then the second one we talk about like a more, can't remember what the word is, but yeah, the more allyship way of like, here's what to do if your friend's maybe getting harassed, or you know, don't walk home like this way, make sure everyone gets a safe way home and shit. And then the third one about teaching women about basically defensiveness.
It feels like I understand those approaches, especially in a university setting, but I guess in the context of what I'm on, the internet and like the Me Too's that I read, it feels like the vast majority of these issues are coming from an inability to accurately sort through interpersonal struggles or interpersonal dynamics. Like, I don't think I've read very many like Me Too's where it's like, like this guy, you know, he picked me up from the club and I didn't tell my friends and then things got weird or whatever. It seems like it's more like, I trusted this guy too much. I got into a position where I was uncomfortable saying no, and now like this is my story.
Yeah, that's not really too surprising. It turns out actually,
wow.
I don't know if, again, I'm
fucking
off, like,
if that's not
like,
okay, if that's not bad,
you guys know. Okay.
I don't know then what is. And he's saying it that it's what his opinion is now. It's his opinion. So stop trying to gaslight us further and shut the fuck up. He's saying that all the Me Too's. I think so. That's what the terminally online was trying to justify. That, oh yeah, these Me Too's I read online that they went with a stranger.
What the fuck is that? Holy shit, we got Clay and he is live now, but he's super fucking obnoxiously loud. Okay, Clay, hello? Clay, can you hear us? No? Alright, go ahead with what you're saying, Mania.
Like, what did he say right now? In this whole clip.
I have a personal problem with the number of softballs that...
Okay. Yeah, this guy's throwing. From Destiny saying that he's giving out this opinion based on the things he reads on Twitter, tells you that he has never had a real conversation in life. And that's what Chesh meant, being terminally online.
He is basing his opinion based off of Me Too articles, not based off of actual conversations with like actual
how many
people.
women? Yeah, how many women has he had conversations with? One, and he was dunking on her too. Like, come on. I don't know if you're still
he wants
defending
his
him,
cake
fine.
is he wants to have his cake and eat it too, right? He wants to he wants to be able to say that his audience isn't his responsibility to any degree, not just a small degree, but to any degree. And then he also wants to play this game that he's playing libertarian and right at the same time. He's saying that right sensibilities apply to hookup culture and libertarian sensibilities to women's rights within hookup culture are not being properly communicated, which I don't think itself as a concept is inherently wrong, but the way he's presenting it is fucked.
Yeah. Acrobat is from the live chat. Manya, you can't be serious with this argument. I am serious with this argument.
Which argument?
Tell me how I'm not. I guess the same one that he reads shit online and forms opinion without talking to actual people.
I don't think we've ever seen, and I think that Rez might be able to back us up on this. Rez, have you ever seen Destiny have a conversation outside of online?
It would need to be online for me to.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what? It's not a 1-to-1. It's recorded outside of the internet. You know what I mean?
Well, technically, the one with Farha was.
Which one?
The one with Farha.
Okay, but yeah, technically right, and he did not come off well on that. So do you have a different example?
You're just talking pre-recorded, yeah?
I don't care which one it is.
Not sure if I can come up with one offhand. It's been a while. Most of his debate. God damn it, Chesh. Most of his debate stuff is almost exclusively live, I believe. So.
Yeah, I've also noticed that. Yeah.
I'd have to look through his catalog again, but I could probably find one or two.
Okay, I got the invite.
Yeah, Acrobats.
So hopefully,
I'm saying
for
that
fuck's sakes,
on
I'll
this
be able to
particular
get this guy
topic,
in.
because he's told us his source, Twitlongers and articles. Not a real conversation. That's
he's talking about Me Too Reddit posts. He's not even talking about actual fucking this person was arrested under these conditions. Yeah. Which you might be right about. It's not I'm not gonna sit here and pretend that women don't bullshit, right?
Yeah. Women have falsely accused men.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they have. And have the capability to do that. But that then just goes into whataboutism, in my opinion.
Right, just because some women lie doesn't mean you get to rape any fucking women. And there's a difference between lying verbally and I whipped my dick out and stuck it in somebody. Because as visceral as that sounds, it gets really fucking frustrating when people like Destiny... Yeah, go. It gets really fucking frustrating when people like Destiny present this conversation as in, two people got drunk and, consent is questionable. And I would agree that two people getting drunk is questionable, right? But, okay, well, if a woman gets roofied, she can't consent, and the man gets drunk, and the man is the one who roofied her, whether he was sober or not, is that rape of her?
I would still say yes, because it was obviously intent to roofie someone beforehand.
Clay, can you hear me? Sorry, Clay might not be able to hear, you guys, but Clay, can you hear me? What?
Come on. So,
I'm doing my best, buddy, but this guy's rough here.
What about the time when a girl is passed out drunk, the guy is slightly drunk, and he has sex with her without asking her? Is that rape?
What if both of them are intoxicated, a blackout, right? Because you can take this step by step. You can say, woman is blackout drunk, man is not blackout drunk. Is it rape if the man has sex with a woman? And then you say, okay, the woman is blackout drunk and the man is intoxicated but not blackout drunk. Is it still rape? And the answer is people who are blackout drunk should probably not be in bed together, right?
Yeah.
Can you guys hear? Kay, can you say like 1, 2, 3 for me? Okay. Clay, you there?
Please don't give up. Please don't give up.
I've got him on a Zoom call, and I've got Zoom to like.
I got Zoom now.
Listen, I'm doing my best, man.
I can see that.
What was the problem with giving a link to in here?
I mean, I'm doing my best. I don't know what to do. He didn't want to come in on vMix, and I don't know why. But everything is set to come through, and I'm not hearing anything. But he's connected.
Oh no, right. He already tried to log in here, didn't he?
Yeah, he's definitely connected, and it's not. It's definitely not
I think he just didn't give permissions to vMix, and it keeps kicking him out over and over again. He keeps trying to connect.
I'll give him the password and see if that works, because that's a different way of connecting. And I try to bring him through different. I try to give him through like 3 different options.
Oh,
so I'm giving him a whole other one and see if that works, because he's just not. He's just not audible.
So there's this trial, Vanderbilt trial, rape trial.
Mm-hmm.
You can go and look at it, where a group of footballers were taking around a passed out drunk girl and having their way with her or raping her. And when questioned about that, he's like, it is alcohol. I cannot and I do not act like that. He was charged with rape. Yes, he did get charged with rape.
Is that an ongoing thing, is it?
I think so. It's culminated.
It's one of those things
there's no
where
conviction
it's like,
yet.
Well, it's a fundamental. I can appreciate if Destiny is talking about a niche, right? But he needs to establish that is the niche that he's talking about. He's talking about like a narrow example of quote-unquote rape culture. And so Destiny seems to agree with rape culture, but I don't inherently agree with that. Right? There are parts of it I agree with, there are parts of it that I don't agree with. Like, for example, I think there's a really big problem with rape within the judicial system, right? So if women go to jail, or if women are in precincts where I'm here for the weekend and then I'm going to be out, there's a really big problem with police officers raping people. But I think that's less of a problem of specifically rape, and I think that's a problem with corruption within the police force, right? I think that's a bigger issue. So it kind of depends on where your priorities lie. But on the other hand, I'm willing to say that doesn't mean that every single conversation needs to encompass every single situation of rape. If you want to talk about different things. In hookup culture, you don't walk into hookup culture saying not every man in hookup culture wants to be a rapist. You don't walk into this scenario saying yes and when you're saying somebody's taking it out of context. You say, here's the thing I said, here's the context around it. And that is not what Destiny has said at all in any way, shape, or fucking form.
And that's why I keep asking, at what point do we decide that it's not debate anymore and it's his opinion? When he is not clarified at all.
It says that Clay is connected, but I'm not seeing Clay's... He's not actually connected. He's showing as 0 for me, but... I don't know.
Not happening.
Do you want to hit play on this for a little while longer?
Yeah.
Shit. Was one of them, it was basically saying that by far, like, the one that produced the best results was teaching women boundaries and how to defend yourself and how to avoid getting in situations.
Imagine that. A system that allows for predators to do whatever they want. The best result to have predators not doing whatever they want is to avoid predators. Maybe stop enabling predators.
Mm-hmm.
For
just because
sakes.
Something gives you results doesn't mean it's the right way to do it. Just because you got the answer right to the math problem doesn't mean your calculations were correct. And you can still get points deducted from that. I used to get that a lot of. So, yeah.
I cannot express to you that just because you found a functional answer doesn't mean the majority of that group that has to maintain the sum of the calculation is going to be satisfied with having to do so. So if I say that it's beneficial to tell women how to recognize predators, great, good. Women should know how to recognize predators, but we shouldn't rely on that as a negation of predators, because guess what? Predators will pick and choose out the women who are lesser, or not as, by lesser I mean lesser educated, not lesser as invaluable. Or they will pick out men who are easy targets. Because men suffer from this just as equally, or trans people suffer from this just as equally. If you allow and enable predators within the society, you think they give a shit? They might have a preference, but do you think they give a shit?
I don't think so, Acrobatus. I've made any assumptions or any claims about your beliefs.
I don't know anything about Acrobatus's beliefs.
Yeah.
The only beliefs I have any understanding of for Acrobatus's is what they've specifically said about Destiny, and their specific beliefs about what we've said, which is generally inaccurate.
Yeah, did I put on an impression that I'm an incel, or I don't understand rape, where, how?
I mean, you've definitely kind of implied that you're an incel, I ain't gonna lie. And I mean, I'm pretty sure Chad already talked about that, so you're more than welcome to rewatch the video and find out where that is.
Yeah.
Just Control F, like turn on transcript, and then Control F the word incel, and it'll show you exactly what you're looking for.
I think I'm technically a volcel.
Yes, technically. Okay.
But also, it wasn't just that. Like, it wasn't just as simple as giving out brochures or even doing a couple of courses. Because when they did courses, it turned out that a lot of the benefits were only, like, they went away after a couple of months. It had to be, like, the one study that showed, like, quite a positive effect was, 4 3-hour sessions. Like varied, so like defensive stuff, red flag stuff, how to talking about like social advice, and then just like positive sexuality and like safe sex and all that stuff. So it does make you think, like, if you were in charge of like an environment like a university, it's like and you had to choose between the 3 approaches, you would probably, to get the best results, like hypothetically choose the one for women asserting boundaries, because it seems.
No, you would pick out the one that would be the best long-term result, not the one that would be the best result instantaneously, although you might, at best, you would want to do a mix of the two, right? You would want to have the best long-term result, but teaching women how to avoid men is only going to make men more aggressive.
Yeah. So, for example, in India, we have the landmass is quite small for the population that we have. It's 1.2, 1.3 billion people and growing. Obviously, men are more than women. How are you going to protect women in that instance when the population density is so high and the number of men are more than women?
China.
Mhm.
And
Yeah, like,
as much as you want to treat this as a debate me bro topic online, it is missing the real world application. Like, everything that we've listened to so far, except for Farha trying to explain her technical difficulties, which is fine, whatever, you can take or leave that, is... I don't think that Destiny has an excuse to pretend he doesn't understand the real world consequences of him saying things like, nobody wants to be a rapist. And I haven't heard anybody give any kind of a context or explanation to that, except for me. I'm the only one who's given a reasonable explanation for why that would fly. And it's like, well, I mean, nobody grows up, like nobody wants to be a racist, meaning that you don't ask a kindergartner, and the kindergartner doesn't say, yeah, me, when I grow up, I want to be a rapist. So give me, because Destiny hasn't given an explanation for that. So if somebody can present to me an explanation that is that, like, at least like from an argumentation point of view, that is reasonable. I haven't heard one yet. Right? Like, can anybody, like, anybody in the chat, Manya or Rez, who's been following for Destiny for a long period of time, tell me where, like, what the context is besides what I presented, because I'm the only one who's provided this context to say why the fuck that's acceptable?
I don't think.
Rez, you got one for us?
Nope.
Cruel. So, this is what I mean by this motherfucker giving Destiny softballs. Right?
Mm-hmm.
There should be... The first question on the docket ought to be... What the fuck, bro?
What was that?
You said... I don't think anyone wants to be a racist. The fuck does that mean? Because we can speculate back and forth all we want, but of all the things that Destiny has said and endorsed or recanted or anything, that ain't fucking one of them. I would also like to point out that he said that rape wasn't malicious, but our chat came up with 87% thinks that yes, rape is malicious, and 11% said no, rape is not malicious. So I'd love to hear how rape is not malicious by that 11%, but I still haven't heard any argumentation outside of na you don't like Destiny, and I really could give less of a shit. I really don't care who the fuck is making this argument outside of that they have actual any influence on the discourse about this kind of content, in which Disney does have enough numbers to validate the bothering to have talked about. No.
So easy to just call people incel, rapists, racist, cool. Dude, we said you're sorta kinda. Stop being so stuck up.
I feel like as soon as it's not malicious, it's not rape, right?
Yeah.
Because
how did you just slip on a banana peel and your dick like fell into a
That's
vagina?
the thing.
Is that
he talks about rape as if it is a passive misunderstanding. It's not
the
a
guy
fucking...
was so horny. He couldn't listen to no, or he couldn't wait to ask for consent.
Rez, what do you got? You got anything? Give, please.
I mean, I think I already gave a situation where rape can be not malicious, but still bad in terms of like one or both sides being intoxicated and neither side.
That's not rape then.
Being responsible enough.
There's a difference between both people not being able to consent and rape. Right?
Well,
rape is one to the other.
If one or both parties are so intoxicated that they cannot give informed consent in the moment to sex, but sex occurs anyway, is that still not rape?
But is Destiny not someone who wants people to establish enthusiastic consent? So anything anything but that would be rape?
I think he's more leaning into the idea that if men look for more enthusiastic yeses, they'll be like
less likely to accidentally rape somebody.
No, that's not what I'm saying. They'll be less likely to continue pursuing, like into maybes as opposed to maybes or interpreting those as maybes. You know what I mean?
So what happened in the Vanderbilt trial, or the case? The guy said he was blackout drunk, so he didn't remember assaulting the girl or taking her around the room. If not for the CCTV, no one would have known. So
you mean the one where he took an unconscious woman and dragged her into multiple rooms to be fucked unconsciously by multiple men? Is that the one you're talking about? Cool.
Wait, did he really try and claim that he was blackout drunk for that one?
Yes, and the majority
it's not in my
men...
character. I can never do that. I was blackout drunk. I don't remember anything. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
That's why I brought that case up. It's like women go out there more and find out about such cases. For some reason, men don't do that ever. I was the one who went out, and I know this case exists.
Well, sorry, Manya. Women are too weak to be able to physically pick up a dead weight man. Therefore, they could not be raped if they're unconscious. Ask Noah from the Bible. Clearly, he could not have been raped by current conservative standards.
So, Acrobatus from the live chat. Girl and a guy making out. Girl freezes, doesn't say no or indicates no. Guy fucks her.
That's not a yes! Where's the yes? Where's the fucking yes? According to Destiny, if we're gonna use Destiny's standard, where is the enthusiastic consent? Where's the yes? If somebody doesn't say yes,
and
that's not a yes!
Hyperbole. Yeah, and that's a very bold, hyperbolic situation to put in.
It's also negating the majority of situations where someone gets raped, right?
Yeah, it's like trying to trivialize.
It's a niche. Well, it's not even trivializing. It's picking on a niche to apply that the niche ought to be the expectation of all rape, and that's not the case. So you tell me, in what situation is it reasonable to have sex with somebody who didn't say, yes, I want to have sex with you? If I didn't say, yeah, I want to fuck you, in what scenario, if that's not what I said, is it acceptable for you to fuck me? Is it when I'm unconscious behind a dumpster? Is it when I'm passed out on a bathroom floor because you fucking basically roofied me or drugged me in one way, shape, or form? Is it with an amount of alcohol that I may or may not consumed that may or may not be relevant to the amount that may be related to your activity? Yes or no? Is it whether or not I know who you are? Yes or no? If I did not say yes...
Why did you start? So you're bringing up a problem without talking about whether consent was taken or not.
Everything I've heard so far is after the fact.
Mm-hmm.
I'm seeing in the chat, it's his personal opinion he disengages if there is no yes, but other men don't prove it.
Yeah, sure. I show a case.
And even if they do, and even if he does and they don't, why is that acceptable?
Yeah.
I would always double check. You mean first check? If somebody doesn't say no the first time and you ask again, that's not double checking, that's first checking.
That's wearing them down.
This is such like a disgusting misunderstanding.
Seems to have the best results.
Yeah, maybe. I think the broad hookup dynamic that I kind of look to that exists today is that like women are basically in charge of pumping the brakes and men are kind of in charge of like hitting the gas. So
okay, so I'm gonna have a problem with this scenario in the first place. Like Destiny may or may not be right about this as the current setup, right? And I think that's fair. And if I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, right? I'm willing to say, okay, Destiny thinks that men are in charge of hitting the gas and women are in charge of hitting the brake. But if men disregard the brake, it doesn't matter. And and his reasoning for this forward, like hitting the gas thing, is that men are not capable, they're too stupid to be able to handle hitting the gas and hitting the brake. And as far as I'm concerned,
horny.
Right,
Once they start, they can't stop.
And as far as I'm concerned, the answer is that both men and women should be in charge of the gas and the brake. There's no reason why a woman can't come onto a man, and there's no reason why a man can't come onto a woman, and there's no reason why a man shouldn't be allowed to say no and hit the brake, and there's no reason why a woman should be allowed to say no. Is that Clay? Clay, hello?
Can you hear me now?
Hey! We succeeded! Hey! My guy, my bro, my bruda. How you doing?
Give me a second.
Yeah, take your time.
This worked. Chesh, you're a genius.
Took this long.
Don't at me, man. I tried 3 different ways to get this man in here, alright? I don't want to hear about how, Chesh doesn't let people on to talk about the opposite opinion when I tried 3 fucking different ways to get this man in this call.
Okay.
Clay, you better fucking go and sing my praises about getting people who fucking hate me into this scenario, okay?
Okay.
I see how it is. It's fine. What do you got for me, my booty?
Just let's start. What are your names, or should I refer to you guys?
Oh, I'm Chesh. This is Manya. And Rez is here too, who's been watching Destiny for a long time. He's got a little bit more context than we do.
Okay, Chesh, Manya, and Rez.
Yeah.
Okay.
What you got for us?
So, if I say there are something, no, give me a second.
Yeah, take your time.
Okay, imagine a circle of all the rapes in the world. What percentage would you say are the women have chances of reducing the chance of? Give me a second.
Huh?
Oh boy.
Sorry, English is my first language, so I'm trying to.
No, take your time. Do you mind telling us where you're from?
I'm from Portugal.
Oh, okay. I gotcha. Yeah, you take your time. We're not gonna pick on you for your English. Don't worry about it. I'm barely passable.
Okay, when Destiny says that women being more assertive would reduce rape, you guys have a problem with that statement?
In general, yes. Personally,
Why?
Manya, yeah. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why?
Because being assertive doesn't actually prevent someone who is a predator, period, end of sentence, because I don't view men as predators in general.
sorry, you don't
Someone
view
wants to
men
rape, they
as
will
predators?
rape.
Right, yeah, I don't view men as predators, so I don't think the word no is going to stop a predator one way or another. So being assertive is irrelevant.
And it's
Okay.
also especially in the scenarios when women are roofied.
Right. That's a whole
Yeah, but-
other that's a
But
whole other thing. Yeah.
That's
And
that's
in
out-
hookup culture, that happens.
Yeah,
Sure.
but that's outside of the.
That's outside of the
No.
question. Yeah, it's outside of the
Yeah.
question. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't think that
So-
I don't view men as predators, and because I don't view men as predators directly, I don't think that saying no matters one way or another to prevent a predator. I do think that there are things like alcohol and drugs that can influence a scenario, but I don't think that's where we're at yet. I think that's where your questioning might lead to eventually. So continue. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Stephen has, I think, a broader definition of rape than you guys.
Sure.
He's
Yeah.
using a broader definition of rape.
Can you define for us
And-
then?
What? Sorry, I didn't catch that.
He said that Destiny's using a broader definition of rape than we're using. So can you define, like, can you tell us what that definition is?
Anything where one of the parties thinks that they didn't consent.
Oh, that's totally opposite than me. Manya, what do you think?
Yeah, no, that's not.
His definition is sorry, I want to write it down, make sure I got it correct. Your definition of rape is anything where the other party didn't consent. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say it's his definition, but it's the definition he's using in these conversations.
Does this apply to, like, you were trying to commit suicide and I saved your life and you didn't consent to that? Does that count?
No, I mean under sexual relationships, under
Gotcha. Okay, yeah. No, I'm not trying to make fun of you. I'm just trying to, like, narrow it down here.
It's okay.
Okay. So sexual specifically. Now, when you say consent, are you requiring verbal consent or emotional? Like, are you reading, like, a room,
Yeah.
like reading the room?
What
All of
consent are you
that.
talking about?
All-
Okay.
If one of the parties after the event feels like they didn't consent or they didn't feel safe enough to consent, I think those scenarios are under the definition that this is using as rape.
Just to give us a little bit of a better kind of overview of what you're talking about, Harvey Weinstein, when those women agreed to have sexual acts with him via coercion, where does coercion fall in your definition?
That would be coercion, yes.
Right. So where does coercion fall in your position of rape? Is coercion part of rape, or is that something different?
There's a lot of complex stuff.
So if I'm like, I'll have sex with...
give
If
me a second,
I
give me a second.
come to you and I say, I'm going to suck your dick until you come, and I'm going to say, I'm going to suck your dick until you come for 500 mil. Will you do it?
I think, sorry, there's a lot of language.
I'm offering you 500 million US dollars. Will you let me suck your dick for that?
Okay, yes. What's the point of the...
Okay, so you're saying yes, you would let me suck your dick for that amount of money.
Let's say yes, yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, for the sake of argument, definitely wouldn't actually. Maybe, or may not. Yes. Maybe. For the sake of argument, you'll say yes. Okay, great. If you decide after the fact that my capabilities of dick sucking were not good, would you say that I coerced you? Or if they were good, would you say that I coerced you? into letting me suck your dick?
No,
No, why not?
because what you're introducing is after the fact, not before.
No. I'm saying
I agree.
before I suck your dick, I'm offering
Mhm.
you $5,000 or $50,000, what the fuck did I said?
You said
To-
5 million, Chad. That's not
Sorry,
fair.
5 million. I offer you $5 million United States dollars to suck your dick, and you said yes. So if I suck your dick, you're getting $5 million, and you said yes, which means that you're getting that $5 million whether I did a good job or a bad job. Right? Okay, and you said yes,
Yes.
and that you're saying that's not coercion.
Yes.
Can you explain to me how that's not coercion?
Because there's no immediate negative effect if I refuse your
Ah.
proposal.
Can you define coercion
Negative.
for me, please?
I think
Negative.
we are moving past. Give me a second, just.
Yeah, take your time. There's no rush here. I
I have to
appreciate
do a lot
the
to
time you're
set up the
taking.
call. I'm just trying to get some things.
No worries. You go and get your your thing. I'll go get mine.
Give me a second. Okay.
Shh, Mania.
Okay.
There's a lot of confusion going on.
Yeah, that's why we're trying to sort it here.
Yeah.
So, like,
When we say rape, there's a lot of definitions that don't necessarily match.
yes.
Destiny has a very narrow definition of rape, but in these conversations, I believe is using a very wide definition of rape.
Okay, but what I asked you about was coercion.
I'm trying to ignore that because I think it's a tangent that.
You're trying to ignore it because you think it's a tangent? Why do you think it's a tangent?
Because we haven't agreed on the fundamentals of the problem.
So you want to totally ignore that I definitely had you, like, took sexual advantage of you for money.
No, I'm
right?
ignoring that tree of.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's what I'm asking. You're ignoring that I definitely paid you money to sexually take advantage of you. Yeah, we're ignoring that.
I'm ignoring that example. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Because I
No
think
problem.
it's down-
Yeah,
it's down
that's
a
totally
trio.
fine. That's totally
Yeah.
fine. You go ahead.
It's down a-
You're defining. You're saying that Destiny defines rape differently. Go for it.
Chesh.
Don't fight me, Manya. I'm on a roll. We're going down this road of bullshittery.
Give me a second.
That's what you up to? What are you up to?
Well, I'm waiting for this motherfucker to tell me exactly what he's talking about with the word rape, alright? I don't need to, like, at me.
Scroll down a little bit more.
Alright, so what word of rape is Destiny specifying?
It's the definition that I gave before. Any situation where one of the parties feels like they couldn't consent to the.
When you say feels like that they couldn't consent, I'm gonna need a little bit of clarification on
If you have to
feels
do-
and when, cause like does that apply after the fact or only during?
During the fact, I don't understand how it would apply only after.
Listen, I've definitely had people in my comment section defining sex and this scenario that you're applying to me right now that's like, I was so bad at sex that the woman did not define what I did to her as sex, therefore she's kind of pissy about it. And I think that's fair. Like, if I agree to sex with somebody and the thing they give me is something but not sex, and it involved, like, shit going into my body that I did not agree with, I think that you would agree with that, yeah?
And if you're saying that someone are thinking that they didn't have a choice or they couldn't say no, do you think they will just say that lightly?
No.
They will give it a thought, right?
So there's a whole scenario. Yes. Did you read the Angry Joe scenario where Angry Joe got, like, called out by some woman who was suggesting that she was sexually taking advantage of Angry Joe, yeah?
No, I'm not aware of that.
You guys didn't read that? Okay. There's a whole scenario where a fan of Angry Joe, who's a relatively well-known YouTuber, said that she met up with him and he was kind of interested, and then she didn't do this, didn't do that, didn't do this, didn't do that, and she specifically says, I didn't tell him I had a boyfriend, and I did tell him that I was interested in what he was doing, and I didn't do this, and I did do that, and so she definitely acknowledges that she gave him mixed signals, and then she says that I reported this to the authorities that be, whether they be, it wasn't the police, it was just whatever corporation, and the corporation investigated, and the corporation found that there wasn't a problem, and when the corporation found that there wasn't a problem, she decided to make all this public. And I read through the scenario, and I read through her post, and I read through his post, and I was just like, maybe she was a little bit, like, wanting to get what she wanted out of it, right? So I'm not gonna sit here and pretend that, like, I mean, me and Manya have been, like, anti-Amber Heard the whole fucking time. So we're not out here being, like, anti-fucking men, if you know what I mean, right?
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, go ahead.
Assume I'm on your side.
I think ultimately, including Destiny, I think ultimately we're all on the same side. I think all of us just have different approaches that we think are more or less effective, right?
I think that's fair.
I think that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the best case scenario.
Manya asked me if you think they don't have a choice, if they say that lightly. I think Destiny's argument is that there's a big delta between what women think they can do and what they are doing. And there's a lot of cases where women can be more assertive and reduce events where there are several scenarios where women think they can consent and they think that trying to assert a boundary will result in grave danger to them. And Destiny's argument is that calibration is off, and there's a lot of scenarios where they could be more assertive, and it would help their situation. Does that make sense?
I have so many opinions about this, but Maya, do you want to go first?
So you're kind of treating it as that rape is a misunderstanding. Is that in what direction you're trying to go? That if women don't give verbal or explicit consent, then there's a misunderstanding, and whatever happens due to that misunderstanding is not rape.
No, that's a simplistic summary.
So it means that
when you say rape, there's a lot of type of rapes in the spectrum, and
what spectrum?
Inside the spectrum.
What's the spectrum? Can you give me, like, an example on, like, the most positive and the most negative? Yeah, can you give me 2 extremes?
Okay, I invite you back to my house, and you, from the moment that you are inside my house, you feel like you are vulnerable. So any advance that I make, despite you being not comfortable with it, you go ahead with it. In fear of something else. That's one point on the line.
What do you think that something else is?
I'm gonna give another point.
No, yeah, you're giving me, like, the extreme negative, right? You're saying, like, hey, I invite you home and I want to have sex with you, assuming I've been upfront with it in the first place, which is like, okay. But you're saying that or else, right? You're presenting an or else. What is the or else besides sex that you're asserting in this scenario?
I'm not asserting anything.
Well, no, you have to be. You have to be, because that's the scenario you're presenting, right? We're presenting a situation where you're saying, here's the bottom of the line, here's the extreme of the line. I assumed, and maybe that was too much of me, to be fair, I assumed you were starting with the extreme of we're gonna have sex, right? You've come back to my house, you're agreeable to whatever is going on, from at least the man's perspective. But if you say no, then what? What's the or else in this scenario? If you're saying that the woman feels pressured, it means that there's an or else. There has to be. If there isn't an or else, she doesn't feel pressured.
I think so. What they're trying to say.
In your mind, the or else is the I would be violent.
Okay, yeah. I'm not saying that the or else is that you're responsible for, right? I think that's fair. I don't think that you're inherently going to do something. What I'm saying is that you've brought a woman home, and you're saying we're going to have sex, and she's saying I'm going to have sex with you or else, whether you've actually. What in her perspective is the or else? Your answer is you're going to get violent. Do you mean you're going to have sex with her? No. What does violent mean? Does violent mean you're going to assault her sexually, or does violent mean you're going to only assault her in, like, I'm going to punch her in the face? Like, violent is a broad term.
That I'm going to ignore any boundary that she puts up.
Sorry, what? Can you say again?
That I'm going to ignore any boundary that she puts up.
Oh, okay. So basically, I am asserting sex. And if you say no, we're gonna have sex anyway, one way or another. Yeah.
Yes.
That's what. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, continue. Go ahead.
Okay, that was one of the examples.
That was your extreme example, right?
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
The other example is a woman is passed out in the streets, in a party, in a bedroom, and somebody comes and takes advantage of her.
Manya, my baby. Manya, this man thinks that the best example of rape is in a bedroom.
Not what I said. You said to provide you with multiple examples along the spectrum. That's what I'm doing.
So in the first extreme that you're describing, let me just kind of take him through this. You're saying that a woman goes home with a guy, all right, and the guy asks for sex, or he's very respectful about it, and she feels uncomfortable because in the past it has happened that if she has said no, it has resulted in bad things. So hold on.
There's no him right now. We're only in our mind right now.
So you're saying that she wants to say no, but she doesn't because of something else that happened before.
She's like, I'm either going to say yes to sex and it's going to be fine, or if I say no to sex, the sex that we have is going to be violent, so the woman has no right to say no to sex, period.
Yeah.
Not right. Right is a wrong word to use there.
What do you think is a better word there, then?
She just doesn't feel capable of saying no.
Okay, do you think a woman has a right to say no in the scenario you're presented?
Yes.
Okay, so you think that although a woman has the right to say no, the woman in your hypothetical doesn't feel comfortable to say no, because if she says no, it's either going to be comfortable sex or aggressive sex. Because either way she's having sex.
Aggressive.
Well, either way she's having sex. If she says either way she's having sex, right? In the scenario presented, she's already made it home. She's already with this man. If she says no to having sex, she's getting violently assaulted with sex. Or she says yes to sex in which she's having sex. Those are the only two. Either way, the woman's having sex, right? Hold on, Manya.
Yes.
Right? So either way, as soon as a woman enters a man's home, she's having sex, period, end of sentence, right? In hookup culture. No. Okay, so what in the scenario? I asked you for two scenarios, right? I asked you for the extreme scenario, and I asked you for like two sides. So one would be the rape scenario, and one would be that I can walk away with no problem fucking solved. And what you presented to me, you misunderstanding my question is not my issue here. But go ahead.
Okay. I said there's a spectrum of rape.
Right.
You asked me to give you examples.
Uh-huh.
If you imagine a segment from A to B, the first
Are you saying the first one's a 5?
If you let me finish the sentence, I can say.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Imagine in your head a segment A, B. A, less bad, B, worse.
Right.
The first example is closer to A, and the second example is closer to B.
So the second example, okay,
it's already bad.
Yeah, time out.
And goes to extreme bad. What?
The first, this is either bad or uber bad. But and to be fair, that is, he's not wrong. I said you're presenting, Manya. I did ask. I need you to present me with rape, and he's presenting easy rape or difficult rape, right? Easy rape is I'm just lying flat and I'm basically a fuck pillow, right? Yeah, no, you're not saying those. I'm saying he's saying that the easiest rape you could have is I'm just accepting the fuck that's happening, and the extreme rape is this is now violent. I'm holding like a gun to your head and you're having sex with me whether you like it or not. Right? I don't think he's wrong. I think this is fair.
I think so. I don't know. I think so. The first scenario that he spoke about, like, correct me if I'm wrong, Clay. I don't want to speak for you. You said that a woman came into man's house. She doesn't want to have sex. She doesn't want to have sex.
Right. He's presenting two rape scenarios, not like an out scenario.
But she still said yes.
No. She didn't say yes. Really? Because I interpreted. I totally interpreted.
That's why I was thinking. Yeah, that's why I was thinking. There's a disconnect there.
I totally interpret that differently. So go ahead.
So let me just finish and let me know if that's what I'm saying. So she wants to say no, but she says yes anyways and has sex. That's what you're saying, right?
That's the easy way.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that should not be rape. Is that what you're saying?
No. I asked him for two scenarios of rape.
That's what I'm asking.
I already said that I'm describing cases in the rape spectrum. So by definition, it's already rape.
So it's still rape.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's still rape.
Yeah.
But it's not that bad.
What you mean by not
that's
bad.
Relative. Yeah. I don't know if that's fair.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Okay. Are there worse types of rapes than others?
Yes. 100%.
Okay.
I agree with that. Mani, do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so I think every woman is going to have a different answer to that, but I personally would say that some rapes are worse than others. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Because I think the goal of this is to get everybody on the same fucking page. Right, because I think that Destiny and friends have muddied the waters, and so I think it makes the conversation more difficult. And so I think we want to help ease that conversation.
Yeah, make it easy. Like, don't confuse everyone. So you're saying that if a woman says yes, whatever the reason, she agrees. Even if she wanted to say no, that shouldn't be rape. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying that is rape. I'm already describing rapes, only rapes in this spectrum.
In the spectrum that he's presenting.
Okay, so so it's still rape. So what are you trying to say? Can you just repeat what you're trying to say then? That if rape is a spectrum, women should be okay. All right, women should be okay with some types of rape, and when it starts, what's the borderline when you start? Okay, tell me what you're trying to imply. I'm not getting it.
In the spectrum, there are scenarios where women think the women think that they can't assert their boundaries, but indeed they can. And there's a delta there that we should try to investigate. And
So
we
you're
believe that
saying,
women being more assertive can help reduce those scenarios.
Are you applying this
So
to
you're saying-
America? Wait, sorry, Mani. Are you applying this to America and like North America in general, meaning like Mexico, America, Canada, or is this like across the planet?
I'm applying to all the rapes imaginary in your mind.
Okay, so do
If
you
you-
think that applies to like South America, or do you think that applies to like Uganda?
Okay. Inside the spectrum that I'm describing, there's
Are you
all
talking? Are you
rapes
speaking
possible.
morally?
It doesn't matter yet. All rapes.
Okay.
I think
all
so. What
rapes.
he's saying is, if I may, what you're trying to say is the guy's intention was to definitely get enthusiastic consent, right? But the woman didn't know that the guy will respect whether the guy will respect her consent or not, and she said yes. And if they had sex,
Okay.
that's a rape. But the moral responsibility is not on the man, or what?
Well, that's a secondary question. If there is a miscommunication, who is
We don't
responsible
even
for
have
that?
to
Yeah.
to enter the man's mind or man's
Oh.
culpability right now. Right now, the
right.
point of these conversations is talk about the woman role.
Yes, please tell me
And-
what
and
the
I'll
point
re-
of the conversation of my own stream is. Thank you. Go
I'll
ahead.
repeat once more. In
Go on,
all
I'm
rapes
listening.
possible, in that circle that we have all rapes possible,
Sure.
Destiny's assumption is that there are cases where women being more assertive will result in less rapes.
Sure. That's not what he
That's it.
said. That's
When?
that's one of his positions. His other position
Okay.
is that no one wants to be a rapist. Do you agree with
Okay.
that?
No, I don't agree. Destiny can be hyperbolic, and that's
That's fine.
obviously
I
a
don't.
wrong statement to make.
That's fine with. That's fine. Do you think that it's a reasonable characteristic to describe rape as women bringing meat into the woods that have bears in them, and the bears are going to attack you if you're a camper with meat in the woods?
I think that analogy can work in some cases, yes, but not every case.
Sorry, I need you to. Can you repeat that? I'm not sure I heard that
I
correctly.
think as an analogy, it's serviceable, but it's not perfect.
So, yeah, I definitely would at least agree with that. It is not perfect. Can you tell me a camper that can succeed in not bringing meat with them? Do you think that, as I was taught in high school as a woman,
serviceable,
that I should...
but not
Well, hold on. Do you think that it's reasonable or fair? Because I think these are two different questions, and I think that's reasonable to be, like, separated as two different things. Do you think it is reasonable, or do you think it is fair that as a woman, when I was in high school, I was taught that I needed to make my teacher aware of whether or not I was going to be on my period at the time when we went backpack hiking in the woods?
No.
Why? And no to which thing? Reasonable or fair? I personally think it's 100% reasonable because you don't want to put an entire class at risk because I'm bleeding out of my vagina. I think that's fair.
Give me
Or
a
at
second
least I think it's
to-
reasonable. Do you think it's fair?
Give me a second to consider the.
Yeah, take your time. There's I'm not here to shit on you particularly, right? I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? There's so many nuances to each individual thing. There's such a problem with the bear analogy, right? So if you take the bear analogy and say, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to fill the time while our guest has some time to talk, think about what his position is. The problem with the bear analogy is that if men are if you take meat into the woods and men are bears in the analogy and women are going to the woods, what is the meat in the analogy? And the problem is the meat in the analogy is fucking. And so women would have to remove their fuckholes, which you cannot leave at home when you go to the bar. And I also don't think it's fair to say that there's a very big difference between I went to the woods where I know there's a bear versus I went to the bar where I know there's a rapist. There's not like I went to rape and go fuck myself lane versus I went to my local bar, which is like across the street from the fucking local library. You know what I mean? Like, these are not equivalent. The analogy is fucking absolute garbo and needs to get thrown in the goddamn dumpster.
Yeah, to say that...
From the analogy, we can extract a general silver lining of be aware of your surroundings.
What the fuck does that mean? If the man is the bear in the fucking analogy, what the fuck does be a man in your fucking surroundings even mean?
Be aware.
Let me
Be aware.
finish.
Be aware of your surroundings.
Be aware that you're in the woods. Fuck whatever you want.
Be aware of
go
your
ahead.
There can be a beer. There can be a bear, so...
No. Let him finish. What does that mean?
Okay,
tell us what that means.
Okay. We can extract a very...
Extrapolate.
general...
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Not extrapolate, but extract it. I think it's better.
Yeah.
A general advice. Of course, the general advice won't fit every single case.
Are you going... Your advice is to tell women to leave their vaginas at home, though, right?
No.
What's the advice for women in this scenario?
That's why the analogy is...
No, I want specifics. If men are...
Part of the analogy is important
No. Hold on, I want specifics.
We don't ascribe to the bear the same autonomy that we ascribe to men. So
Right, but I'm not talking about men. I'm not talking about the men in the analogy. We already agree that men are the bears in the analogy, and that's fine. What are the women... What are the women in the analogy of don't bring meat into the woods? What's the meat? Tell me what the meat is, because clearly the woman is the person coming into the woods, right? So don't be yourselves around men? Is that what we're supposed to take away from it?
Don't put yourself in certain scenarios when you can avoid it.
That's you can avoid going into the woods, right?
Yes.
Right? Okay, cool. So where's the place that I avoid to get away from every rapist ever? What is the bar for rapists?
It's not every rapist ever.
Okay, cool. So what's the woods?
So what's the point?
Not even the point. So you've described that women are the person coming in, meat is the sex part, and men are bears, right? Okay, so going into the wood, what are the... No? Okay, explain to me, please.
Again, I said that we can extract some type of general advice from the analogy.
Then that example is not correct,
the
I guess.
analogy isn't perfect.
Okay, so if you want to put value, but if you
assume that men have agency, so we treat men different than bears. So
great, that's good. We should definitely, I agree with this. We should definitely treat men differently than bears. 100%.
Second.
Two.
Another part where the analogy breaks is that we can avoid the jungle, and women can't avoid men.
Women can't avoid men? Sorry, are we? That's this.
All ladies gym. What was that?
Living, if a woman intends to live a full life, it's very difficult for her to.
Can
avoid
you? Oh,
men.
I think you may
Okay,
or may
okay,
not
yeah.
have.
So-
you may have. You may or may not have accidentally dunked yourself into a whole ass hole, my friend. I apologize.
So you mean actually that
I'm
women can be...
explaining how
Hold
the
on.
analogy breaks.
Yeah. So are you saying that women can be raped in their own homes?
Yes.
Okay.
What
so where
is
do they
a
go?
full life?
So where do they go from home?
No, wait, no. We don't even need to go that far because we've accidentally stumbled into the if women want to live a full life. Can you please explain to me what a full life for a woman is? Because there's nothing I enjoy more than a man telling me what a full life is to me. Thank you. Please go ahead.
People, I mean a fulfilling life, not a full life. A life where you can, I don't know, when you feel like you have the chance to make choices and live happily and I don't know, and succeed. I don't know.
Well, okay. So you don't think a full life is being able to feel like no, I'm on your front. I'm on your side. I'm on your side here. I just want to clarify your position. You're saying what? I am on your side here. You think that living a full life means being able to have a career in what you value, right? Okay. And you believe that living a full life means like personal success. So whether that be weight loss or whether that be like internal or personal improvement, depending on your like emotional or personal state, like personality state, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I don't disagree with that. So you think women should have access to career, and you think that women should have access to personal growth?
Yes, I think everybody should.
Okay, yeah, no problem. I just wanted to clarify. Please continue. Like I said, I'm on your side.
Yeah, I think I'm lost, but yes. Once we try to examine the analogy further and further, it will increasingly break because.
Oh well, yeah, of course, it's an analogy. That's by nature. Okay. Yeah. I think we all agree with that.
That's why I reject the.
There's two big problems with the bear analogy, right? And that's something that came up in our comment section, right, Manya? And the two big problems is that you don't know what the woods represents, and you don't know what the meat represents. Because if the meat represents having sex with a woman, congratulations, you can't just not bring that. You know what I mean? So, like, a woman can't... Right, a woman can't leave their vagina at home. So, what is the woods then? Because bears, which are predators, they're not all men, they're just men who are predators. There is no individual place that you can or cannot go. Like, there's not a rapist street or, like, the corner of pedo and fuckland. You know what I mean? So if I go to a bar, it's not reasonable for me to expect that every man in the bar is a rapist. Or should I think that, and should I treat you, Clay, as a rapist?
No.
I don't think that's fair. Do you think that's fair, Manya?
No.
Do you think Destiny would treat Clay as a rapist? Or think that women should treat Clay as a rapist? What do you think, Manya?
Is that for me?
It's for both of you.
Okay.
It's for both of you.
I don't think so.
You think that according to Destiny's advice, I should treat you as a rapist, Clay?
No.
No? You don't think that's what Destiny was saying?
No.
So you don't think that's what the bear analogy means, or you don't think that, like, he's like, well, you don't know that person, so you should treat any man as a rapist because you don't... As long as a man is horny, he's gonna fuck whatever is around him?
Yes.
Okay, Manya, what do you think?
So if a man is horny, and he will fuck whatever the thing is around him, how do I know that man is horny?
I mean, how does a woman recognize... Actually, that's a really good question. Clay, how should a woman recognize if a man is horny? That's a great question, actually.
Please advise.
Please advise.
I don't know.
That's fair. I don't know either. I don't think
no.
As a man, can you recognize if other men are horny?
What's the purpose of that question?
Because if a man is horny, you can avoid them as a potential threat, right?
Yeah, because Destiny said that if a man is horny, he's gonna fuck. Or he would want to fuck.
I think it's I don't even think it's unreasonable to say that if a man is horny, he wants to fuck. As a woman, if I get horny, I want to fuck. I think that's fair, right? I think we all agree that's fair, right?
But how am I supposed to know that if I'm going into a bar, that this bar has at least 5 horny men?
How do I know if the bar is the woods in the bear analogy? I think is the question.
I think we should drop the bear analogy because it's.
I don't want to drop the bear analogy because Destiny was the one who brought it up. Do you have a better analogy for us, Clay?
I don't think we
Help
have
us.
analogies yet. I don't think we
Okay,
have analogies yet.
I'm fine with no analogy. I'm fine with taking this bear balls. Let's go.
I'll return to overall point. The overall point is that women overestimate the consequences of establishing their boundaries. There are cases where they can establish their boundaries, and it will be better for everybody involved.
Okay, so that you're saying that they're in general. Okay, I'm trying to like.
Hold on.
I'm trying to steel man him, right?
Hold on. I'll give a little pushback to you, man. Clay. Okay, a woman said no, and the rape didn't happen. Right? So why are we fussing about that situation? We are fussing about where men don't take no for an answer, or the perpetrator doesn't take no for an answer.
No, we are not.
I feel bad about just treating men like a bunch of fucking predators.
Yeah. Women can also be the same, yes.
The point of Destiny's argument is that men don't need to be predators for that to have rape occur. And
Sorry.
we don't even need to focus on men versus women.
Are you saying?
I agree with the second half. We don't need to focus on men versus women. What we need to focus on is everybody versus predators. Because there's this really yucky fucking thing that Destiny said like a while ago when he said that there's progressives versus normal people. And that's kind of fucked up from a political standpoint, but whatever. Besides that, I feel like there's a very strong majority of people who are not predators and a very minor minority. Sorry, there's a majority of non-giving a fuck, like we are stronger than everybody else, and there's a small group of minorities who are like we are predators and we are preying against people. I have a question directed to Destiny, but I think I ultimately agree with your sentiment. You're a sentiment which culminates, I think, to man nor woman should accept a predator within their midst. Would you agree with that? That's what you were basically getting at, yeah?
Nope.
No?
I'm not even interested in using the predator term right now.
Okay. Tell me what term I should be using in this scenario.
In a scenario where two people want to have, where one of the person wants to have intercourse, the person who is more agreeable will agree to things that they are not willing to agree to because they think that there's a risk in denying whatever the other party wants to do.
Whether or not the risk exists, right? So the risk may be real or the risk may not be real. We agree on that, right?
Exactly.
Because I 100% agree that women are taught and trained and educated in a way that says that they should be afraid of men, and that's statistically unfair. Do we all agree on that?
Yeah, fair.
Okay. The overall point is that if we teach women to be more assertive, more disagreeable...
Well, you think that the answer is to be more assertive. You're like, if women are more assertive, this will solve the problem, right?
So are you saying... Hold on. So are you saying...
This motherfucker has never seen, like, Our Nice Guys, where a woman tells him to fuck off, and he's like, fuck you, whore, blah, 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 blah.
So are you trying to say...
How does that example disprove my point?
No, it's not.
How does it disprove?
How is that? Okay, so if I say no, and a man responds to me, well, fuck you, whore, blah, 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 in text, versus how that plays out at a bar?
No, the example you said was somebody expressed interest in you, you said no, and they reacted
Viscerally?
aggressively.
Yeah.
Viscerally, exactly.
Uh-huh.
How does that example disprove what I said?
Because the way that plays out in real life versus the way that plays out in... Let me finish. Let me finish. That specific example, yes, because there's two scenarios that example can exist in. You can do it via text, or you can do it at, like, a bar, right? You can have somebody coming onto you in a bar, and you can say no, and they can freak the fuck out. Yes? You agree with this?
Yes.
Okay, and you can have somebody freak out at you on text, and you can say no, and they'll freak the fuck out, and there may or may not be consequences, and that's a whole nother problem, and I think we can set aside for now. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if I say no to somebody in a bar, and they freak the fuck out at the bar, there's a far more directly, potentially physical consequence to me saying, sorry, I'm not interested, than there is in then comparatively to somebody verbally abusing me who doesn't have access to me physically but only has access to me via text, right?
Mm-hmm.
Great, so what are you disagreeing with?
I think that fits under my overall point. That women should be...
I thought I was agreeing with you the whole time, and you told me I wasn't, so please tell me how I'm not agreeing with you.
Okay, hold on. I think so he's saying the freak out part doesn't matter.
No, the freak out part 100% matters, because the freak out part is a part of the way a woman handles themselves, because they're 100% always concerned about the freak out part.
So, my mate, tell me this. I'm sitting at a bar, and a guy comes up, and he's like, do you want to go? Do you want to go? I ignore him.
I will fight a bitch.
You will fight. I know. You will fight. I would also fight. But if I ignore him, am I wrong there?
No.
Okay, so yeah, that's a whole nother scenario. We're talking about yes or no, and you're like, I, like, completely just sideswipe. Like, totally ignore.
Yeah, I'm just quiet. I'm just like looking.
What if I hit on his friend? Am I an asshole? Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm being an asshole.
So
Go ahead,
Mania. So if I'm not at fault there, or I shouldn't. It shouldn't have mattered that whether I asserted a boundary or not. Why is it important in any other case?
No. It matters whether you assert a boundary or not. That's the whole point.
Oh, okay. So you're saying my silence is okay. So you're saying my silence is a boundary, right?
Yes.
So, what do you mean by that women need to assert themselves more?
You have a boundary, and the other person.
If silence is a boundary, what's being assertive? Is being silent being assertive?
As long, yes, to a level, yes. Ignoring someone's request, it's being assertive.
If I 100% agree. I think that having silence absolutely should be viewed as a rejection. Not even just a boundary, as far as I'm concerned, that is if I walk up to a lady and I'm like, hey, how's it going? Can I buy you a drink? And she turns the other way, bitch, I'm embarrassed and I feel like an asshole.
And even, so for example, even if I'm just sitting there, I don't move. I ignore the shit out of that guy. So that's me being assertive. Hold on. I know you're going to go with an elbow on that.
My heart!
So what is being assertive then? What is being assertive? Tell me.
What is being assertive besides...
What's the definition of being assertive?
Being explicit about your boundaries.
Okay, but if you already agree that ignoring somebody is a boundary, what's more explicit than absolutely ignoring somebody? I mean, you can agree.
But say no, saying direct no, but what's the point of the question? I don't understand.
No,
Okay,
no,
all right. I can explain. I got you.
I need tea.
Yeah, go get your tea. I got you. So what she's saying is that if you have already agreed that ignoring somebody equals a no, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if already ignoring someone means a no, why would they need to verbally express the word no to you if you weren't already ignoring the first boundary?
If the other person doesn't understand the silence.
Okay, so you're going with like ignorance. So they don't understand it. That they're ignorant to that. Me ignoring you is a no.
Their motivation isn't it's irrelevant to the definition of assertiveness here.
Right, but I'm asking you
I
in what
ignore
scenario, right?
No, okay. I
Yeah.
ignore you,
Uh-huh.
and you continue to pursue me. It doesn't matter why you are doing it.
Uh-huh.
Me saying no is assertive. That's relevant to
Sure, but is you ignoring me not assertive on its own?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so both scenarios, ignoring someone is assertive, and verbally telling them no is also assertive.
Yes.
Do you put them at equivalent, or do you level them differently?
I would say the explicit no would be more assertive.
Really? I feel like somebody... Okay, this is a personal thing. As somebody who has been rejected, I definitely would view somebody straight up ignoring me hitting on them as way more like emotionally devastating than somebody just being like, "Nah, I'm not really interested. Thanks, though."
Hold on to your lily white butts, everybody.
Sorry, that's just me. If I hit on a woman and that woman tells me, instead of just if that woman tells me, sorry, no, I'm not interested, that is way less devastating than that woman being like,
fuck off. For example, if I stay quiet and the guy keeps hitting on me and then he decides to go physical, am I at fault?
No. What does physical mean?
Hold on.
Does physical mean grab your ass?
He starts touching me. He starts putting his hand around my neck. Am I at fault?
Around your neck? Whoa.
Yeah, shoulder.
That escalated quickly.
Shoulder. Yeah, what, sorry?
No, you're not at fault.
No. So then why do you need verbal no? I don't get it. If silence is explicit, why do you need a verbal no? Please explain that to me.
Because you stood silent and they didn't understand it.
Okay, so you're claiming ignorance.
Is it my fault then?
Right, okay, she's asking
it's not my fault.
So
I didn't say that.
Okay.
My responsibility. You're making it my responsibility.
Yes. She's popping. Mania, go pee. You're fucking messing with my day. Get out of here.
Okay, fuck.
Either make your point or leave. Okay, what she's saying is either it's either my fault or it's not my fault, right? I think you agree with that. And so she's saying that if this dude does this and I do not take this, and you've already taken this as a negative, if this man pursues no matter what autonomy does she have, and in what case is his pursuit her responsibility when she's already presented a negative consequence?
His pursuit is never a responsibility. Her safety is a responsibility.
Okay, so you're saying, his pursuit isn't your responsibility as a woman, and his pursuit is your, as opposed to her safety? Is that what I'm understanding?
You are only responsible for your safety. I don't care about what the guy says. His pursuit, I don't have any interest in that.
I mean, but what you're setting up is a question between what is and is not safe for a woman. So if it's like a male sexual pursuit versus a female's sexual safety, I feel like you're setting up a really negative scenario initially, right?
I don't understand the question. I can't hear you.
Sorry, I muted myself. Okay. So if I say your safety as a woman, you're personally responsible for your own safety, right? I think we agree with this, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and yes. I say that a male's sexual to be satisfied is via a woman, because this is the scenario we're existing in. We're already removing woman on woman. We're already removing male on male. We're already removing asexual from the scenario. Yeah, we all agree on this.
Okay, sure.
So if I say that you've already not acknowledged a woman's sexual satisfaction, correct?
No, I don't understand that.
Okay, so if I say you've got a woman being yes or no interested, right?
Right.
Okay, so in the yes scenario, the woman would be sexually potentially satisfied, right?
Okay.
Potentially, but not guaranteed.
Okay, go on.
Got it. And the male is going to be satisfied as long as he gets what he wants, right?
Maybe, yes.
Well, okay, maybe, or yes, or no. There are 3 options here. Or 4 options, arguably.
I'm having trouble understanding the question, really.
Alright, I'm being too complicated. So if you have a dichotomy, you always have 4 options, right? So if you have a dichotomy of yes or no, you always have both or neither as a secondary options at best, right? So if you say sex is good or bad, and then you say it's both good and bad, or you see it's neither good nor bad, you've got 4 options with whatever in between, right? So if you say, I've gone into philosophy land. So if a woman is, the woman has 2 options. Let's call it 3. A woman has 3 options. She either has sex to satisfy the man, sex against her will, or no sex. Right? Those are the 3 options. Do you agree with the 3 options? If a man is approaching her, she either has sex to pacify him, sex against her will, or she gets away from him and has no sex. Right?
Okay. Let's say yes.
Yeah, I want to make sure that you agree with, you understand the scenario.
Okay, I understand. Yes.
Okay, perfect. So in sex against her will, sex she wants to, sex against her will, or sex to pacify, sex against her will, or no sex whatsoever. You have, in the first scenario, is she raped in the first scenario? Do you think yes or no? This is opinion. There's no wrong answer.
By definition, yes.
Okay, because she's having sex she doesn't want to. In the second scenario, she's having sex. End of sentence. Do you think that she had sex whether she wanted to or not? Yes or no?
That question is incredibly.
Sorry, is she being raped in the second scenario where she's having sex she didn't want to have?
Under the definition that we have been working, yes.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. In the third scenario where she gets away and doesn't have sex at all, is she being raped, yes or no?
No.
I'd agree with that. So we've got 2 and 3 scenarios. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, in Destiny's framework of women need to be more assertive, where do they fall in these 3 in this 1-to-3 ratio of rape?
In Destiny's mind,
Well, I'm
women,
asking like your
I'm
interpretation,
answering.
but you know, I'm being wishy-washy about that, and I'm gonna acknowledge that, but you know what I mean.
In Destiny's mind, women overestimate the likelihood of the first scenario happening and underestimate the likelihood of the third event happening. So, with more training, we can increase the third example and reduce the first example.
Okay, so you're saying that Destiny's argumentation that women can get raped less via being more assertive and leaving the scenario. So, like, I'm not gonna get raped because I walked away.
Yes.
What makes you think that's the case?
I'll repeat the overall statement.
That's fine.
Agreeable people overestimate the dangers of establishing their boundaries.
Mm-hmm.
There are several scenarios where you can establish your boundary and the other person will respect them. But if you choose to not establish the boundary, that person will transgress them because they are not aware of its presence.
So, do you think there's and I mean, I'm pretty sure, and Manu, maybe you can correct me on this. Do you think that women establish boundaries? Can you give me a percent? Like, give me like more or less than 50%. Do you think that like 45% of women establish boundaries? Do you think that 30% of women establish boundaries?
I have no idea.
Do you have like a guess? Do you know what like Destiny said? Because he said that 90+% of rapes could be not a thing if women establish boundaries.
Okay.
Like over 90%, right? Like, you understand this?
Okay. It may be overestimating the percentage, but the underlying argument remains valid.
No, okay. The underlining argument is like 1% on the 90, though. Right?
Sorry?
Okay,
the
so
argument is that you.
Can you tell me if Destiny has X number of followers? Can you tell me what 1% of those followers would equal to? To the 100?
Sorry?
So if Destiny has X amount of followers, can you tell me the number that equals 1% of those followers?
1% of X? I don't get the question.
Okay, so Destiny has a number of followers, right?
Okay, if he has 100, it's 1. If he has 200, it's 2.
Okay, but if Destiny has a number of followers, can you tell me what is the number that equals 1% of Destiny followers?
It's 1% of X. I don't get the question. I don't understand.
Holy shit! Okay! Destiny has a number of followers, correct? Yes.
Okay, let's say it's 100. Yes.
No, I'm not saying it's 100. I'm saying, what's the number of Destiny's followers between his multiple fucking things? What's his number? What has he got on average?
Say it's, I don't know, 100,000, let's say.
I don't want to know what you're like, oh, I don't fucking know. I want to know the actual fucking number. Jesus fucking Christ. Hold on. Destiny's followers. I'm just Googling it. How many followers does Destiny have? Question mark. Thanks, Google. Good shit. Stream overview. Good shit. 3.7K. 31 to 21. 4.9K. Alright, cool. So let's call it 140. What's 100% of 140?
140.
Jesus Christ.
What's 100% of 140?
If 1% if 10%, let's call it 10, because I'm a nice fucking guy. What's 10% of 140, my guy?
It's 14.
Hey, okay. So that means 14 followers of Destiny, will follow whatever he's saying. That's 1%. Do you think that, 1% of Destiny's followers, look into this shit that he's saying?
Look into? What do you mean by that?
I mean, think about it for longer than half of a fucking second, my guy. Have you thought about the fucking the real? Okay, listen. You can talk about.
I imagine that at least
my guy
5% of his audience is very engaged.
Yes. 5%. Okay, so out of 140,000, what is 5%?
7,000, I guess.
Okay, so 7,000 are actually engaged.
Okay.
And we're taking trolls out, right? We're just like garbage, right? We all agree on this. I'm assuming you're not a part of that group. So if 7,000 people agree with or go to message and tweet someone who's critical of Destiny's position, what do you think the result is of that?
I don't know.
Okay. So what if 7,000 people think that rape constitutes a woman being like, that wasn't great after the fact?
There are infinite consequences of that. What do you want me to say?
I'm talking about 7,000. If you've got 7% off of 14,000.
Okay, 7,000 people who are fans.
Yeah, we're talking statistics at this point. Yeah,
okay,
absolutely.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Mm-hmm. They have a bad model of the world. So what?
So you've got 7% out of 14,000 that think is
40,000.
14,000.
140,000.
140,000. So you think 7% of 140,000 think that rape is fine, or which way are you going with your denomination?
That's the number of people I said would seriously engage with his content.
Right, but engage with and agree with are two different things. I mean, arguably, I'm engaging with his content. Does that count? What I'm saying is your standards are arbitrary. I don't know if you figured that out yet.
No, I haven't. Why?
I'm sorry. Do you think I'm an avid follower of Destiny?
No. I'm not following your point. Can you make it?
That's what I'm explaining. Explicit? Do you think I'm an avid follower of Destiny? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, great. No. Am I engaging with his content? Yes or no?
Not seriously, no. I wouldn't put you two on that 7,000 number.
Okay, so I have two questions. Sorry, I have two responses. One, absolutely, you're right. I think I would take place outside of the number, right? But secondly, what the fuck makes you think I'm not engaging with this seriously? I think that's a whole on fucking question. I think I'm taking this far more seriously than I think Destiny is because he's already said that he's not taking this seriously.
Because you lack a lot of context and you...
What context? I'm talking about the literal words he said off of his clarification video. What context? My guy, my friend, Bubby, pal, come on.
His overall view on dating and his overall...
Okay, but what though? What's his position? If you say his overall view of dating, you need to tell me what his view of dating is. Does he just think dating is full of accidental rape? Whoops!
Yes.
I tripped and my dick slipped in. What the fuck does that mean?
not that strawman characterizations, but yes.
Uh-huh.
Under the definition
But
we
yes.
have been using,
Okay.
under the definition we have been using, Destiny would agree that there are a lot of accidental rapes. Yes.
What is accidental rape? Define rape and define accidental rape. Define one without the other.
Rape, once again, under the definition we have been using, is sexual intercourse where one of the parties feels forced to go through the sexual intercourse.
Okay, so how do you accident into that?
By incorrectly assessing the risk of refusing the intercourse at all.
Okay, so how do you incorrectly assess this?
You think that you are at greater risk than
you think you got a yes when you got a no?
No, you think you can say no when you can.
You know that this has literally been jokes since like the early 90s, right?
Why didn't
like,
you say no?
Like it's been so much of a fucking arbitrary bullshit joke that Disney made jokes of this. Like, you know about this, right? You don't know about this? Hold on, I'll pull you up.
Yeah,
yeah, exactly. I'm gonna pull it up for you so you can know what I'm talking about.
Why didn't she say no? Oh my fucking lord. We are back at it again.
No, I'm pulling. I will bring this up to the goddamn cows come home. Hold on.
Say no. Oh my fucking lord.
No, you can't stop me. It's too late.
No, you do your shit.
Ads!
How was that, Phil? Rein it in, rookie. You can get away with mistakes like those in the minor decathlons, but this is the big leagues.
Big leagues.
At least I beat him, didn't I? Next time, don't let your guard down because of a pair of big goo-goo eyes. It's like I keep telling you. You gotta stay focused and you...
Are you, all right, miss?
Megara. My friends call me Meg. At least they would if I had any friends. So, did they give you a name along with all those rippling pectorals? Are you always this articulate?
Hercules. My name is Hercules.
Hercules? I think I prefer Wonder Boy.
So, how'd you get mixed up with the...
Pinhead with hooves? Well, you know how men are. They think no means yes, and get lost means take me, I'm yours.
They think no means yes, and get lost means take me, I'm yours. This has been so saturated in basic bitch scenarios of interaction between men and women that it became a Disney joke.
Yeah. It's like it's all
to the point I'm making.
Okay, dude.
Okay,
dude. So if someone says, "Why didn't she say no?" Is that rape apologetics or not?
She did say no.
Hold on. I need to ask this guy. If someone says she didn't say no, why didn't she say no? Is that rape apologetics?
Sincerely, I don't know what you mean by rape apologetic.
Oh, apparently that got confused.
Wait, what's accidental rape?
What is accidental rape?
Yeah, seriously.
We didn't get to that part. What is that? Can we define that without defining regular rape?
When one of the parties misidentifies the risk of saying no.
How do you misunderstand no?
No, that's not what I said. I said one of the party miscalculates the risk of saying no. That's what.
So
the risk of saying no.
No, I understand.
Yes.
It means the woman doesn't say no because they've misunderstood the negative consequence of saying no, right?
Yes.
You cannot describe to me immediately how that's fucked up.
It depends what you mean by it's fucked up. It is it is fucked up that people would put themselves in situations where they miscalculated risk. Yes.
Okay, so it's fucked up to put yourself in a position where a human being would misunderstand another human being. Yes? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, so I went to school once, and I was in 4th grade. Is my fucking teacher an asshole for not understanding me in 4th grade?
It depends on the situation.
So I told my teacher that I was bad at sports. Are they wrong for misunderstanding me for, saying I was bad at sports to mean I was malpracticed in sports?
No.
No? So my teacher was in the right.
Not necessarily. I would need more information.
I'm saying that I told my teacher I was malpracticed in sports, so I didn't want to do sports. And my teacher told me that I needed to do sports anyway. Did my teacher rape me with sports?
No.
Okay, great. So, if I say I'm not practiced in sex, when a man comes on to me, am I negating their sex?
When you say what?
I'm malpracticed in sex.
Yes. Then yes, they are violating your boundary.
Really? But what if it was like, I'm malpracticed and I'd like to learn?
Then no.
Then no? So you're telling me that men should have, like, the cognizant ability to recognize the difference between those two things?
Yes, they should, but they don't. They don't
Oh, they should. Okay, but okay, no. That's fair. That's fair. Okay, they should recognize those things, and you recognize those things, but men in general don't. Can you explain to me why men in general don't? Because clearly you recognize the difference.
I clearly don't. I didn't imply that I would do it.
You knew the difference between,
one of the reasons why one might have problems identifying these scenarios is because they will play differently depending on the person.
But these things aren't fine. That's part of the problem. If you say these things are... You said, but that's fine because there's a misunderstanding.
No, I didn't.
Okay, well, what did you say?
Yeah, well, tell us.
I said a lot of things, but I didn't say that it was fine because there's a misunderstanding.
I'm not agreeing with...
No. Now I have to hold him to his. I need to hold him to his word. We asked you to identify accidental rape, and you said where one party misunderstood something, right? That's what your definition was, and now we are repeating it back to you. You're like, no, I didn't say that.
No means yes, and yes means take me. This was a Disney. This was a Disney. This was a Disney joke, and we don't want to hold the individual accountable because I don't think that's fair.
That joke doesn't disprove my point.
No, but what that joke does is that joke points out that not only is this a social norm, so much so that Disney is capable of making a joke out of it, but also when this joke was made, up to this day, literally nobody has ever had a problem with it ever. So can you tell me, do you have a problem with this joke of no means yes, and yes means take me, I'm yours?
No, fuck off means take me, I'm yours.
Right, so you tell me, what's wrong with the scenario she presented? I'll play it again. Let's go.
Pinhead with hooves. Well, you know how men are. They think no means yes and get lost means take me, I'm yours.
No means yes and get lost means take me, I'm yours. So you tell me, in what scenario?
The guy is an incel, dude. Acrobatus, we are not trying to paint him in any way. We are just trying to understand where he is coming from, and it's a little difficult, but we are getting there.
This feels chaotic, but I'm all about chaos.
Chaotic for how many hours, Chesh? 8 hours?
I'll stay here for 7 days if it means that we have an understanding.
Yeah, right?
I don't like, I have a bit of a problem with, I don't like that we're spending a whole lot of time of meeting other people where they're at, but literally nobody is willing to take us where we're at. I have a problem with that, but other than that.
I have a question.
What about your part you think I'm having trouble understanding?
Do you have any fucking understanding of what my position is at all? If you do, please explain to me my position.
You think that the overall advice of women being more assertive is bad because there are certain scenarios where men will transgress those boundaries even if women are
Do you mean
assertive.
certain scenarios or do you mean any scenarios?
I think you mean every scenarios, and I mean certain scenarios.
Certain scenarios. Okay. One, I take issue with Destiny's approach to this situation in totality. Second off, I think women should defend themselves, but I don't think women should have to defend themselves. I think those are two different questions, and I think that presenting them as if they are the same question is disingenuous. Does that answer your question?
Repeat. Sorry, let me repeat.
No, take your time. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
You think women should establish their boundaries, but they shouldn't have to establish their boundaries.
No. Okay, I think it's a part. I think it's 100% a part of human communication that you need to actually be able to communicate. So if you are not capable of establishing boundaries, one, I think you're asking for trouble, but two, I don't think that's your fault, right? So what that means is not only am I talking about, and this is something that Destiny brings up in one of his videos, right? Destiny brings up that he thinks that there's no different ways or different words in the English language specifically, which tells me he doesn't have a good understanding of the English language, that there are different words to establish personal responsibility versus moral responsibility, right? So I think the example that Destiny gives, if I remember correctly, is a car. So like, you're responsible for your car and the situation that your car is in, versus you're not responsible if somebody broke into your car, right? So even if you didn't lock the door, if somebody broke into your car, that was still access to your car that was not established by the owner of the car. So there's a few problems with this. One of them is that you're establishing a vagina as a car. Stop doing that. Thank you. Greatly appreciated. What do you mean 9? Like, no?
Sorry. Why?
No, why?
Why? Okay, why? Because it's an external object. Specific, only that. Even if no other reason besides it is literally, like, I can go places without my car.
Okay.
I can't go places without my vagina. Period. End of sentence. There are definitely more things you can use. I don't give a shit what the point of the analogy is. If the point of the analogy treats me like a fucking piece of meat, I'm gonna have a fucking problem with it. Period. End of fucking sentence. Totally fair. I will blow a gasket.
That's your misunderstanding of the...
No! If I'm gonna treat a fucking men are nothing more than sausages that I decide to pleasure myself with, yes or no, I feel like that's an unreasonable thing to do, and men shouldn't be treated that way. And I think it's absolutely fair to say that don't treat my organs that I can't not bring with me as an object. Yes or no.
Also,
we are not in that example. Destiny isn't saying that women
get better fucking examples.
Let me finish.
No.
Examples. Destiny isn't saying that women are equivalent to the car. The comparison is between the responsibility, not between human and car.
So, why the car at all? Why the car at all?
Okay, you're better off. I've given other examples.
Chesh, hold on. Play. If you rape someone, are you harming them?
Yes.
If I break into someone's car and steal shit, or I break the car, am I harming a human?
Potentially, yes.
Potentially, no, but am I really harming them in what way I'm talking about?
I don't.
Men are fucking dumb as shit. Destiny was right. Men are retarded. Okay, so if I fuck you in the ass without your consent, did I harm you? Yes or no? If I fuck you in your piss hole through your dick, did I harm you? Yes or no?
Yes.
If I break into your car, did I assault you and harm you in the same way that I fucked your ass without your consent? Yes or no?
Is a robber going to be charged with rape?
No, right. So when you compare a woman's fucking bodily autonomy to a car and to breaking into a house, do you not think that that's a false analogy? Because, believe it or not, your bodily autonomy is independent of the fucking car?
That wasn't the comparison.
Yes, it 100% was. Listen, bro, are you a car? Are you a car? Yes or no?
Hold on. Okay, Chad,
The comparison was between the responsibility one as in the each scenario.
I listen. Are you a car? Yes or no?
Hold on.
Who's the car in the analogy?
If I say that a dog, like a cat, has 4 legs, I'm not saying that the dog is a cat. I'm comparing the number of legs.
That's not what
If
you're
I say,
doing,
if I
if
say
you were
a
comparing,
person
you would
is
compare a woman with a woman.
for their body.
I'm sorry, do you leave your wife outside in the garage every night?
Once again, I'm comparing the number.
Do you leave? Does your wife have 4 wheels?
No.
Does your wife have an engine?
No.
Do you wish your wife has a muffler?
No.
I mean, I would, personally. But, that's fair. But, you know, the point is that your wife is last question. Is your wife autonomous to you? Yes or no?
Autonomous to me?
Mm-hmm.
She's autonomous
Does
to
her
herself.
autonomy depend on you?
Is she autonomous?
No. Yes.
Yes, your wife
Yes,
is
she's
autonomous.
autonomous.
Good. That's listen, we've made progress. All right.
Okay, now I can talk.
Great.
You want to go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. If I compare, if I say that a cat, just like a dog, has 4 legs, I'm not comparing the dog to the cat. I'm comparing the number of legs. In that example,
Lots of things have 4 legs by that analogy, but
I
yes.
listened to you, and I just answered your questions.
I'm clarifying. I'm trying to clarify.
Yeah.
So you're saying a cat and a dog.
Let me go to the end of.
Okay. He's got a whole thing. Go on your thing.
In that example, Steven wasn't comparing women to car in the entirety.
I forgot this man's name was Steve. Fuck.
Go on, keep going. She's rambling.
Okay. He wasn't comparing women to car in its entirety. He was comparing the responsibility a woman has to herself, like a responsibility a woman will have to a car.
Personal responsibility.
But the problem is, my guy, you can't leave your vagina. You can't leave your vagina in a garage.
That's a good point.
Can you leave your dick in a fucking garage, please?
Also, if I may, hold on. Why is it then when you fuck up somebody's car, you get charged for robbery and not rape?
Okay, so I want to point out a personal example.
Just ask
my stepfather assaulted me, my mom, and my sister in various degrees for in various levels of assault, right? So like some would be sexual assault, some would be like physical assault, yada yada yada. It doesn't matter. The point is, right? Yeah. So various degrees of assault between three of us. Do you know what he went to jail for? Because it wasn't assault. It was unregistered firearms, and I live in Canada.
Oh God.
That's irrelevant to the point I'm making.
That is not irrelevant to the point you're making. Because the point you're making is whether or not what does or does not count as assault, and whether or not what does and does not count as, like, sexual understanding between two individuals, right?
No.
No? You're not talking about what does and does not apply to two individuals?
I'm saying that you are logically missing the point of a comparison.
Okay.
I think that because the comparison is wrong, my guy. That's what we're saying.
I let you talk. You
Okay.
Listen, Blake, if it makes it...
Sorry.
We're being very nice, and if it, like, you're
we are.
welcome to be here by my whim, so don't overstep, but go ahead and make your point.
Go on, man. Go on.
After the hour I spent getting you fucking in here, go ahead.
It's important that you talk to me and not to an idea of me that you have in your head.
I know a
And for
lot
that-
of men
and
that
for
do
that-
not
and
follow
for-
your fucking
Jesus
theology.
Christ.
Jesus Christ. Oh my god, a woman is talking over me. The whole 30% out of 100. Holy fucking shit. Can't handle it. My dude, you are in this chat, and you are welcome in here on my whim because I allow you to be in here. You are not entitled to be here. I have way more men that are willing and able to be in here that have more to say and have better opinions on this topic than you do. You are here via I have allowed it to exist. So make your point and either address what we have to say or don't. And if you bitch again, I will kick you the fuck out, and I don't give a shit. So go
I
ahead.
can't do anything about that, mate. I can't do anything about that. She has the control on that.
You are missing
Is
the
he here?
point of an analogy
Go
by
ahead.
introducing different aspects.
Uh-huh.
If I say that a dog, just like a cat, has 4 legs, I'm not saying that the dog is equal to a cat. I'm not saying that the dog purrs like a cat. I'm not make any other comparisons between the two.
Okay. So does a car
That's
does a
the
car
single
make sounds
point.
like
I'm
a
just
woman?
Manya,
comparing
hold
the
on, let him
number
finish.
Of legs. I'm just comparing the number of legs between the two. When Steven made the comparison, he was just making a comparison in one point. The point was responsibility in regards to the elements that he was making the comparison.
How does that apply to bears?
That a woman needs oil to work. He wasn't saying that a woman needs a garage to stay in. The comparison was along a single point. He wasn't bringing all the other elements.
I'm saying the analogy of using a car is wrong. If you want to make
I'm
comparison,
saying
make it
that
with
you
another
are
woman.
wrong.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
but-
So this is where we are going to disagree. This is the disagreement we have. Women are not cars. Women are not meat. Please,
You can't
stop
not
comparing us
take
with
your...
objects.
Women
We are
don't-
not
we
objects.
don't need-
And a woman telling you that and you not listening to that tells me a lot about you, buddy.
That's fair.
We don't need things to be identical to make a comparison.
No, oh my god! Is
Yes,
this
human
man,
beings, yes.
Manya, is this man mansplaining what an analogy is to someone
Fucking Lord.
to an engineer and somebody who went to fucking school for fucking English fucking like, are you serious? You're gonna tell us we don't know what an analogy is or a simile is? Are you fucking kidding me?
it would have been better if we were compared to bitches. It would have been much better if we were compared to bitches instead of a car.
If I make a comparison between
we
responsibility,
do kind
But
of
they're okay. Listen, all right. I don't entirely hate the bear and meat
I don't hate it.
and woods analogy, nor do I inherently hate the car analogy. What I don't like is people who get overly attached to either of these analogies when they are clearly and explicitly explained to people why they do not apply. So if I say a man having control of a car inherently doesn't apply to a woman because you can drive a car and a woman is an autonomous person, and you say, yeah, but what the fuck, I'm gonna have problems with you. But apparently you're not willing to listen to women, so I brought in a man. Go ahead.
So...
Hey, this is Mr. Serious.
We got two men.
Seriously, you just cut into my airtime?
Yes, it did.
Could you repeat your name?
We got Mr. Serious and we got Genetic Minority in here because female chromosomes are too much for you to handle.
Not worth listening to.
Listen, y'all can just take a backseat for a second, okay? Let the men do the work.
Oh, okay.
We're all easy breezy. Everyone let's keep it light and airy. Also, you're
I'm
cutting into my listening to theme song. My theme song listening time on Drunken Presents. I love you. I love you both.
I ate a whole circle of cheese, and I'm really mad about it.
I know. Listen, I'm serious is gonna be ironically a little bit sarcastic, but I'm taking the psychological approach. So from what I'm gathering, because I've been kind of in and out, let me. What's your name there, bud?
Clay.
Clay. Clay. I'm just gonna put this to you as simply as possible, okay? What's your level of comfortability in terms of in like personal space with someone? Like if I just met you on the street, what's your level of comfortability if I were to say I just saw you and I kind of knew who you were in passing? If I were to come up and hug you, would you be okay with that?
No.
No? Okay. Mind you, I'm not trying to trick you or anything. There's nothing clever going on here. These are very straightforward because I find it pointless to try to trick people. So if you would not like me to come up and hug you right now, let's just say I do know you, and when I came up and hugged you, I just put my fingers in your mouth. Would you be okay with that?
No.
No. And if you said, hey, I'm not okay, you would say, hey, I'm not okay with that. Don't put your fingers in my mouth, right?
Sure.
Right? You would. Anybody would. Anyone who's not comfortable with fingers in your mouth. If I then started to tickle your lips,
do you believe
and I
that?
said, if you didn't, no. This is listen. Just follow what I'm giving you here. One thing at a time.
Mm-hmm.
If you said no, don't put your fingers in your mouth, which is justified. You shouldn't be doing that. If I then started tickling your lips and said, well, if you didn't want me to put my fingers anywhere near your mouth, you should have worn a mask. Would that make me right?
No.
Okay then. So why do you think it's okay to not have? Why does it have to be? Anybody knows not to touch people when they don't want to be touched. In what fantasy world, because it is a fantasy, where is it anywhere I didn't accidentally touch your mouth. I came up and stuck my fingers in your mouth. It's very simple. I'm not saying that you are a bad person. I'm not saying you're out doing something terrible, but you do realize that the mindset of just breaking basic human 5x5, don't touch me square in any kind of way is not okay, right?
Yes.
Okay, so with that being established, right? Now, let's go with the scenario of this bear, right? Now, whatever you feel about it. I see you shaking your head, Chesh. Listen.
Hey, I am struggling right now.
Listen. Now that we've established the 5x5 personal square, don't touch my mouth. Do you have to tell me not to put my fingers in your mouth?
No.
No, you don't have to tell me that because I know I wouldn't. You wouldn't like someone's fingers in your mouth. I damn sure wouldn't like anyone's fingers in my mouth. I used to be a preschool teacher. I fucking hate it when kids put their fingers in my mouth, but they're kids and they don't know. Animals such as bears don't speak like humans. They do not have the brain function of humans. If you go into a woods With a bear, you have food. It can't tell you it wants the food. So, of course, it's going to go for the food and attack you. You know, as someone with higher brain function, to not invade someone's personal space and stick your fingers in their mouth. If I stuck my fingers in your mouth, even if you didn't tell me no, I would be wrong, right?
No.
No, I would be. So I'm okay
No?
to stick my fingers in your mouth. No, Chesh. You all been
You're
arguing. We're having a right. No.
Okay.
I asked you a very simple question. If I walked up
The
to you
disagreement
without you
is
saying
in the simple of the question.
no, there's no agreement. If I walked up to you without
Yes.
knowing you and put my fingers in your mouth, is that right or wrong?
Wrong.
Okay then. So, what about this are you not getting, my guy? There is no. First off, let me explain something to you, because the concept of what you all these guys seem to be, all of you who come from Destiny, two things. One, you're far too attached to a single person, and you stake too much claim to your personality as it relates to Destiny in general. Because we're going to take that out completely. Fuck whatever Destiny said. That's just basic human decency. You don't stick your fingers in people's mouth. There's no such thing as accidental rape, okay? Rape is about power. And I'm telling you that as someone who went to school for psychology. I'm not telling you that as just some woman who's explaining something to you. I'm telling you that as a grown man who studied the human mind for about 10 years, all right? Rape is about power. If I decide, well, I'm 6 feet tall, I have very broad shoulders, I weigh almost 300 pounds, and I'm bigger than you and I want to stick my fingers in your mouth, would you be okay with that?
No.
No, you probably call the cops and say some weirdo walked up and stuck his fingers in my mouth. You don't have to tell me no. You can make tons of faces. You can move away from me, right? Those are things that you could do that are nonverbal, that could assert your feelings as to not having me stick my fingers in your mouth, right? So if you can understand that basic concept, that there is no reason, no realm, no fantasy world that I live in where I'd stick my fingers in your mouth and you'd be okay with it. Why can you not understand / stop not defending the moronic excuses for raping someone? Do you realize what rape is, right? Do you know what rape is?
There are realms where I'm fine with you
No.
putting your finger in my mouth.
No. What did I ask you? I said, do you know what rape is?
Okay, one question, then second question, because I have a question that I want to have answered here. If you say that there's a fantasy world where you're okay with this, I have questions, and I apologize, but those are... Go ahead.
There's no levels to this bezels, my G. There is one thing and one thing only. There is consent. You can give that either verbally or non-verbally, and that is completely irrelevant. Woman does not have to tell you, don't rape me, and then on top of that, she does not have to go out with a chastity belt in order to survive. That creates. You do realize that by extension, you are trying to create a world where that is so.
I need to Google chastity.
It's very brutal. You do realize that there is a world that you're trying to create, that Destiny wants to create, where women have to live in a constant fear of something as simple as someone walking up and sticking their fingers in their mouth, when it's something you as a normal human being wouldn't like in the first place. Yet for some reason you can't extrapolate the concept of rape being wrong, and you're arguing and backpedaling and circling around that concept. Do you want me to stick my fingers in your mouth, Clay?
I didn't say rape wasn't wrong.
Do you want me to stick my fingers in your mouth, Clay?
No.
Yes.
What if it was me? What? Do you want my fingers in your mouth? Would that make you feel better?
Yes.
Well, listen, I'm not asking for comparisons.
If I accidentally stuck my fingers in your mouth, and that would be okay.
Depends on the circumstance.
Okay, so in what world where if I drug you and then stick my fingers in your mouth, if I drop a roofie in your drink and then stick my fingers in your mouth, does that make it okay?
No.
No? So what is this world where it's accidental? Oops, I slipped and fell and stuck my fingers in your mouth, and then I didn't stop shoving them down your throat after you said that makes me uncomfortable. Is that okay?
No.
Okay then, so if you can answer no to all these things, why are you having such a hard time having a conversation with Maya and Chesh, because little known fact, I'm not actually here to argue this point with you. I'm trying to understand why you and all of these guys who come from this. First and foremost, let's establish the fact that the guy you're standing for right now is a debate bro who comes in with facts and numbers and yada yada yada. None of you have come in with that, either in the comments or here when you talk to Chesh.
This is true.
Secondly, you've told you and everyone else have told everyone they need to go up and look that stuff. You sound like one of the flying Mohammeds when I grew up in New York City wearing the bow tie selling bean pies telling me I'm not educated, therefore I need to learn something, which is nonsensical. You are debating someone else. You are telling them what it is, so you bring facts to them. Do you go in have you been to school, sir? You ever been to school? Like any kind of school, elementary school, anything, whatever, finishing school, any of that? Yeah? So when you go in and you present a report, do you just write whatever you want, or do you come in with information?
I go with information.
You go with information, right? When you do math, when you go take a math test,
I think,
you go
disingenuous
right?
and dishonest. There has been huge cultural shifts. Sorry, I apologize. Please continue. That was a background thing. My bad. I was pulling something up. I apologize. I was pulling up the comment section. This was fucking working its way to.
Generic, if I may.
Here's the point that I'm making.
Hold on. Generic, give me a second. The thing is that the scenario that Clay is talking about, where someone wanted to say no, but they didn't. It shouldn't come to that. Everyone should feel safe in your presence. And if you cannot do that, whatever the reason, you want to think about how you approach things. Okay, it may be not you, but when someone's in your house, that's your domain. And if someone is, and if you don't know whether someone is comfortable the first time or the second time they come into your house and what they want to do, you might want to start checking in on them and ask them the question. Right? And give them the option verbally.
Again, Michael says, we've been live for a while and this motherfucker has not answered. What the fuck is accidental rape?
I think so. There's a language barrier. I will give it to that.
Go ahead.
Excuse me?
Yeah, you go. What is? If you can give us a functional definition of accidental rape that does not include, regular rape or extreme rape. Go ahead.
I'll just say that I have said it multiple times and you didn't accept it. I'll repeat it one more time. It's when one unwittingly breaks the other's boundaries because the boundaries weren't properly set.
Okay, so hold on. So you're already there's two problems with this, and you understand that, yeah? Okay, Manya, was there a problem with that? Yes.
Yeah, because
you heard that. Okay, generic.
Yeah.
Do you agree that there was a problem with that even set up initially? Yep.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Serious, do you agree that there was? Because I saw Mr. Serious pop in. Do you agree that there was a problem with that being set? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so let me be the why am I the nice guy here? This is fucking ridiculous. I'm the worst. Okay.
Are you?
I'm
the nice guy.
I'm starting to learn that apparently I am not. So when you say that this is the expectation and or but, you've got a situation on your hands. And so you need to extend your definition, because I can force you to eat pie. Did I rape you?
Once again, I said it in the beginning of the question.
No, I'm using your definition. You said you didn't want pie, and I gave you pie. Did I rape you?
I said under the...
Hold on.
Sexual
I think so.
context.
Give him a break.
Under the sexual context. So if I put a fucking dildo up your ass, when you said no, did I rape you? Yes?
Yes.
Good. If I am a woman and I put a dildo up your ass and you didn't say yes, is that rape?
Yes.
Cool. So if I'm a woman and you put a fucking dick in my ass and I didn't say yes, is that rape?
Yes.
Great. If I'm a woman and you put a dick in my vagina and I didn't say yes, is that rape?
Yes.
Great. So if I'm drunk and you're drunk and I didn't give you a yes about any sexual connotation one way or another, is that rape?
Yes.
Great! Cool! We've all agreed. Everyone in the call. Mr. Serious, what do you think? Is that a yes or a no?
Well, I mean, what about any of that was accidental rape?
Nothing. I slipped and I fell into it.
I think so.
Right. So none of them was accidental rape. Accidental rape doesn't exist.
Great. Thanks.
Hold
So
on.
accidental. So wait.
He's
So
saying
if
something.
the
Hold on.
yeah, that's
Hold
what
on,
I'm
he's
saying.
saying
So
something.
accidental rape doesn't exist. Clay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Go.
Okay, Mr. Serious, I'll repeat my definition of accidental rape for this conversation. When someone
no, I got it.
unwittingly, sorry.
I got it, and then we went over it, and then we went over.
Okay then. I'll explain why it's accidental rape. One of those examples.
One of the examples that I gave was accidental?
Chesh.
I'm gonna fucking.
Yeah. Chesh, just let him go.
Chesh, where's your
Go
water?
ahead, Clay.
Drink water.
Okay. In the example of both being drunk,
Drink water.
both are mutually breaking consent of the other because neither are sober enough to assert boundaries in those. That's accidental rape under the definition that we've been using this whole conversation. Did I answer you, Mr. Serious?
Maybe if a man explains it to him, he'll understand better.
All right.
That's serious.
If I may, my
I'm
guy,
face
Clay.
palming.
Clay, my guy.
I mean,
hold on.
Okay, go
Clay,
ahead.
my guy. I brought up a case where a drunk football star took a passed out drunk girl around every room for sex. And said that
like
it's not
physically
sex because I don't-
carried, like
I
not
don't
capable of
remember.
walking.
Yeah, he was drunk. That's what he's been saying. So we are going by his word.
Uh-huh.
And was it rape or not?
Yes.
Why?
Okay, so why? Yeah, go on.
Because once again, one of the parties had their consent violated.
But the other party also
But
was
here's the
not
thing, Clay.
conscious.
Yeah. Okay. Here's
The
the
other
thing,
party
Clay.
was drunk.
I need you to
Exactly. And they
understand
had
something.
their consent violated.
Clay, I need you to understand something very clear. If, regardless of the fact whether you can give consent, say the scenario is that you are drunk and the girl is drunk. Regardless of the scenario, it's still rape because there was no consent given in general. There are no levels to these bezels when it comes to it. There is.
It's an uncomfortable truth, but that's the truth.
That's the fact. That's just psychology.
Repeat the
No. Listen. Just listen to what I'm telling you, and I want you to absorb it. Because I understand you want to get your word in, and that's perfectly fine.
No,
I
didn't listen. Can you repeat what you said before Manya spoke?
Regardless of the scenario, if whoever take the men and women aspect out of it completely. If it's me and you, and we're hanging out together and we're drunk, neither one can give consent at that point. And regardless of it, I say yes and you say no. Okay, but
no, I say
in that
yes. I say
scenario,
yes. Exactly.
No. Listen, exactly. But that, guess what? If I still fuck you, that's rape.
Exactly.
Okay? There's no levels to this. That's by definition. Forcing sexual relations with someone is always. There is no middle ground. There's no accidental. You can't accidentally rape someone. There's no manslaughter for rape, my guy.
I haven't had enough fucking weed for this.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a mini rant maybe, and this is one of the things that I find really dangerous about Destiny and the things that he has been saying. And I had this talk about things like accidental rape and the things that it goes on about rape. The way he
Can
talks almost
anyone
makes it seem.
define what accidental rape actually is, though? Because Destiny hasn't, our guest hasn't.
multiple times in this conversation.
No, you
Oh my
fucking
God.
haven't. All you've defined is
Oh my God.
actual fucking rape, dude.
Yeah, man.
No.
Yeah, that
If
was just
one person, if one person doesn't, I'm shutting this the fuck down right the fuck now. Not because I don't want to hear Mr. Sirius has to say, nor because I don't want to hear what Clay has to say, because I think Clay has been a boon to this scenario.
Conversation.
Yes, no, Clay, we appreciate you. We want you as part of this conversation because I think you bring an angle that we're not observing. Right. But there is no such thing as an accidental rape by definition. Like, despite, like, what's the word? Consequence. You're right, exactly. You can't have rape. There is no definition of rape that allows for it to be a whoops. That's not a thing. No, it doesn't.
You're
We
right.
we literally talked about your definition. Your definition is one person didn't consent, right? Ultimately, right?
I think so. I think so. Hold on.
My definition is one
Let him
party
define, yeah.
unwittingly crosses the boundaries that the other party.
I don't give a shit about boundaries. If somebody says yes or somebody says no or somebody doesn't give a yes, those are the three fucking options, right? So if I don't say yes and I also say no, what's accidental in this scenario? What's the accident?
Is that one part didn't intend to rape and the other part...
Okay, but if I say no and I don't say yes, what's the fucking accident? My guy? You're either ignoring me saying no, or you're ignoring that I didn't say yes. Either way, you're purposefully going out of your way to ignore the fact that I did not do scenario A and I didn't do scenario B. So which the fuck is not intentional?
The scenario in which you say yes...
I didn't say yes! I gave two examples in which I didn't say yes and I gave a scenario where I didn't say no. Where the fuck...
Chesh, the scenario that he's specifically about... Hold on, Chesh, give me a sec. Hold on. Mate, hold on. So the scenario that he's talking about is when a woman comes with you back to your house and you say, oh, do you want to have sex? She says yes, but he's saying that she wanted to say no.
Exactly.
That is accidental rape.
That's not accidental! Because she verbally said yes, but didn't want to say yes, which makes it coercion!
Yeah, and also, my guy, maybe make someone...
Whoops!
Hold on. Maybe make someone this comfortable so that they don't have to worry about saying no to you.
I'm gonna commit a felony.
Mania.
Mania. Yeah.
The problem is that one of the parties isn't sophisticated enough to assess the...
Which party? Which party?
Yeah, which party?
Mania. The problem is that one of the parties isn't sophisticated enough to...
Which one?
Assess the...
Then what? Hold on, Chesh. So, but if they're not sophisticated enough...
I didn't finish the sentence that you are responding to.
Go on, mate. Go on.
The problem is that one of the parties isn't sophisticated enough to assess the comfortable level of the other party.
This is some Jordan Peterson shit. Jesus Christ. Oh, fuck, you don't get to Jesus Christ me. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Listen, dude,
real quick, Manya, I was in the middle, before my spiel, I was about to put the pseudoscience bullshit to bed. I was going to prove Chesh right and get rid of all this, this nonsense about accidental rape. So we wouldn't have to talk about it anymore. Because
I want to die.
Bullshit. And It shouldn't be discussed. It's
I
stupid.
would rather
and
be treating Clay as
Listen.
if he has an argument or a point is absurd from the get-go.
Why I'm doing that is
Talking
because
about
I don't
accidental
want him to feel
rape is
piled
something.
on, man. We have
is
4 in
something
here. He's just
that
1.
is well,
Go
no.
on.
Talking about accidental rape is something reserved for imbeciles, and that's where
Yes.
it should be, and that's where it should remain. And
So the men get to
no,
deal
no,
with it. This is beyond women.
Well,
Also, yeah, so-
no, let me
Yeah, let him
continue
go.
from what I was going to say before.
Go.
This stuff comes from people like Destiny. Destiny does everything in his power to try to minimize the problematic nature of rape. And in my belief, it's because I think he commits the act on a regular basis and doesn't want to come to terms with the fact that he does it. And so he tries to make it sound okay that he does it. So every day he's like,
probably.
"Oh, it's not
It's a
rape.
probability.
It's this. It's just the way that dating is. It's the women's
Yeah.
fault. It's just the nature,
why-
the way the nature is. It's accidental rape. It's all these other things. It's
Listen,
not
Mr.
really
Serious,
rape.
we just didn't let this man talk long enough. Clearly, he didn't. 20, 30, an hour and a half was not long enough to let this man get its fucking point across. After I spent an hour letting this fucking man in, he had literally nothing to say.
Clay, the thing is that you saying that one of the parties is not sophisticated enough, I'm tired of that bullshit.
Yeah, the
Even
only
that
problem I had
is
was
okay.
I'm tired of that bullshit.
I have so much problem with
humans,
that.
We should have, it's that's an excuse. That's simply an excuse.
Best, it's an excuse.
At best.
Because you've got problems with Harvey Weinstein. You've got problems with literally anybody from a lower class moving up to an upper class, which you're gonna pretend that America doesn't have a class system. And then you've got this whole other fucking problem of women not being allowed to speak out. So you tell me, in the system that you're presenting, how is Destiny allowed to exist to have sex that is not coercive in any way, shape, or form? Because I don't think that's fair to Destiny, personally.
Is that for me?
Yes, that's absolutely for you. So in the scenario that you're presenting, how is Destiny supposed to have sex at all, period, including with his own wife?
What scenario I'm presenting?
Your own, my guy. Are you that fucking, out into outer space?
I said a lot of things. What's the scenario?
Holy fucking shit. We're basing it off of everything you said for the last hour.
I have just one thing to say about this.
No, let him
Hold
answer
on.
first.
He will answer, but after this I'm getting up and going away because it's just becoming too convoluted. Saying that the other party is not sophisticated enough.
Apparently
is
Destiny's
simply an
wife
excuse.
is not fucking sophisticated enough to be able to have sex with him.
No. Yeah, so
Did
it's
they
like
say that?
either the woman is not sophisticated.
Yes!
If the woman is not sophisticated enough, then that's also bullshit. I'm saying that both the sexes not reading the room is just bullshit.
That's a bullshit excuse for fucking rape. At the very least, it might be an excuse. Don't stop. Listen, I'm fucking done with you calling out Manya specifically. All right, because you're asking to talk to Manya specifically because you haven't been able to actually address a single one of my fucking points. First off, if you're in a room and you're saying I can't address yay, nay, whatever the fuck over 3 points, you've got a problem in your fucking epistemology. And I don't mean your personal epistemology, I mean you don't understand how that fucking universe functions. Because that's what epistemology means, right? Can you give me a functional definition of epistemology off the top of your head?
No, I can't.
Of course you fucking can't. Because you know what you also can't fucking give me a functional definition of? Rape that is accidental. Whoops, I just accidentally stuck my... Whoops, I accidentally stuck my dick in somebody. Have you ever accidentally stuck your dick in anything?
No.
You know,
No?
Not so.
And how long have you been alive? My guy, how long have you been alive to accidentally have stuck your dick in something?
30 years.
13? You're 13 years old.
30.
30. So you've had 30 years where you have not accidentally stuck your dick in something.
Yes.
Great, that's a really good ratio. So you have a whole 30 years of 100% chance of not sticking your dick in something. So you're gonna tell me tomorrow, because you're kinda horny and a woman may or may not have given you some kind of instigation that you may or may not have actually misunderstood, you're gonna rape somebody, yes or no?
I didn't understand the question. Can you repeat?
Are you gonna rape some woman because she gave you mixed signals, yes or no?
Potentially, yes.
You think you're a rapist, yes or no? Potentially.
No.
No, you don't potentially think you're a rapist.
No.
You think you're potentially a rapist based on a woman's signals that you might have misunderstood?
No.
No? So then why did you say yes at all?
She can be raped without me being a rapist.
She can be raped without you doing the raping? I mean, yeah, I mean, somebody else could accidentally stick their dick in her. I mean, my guy, we're talking about you. You said that you could be a rapist, right?
No.
That's what you... Bullshit! No, somebody pull the clip. I asked if you would be a rapist and you said yes, right?
So Clay,
In the
Chesh asked
accidental
you
scenario,
that
the
if...
woman can be raped without the man raping her.
But that's not what I asked. I asked if you personally could be a rapist, right? And you said yes. And you said yes. Right?
Yeah.
No, I am done
Yeah,
with
he
this
said
bitch.
He
I
said
am
yes,
done.
Hold on. The only reason I'm doing this is because I think that there's a language barrier, and I don't want to pile on it.
This
The
is
thing is
not that.
Clay, Chesh asked you if you will if you might have sex with someone if they're giving you mixed signals, or you might rape someone if you're giving mixed signals, and you said yes.
Yes.
Why is your...
Yeah. So that's what she's talking about, dude. Okay.
That doesn't
so,
make me a rapist under the definition.
Yes, it fucking does! Legally and morally, it makes you a fucking rapist.
Not legally,
Fuck.
neither morally.
Yes, legally. Yes,
hold on,
morally.
maybe it's the country shit. It might be the country difference of the laws and shit.
No, Generic's got this. Manya, watch this.
Okay.
Go, Generic, go. Because he needs a man to explain it to him. Because if it's in a higher pitch, he's not fucking listening.
Chesh. Thank you. Yeah.
You're gonna fall off your
Yes, yeah. Let's see. Rape, unlawful sexual activity, most often involving sexual intercourse against the will of the victim through force or the threat of force, or with an individual who is incapable of legal consent because of minor status, mental illness, mental deficiency, intoxication, unconscious, or deception. Do you know what that means?
No, he doesn't. He's too busy typing to like
Oh,
whatever
what's that mean?
whatever Discord he's talking to Destiny's Discord, but Destiny doesn't want to show up. So because Destiny can't handle this, like Destiny can't handle me 5 glasses of. Look at this bottle.
So,
Chesh,
did you hear what I
did you
said?
drink water?
No,
Yes,
twice. I did.
I came to you right now.
Okay, so listen to that latter end of that. Yeah? It says
Okay.
force or threat of force with an individual who is incapable of giving legal consent because of minor status, that would be kids, mental illness. That would be people with some kind of mental deficiency or are in a proper mental state, right? Mental deficiency, special needs,
You want a name?
Intoxication, unconscious, or deception. That is definition. That's psychological textbook definition of rape. There is no part of accident in that. That is in books, DSM-5. That's in there. There is no such thing. This is the end all be all of it. We're not having a conversation about accidental. There's no such thing as, oh, there is the mixed signal when I brought her home. If you agree, and no one is calling you in this scenario, say you bring a girl home, right? And she's drinking and she changes her mind and whatever. At the end of the day, if you have sex with her and she did not tell you yes, or she told you no, or she did not speak to you at all, what I just read to you there, right there, all defines rape.
We all agreed right out of the gate that Destiny said that enthusiastic consent is what matters.
No, Chesh. No, there is no in that scenario. That is the definition of it. There is no scenario you can make. Are you a psychologist, dude?
Yep.
Are you a psychologist? Are you a doctor?
No.
No? So you don't get to make up a definition for what you consider. Destiny isn't a doctor. He's just a nigga on the internet, all right? So stop. What you are saying, listen, at the end of the day, it's this. What you are saying does not change the definition, the clinical, psychological, criminal definition of rape, okay? Just because you presented a different scenario where it might be this, oh, I didn't mean to. Hey, listen, there is a such thing as contrition. When you say, oh, I took big signals from I apologize, something like that. But at the end of the day, it's about force, like I told you earlier, and you still did that anyway. If you are making an active choice, whether you're drunk or not, or she didn't tell you yes, or she did tell you no, or she kind of said, and she backed up a little, once again, if I still, under any scenario, put my fingers in your mouth, I should not be putting my fingers in your mouth, right? Can you change the definition of me shoving my hand down your throat under any scenario being okay? No, there's never a scenario where that's okay. So
yes?
So
wait, he said yes.
Yes.
What's the
Is
yes?
there any scenario?
Don't at me.
I apologize, Chesh. I don't mean to yell at you. I just actually want to hear this because
he said yes. He said yes. There was a scenario where you shoving your fucking fingers down his throat is okay. Tell me where. That's what I'm saying. What's the yes?
In the scenario where I ask you to.
Oh, you mean where you had consent? Where you explicitly made a verbal request?
Yes.
So no other situation where that would be the equivalent.
Is there any other scenario where it's okay other than you saying it's okay for me to stick my fingers in your mouth?
In a scenario where we have established that that's okay, then in the future,
no, there's no establishment.
Yes.
No, we live in reality where there is a scenario where it is okay to stick my fingers in your mouth. You just said as if you give me consent, right? There is no made up one. Okay, so is there any other thing other than you saying, hey, yeah, it's cool, generic, you can stick your fingers in my mouth? Is there any other scenario where it's okay?
Yes.
Which one is that?
Where we have grown up and it's normal for you to feed me.
Okay, so it's normal for me to feed you, so it's okay to stick my fingers in your mouth. And what
in that scenario, yes.
In that scenario, so in what scenario is it okay? So if do you have a mother?
No, I mean even partners.
No. You said if you grow up and I'm coming to feeding you, right? You have a mother, right?
No.
No, you don't have.
I'm saying in the context of sexual relationship between partners.
No, there's no sexual. No. Here's the thing. You keep talking about in sexual legislation. I just read you by the book, followed by psychology, followed by the law definition of rape, and it covers every single scenario you're trying to create in your head to justify it. I just told you by definition, regardless of that person's mental state, regardless of that person's intoxication level,
this is what
regardless of
Destiny
any
has
scenario.
done. What?
And this is
It's
what
so sad.
is exactly what Manya is saying, and exactly what Mr. Sirius has been saying. There is no made-up scenario. There is no hyperbolic. I am telling you, as a psychology major who studied this, you are not a doctor. Where do you have a degree? Do you even have a degree in any kind of social science?
No.
Listen to the expert opinion, then, dude.
And does Destiny have a degree in social science? Does he have a degree in sociology, like psychology, anything like that?
No.
Then listen to what I'm telling you. Because what I'm telling you is not to just make you feel bad. Listen, what I'm telling you is not to make you feel bad. It's not to dunk on you. It's not to shit on you. It's not to make Destiny seem like a loser and shit on them and get views on the internet. It's because, guess what? I have a mother. Most people do. Would you like it if someone who grew up with her for many years felt, man, I'm used to been sticking my dick in her mouth since she was a kid, so it's okay now. Does that make it okay?
If it was a husband.
If it was okay, so if your mom's brother, right, your uncle in this scenario, has been sticking his dick in your mom's mouth since, listen, if you have a sister, if you got a sister and a brother, and your other brother has been sticking his dick in your sister's mouth since they were kids, does that make it okay?
No.
Okay, then. So there is no scenario. There is no. The reason why you're not being allowed to give a point, the reason why Chesh is yelling at you, is because you're trying to add a fake definition to what I literally just read to you. There is no scenario.
There are several scenarios where my partner can feed me by putting their fingers in my mouth. There are several scenarios where my partner can put their hands in my mouth. There are several scenarios where one person
Can I ask a
put
question?
his fingers in the other's mouth.
Can I ask a question?
No, hold on a second. I just want to know
Yeah,
this
you
right
go.
now. What you are telling me, Clay, is that you are saying that you can think of several scenarios that psychology and the law hasn't thought about when it comes to the definition of rape?
No.
No? So are you, once again, are you a doctor?
No.
Are you a lawyer?
No.
Do you have a degree in social science where the definition I just read to you comes from?
No.
Have you ever been approached by, are you a professor? Have you ever been approached by a school that says you get to create the definitions of the English language? Have you been written in Oxford? Have you done any of those things?
No.
So where can you create and choose to create a definition where rape is okay if I just read to you every reason as to why it's not, that was created by people who are far more qualified than you?
In this conversation.
In this conversation, okay, so you're saying in this conversation that we're having, in this conversation that we're having, you're telling me you're more qualified than me?
No.
No, yes you are. Yes you are.
No, this bitch is saying he's more qualified than me or Manya because Unga Bunga we don't have a dick.
Yeah,
but even still, I'm telling you what they're telling you, and you're still presenting scenarios. So you're saying you're more qualified than me.
No.
Okay, if you're not more qualified than me, and I'm telling you you're wrong, why are you still creating scenarios?
I don't need to be more qualified than you to present a workable definition of the word rape for this
Why? Why?
No. Why?
Yeah, why? That's what she has.
People introduce.
Have you raped somebody?
No, Chesh, let him say.
No, I'm not. No. All right. I have been very patient. And if you're going to tell me that somebody who has gone out of their way to study social science, and you're going to go out of your way to tell me that somebody who has studied sciences that involve neurology have no right to use the legal and social definition of rape, and you want to impose your own definition of rape, you are obligated to tell me why we should give two shits about your fucking definition. So you tell me, before you give your definition, why we should take it in any capacity whatsoever, and I'm gonna go 99 miles per hour into the fucking past to go to fucking 1985 or 1555 or 1955 and run your ass over with a DeLorean?
So what fantasy world are you living in? Where you just said you're not more qualified than me. So you can't. By the way, I want to.
And he wasn't more qualified, and then he said he was going to give you a definition and a valid reason as to why your definition was not valid comparatively. So go ahead, my guy, Mr. Destiny Simp. Please.
Where is your degree that allows you to tell me you're right after conceding that you don't know what you're talking about and you are not trained in this field?
I don't need a degree. Nobody needs a degree to propose new meanings of words.
Philosophically speaking,
hold on.
you do.
Let's break down. This is what I'm doing here. Let's break down.
This is too much.
Degree, right? You don't need a degree, right? What job do you work? Sir? What job do you work?
Sorry, generic. Before you go and before he answers, I have a quick question for generic because, like, I know this motherfucker Clay is getting picked on a lot, but generic, can you explain to us why? Because I think that words are pretty fucking whatever the fuck people tend to be using at the time versus in the field. Can you give me a brief explanation as to why you think that this motherfucker in this very specific and very, very narrow field that he's decided to come here on behalf of his overlord who does not tend to appear himself? Basically what I'm saying is he's a warlock in D&D. Is valid. Can you give this guy at least a stepping stone to go with?
His stepping stone is he's completely blinded by his parasocial connection with almost said Chesh. Apologies.
It is parasocial, yeah.
He has a connection with him for whatever reason that may be, whether it's his idealism or his dreams or whatever. He feels as though attacking Destiny is a personal attack on himself, which it's not. Also, secondarily, feeling as though that you can, with no degree, no qualifications whatsoever, I'd argue, would you get in a plane with someone who's never flown a plane before, sir?
No.
No? So, would you fly a plane?
No.
No? Okay. So, if you would not get in a plane with someone who's never been a pilot and you wouldn't fly a plane, do you get to tell a pilot how to fly?
No.
And no, it means that if you've talked to a man, you know how to rape.
So, in what scenario do you get to tell me, someone with a decade-plus background in psychology, by the way, rape is not at the end of the day, it's still about this main course is social interaction, is what rape is about. And I am trained in social interactions. Why do you think we don't have to have a degree in order to talk about that? Because I can think of a reason, and it's because you're attempting to make an excuse for what you feel, potentially something you've done in the past, because it's what it sounds like. You seem awful attached to this.
Okay, let's not stretch it that far.
Well, no, I think that's fair, because, I have no empathy for this motherfucker who's been around for 2 hours wasting my fucking time, who hasn't made a single goddamn point.
Where in your mind, with no qualifications whatsoever, after establishing that you can't fly a plane and that you wouldn't fly in a plane with a pilot who's never flown one before, why you think you can create a new definition for what I have studied that is anything more than what you feel personally in the scenario?
In a scenario where I'm translating the points of a third party and addressing a more general concept that it's ill-defined in the current conversations.
Okay, so let's roll with that right there, right? You're expressing first off, once again, parasocial. You're expressing this for someone else. These aren't even your point of views, is what you're saying, right? Because you just said it's third party. So these aren't the feelings you actually hold. These are ones you're expressing on the behalf of someone else.
Some of them I hold, but I'm also trying to translate somebody else's point.
First and foremost, I'm gonna tell you right now, the translation is not an aspect for me. I was raised Muslim, and I have family from all over the map. I'm multiracial, so I'm hearing exactly what you're saying, and also taking into account to the language barrier. Secondly, if you're saying that you're speaking on behalf of someone else, firstly, why are you speaking on their behalf, and why are they not here?
Why they're not here? I assume that he wasn't invited, or he didn't got wind of the conversation.
Okay, so if these are views that are held by someone else that you're expressing on their behalf, why? Why do you feel so strongly to express on their behalf?
Because I feel that Chesh and Mania are misunderstanding his point, and I think I can bridge the gap.
Okay, so what's his point?
Okay, I think one of the points that they had issue with was that the claim that women being more assertive will reduce a certain amount of unconsensual sexual intercourse.
Okay, so do you believe that that's true?
I will repeat it.
I agree that it's valid, yes.
Well, hold on. That you believe that that's true, that it is a certain. So you believe it's on.
I said
women.
valid, not true.
Okay.
Do you believe that it's on women to do more to prevent themselves from not being assaulted?
It's also on women, yes.
Okay. Also, how much of that blame goes on women?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know. So you don't know. You have no background in this. Yet you're defending a point you just admitted you know nothing about. You have no idea how much bearing it should go on the other party. How much of that, if you don't know how much should go on women, how much should go on men?
I don't need to know exact numbers to make a
No,
valid
you don't need.
argument.
No. I'm not asking you exact numbers from anywhere other than what you feel, because you seem to be stuck on the point of what you feel. So let's go with what you feel. And what you feel is how much of the blame in any given generalized, since you want to use general, in any generalized interaction with a man and a woman where there is an assault, how much of that blame goes on the man and how much of the blame goes on the woman? I'm asking you, Clay, how much?
I wouldn't know how to answer that question.
So you wouldn't know how much you, Clay, feel the blame goes on one party or the other.
Exactly.
Okay, so why are you defending this point?
I don't need to know to defend the point. That's the.
You don't need
Yes,
to know
you
something.
okay.
Yes,
All
we're
right.
making yeah, this is what I'm talking about here. So you are saying
Cult
you
of
don't
personality.
need to- exactly. Can you admit right here, right now, that you have an emotional bond to Destiny that he does not and will never share or have with you that is clouding your judgment? Because you are also saying you don't need or know of any information that proves you right, and that you don't know any information that proves you right. You have no knowledge, you have no prior experience, no nothing, but you just feel that way.
I have information that proves me right, and
Okay, where is
I would
it?
say no to the first question, but I think I didn't.
Can
know where the
you,
question
but
ended.
you are in contact with me on Twitter and on Discord. Can you send me this information? And what does it exactly prove you right on?
The information that I have is that agreeable people are likely to overestimate the risk of exerting their boundaries.
Okay, so let's go with that. You grew up with with people that overestimated that, right? That's what you just said.
Yes.
Your proof is personal experience.
Yes.
Okay, so allow me to paint you a scenario. I want to paint you the scenario of a 16-year-old girl in New York City with a drug addict grandmother and a father who worked 3 jobs. And I will tell you that she was met by a young man, a 19-year-old gangbanging drug dealer who was about 6'6", about almost 300 pounds, who raped her. Do you know who that woman is?
No.
That's my mother, all right? So let me tell you that if you can go by what is the things you know around you, I know and am the child of a rapist, okay? And I have a degree in psychology. I am far more qualified then you are not only just off personal experience, but also from a professional side. What you are talking about is not reality, my guy, okay? Because you just saying, I don't need to have any facts, but this is how I feel, and I know things around you. I still have more knowledge than you just off personal experience. You got that, right?
The point you made didn't disprove mine.
How does it not disprove yours? Is that
hold on. We're talking. We're on two different levels of conversation, right?
We're
Because
not. No, he's making. We're not on two different levels.
he is differentiating two things that I don't think are inherently different, right?
They're not different. And that's the
right.
thing. You're creating a.
But he's drawing a line. Okay.
Yeah, there's no line.
So if you have a can you describe your personal situation?
Okay, if I present you a person that thinks that they would get. Give me a second.
No, take your time.
Okay.
Because I think all of us have a personal situation that will all between 4 or 5 of us. I think all 5 of us will have different scenarios. So you do yours first.
If I present you a person that thinks they will get every punished for establishing their boundaries, and then I tell them that no, they are wrong, and then they go to establish their boundaries, and they are not punished. That example isn't invalidated, but another person thinks that they will greatly be punished for establishing a boundary, then establishing a boundary, and then being punished for it. One doesn't invalidate the other.
Okay, so by that logic, right, you do realize that since neither one invalidates the other, at that point, it goes into who is more knowledgeable on a educational level, because we all have different personal.
It goes to
how does it not?
seasons.
How does it? So you're saying that people can speak on topics that they are not knowledgeable on because of personal experience, but neither personal experience outweighs the other.
I don't need to know all the colors of swans in the world to know that in front of me there's a white swan.
I have a question for you.
But what happens when you see a bird that isn't a swan and just looks like one?
But someone told you what a swan looks like, right?
Can I
what a swan looks like?
Can I give a more direct comparison? Okay, so if I was assaulted by a guy who knew me from my workplace, I worked there 40 hours a week, 8 hours a day, or 10 hours a day, 40 hours a week, right? So I interacted with this guy on a regular basis, and I was relatively friendly with him. Fair? Relatively. Not like uber friendly, but like relatively friendly. Uh-huh. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Great.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I went to a party and I wasn't working at that location anymore, so it was my last get-together. So 2 men who, as far as I knew, were not related to this guy, and this guy, and then 3 women who were on my quote-unquote team, right? So we got 3 to neutral, 3 to 1, right? So, as far as I knew, the women were on my side. The men were at best neutral, if not friendly to me, as far as I was concerned. And the man was on his own. Right? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Okay. Great. We all hang out. If I get drunk and passed out in the bathroom, the reason I'm passed out in the bathroom is because the floor is cool. Is that's fine, right? Like, nobody should be having sex with me, yeah?
Yes.
Great. Okay, what if somebody takes me out of the bathroom, gives me a whole other fucking drug? What happens? Where does that man fall?
What do you mean by what does that man fall?
If I am passed out in the bathroom and someone gives me drugs, where do I fall on the personal responsibility scale?
Very little.
Very little. Are you willing to
Yes.
call that a 5%? A 2%?
No.
Not even that? Where would you put me? Like a 1%? A 1.5?
That's very little.
Okay, give me a number, my guy. 1 to
I
100.
think
What do you mean you can't? You're spending this entire time saying that women have an amount of responsibility in comparison. I've been listening this whole time. Give me a number, my guy.
my inability to give you a specific number doesn't disprove what I said.
I can give a specific number because I was in this scenario, and I find it fascinating that the man telling me about what I should feel about my own fucking scenario is not capable of telling me what number should fucking apply to the situation I was in. So if you're in a situation and you're drunk as fuck and you're enough that you're passed out on the side and a dude gives you drugs, you're telling me that as much as these give and take scenarios exist, you're not willing to give me a number whatsoever about whether or not a dude should pick you up and carry you off into a fucking bedroom?
Yes.
Okay, so do you think it's appropriate at all, or is the number you're giving me a 0?
I think it's inappropriate.
Okay, great. So what am I supposed to do in that scenario?
Go to the police, I don't know.
How? I not only have I already been passed out drunk, and I have now been... No, I'm already passed out. I'm being picked up off the floor and being dragged off into another room and given another drug on top of that. You're telling me my response as a cognizant human being is to go to the police?
Not in that instance.
When am I supposed to go? When am I supposed to go to police then?
After you have become sober.
Oh, after I'm sober. Okay. And what are the police? So I'm just supposed to let whatever happens to me happen to me. In between point A and point B.
If you are unconscious, I don't think you can exert any agency.
Okay, what if I'm half conscious?
I think still you can.
What if I'm conscious to at least recognize what's gone on?
You can exert the agency you are able to.
Okay, and what do you think distinguishes that consciousness? Because bitch, you came in here telling me I've had too much to drink. So you tell me.
I didn't.
Yeah, you fucking did. You came in here telling me I had 6 glasses of wine and couldn't make any kind of fucking distinguishing fucking I need to make a decision. Bitch, you have no fucking clue what you're fucking talking about, my guy.
That was username term only online. I am Clay Day on YouTube.
Alright, so your username has a different opinion from you as the person. Does that apply to Destiny, whom you're defending as well? Or are you just talking off the cuff to not take accountability for the bullshit that you're saying when you're confronted with an uncomfortable scenario with someone who's actually gone through it?
Another person with another username say that. I didn't say that.
I'm sorry, did you not start this conversation with I've drank a lot and there's not chat that's been recorded that says you, like, personally, I've been the one that's drinking? The drinking has not been that drinking has not been a scenario that you've presented in the examples that you fucking put forward that matters in?
I didn't make any comment regarding your drinking.
I think so. It was online, terminally online. Who did that?
This is terminally online.
No, I am Clay Day on YouTube.
No,
he's Clay.
But
Play it.
Importantly, you did make the distinction that if
are you talking about the
parties are drunk,
scenarios?
the scenarios are that you still also pointed out drinking as a part of the quote-unquote accidental rape you're presenting. So by that logic, you can still answer.
So if exactly. No, he's right. If I've drank and then am presented with drugs that I can or cannot consent to based on how much I've had to drink because I'm passed out on the fucking bathroom floor, are you, one, able to, as someone who is not as drunk, consent to the scenario?
Sorry, what's the question?
I've had a lot to drink. I passed the fuck out in the corner. You were like, hey, here's some shrooms. Eat these. And I was like, I'm drunk and I don't know what's going on and I'm half asleep. Nom, 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 nom. And you go, great, let's fuck now. Who's in the wrong?
I am.
Great. How much have you had to drink?
I don't know, it's your scenario.
Great! So it doesn't matter whether or not someone's intoxicated or not, correct?
It matters. Yes, it matters.
Why? Because I was more drunk than you were?
Both can be equally drunk. I don't know.
Jesus Christ. He's okay, no, time out. We're talking about a scenario where there is the woman can be a degree drunk and the man can be a degree drunk, and those things are relevant to the scenario that's being presented. And not only do I think that's fair, because I do, but we're not being consistent. We're saying that women can be drunk, intoxicated to the point where they're passed out on the floor, presented with and fed additional drugs that are outside of legal means, and the dude being drunk is equivalent of in the scenario that you just said yes to. Do you understand this? And do you understand why that's problematic?
Yes.
Why? Explain to me. Because you just said it was fine.
I didn't say that it was fine.
You said that both people could not consent, it was fine, but it was only one person participating in the sexual encounter. So if there's only one person participating in the sexual encounter and one person was drunk and then the person who was participating in the sexual encounter fed them drugs, which one is the one fucking participating in the sexual encounter and why is that okay, bitch?
I never said that only one person participates in a sexual encounter.
Oh, both people? Oh, the person who's not conscious and drugged is participating? Yes? Is that what you're saying?
You are saying I said, and then you say quote, and then you invent things that I didn't
No, I invent the situation I fucking put forward.
Hold on.
He also
like my comment on you being drunk.
Hold on.
Oh, bitch, I've been drinking nothing but water, you piece of shit. Holy fuck. You go, I'm muting. I cannot handle.
Okay, hold on. I think so what, you can correct me, I'm wrong. I think so what Clay is saying is that if both people are equally drunk,
Yes.
then then you're talking about that scenario, right?
I don't know. She had the scenario, and then she started to introduce more variables, and I was trying to.
That's how it fucking works, my guy. You start off with one scenario, and you say, okay, well, does your conclusion apply to this scenario? Does it apply to this scenario? Does it apply to this scenario? And you keep adding it on until it does not. I'm sorry. I thought you followed Destiny. I thought Destiny was big fucking I unga bunga know how to do rationality, and I big unga bunga knew how to do argumentation. Are you fucking new? Do you not know how to do any of this shit? Do you not know basic fucking argumentation? Yes or no? If you tell me anything except yes or no, I will fucking kick you.
I think I do, yes.
Oh, you think you understand? Great. So why are you misrepresenting the situation that I fucking proposed based on this fucking bitch-ass basic scenario and basic bitch-ass I'm gonna build on this and see where you fucking fall, my fucking guy.
Yeah, it's kind of like trying
Where?
to spectrum is.
It tell Elmo by if Destiny is gonna call his whole fucking followers retarded, which I ain't gonna fucking lie, it kinda comes across that way based on the fucking bitch ass motherfuckers that have come across my goddamn way. It kinda feels that way. This is what we're fucking dealing with. Please tell me, male senpai, because only men know how to fucking explain this. What's my fucking position, bitch?
Regarding what?
Holy shit! What's regarding what? My guy, what have we been talking about this whole time? Do you even know the topic? Are we talking about sherbet ice cream? No? No? What game are you playing right now?
Chess.
What game are you playing right now, my guy? I hear you tip-tapping around.
He's sending something in the chat there, but I'm also explaining to him that is only...
I said chess. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Go.
Okay, did you chess?
Chesh. I don't know if this is complicated for you, but SS is different. But
playing chess.
It's a language barrier.
Oh, he's playing chess.
Yeah.
Chess.
Yeah, but you suck at chess, by the way, because that article you posted in the chat there is only for the therapy of people who have already experienced assault. That's how you could cope with it.
The whole point is to not have assault happen. No, you have not addressed a single fucking thing I said for the past 10 to 15 minutes, my guy. So can you address a single I got you. Can you address a single fucking thing I've said in the past fucking 15 minutes, dude?
Yes, I'll try. Please.
Okay, go. I believe in you.
You said a lot of things. You said that I made comments on you drinking. I didn't make any comments on you drinking. That was
yes, you
another
did.
guy.
I mean, that's a lie. Okay.
Okay. Thankfully, you have the vote.
Uh-huh.
Then you said, if you are completely drunk, is it okay for me that isn't drunk to give you drugs? I said no. Then you said, if I am drunk, also, I say it depends on how drunk everybody is. And then I think that's all. Maybe say something else.
So
wow.
Because you just sent this little article here. Like I said, that is for the therapy and treatment of post-break.
The Britannica one?
I said the Britannica one.
Generic? Can you hear me?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to pull it up on stream for what you're trying to say.
That being about only therapy doesn't invalidate my claim that women being more assertive will reduce a certain number of consensual sexual encounters.
Yeah, but look at this article right here, dude. It says benefits for survivors of attempted and completed rape. What I sent you was the definition, the literal definition, effects, motivations, and facts about the definition of rape itself. Nowhere in there does it talk about, there's no distinction between accidental. What you sent is just some plan for women to help them cope with either assault or being assaulted. What you're
I'll make a statement and you can I'll make a statement and then you can tell me how it invalidates.
You haven't addressed a single fucking thing I said. You straight up ignored the thing I said, and you want generic to respond to your fucking shit without you having to respond to anything I fucking said? Is that what you're saying?
I tried to respond, you Chesh. I gave you 3 things you said, and then I asked for more.
No. But go ahead. Men are talking. It's fine.
I love you too, Chesh.
Generic, can you
I
hear me?
love you too, Generic. Don't worry about it.
I can hear you, Clay.
Okay, claim. Women being more assertive will reduce a certain amount of unconsensual sexual intercourse. Does the paper that I put on the Discord disprove that?
Right.
I'm showing it on stream, by the way, if it makes you feel any better.
Thank you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So is that the claim? Is that will help
Yes,
prevent
yes,
that
yes,
or
yes.
lower it? Yeah. No, that's false. Because rape is about power. It's about forcing your will, like the definition I sent you there. It is regardless of the
So
scenario.
we can
There is no
we
there.
can
No.
we can
Listen.
train women
Listen
to
to
be
me.
more
Listen.
assertive
No.
to
No. No.
reduce the risk
Stop.
of.
No,
Okay.
as I'm telling you right now, that is training women. You could train women to do fucking Krav Maga and it doesn't matter. Because the point is that the person assaulting should not be assaulting. It's an innately violent and power-based act by definition. Are you reading what I sent you there in the chat, dude?
So the study that I put
Are you
forth
reading? Are you reading what I sent you in the chat?
Yes, I
Try
have
to
read
look at-
the Britannica definition. So I
Okay,
want
so-
an answer to the question. The study that I put forth says that we can't train women in any way to be more assertive and any
You
way
already
to
have.
reduce their.
You already have. Women
Can I say the
women go to their
question?
car. Listen, no, here's the thing. You're asking me. Here's what you're asking me. You're asking me
No,
if there's
I
any way
haven't
to
asked
train women.
you the question.
Okay, go ahead and
yet.
ask me. Since you
Okay.
think. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. The study that I put forth in the Discord says that we can't in any way train women to, in the future, reduce their chance of being sexual assaulted.
I don't give a shit. Okay, I'm breaking this up right the fuck now. I don't give a shit what. No, I'm putting a timeout on this. I don't give a shit what women could do more to protect themselves. What I give a shit is about what men can do to not be fucking rapists. So you tell me, bro, if there were 2 men that I trusted, 1 man that I kinda trusted, and 3 women that I trusted in my assault case, what the fuck do I do to protect myself? Not fucking go? What do I do? If I set all the cards in my favor and I still fucking lose, what the fuck do I do, my guy? You tell fucking me. And why does it matter? Why isn't it the men in this scenario and the women in this scenario should... This is are you fucking retarded? And I'm gonna use Destiny's language. Are you fucking retarded? By Destiny's standard, are you retarded? No, time out. This is a real question. By Destiny's standard, are you retarded? Yes or no? No? Okay, great. Good start. So you don't have a medical situation. You don't have a fucking social situation. That means you're not capable of comprehending what I'm telling you. Correct? I'm telling you, I was assaulted in a 3-on-3 scenario plus myself. 3 women, 3 men, and me. If I am assaulted in that scenario, who's at fault?
The people assaulting you.
Great, so there's 1 person at fault. If 2 women come forward to try to prevent the assault and 1 man says, don't worry about it, he's known her longer, it's fine, who's at fault?
The people assaulting you.
Okay, great, so who's assaulting me in that scenario?
The people doing the assault, I don't know what
Okay, but so the person preventing people from intervening is not at fault?
Also, yes, maybe.
Oh, well, maybe. What does that mean?
It depends on a myriad I need more detail.
Oh, wait. What you're saying is there's a myriad of my relationship and how well I've negotiated my position of somebody who matters to them?
The people is saying that didn't stop.
Well, you're asking about bros before hoes, right?
You asked me if the people that didn't stop the event were culpable.
There are 8 people that would benefit from preventing the assault. And 2 to 3 of them do, and 2 to 3 of them don't. And 2 out of that 3 are, like, preventing the attempt to stop the assault from happening. Are the people who are preventing the assault are preventing people from stopping the assault at fault? Yes or no?
Yes, depending on the circumstances.
I'm presenting you the circumstances. What circumstances would this be okay?
If they were led to believe that you wouldn't be armed.
Somebody picked you up! Somebody picked you up from the bathroom ground and dragged you physically into a room. And then some people said, hey, that seems okay. And a handful of people said, this is fine. You're saying, what's the scenario that this, maybe it's fine. Tell me how. Explain to me how this is fine.
In that case, no.
No, oh, no? So the scenario is, so tell me what scenario that would be okay. Tell me. Tell Elmo how the scenario, what specific changes need to be made to make, it doesn't matter if all of us literally worked in the same fucking workplace and could have fucking repercussions based on if literally any single individual ever told anybody who worked in that same workplace, would that fucking matter?
It would.
It would? Why? What makes you think that would matter?
I think you said a lot of things and the question was long, but I think in a scenario where I trust the people around me to take care of you, and I leave the situation, I think that in this scenario I have less of a fault than in the scenario where I know that they will cause harm to you and I do nothing.
Are you at fault if you do nothing? Is that what you're saying? The scenario presented, right? What we're talking about. Because I'm not gonna.
If I trust them to take care of you, I am at less fault than if I know.
Okay, but if all the girls know, and as Destiny has put, all men are basically literally fucking animals, why would you literally trust anyone ever?
In this scenario where I don't trust them, I'm at greatest fault. In the scenario where I trust, I'm at lower fault.
I mean, fine, but someone's still getting raped either way, because what the fuck are you doing? Literally nothing. You're like, oh man, I don't know what I'm gonna do! The moral question is, like, too complicated. You do nothing, the answer, right? In this scenario, the scenario that I've presented where you have two to three women saying they're like, hey, our friend has been dragged into a room, and one man who's like, it's fine, don't worry about it, and a man and a woman where the woman has been dragged into the room, you're like, well, I don't know! Where do you fall in this spectrum of like 1 to 5 that I've presented to you?
1 to 5?
You don't want to be a soy boy.
Don't want to be a soy boy. Look the fuck out. Where do you fall in this scenario? Are you the person defending the rapist? Are you the woman trying to get in and then accepting that they can't do anything to help their friend because there is a large male physically standing in their way as an actual physical threat? Or are you the one doing the assaulting, or are you the one being assaulted in the scenario? That is literally 5.
I was confused for a while there.
Sure.
You were asking me if I see myself in such a situation.
Where do you fall in this scenario?
Okay. I like to believe that I would try to stop the
Great.
going on.
So a lot of my female friends tried to stop the scenario, and they were confronted by a large male who could physically assault them to tell them, no, don't worry about it. What do you do? This is a Quizilla at this point. What do you do?
I am really lost in the.
These are real life scenarios that I'm presenting you with right now. I am
The simple
done.
question is,
I am done with fucking Destiny and whoever the fuck's. Oh, I'm gonna have a hypothetical that can go one way or the other. I'm presenting you with a real situation. You've put yourself on the side of a handful of female specifically, friends who are confronting the situation and trying to get to their friend who has already been dragged into a room with another dude. And they are being barricaded by a door, a hallway, and a dude that is twice their size in height and a third of their size in weight. And you're telling me, well, I don't know what I would do.
Well,
and what would you do as a dude? Are you the guy blocking the door? Because it kind of comes off as you're the dude blocking the door. When literally all three women going into the scenario agreed that none of us want to have sex with anybody in this scenario. So you tell me, where are you at, my guy? Where do you exist?
Once again, if I find myself in the situation, I would like to believe that I would try to stop the arm.
How? What are you doing?
Anything I can. From
What does that
vocally
mean?
asserting myself, from physically asserting myself.
So you're gonna fight a dude, or two, or three? You're gonna fight three men? That's what you're gonna do?
Yes.
Really? As a woman, you're gonna fight three men?
Okay, just change it again.
No, it didn't change. No, I didn't change anything. You chose to put yourself in the scenario where there were three women against two men and the dude doing the assaulting, which means there are three men in the scenario, and three men were fine with what was happening and one was the assaulter. So that means that there were only three women and the one being assaulted. So if you're saying you're against the assault, which the two men agreed with and the one was actually participating in, you have chosen to put yourself in the side of the women. So now as soon as you're a woman, you're not going to try and stop it because you're smaller than everyone else? What are you going to do, my guy?
I would like to believe that I and the other women would, yes, try to, by any means stop the arm.
What does by any means mean?
Vocally, physically, making threats of calling police, anything that I can think of.
But do you call the police if you're not able to get through?
If I'm unable to get through?
Yeah.
Through what?
If you're not able to get past the man in the scenario, do you actually go and call the police?
I try.
What if you're physically restrained? Then what?
That's where
you don't have your phone. What are you gonna do? Is it your fault? Is it your fault that somebody got assaulted because you don't have your phone?
No.
No? You mean it's not your responsibility? It means that as much as you could have your phone clipped to your pants, or you could have had it on a wristband to make sure that it was attached to you, and you went out of your way to make sure you had the right kind of connection for the place that you were going. It's not your fault that somebody got assaulted?
No.
Great, I agree. Which means it's all how much of the assault fault is on the person who's been picked up off the bathroom floor, who's been fed additional drugs, that's been dragged into another room?
None.
None! So you don't agree with Destiny, then?
I think I mostly agree with Destiny.
Why? Why? Why?
Because I believe you can train women to be more assertive and thus reduce.
So you tell me, what am I supposed to do as a woman who is drunk and passed out and being fed drugs while they are unconscious, being dragged into another room with a man where two men are blocking other women from entering the room, are supposed to fucking do? My fucking dude.
just because there's nothing you can do in that situation doesn't invalidate the claim of
So
the
what?
law.
What would the training have to do? How would the training?
So get fucked is what this guy is telling us.
Essentially.
Once again, there are several instances where being more assertive will reduce your chance of being.
Hold on. I got. Hold on. I haven't said anything in a while.
Let the men
look,
speak.
First off, Destiny is stop letting Destiny do your thinking for you. You are letting him think for you. Think for yourself for once. No, shush. Think for once. I'm pretty sure you could do a way better job. He's fucking stupid as fuck, and I'm sure you could do a way better job. But he look. Destiny, if he was in this scenario, he would be one of the people blocking the door, and you would be a soy boy cuck if you would be one of doing any of the other jobs besides that, because otherwise you would be cock blocking. That's what he would do. So the very fact that you answered any other question, you would disagree with Destiny. So don't pretend like you don't disagree with Destiny. You're sitting here being like, oh, I agree with Destiny. No, you fucking don't. You just spent all this time disagreeing with him to no end. You would be blocking the door if you agreed with him. So, and then you
blocking what? Like okay, but what door though? The door to the bathroom or the door to the place where the woman has already been dragged to?
The door where she would be dragged to, because otherwise you would be cock blocking.
Ah, that makes sense. That's fair.
Yeah. Also, not to mention the fact that
it would do more if you talked to me and not to imaginary me that you have in your mind.
What do you mean? No.
I'm talking to Mr.
Serious.
You don't have a mind.
Just hold on. Yeah, no. Here's what's really going on.
Okay, see how hyperbolic Mr. Serious was right now? That's the same way that Destiny was when he said that no one wants to be a rapist. Just like you said that I don't have a mind.
I would love for you to actually provide. I would love for you to provide a citation for that shit. I would love that.
So,
that'd be great.
Clay, here's the part you're missing. Here's the part you're missing.
Mr. Serious just said that I don't have a mind. I don't take him literally when he said that. Steven said that no one wants to be a rapist.
I said that he doesn't.
Literally with that.
I said that he doesn't have a mind, and the first thing he did, he's like, "Hey, what can I repeat that Destiny said?" You see exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So let's
make a comparison to two statements that I said shouldn't be taken literally.
I don't want to exemplify. No. I understand that. I apologize. Yeah, I know. I get it. We're all listen. Hold on a second. I understand you want to express your point. I'm not trying to take away from that. But let me point something out to you, okay? Because you're missing one major key thing. Let's take out the taunting from Mr. Serious and all that, right? You're missing one key thing here in the entire conversation, which is this. Chesh is presenting you a scenario where you said that when you could train women more to not be assaulted, right? To help bring the numbers down.
Yes.
Yeah, right? And what training could she have done to not be assaulted there?
Being more
she can't. No. Before you start repeating all the physical assertion stuff, remember that she's drugged and drunk. She can't physically assert herself. She can't. No. In that case, nothing. So, as I said before, when you shot that article in the Discord chat, which one is for people who have already been assaulted, and two, how could you? When I said you can't do it, because there are people who would find ways to still assault regardless of those things. That is the main point. You cannot say
that doesn't validate the claim that I made.
But no. You cannot present a way for women to prevent themselves and bring the numbers down.
No,
if you know that there are scenarios. If you cannot.
What is it?
You know that there. Chesh.
If you can engage with what I said instead of what you think I say, when you don't.
No, it's not what you think. You posted it here in the chat. I can link it here in the chat. I can link what you said here.
Ask me a question, then give me time to answer the question.
How do I prevent myself? I'll give you a direct question. and I'm putting the link in your chat in not
give
just
me
in the
time to answer, please.
Yes, not just in the regular chat. I'm putting this in the fucking like live chat. I'm giving your fucking link, and you tell me, how do I prevent myself from getting raped in this scenario? And if you don't tell me how according to Destiny, my response, the only thing I can do as a woman is to get raped, right? Because men have no self-control.
No.
Okay, then why do I have no choice but to get raped?
Because you are unconscious in that scenario.
Okay, so I'm not conscious and there's men around,
those men
right?
in that scenario were
If
willing to break your
Okay,
boundaries.
so there has to be men around. So if I'm a woman and I'm unconscious and there's only a woman around me, I'm not going to get raped, right?
Not
That's what you're telling me?
necessarily.
Okay, not
No.
necessarily. So there's a chance I could get raped if women are around. But if I am unconscious and there are a bunch of men around, I'm going to get raped, right?
No, you won't be able to.
Okay, so in the
boundaries.
scenario that I prevented where there are men and women around, women who are my friends and men who purport that they are my friends, including the person who assaults me, what do I do?
If you're unconscious once again, you don't have anything that you can do.
Great.
But
So
that doesn't invalidate the claim that I made.
So the answer is I get raped. Because you're wrong, and I'm going to tell you why you're wrong. Do you want to know in detail why you're wrong? Would you like to know that?
Yes.
Do you want to know what I did in that scenario?
I don't think what you did in that scenario is relevant to the point I'm making.
So I was conscious enough, so I was close enough to my period or the end soul that I was still wearing a pad. And this man was like, oh goody, fucking I can just like come inside this woman because, oh scoopity-doo, I am not gonna make her pregnant. And so he was like, oh great, fantastic, and decided to fuck me anyway. I pulled away from this man and he physically pulled me down to put his dick inside me, yeah? You understand this?
Once again, that doesn't disprove the claim I made.
What was the claim you made? And tell me how it doesn't disprove it.
We can train women to be more assertive, and that will reduce a certain amount of.
Okay, so what the fuck does this have anything to do with me saying no or not being capable of saying yes?
There's a set A of rapes. There's a smaller set.
But we've been talking about this scenario for the last half an hour, and now you're fucking changing the scenario.
You know, okay, I'm going to end this conversation because it's been going on for fucking 9 hours and I'm done with it. Dude, the thing that we have been trying to tell you since last 3 hours that you're focusing on the wrong thing. That's what we have been trying to tell you. Do not focus on women or do not focus on victims. Focus on the bloody predators for the fuck's sake, my guy.
There's literally
That's what the message is. And I'm done. I'm going out.
What am I supposed to do in a scenario where I am not conscious and I am fed additional drugs after the fact? What am I supposed to do?
Once again, you can't do anything in that scenario.
Great, so I can't do anything, so I'm just supposed to get raped, right?
In that scenario, you can do anything, no.
Okay, so what's anyone supposed to do? So what's anybody supposed to do?
Sorry?
What's anybody supposed to do?
Presenting?
I don't. Okay, exactly.
No. Why are you trying to? You just asked. Now you said there's no such thing with additional training. Women can't do more, but you are actively in this chat.
I say they can do
presenting.
more. I say they can do more.
No. What the fuck do the men do to not rape? You idiot! You're a fucking idiot. Okay? My 16-year-old mother could not prevent. Shut up! Shut the fuck up!
This whole conversation
you don't know what
is
you're
about
talking
the
about.
women's
You're literally
role.
just reiterating
What
what some dumb middle American white man said it's okay for you to rape. You fucking idiot! Shut up and get a mind of your own. Shut the fuck up.
He's right.
Just shut up.
Because if
you are literally saying that women can not do, she can't do anything in this scenario where she's being assaulted. You are trying to create fictitious ones where she can, but then the men are in control. You fucking idiot. You are a fucking moron if you think that teaching women how to fight back and how to to say no and how to push this and that is going to change anything if he wants to fucking attack her with a group of men. Chesh is like fucking 4'7", you idiot. She's only got a bucket some change. What the fuck do you do then? Nothing. If I come up on you and I don't want to fuck you, Clay, you're getting fucked. That's it. You fucking
okay. All right. Okay. Oh yeah, it brought the number of rapes down. And did it stop the rapes? No.
I never did say that it would stop all rapes. Yeah. That's what
Destiny was presenting.
Yeah, that's what Destiny was presenting.
No, okay. He was defining that he said he gave no. Destiny gave a specific number. He said that 90+% of rapes would be not right, but 90+% of rapes would not happen if women were more assertive. So in the scenario that. So I agree that that's not all. That is 90+%. So there's at maximum. Can you stop talking to me like I'm fucking an idiot that I don't know what percentages are? Can you fucking pay attention? I understand that 90. Do you think I don't understand that there's a difference between 90% and 100%? Yes or no? No, I'm not asking if you understand. Do you think that I don't understand there's a difference between 10% and 100%? Yes or no?
I honestly think that you can't understand this, yes.
So you do not think okay, so you actually don't think that me personally does not understand the difference between 10% and 90%. Can you explain to me why you don't think that? Why do you think I don't understand?
Because when I said that some amount of unconsensual sexual intercourse can be stopped, Mania responds with, but, and the others. And you agreed with them. So implying that 10% isn't enough.
So talking about the 10% means assuming that Destiny is right, which I think is bullshit in the first place.
Okay.
Where
that number out from? Seriously.
There's three things. There's at least three. One, you have to actually justify Destiny's 90%, which I think is going to be bullshit, and good luck with that because you haven't presented that at all.
Need to do that.
Second off, you have to pretend that me and Manya do not understand 10% in the first place. Third off, you have to then pretend that even if we took all of that on board, that if we're talking about the 10%, that's not valuable at all. So you're telling me that 10% of people in America not being raped because men need to learn better to not do so, because in the scenario I presented, you agreed that there was literally nothing the woman could do in this scenario, is fuck it, I guess.
No, I don't agree with that characterization of what I said.
Oh, you don't agree with the characterization, but you do agree with the scenario.
Chesh, I think so. We're just going in circles now.
This guy is if this guy represents the like a median of fucking Destiny's, like the people who watch Destiny, I don't blame him for being very fucking disingenuous and not fucking enjoying his fucking following. Like, holy shit.
Yeah.
What you are saying is the equivalent of saying somebody should wear a seatbelt. It's a bad advice because there are cases where the seatbelt won't do enough.
Guys shouldn't rape is bad advice, bros. Is that what you just told me?
No, I said that you can conceptualize that advice that works in certain cases is good, even if it doesn't work in all cases.
How about don't rape? What if
What about don't rape?
What if the advice is don't rape? What if
just
are you
rape?
telling
How about
me
just don't rape? How about just don't rape and don't come on to a fucking chat where you're telling someone with a background in psychology that your personal experience and the things you read on the internet means you know more than him? Is that what you're saying to me? Is that what you're saying? So you're saying your personal...
You ask questions and let the other person...
No. How about you just don't rape, you fucking idiot? Are you stupid?
Clay. Time out.
No, fuck off, drop Clay. No, fucking drop him.
Not generic. Generic's fine to go. But I have a question. Clay, if you found a woman passed out in the bathroom, would you give her drugs?
No.
No? If you found a woman passed out in the bathroom, would you have sex with her?
No.
No? Well, why not?
Because she can consent.
But you're saying that that's totally valid. Why not?
No, I didn't say that it's valid.
How not? You said that this was fine, and if you were in that scenario, you would.
Fine.
No, so it's not fine. But so you said that it's not fine to have sex with somebody who's not capable of consenting.
No.
Yeah? Okay, great. This is great. Cool. Could I have consented in the situation that I presented to you?
Once again, no.
Okay, great. So where do you fall on the spectrum of the scenario that I presented?
I don't know what the question means.
So I presented at least 6 people. One's being assaulted, one's being the assaulter. 2 people are allowing the assault or preventing anybody from interfering with the assault, and 2 people are trying to interfere with the assault. Where do you fall in that scenario?
I will try to prevent the assault.
Okay, so somebody who's bigger than you walks in the way and says, "That's okay. They've known each other for a long enough time. This is okay." What do you do?
I try to do all I can.
Oh, you're gonna try and
None of
interfere.
these questions disprove the claim that I made that you have problems with. You should try to.
No, I'm trying to walk through to find where we disagree, because we both agree that you should interfere with the assault in the first place, and you've also agreed that there's nothing
me
the
telling
woman.
you to wear the seat belt isn't a bad advice.
We are not. No, I'm shutting this. No. I am immediately shutting down the idea that we're gonna treat women like objects or women like accidents. We're not having that. We're not walking that line. It's not a good analogy. The bear analogy is not a good analogy, and it's not because whether or not women are one or the other. It's because it's not a good analogy on a logical basis. So we're not going to walk that line. So if you tell me that you're going to get in the way of the assault, how far are you? How far? No. How far are you willing to go to prevent the assault? Because according to Destiny, he said that men are not willing to impeach on that scenario because they don't want to come off as soy. So how far are you willing to say that you picked a woman off the floor, gave her drugs, and then fucked her? Are you willing to impede on?
An advice can work in certain cases and can work in another.
Not asking about
Just because
advice.
it doesn't work in some cases doesn't mean it's a bad advice.
I'm not asking for advice. I'm asking for, in this specific scenario that I've presented you, what do you as a man do? Where do you fall in this scenario?
I stopped paying attention when you continue to make.
Oh, I'm shocked. A man stopped paying attention to a woman when she was talking about an assault situation. I'm wow, blown. I can't believe it. I've had men come on my face. That's less surprising. The man can literally not pay attention for 10 fucking seconds. Just like Destiny cannot, just like Destiny cannot pay attention between video to hold any continuity in his own beliefs. Shocking. You're a clown. You understand this, yes? Like, you recognize you're a clown, yeah?
But
right?
at least I'm able to understand comparison and logical and deductive.
What? In what scenario?
You can't understand.
You fucking idiot! You're a clown. You're comparing car accidents and advice about not being in a car accident. Yo, no. Fuck all this noise. Fuck all this noise. Because you know what the worst part of it is? You are saying, oh, I'm doing comparisons. I'm able to compare things. You're not above us in levels. First off, you're just ripping shit from some dude on the internet with blue hair. Firstly. Secondly, you have not presented a single opinion of your own. Thirdly, you are comparing raping a woman to wearing a seatbelt in a car. Those two are not comparable. Those two are not even anywhere in the same fucking
And
realm.
my guy,
And
women are not comparable to cars either.
Can I point out that
There are several examples where I can compare women to.
No, in 0 ways! You fucking moron! Shut the
Okay,
fuck
hold
up!
on. Generic. See, my guy, what we're telling you is that where someone can take ownership of an object, you do not compare that object to women. Do you understand?
Women are not property.
Once
moron.
again, I'm
Women are
comparing
not
the
property.
advice.
He doesn't understand what I.
They don't need to be property for me to be.
Yeah, because women are telling him and he refuses to
Then why are
listen.
you comparing
He's
them
going to listen to a
cars?
random
Cars are
dude on
property.
internet.
You buy cars. Can I buy? Can I buy
Because
Chesh? Can I buy Chesh?
Buy
Can
me,
I buy
comparing
Chesh?
the
buy me,
buy
daddy.
something.
You know, to be
Yeah,
fair,
you're already bought. You're already bought.
to be
okay?
fair, you might be able to buy me. I'm not.
Advices,
You buy a car,
not
don't you?
women to
You buy a
cars.
car, don't you?
Hey,
You
I'm
buy
not
a car.
comparing them
guys.
to buy something.
Hey guys, I think this is all actually just a colossal waste of time. This guy is like going to channel Destiny till the end of time, and we can't give him any advice.
I
because
disagree
he doesn't
because
have-
I think
he doesn't
I
have
think at
any-
least Destiny has far more capabilities and at bare bones basic logic and argumentation when it comes to philosophy.
You know, I would say
Well, I
would
know
give,
because he's
give
the,
this
can't
guy,
even
he had the
channel him
balls to come
well.
in.
He's channeling
That is
him
true.
with like an absolute like 5% discount at best.
No, it's not 5%.
Right.
Can you dropped on the floor and
He got dropped on the floor.
We get this for 30 cents. He's not even pulling anything relevant. He's
I'm doing this
comparing
now
a
because
car
this is
accident to
like-
a rape, but then also saying that women are not property, but they can be, but they can't not be. I asked you a simple question. You buy a car, right? A
I'm
car
not
is
comparing
property.
the needs to buy something.
Okay, so then why are you comparing a car accident to a rape
I'm
clip if you
comparing the
cannot buy a
advice
woman?
that I give to in two
No,
different
you can't
scenarios.
compare advice. They're two separate things.
Yes, I can.
Okay, so he refuses to listen. He refuses to listen to
No,
reason.
because
I think
no,
we are
he
done.
doesn't refuse to listen to reason. If he
That's
had
what he's doing. You're telling him not to compare women to objects, and he's like, "Nah, I'm gonna keep
closest-
doing it."
The closest this man has to actually having a conversation is by talking to a man. Straight up. He'll only listen to Sirius or Destiny and actually take their commentary seriously. And he's not capable of applying his analogy to real life scenarios. Because if he was to equate his real life scenario... Right, exactly. So if he's not capable of because you tell me the man who's responsible of assaulting me that he spent the amount of money that's equivalent to a car at best on me. Please tell me that. I mean, at least that'd be fucking something. Maybe that'd be valuable because you know what Destiny did? He did that. And do you know what Destiny didn't do? Have contention with that second half of the video that we talked about. Not a single person who's had an issue with Destiny has been problematic when it comes to the second half of that video, like the video clips that Farha put out, which he can't pronounce because he is a racist piece of shit. But that's a whole different issue. He's not capable of saying, or he's not capable of comprehending that if I put $500+ because I spent $500 on a bottle of wine and then I took her out for dinner and then the cost of doing from point A to point B, and then he compares that to I put a quarter in the pussy machine and sex isn't coming out.
Oh yeah, he said that.
He said that, and not a single person in our comments or a single person in our DMs or a single person in the Discord has contested that whatsoever, nor that comparison. So if that's the case, And this person is telling me
Advice.
by Destiny's example, have no fucking answer for what I'm supposed to do about the scenario, because the answer is what I'm supposed to do is get raped, I guess, because I have no fucking recourse, nor do I have any response about what I'm supposed to do in the moment, which is incorrect, and I'm more than happy to go into that if we deem it necessary, because I can tell you exactly what I did in that scenario, and I assure you you're not gonna like it. That there is nothing for women to do, including in Destiny's expression about clarity. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
think
do
it's
you agree?
absolute.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree. I think that. Yeah, go ahead.
This is more on it, because you're saying that sorry, not to you, either one of you, to Clay, as I hear you typing. You're saying that they're not comparable, but your advice is still valid. But you do realize that wearing a seatbelt, regardless of the scenario, whether or not it's safe to drive a car, is completely irrelevant if someone decides that, hey, I see a car over there and I'm going to drive directly at them at 100 miles an hour.
That doesn't make the seatbelt advice bad.
Okay.
Yes, it does.
No,
It means that it doesn't make it bad. It doesn't.
time,
It doesn't
seriously.
make it bad. What it means is it makes the seatbelt advice irrelevant. That's the difference, and it means that there's no point in hearing it from you on top of it, because there's a two-pronged approach, right? Do you have any idea? Bitch! Do you have any fucking idea about how women teach other women about how to handle men? Yes or no?
Irrelevant to the point.
No, not irrelevant. Do you have any idea about how women teach women to handle these situations? Yes or no?
I imagine that.
No, so no. Imagination is immediately a no. So yes or no. Do you have sisters? Do you have sisters? Do you have a mom? Do you have like people who taught you how women need to be taught about these scenarios? Yes or no?
Women will give different advice, and
I don't give a shit about different fucking advice.
Here's what the main point is, and I'm clarifying.
This dude is doing fucking gymnastics, is what I'm saying.
He's not doing gymnastics. He's not doing gymnastics. He feels as though he's a man and he's giving you advice. And
he's got to tell me how it is.
That's it. Because he's clearly stating he has no experience actually talking to women about any of these things, whereas the rest of us in the chat do, as half of them are women. But you have no knowledge on how women teach one another how to deal with this stuff, yet you feel as though you can give advice. First off, the blanket advice of comparing a car accident to a rape when a rape is subtle and nuanced as a car accident.
Once again,
he's trying to claim.
There's nothing. There's nothing here except for the fact that you quite literally want to mansplain to a bunch of women. Because before we came into the chat here, you literally were just mansplaining. Then you started getting prodded and poked for more answers by men, and then you started giving some. Got tumble. No. You have already made your blanket statement about comparing the two. You think it's your advice that's going to be the great savior? It's your advice that's going to stop the assaults? Why are you not giving advice to men to not rape? You fucking weirdo. Shut the fuck up and stop defending. Shut your mouth. Shut up. Listen to what I'm telling you, because it's very clear. No, stairs, please stop. Just everyone stop. Because it's very simple. I have a fucking degree in this. I went to school for this. I've seen and dealt with rape victims, you fucking idiot. Shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about. You literally never talk to anyone. You don't talk to women. You don't talk to anyone that's ever been assaulted. You listen to Destiny and whoever the fuck else, and that's it. You know nothing. You literally have admitted you know nothing. You said you wouldn't get in a
I
fight with
don't
someone that doesn't
condone the
have a
tone of
said,
generic, but
I
agree
do.
with the messaging.
No,
I
no,
100%
stop!
condone.
You need to stop being nice. That's the fucking problem with these morons. No, stop being nice. He's sitting here trying to compare women to cars. I can't buy a fucking woman. Huh? This slavery okay because you can buy a person.
Once
you
again,
fucking
not
idiot.
compare women to cars.
If I go to Africa and I buy a small
it's
child,
like
I can do what I
the
want.
comparison
No!
you make is
No!
valid, but the comparison we make is like irrelevant. Nice.
No, the comparison is irrelevant because he feels as though he's giving you advice and women should take it because they don't know what they're doing. Meanwhile,
Yeah, I
listen to a
should just
man
take
that calls his
advice.
There's an assumption being made that women don't teach other women how to like baby cage men. And
No,
that's
my
part of the no, don't know me. Don't fucking know me. You are literally a man telling two women who may or may not be assaulted about how they should or should not have handled their assault cases. And in this case, you're telling me my assault case is that there's literally nothing I can do but be assaulted, right? And so if there's nothing I can do except be assaulted, and this is the question that was asked of Destiny, what autonomy do women have in the scenario presented?
The scenario presented doesn't invalidate the claim it made.
The claim you made.
So it's irrelevant.
Exactly.
To the claim you made, yes.
That's not how. Okay, do you think all sexual assault happens by accident? Do you think that? Do you think it's all accident? No. So why does your one single individualized one scenario advice matter more than what a psychologist is telling you about rape and what these women are telling you about multiple different scenarios of rape? Why does your one single individualized personal experience outweigh more? Is it because you're a man and you just want to tell them what to do? Is that what it is? Or is it because you're an idiot?
Are you telling me that my rape's not valid because it doesn't follow
It doesn't fit under your blanket. It doesn't.
It doesn't fit in your box.
Yeah.
No, I'm not
so what
saying
happened
that.
to Chesh is irrelevant. No, then you can't compare them. They're apples and oranges. Have you seen a fucking orange and an apple before, dude? Huh?
So
orange is a
so what
citrus
is-
fruit and apple is a palm
Well,
fruit.
Great
I'm
comparison, Manya.
So
That's a
yeah.
great comparison between two things that are different.
Okay, so
Can I
which
cook them the same way?
Sexual assault.
Can I cut
No,
them
but
the
you
same
just-
way?
No, hold on,
made a
time
comparison
out. I want to let this dude actually, time out for you too, just because I want to like let people catch up on what the fuck is going on. So you're telling me and Manya and Generic who studies psychology, Manya and me, who whatever, doesn't matter.
I have a big master's in engineering.
Yeah. So you're telling us that because Manya has compared apples and oranges, you're saying that with my example, am also comparing apples and oranges, and I would like for you. No, okay, that's fine. So you're not comparing apples and oranges. So you're comparing apples to apples, and I would like for you to.
I say that you can compare apples to oranges.
No, I'm asking you because he said that Manya had a great example, and I want him to explain what the example is based on the scenario that we have presented. So please, you have the floor. I'm going to give you at least a minute. Go ahead. No one's going to interrupt you. You go.
Okay. I can compare the effectiveness of two advices. One advice, wear seatbelt when you drive a car. Another advice, be more assertive when you are engaging with sexual relationships. Those two advices are good even though they don't apply to all scenarios. There are scenarios where those advices won't have any effect, but there are scenarios where those advices have effect. Exactly.
You
said
that these advices. Hold on. You said that these advices are on different scenarios. Did you just hear what you said? Those
they are
advices
comparable.
rely on different. No,
They are
You
comparable.
said they are different
They are
scenarios.
equal. They are both good advices. Where you sit
Yeah,
well
good advice.
is
That's
just
fine.
as good
It can be
advice
good advice,
as
but
being
it's
more
not
assertive.
saying it's the same as a woman getting assaulted. If you have an accident, that's not the same as woman getting assaulted. I'm sorry. Dude,
I
if
didn't say
you
it's the
refuse to listen
same.
to us, I think so by now you're just being dishonest. I'll just say
I
that
can
straight up.
repeat what you say, but you can't repeat what I said. I
Manya.
didn't say they are the
Yeah, of
same.
course, of
I
course.
say they are
Yeah, of course.
comparable and they are both good advices.
Okay, so they're comparable and they're
What does
good
your good
advices.
advice do
The
for
good
any other scenario outside of those advice scenarios?
Just
What does it
because
do
they
for
don't
outside?
work outside some
No,
scenarios doesn't
no,
mean they
still
are good advice.
stop, because you're still missing the point. The point is, I'm asking you something. What does your advice do for anyone who's not in that scenario? In a scenario where a woman literally cannot say, "Don't rape me." What is she supposed to do then?
So can I
Because you're
point
pointing
out that during the scenario that I presented where I was hit with a shitload of alcohol and then drugged and then dragged off into a room, not only did I still say, I was still capable of saying
said
no.
you asshole.
Like, I physically moved myself away from this person and they still did not take no for an answer. Like, you understand this, right? So
Just because the advice doesn't work under certain scenarios doesn't mean it's a bad advice.
you're missing the point. The point is that I agree that there are general advices that you can use to keep yourself safe. But I would love to hear about what's the one-to-one comparison. So what is the equivalent of putting your seatbelt in? What is the being a woman? Because it's not even that you're existing in real life, and it's not something for men. So what is the woman equivalent to plugging your seatbelt in? Please tell me.
Once again, you are saying things that I didn't say. I didn't say they are one-to-one. I said
You
that
literally just said that thing, bro.
not literally, maybe figuratively.
Okay, so what do you say if there's a comparison to be made, which we all agree there's a comparison to be made about fucking cars, because for some reason women are compared to cars and named via cars, yada yada yada. I'm making fun of it. You don't have to be fucking defensive about it. Surely that's not making you look bad in retrospect.
I'm trying to be accurate.
That's fine. If you want to be accurate, you shouldn't compare like general safety tools to fucking seatbelts. But if you want to say, and you're okay. What makes you think that women aren't okay? Right, great. General advices to keep women safe. What makes you think women aren't doing that already between themselves?
The fact that they...
the fact! Yes, go on.
The fact.
It's a fact. Yes, please tell me. Senpai, let me go, please. Surely.
The fact that they will tell scenarios where some assertiveness would change the outcome.
You're saying that women being assertive would change the outcome of a woman being raped?
In some scenarios, yes.
In some scenarios? Which scenarios? Such as? Example.
Sasha, the example that I gave in the beginning of a woman going to somebody's house and thinking that there's a great risk of she's saying no.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna be really simple about this. Really, really black and white. And which I think there's nuance in between point A and point B, but that's fine. But for the sake of conversation, we're gonna put that aside for now, and you're gonna tell me what the fuck.
It's okay. Take a breath.
No, that was the question, my guy.
Oh, I can explain it. I can explain
Okay.
it. See, what happens is when somebody has when they use their
Destiny's
their
right, my
words
guy.
and they say no, a magical anti-rape force field appears, and then suddenly they can't be raped anymore, right? Isn't that what you're saying? Because that's the only fucking way
No.
anything you're saying makes any sense.
Does saying no
No.
prevent me from being assaulted? Yes or no?
No.
Does
not
somebody
at all.
using different bathrooms based on their trans identity prevent me from being assaulted? Yes or no?
I don't see how that would affect you. I don't get
Great.
it.
Yeah. No, that's
Are
fine.
you
I
friends?
agree. I agree.
Okay.
I agree. You're fine. Don't panic. It's fine. I don't
Mr.
wanna bully
Serious,
this
I
one
think
random fucking
you
guy.
should try to engage
Do
what I
you
say.
no? Don't
in
shut
order
the
to
fuck up about Mr. Serious. Do you think that there is a scenario that if a woman follows your personal yes or no's, they're not going to get assaulted? Guarantee.
Yes.
Yes. So if you write a book and you give us a top 10, or you give us here's what women need to do to not get assaulted, your rules are gonna guarantee we're not gonna get assaulted, right?
Not guarantee, no.
Would you give us like a 90%?
I wouldn't give you any figure, once again.
No figure whatsoever. So why the fuck should we give two shits about your
Because the
fucking
argument is still
assumptions?
valid without any figures.
Wait, why?
You cannot present facts without figures. If I say that there's 100% chance that the rain is actually piss, would you believe me?
I can present a premise and a conclusion without any figures.
No, you can't. No, you cannot. I'm
I
going to
can
tell you why you
say-
can't. No! Is there not such... Do you know what science is?
Are you
said
going
in
to
school,
scream
right?
to me
Do
again?
you know what science is? No, because you literally do not... You're ignoring science. You're saying you don't have to know facts. Why do we have science then, dude? Science is based off facts, right? No! What you just said was you do not have to present facts in order to put forth your ideas.
I'm having peanut butter.
So you
That's
don't
what I
believe in
said.
science.
I
said
What
that
you
you
just
make a
die.
you
valid
literally
argument
just said.
without
No,
factual
no,
information.
you need it for a debate. Okay, so Destiny doesn't go on with any kind of figures for any of his debates.
Or his figures are
I don't
relevant.
care about Destiny's
He
position.
pulled them out of his
I don't
ass
need
with
facts
no
to
citation.
make a valid argument.
No. He's established he doesn't care about
Mr.
Destiny.
Educated,
So you as an
you
individual,
can Google
your
your books
think that you
to
don't
see
have to
if you need
present any kind
factual
of facts.
information to make valid arguments.
What
How can you make
happens?
it? How
Wait,
can you fact without
time out.
information?
Time
It's
out.
literally not.
I'm
That's the
gonna.
antithesis of a fact. You fucking weirdo. That's not a fact. That's your opinion. That's literally
yeah,
what
man.
that is.
I'm
My
gonna hit the
definition. Let me
time.
send
You can't
the
use your
definition
opinion
of
as a fact.
Let me send you the definition of
promised
fact.
that you
Since
wouldn't
you want to be
scream to
fucking
me,
stupid.
come on.
Since you want to be fucking stupid about what the definition of a fact is.
He's kind of like
I'm gonna
frustrated
time
with you
out.
because you don't know at all like the basic terminology.
No,
like, what is a fact.
I'm pressing the timeout button for a whole different reason. If we can't agree and Destiny's followers can't agree on what a fact is, we have a whole other fucking problem on our hands.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Especially somebody who's fucking made
As
their
someone-
career off of what is and what is not factual and what is and is not a statistic. But you have
it's very important.
to try and pretend that mine or Manya's presentations up to this point are not logical is absolutely absurd, period, end of sentence. Because welcome to the fucking real world. Because as much as you want to play with numbers, and as much as you want to be philosophical, there's a degree in which philosophy is stupid. And that doesn't mean that philosophy doesn't have value. What it means is that philosophy has a limitation on our perceptions of what we're dealing with in totality. Right? Like, we have to deal with, we have senses, we have eyes, we have ears, we have mouth, we have taste, we have nose, etc., etc., etc. Right? And so any philosophy and any argumentation is going to be at very best based off of that. So you can immediately dunk on Clay and say, well, how do you know that? And he's not capable of bringing forth an option, right? And even if he was, you would say, okay, but how do you know that? And you go back further, and he's just kicking the can down the fucking line, and it turns into full solipsism. Like, the only option that Clay has is full solipsism, which is you literally can't possibly know anything, which is absolutely absurd in and of itself, but also absolutely absurd if you're going to tell other people what they need to do about whether or not how to defend themselves, right? And if you're going to turn around and say that people, the people who are responsible or accountable, and this is something that Destiny said, which I take umbrage with. He said that people don't have a way to describe moral responsibility versus personal responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
And then proceeded to describe the difference between those two. So it's like, oh my god, I don't want to say 2 words instead of 1 word. But let's take that, like, okay, he's explaining the scenario about 2 different terminologies that we're not going to talk about, and then talk about those 2 terminologies. We're going to take them in a box, and we're going to throw the box off the side. But then he brought up direct 1-word examples of that terminology as responsibility versus accountability, right? So responsibility is what can you do for yourself to defend yourself. You could tell me that, hey, you shouldn't have gone to that party in the first place. And then I could say, well, how am I supposed to know not to go to that party? And then you could say that, well, 1 or 2 of those men were saying that they were sexually attracted to you. And I can say, great, every single man that I've ever known in my life has shown any kind of has shown some kind of sexual interest in me in totality. The fuck am I supposed to do with that?
Yeah.
Especially as a younger, well, especially as a younger individual and
Nani?
Nani?
Nani the fuck?
The fuck am I supposed to do? And the answer is there's literally nothing that I can do about the situation, and Clay is correct. There's nothing you can do about the situation. And then when I ask, okay, so where do you fall in here? He's like, well, I would do my best to prevent you from being assaulted. And I think that's great. But if you're not specific about what that actually means, and then Destiny is over here saying that men don't want to call out other men because they don't want to come out as soy.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, a woman being assaulted is worth less than coming across as a cuck. And this is why I have issues with, I don't think it's reasonable or right or fair to talk about Destiny and his relationship with his wife, right?
Yeah.
And this is why I want to talk about, like, his positions versus his as a person, because I don't know what his private life is like. I don't know what Destiny is like, what he deals with on a regular basis. But what I do know is what he's presenting, and what I do know is the responsibility the responsibility that comes with that, and the responsibility that comes with being a large creator. And that's, you might say that's not fair, right? You might say that, like, Destiny shouldn't be responsible for his audience. Yeah, you might say that Destiny is only culpable for his minions, like the people who follow him
or minions?
Both. He's 100% responsible for his opinions, and he's 100% responsible to the
not 90%, 100%.
He's absolutely responsible for whatever opinion he puts forth. But there's only so much you can do about the people who follow you, right? And there's something to be said about what kind of audience you accrue or whatever. Yeah. And that's fine. I would suspect that there's the majority of Destiny's followers are not the problematic group of Destiny's followers. But if you look at Destiny's responses to criticism, It's pathetic at best.
Fragile.
Oh, the boy is like, you know how you know how he has blue hair?
Yeah.
He basically, to me, looks like a rocket pop. So he looks like he's made out of ice cream, and I can turn on a fucking, like, I can have a hair dryer, and he's just gonna melt immediately based off of fucking nothing. And the thing is that, again, I don't apply this to every single position he has. This position that we've been watching so far is bad at best. Go ahead, Manu.
Yeah, bad at best. And also, like, you have to think something on the lines of, like, okay, when Destiny was talking to that chick couldn't understand what the fuck he was talking about, right? When his when his fan came and talked to us, oh, okay, cool. Cheers, Clay. When Clay just tried to come to us and explain the context, we didn't buy it. A fucking psychologist, someone with a history in psychology, did not buy it. Maybe you might want to reconsider your stance on such a topic. I'm just saying. You've got 3 people, 4 people, 5 people here telling you, dude, what the fuck? I'm not saying that makes you a bad person. Like, if you concede that, oh, I was wrong, that doesn't make you a bad person. That means that you have the capability to grow, which Destiny, I don't think, has at all. Fight me on that. So yeah, so that's all I have to say. And yeah, Clay, you're in the Discord server. Yeah, be free to chat, whatever. And yeah. Thanks for this marathon, though. Yeah, I could say, yeah, that's a marathon, seriously. So yeah, where is Chesh? Chesh, come back. I can't rent for more. My limit is 1 minute, and it's done.
She left her chair. She's gone.
Yeah, I know she left the chair. Where is she? Come back.
I don't know where she went. I wasn't looking.
Yeah. She sneaked into a lair.
She probably fell asleep on the chair or something like that, or on the bed.
Yeah, she might be in the chair having her food.
But to your point, right? To give Chesh a chance to come back. He's being presented. All these people are being presented with not only an opposing perspective, but a professional one. I came into this trying to give the most professional, break it down. I get it, women are yelling at me, da 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 da. I came in here to try to break down the literal basics of the English he was putting forth, and the words and how they don't match together, and how they aren't effective whenever presented with anything that was, anything opposing his mindset. He immediately broke down and just kept trying to push forth that same point, which is the greater point, is that everything else outside of whatever is going on, regardless of whatever the content creator that had said it, whatever the person that they're arguing with, they have their point and they're just going to stick to it. They have
What was that?
Anything opposing his mindset, even in opposing his mind, he has no interest in hearing an opposing mindset. He had no interest in hearing anyone presented with other facts. He'd rather only hope and pull. How are you? 100% energy. Thank you, crew. He had no interest in hearing anything on the side. He was presented with a professional, someone who gave him the benefit of the doubt and tried to explain to him in the most simplified terms, the way I would talk to someone who doesn't have knowledge on this thing. And instead,
the reason
to tell me, sorry, go ahead, Mani.
Yeah, the reason I was being nice to him because I know what language barrier feels like. So I was like, okay, I'll try and paraphrase what he's saying, and try and get out the misunderstandings as much as possible.
I have
but
with
when
me.
He came to, like, but when he started comparing like women to cars, and then I was like, okay, now this conversation is out of the window with the baby and the bathwater. So yeah. It's
I have so many problems, and it's not like there are so many levels, right? We barely skimmed the surface of like how actually fucked up this is, and I guarantee you on a replay, it's gonna get worse. No, bitch! I drank this whole bottle. This is gone. There's nothing in here. I drank all of it. This is all that's left, and am I responsible if I get fucked by one of my roommates when I was, like, not okay with it? Like, okay. And
this goes back to the bear stuff, where I was like, wait, where is, just because you say, this correlation is not causation, just because you say, oh, if you follow these bits of advice, first, the biggest thing about that's what really ticked me off, was that he is out here telling me, a professional, that my opinion on it, that he can have a greater opinion on it because of his personal experience. Meanwhile, I also have my own, and Chesh has her own, and Maya, you have your own, and Sirius was in the chat and has their own. But he feels as though not only his personal experience is so much greater than my degree. These people don't care about these things. I am in the future. I don't really give a fuck about this dude in the Discord.
Well, it's absurd, right?
Yes, exactly. It's a logical fallacy. He feels as though he's right, therefore he's right. It's Jared Genesis. I gave myself a black belt so I could be a black belt, and therefore I have a black belt, and I'm a monk. You know?
It's this weird fucking assumption, right? It's like a double-pronged, right? It's that not only do I assume that my opinion fucking matters to literally anybody, in which case it doesn't, but also you think your opinion matters so much that it circumvents other people's experience. So if I have an experience, you're like, yeah, but if you did this thing, and it's just like, great. Thanks, fuck face. Are you going out and going to, like, fucking high schools and spreading the good fucking word about what you need to do to not be assaulted by you? The thing is that what it comes across is this man just explained to me how what I did to not be assaulted is not good enough, and I need to do what I need to do to not be assaulted by him specifically. Which means, on top of that, if I don't do what I need to do to not be assaulted by him specifically, it basically guarantees, if at least a 45 or at 75%, that I'm not gonna be assaulted by him or people who utilize the same contentions. And that's about fucking it. I can get assaulted by anybody, but definitely not by people who utilize his fucking circumstance.
Well, but then on top of that, admitting to have no professional knowledge whatsoever, and then saying that thinking he could still dole out advice to someone, having no experience with any type of logical fallacy. Jesus Christ, any type of logical fallacy I tried to point out to him that didn't make any kind of sense is him. He just ignored it. It's that his advice is right, which once again he wanted to come in here and mansplain to women who were just going to let him speak his piece and move on. He sees through Destiny, these people who go soft-handed with him, and he thought everyone else was going to do that. We're a bunch of lip-cuck soy boys who will just let him say whatever he wants, and I'm man, I have an opinion. But
it is pathetic at best.
Yeah, but no, that's not an. There is no at best. It's just pathetic. There is no at best or at worst. He is pathetic. That is just a fact. There's no best side to that. At worst, he's basically describing the ways he'd be okay with going out and himself raping someone. That's what really happened there. And that's why I said, yeah, I get it, Maya. You don't want to assume that. I can make a lot of logical assumptions based off the psychology of a human being. Or apparently I can't, because I don't know as much as this dude who has never talked to a woman, never seen a woman, never had a conversation with a woman, just listened to Destiny, and therefore he's allowed to tell me and negate my professional experience.
Well, okay, you gave your professional experience, then we gave practical experience, and it literally doesn't matter because these people only use logic and reason. And logic and reason means whatever the fuck they wanted to mean at the time. because I can give them whatever the fuck experience they want, and literally fucking doesn't matter because they don't give a shit, and I deserve to be raped if I'm passed out on the floor. That's what we've got.
Yeah.
But practically, if I fucking pass out on the floor behind me and I'm passed the fuck out, I guarantee you nobody in the house that I live with, and I live with 3 men, none of them are going to fucking rape me because they're not whoever you are, you piece of shit.
And
Also,
even
Savage Cobra tell
even in
us
this-
to keep fighting the good fight, and I end my suffering.
Even in the hookup culture. Even in the
What hookup culture? This is an excuse at best.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not an excuse. Like, he's just trying to say, that if that's the context, then it's a pathetic context. Let's just say.
I don't want to live on this fucking planet anymore, and I don't know how to express to people like, what's his name?
Clay.
I don't know
Clay
how
and
to.
Accubus and all those dudes.
I don't know how to express to Clay the disconnect in what he's saying, because I don't inherently disagree that there are things that women can do to defend themselves, because that would be fucking stupid. Because women have been doing things to defend themselves for a very long fucking period of time, right?
Yeah.
And so I feel it's bizarre to say that.
Assert boundaries better.
But I think it's also kind of fucking really goddamn stupid to have a man come in and tell a bunch of women something they've known for at minimum 100 years about how to defend themselves. And, like, there's a degree of like absolute absurdity. And that doesn't mean that there aren't women, because when I talked about in the Discord, I was told that, well, women, I was like, okay, like, you think that women need to hear this from Destiny versus, like, they've already heard it by the time they know who Destiny is. They were told that, I personally was told that, but what's wrong with hearing it from Destiny? And I'm like, because he hasn't had the experience is what it comes down to, right? He doesn't know. And that's not a fault on his point, right? Like, it's not Destiny's fault that Destiny doesn't know what it's like to grow up or have puberty or between the ages of 20 and 30 about being a woman, and that's not his fault. But what I'm gonna call fault on is if you're gonna pretend you're all fucking intellectual and say that men are too stupid to understand these things, what makes you think that they're not too stupid to fucking understand anything else? What makes you think men understand economics? If men can understand eco-fucking-nomics, it means that they can fucking understand this facial expression.
I've said numerous times that.
Or maybe that.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Serious, you scared the shit out of me. I didn't even know you were still in the chat.
Oh, you know, I was seeing the 2 girls down there, and I'm pretty sure they both want to make out with me. But, besides that,
you notice how I didn't make that joke while that other motherfucker was in the chat? Shocking.
Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah, of course. But I from the conversation that we had today, I think I can surmise quite a bit about Destiny, given his audience.
Fair.
And I think that Destiny himself comes across, if his audience is anything to judge, that he is, I guess, a like kind of a pseudo-intellectual wannabe dude bro who kind of hands out like a cheat sheet for people who don't want to have to try to learn anything about women.
Why is he debating somebody 10 years younger than him in a conversation that isn't a debate? And when it's presented, it's like, oh my god, context.
It's a rule for Destiny, and he said this several times, that he can't handle rejection.
No,
and
he cannot.
So, he is emotionally stunted, and he has gone over this several times, especially when it comes to the not being able to handle rejection over and over again. So he probably gets a lot of emotionally stunted fans. So a lot of emotionally weak people who probably need what do you call it? Therapy
Babysitting?
fans.
Validation.
Yeah, those kind of fans. So it's gonna be kind of like the sovereign citizen kind of people who don't like to think. People who because the sovereign citizen group, they're like, oh, I don't have a license, but I don't need one because I have this whole new group of rules that are way shorter. Like it turns
Freedom.
like this whole entire big group of car rules into one page, and that's what it does for like women. It's like, I don't understand women, but now I have Destiny, so now everything is turned into one page, and now it's super easy, except for the page is asinine and bullshit.
As if women are that fucking complicated, right? Like we're a whole fucking other race.
Well, I mean, yeah, but it's like I said, but it's asinine and bullshit. It's like it's a cheat sheet. It's like all you have to do is all these things, and then you can get any woman ever, except for what he's telling people to do is basically rape people.
But basically rape people.
Yeah.
I don't know what else. Okay. And again, I point out that I don't know if this applies to every single, position that Destiny has, whether it's politically or not. But I do take umbrage with this one in particular. And it, again, we didn't even get to the second half of this. It only gets worse and worse and worse and worse. It's only justification on top of justification on top of justification. And the best I've heard from defense for him is that he's playing devil's advocate. Or there's more context. And the context I've heard is worse at best. And he's playing devil's advocate. He's literally never said. And so what I think is we're seeing Destiny slowly swerve into the Daily Wire, and the people who have been following him for other reasons, reasonably so, going, shit, we have to defend him. And it's like, no you fucking don't. The guy we were talking to clearly didn't actually adhere to what Destiny has been saying, and when presented with complicated scenarios, which is what the majority of people are talking about, he folded almost immediately, or he fell back, right? So, which I didn't take him out, if it makes you guys feel any better. Like, he's still showing as...
It's the worst.
Oh, he was definitely the worst, but I can show you guys a screenshot that I'm not the one who kicked him out. So if he left of his own... He left of his own accord. Yeah, but I'm not going to pretend that Destiny's people aren't going to take shit out of context. And I'm not going to pretend that Destiny's people are actually honest, because if that were the case, then Destiny himself would be held accountable for Destiny's behavior, and Destiny's behavior has not been inherently honest. And I think that's part of the problem.
Yeah, and it's Mr. Serious who's the one who's throwing the rape word around. Yeah, come to my channel if you want to talk about that. Yeah, my DMs are always open. So yeah, come on down and we'll have a conversation in my community tab. Come on down and subscribe.
The screenshot for anybody who gives a shit in the Discord. So anybody who cares, the screenshot is fucking there. You can go find it. It's in the Discord. And it's like, look at this, how this guy was not fucking kicked out. I don't like when you have a conversation with somebody that's literally you can't go anywhere, right? And that was 2 conversations today, right? There's something to be said about people who don't agree and come to mutually agreeable scenario, right? Like, I have atheists and theists on the channel, and they're like, we don't, with epistemology, we do not agree, but we can agree on this specific thing, and here's the nuance of that thing, and that's great, fine, whatever. But when you have Destiny's crew, which are the only ones who have come around, being like so vitriolic to people's like situations or even hypotheticals that they can't handle it, there's no conversation to be had, which is not inherently what Destiny advocates for. Destiny advocates to say that these conversations are toxic and we should have more of them, but then does nothing to curb his followers that are the ones preventing the conversation. So there's like, when he says there's a difference between responsibility and accountability, he holds neither. So in what case or in what scenario is Destiny actually going to either address rapists or nobody ever chooses to be a rapist, or is he ever going to address right? Or is he ever going to address the scenario? And even people who follow him have not been, that which we've had on today, have not been able to present a scenario where, in the second half of the video that we covered last Friday, he was actually like, men are too desperate, therefore, whoops, I accidentally raped somebody. At no point have we been presented with a scenario where rape is accidental that doesn't exclude just regular rape. So which is it?
There was a time that happened real recently where there was that girl that he had that interview with, and
Farha.
before the I guess before she or before the retraction came out, or he had the interview with that guy, so he could say what he really meant, where he just started doubling down on everything.
Same thing, yeah.
Didn't he what do you call it? Blast her and demonize her and
yes,
and sick his audience on her basically.
Correct. Yeah, he definitely set up a scenario where she was set to fail, which forced her into a scenario where she needed to come on and talk to him on his terms. Yes. At least.
So I guess yeah. I don't want to. I mean, I did hear him say something to the effect of he wasn't responsible for his audience, but after he does something like that, I think that he is 100% responsible for what his audience does, and I don't think he can take it back anymore.
Well, there is definitely 100% a question about whether or not and what Destiny is responsible for when it comes to his audience, because if you watch his content, at least over this scenario, because I can't speak outside of the scenario, he fucking hates his audience. So, the people who have come on to try to defend him, he fucking hates you and thinks you're retarded. He literally said the words that he thinks you're too stupid to be able to have this conversation. And I don't know what to tell you in that scenario.
Do you have any self-respect?
No, the answer is no. The only self-respect they have is that they feel like they can talk over women, or women have no points because women are lesser than they are, and they're already below Destiny to begin with.
You know what I think the fun part is? I think Destiny's too stupid to have this conversation.
I agree.
Might agree with that. Yeah, he does not. He doesn't have this is outside of his depth. If he has to deal with, if he has to deal with anyone who is beyond his basic capabilities,
control,
Yeah, control would be good, yeah. That's a better example.
Because when you see him, he filibusters a lot. Like, talks rapidly, fast, spits out definitions and shit, and then starts talking semantics and all that bullshit.
It's at best
so people
semantic.
get intimidated by that. People can get intimidated by that. Regular people, But hey, Destiny, you're welcome on our channel. We'll give you a good fight.
My first question is gonna be, how much time do you spend online in a 24-hour day, and then how much time do you spend sleeping? On average. Because on average, we're gonna, you're gonna end up with a really long period. I'm concerned that you're gonna end up with at least 10 hours a day that he spends online. And as somebody who also works online, I'm not gonna pretend I do the same thing Destiny does. I'm not fucking stupid. But, because but is the wrong word. And, as somebody who does, networking that takes a long period of time, as somebody who does conversations that take a long period of time, as somebody who does, answering comments and emails and yada yada yada, that's a full-time job. But that's not the equivalent of being terminally online. Terminally online means, a mentality and an expectation, and, it's not just that you're doing networking, it's that you're engrossed and folded into a network that holds a business scenario. I would put it that way. Right, so it doesn't mean that you necessarily all hold the same ideals, but what it means is that you hold the same ideals when it comes to what you want out of your business, which is your channel, which is your opinion, which is whatever you're fucking selling, right? Whether it be fucking G Fuel or whether it just be your own fucking opinion.
You know what I just did? I joined Destiny's Discord server.
Why? What? Maya!
I'm not commenting in there. I'm just there. Okay.
You're gonna join his Discord and be like, "Bitch, please?" ?
Yeah, there's a link in his latest video to his Discord. So I was just like, oh, I'll hop in and see what's going on.
What's going on? Anything?
Random shit. Just random shit.
Listen,
I'll have to explore a little more.
I just don't like it. Took me till about here to be like, okay, I'm drunk now. I got to the bottom of the label. This is okay. To be fair, this is way less than it's been in the past, but I'll take it. I can't deal with whatever the fuck Destiny's dumb shit is fucking saying. I don't know. There's too much. There's so much. Manya, how many hours of content did you watch?
3, 4.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they keep pointing to the fact that it's like, well, you only watch 3 or 4 hours of his content. I go, well, these are the ones that are relevant. First off, we're not going to go through and watch every single comment he's ever made in every single stream ever. So already right there, their assumption is that we're just not fans of him because they're like, oh, it's just because you're not a fan of him. Because we don't go through and watch everything that he's ever put out. So if he maybe says something minutely in some stream about nothing and nothing, then we're supposed to have picked up on that as well. Meanwhile, on the flip side, when asked for, and I asked last week to Acrobats, I said last week, hey, can you send me something? Send me something in a link. Send me something on my Twitter.
We gave his fans and the people who supported him and himself over a week to elaborate and explain and discuss and find some kind of common ground, and it is 100% been literal, absolute fucking garbage.
Yeah, every single bit of context they keep that we found makes it look worse. Then on top of that, they don't present any of their own, which is ironic given that they're they're arguing, not even arguing, not even debating. They're arguing on the side of a debate bro, which literally two people in here said, "Oh, we don't really give a fuck about him." So it's proof to me personally, from everything I know, that they are just beholden to the image of him that they see, which is a man talking down to people because he's smarter and knows more. So already right there, it's a flawed way to come into any kind of discussion whatsoever. It's not a discussion at that point anymore. You're just looking to argue, and that's that. And when presented with people who rebut them with facts, they just double down on what they said. They just keep pushing forward and just ramming through to try to think that they can browbeat you down. And then when you tell them, no, what you're saying is illogical, it's irrelevant to what we're talking about, but they'll tell you it's irrelevant, and then, oh, well, you're not listening to me. No, we heard exactly what you said, and they're explaining to you how it's completely irrelevant to what we're talking about in the grander scheme of things. But that's also that there's such narrow mindset on that. Oh, like the dude who came in here. Oh, it's just this. These little things will help in these one specific scenarios. Okay, dude, you're telling me, a professional, your opinion is worth more than mine, based on these little minute scenarios when I've experienced way more than you.
Well, and then immediately when you give them a minute scenario, they're like, oh my god, it's a minute scenario, we can't possibly apply that to everything. Immediately falls apart.
Yeah, well, it's only to the ones that they feel that they're justified in. But the knowledge of that, the self-awareness of that, all ultimate irony is that people say they like Destiny because it's a self-aware asshole, but not self-aware enough to notice that their single one minute situation does not apply to all, and that even when you point that out to them, they just still keep pointing out whatever single minute situation that they're pointing out. It's moronic, and that's why I'm like losing my mind saying just to kick, he doesn't. He had no interest in having. He just wanted to talk down to you guys. That's what really made me
and even if you gave him everything, it's like, okay, great, we give you this, and we give you that there's more that women can do, and we give you that dating culture is kind of toxic one way or another. Okay, and there's nothing. There's no answer to the and. It doesn't make any fucking sense. There's nowhere to go.
There's empty calories of advice. Is that they're giving out advice that one, people already know, and two, they're insinuating that women aren't smart enough to already do themselves, let alone teach.
Oh, well, obviously women are too fucking stupid. I think we can all agree with that.
Wow, don't tell that to my mom. And more, but that's the thing. Is like, what do you do in those? They're pointing to like this dating culture stuff, but like, sure, he may be speaking about one particular topic, but you are taking what he's saying about one particular topic and applying it to all. And whenever we point out a criticism of how this is a toxic mindset to have because it gives other people an out,
and that's why.
Go ahead, Maya.
Yeah, and I think so. That's why we say it doesn't matter what scenario he is using, because his audience will go, see, they will go ahead. That's what they have been doing, going ahead and applying it to every scenario out there. So yeah, it doesn't matter what.
It doesn't, and the problem is you have this whole of scenario, which is like what I'm looking at right now, is you have this. Well, actually, in my girlfriend's school, where they enforce language norms to keep Twitter happy, they force you to use general neutral language. Miss me with that AIDS, fam, as if AIDS has anything to do with fucking gender in the first place. I was asking,
way to promote stereotypes.
I was asking if it was ever medically necessary, not if it was necessary to keep someone from getting triggered. And this has to do with, like, Ryan Beard, right? And I would adjust this if I could, but my vmix is totally 100% broken, so you're just gonna have to deal with what you got. I'll put it to this, at best.
Yeah, that's fine.
Is that better?
Yeah.
That's good.
Oh no.
Oh, I went too far.
Back the other way.
Go a little back.
There
Yeah,
you go.
that's fine. Yeah, that's it.
My girlfriend is currently studying to be a doctor, and her classes require her to use gender-neutral language because inclusivity is extremely important in giving people proper health care. You're out of your depth in this, Destiny. And what Destiny had said was, do I have any physicians, nurses, medical practitioners that follow me who can give me an example of a time you have ever needed to use gender-neutral language to refer to a patient? Literally always. They, them is all the fucking time. Literally always.
Except on the forums, they don't reveal your gender to anyone else.
And the only time that's relevant, and it's medically relevant, which, to be fair, I don't think this is necessarily even Destiny's case, but to be fair, it's reasonable to say, you need to tell us, as medical professionals, what you were born as biologically, so we can make sure that you get the tests correctly, and we can make sure we're looking for what we're looking for, because you just have different requirements inherently for now, and that could change in the future, right? Like, in the future it could be like, hey, listen, we've given you these hormone treatments, and we've given you these organ transplants, and because of that, that means that none of this is actually relevant. But for now, if you need a prostate exam and a cervix swab, you need those things. They're not relevant to, like, how you identify yourself, but they're relevant as to make sure you don't have fucking cancer.
Yeah, and also, like, do you see how he shifted the goalpost?
Yes.
He said, of a time you ever needed to use gender-neutral language to refer to a patient. And then he switches to medically necessary. Fuck you! Shifting goalposts and making it somehow his fault.
Well,
we see what you're doing here, dude.
Right, but even look at it here. No, sorry. Even look at it here. He's asking for a professional's opinion, and when he got one, he didn't
and then
agree
rejecting.
With.
And when he got one, and his response was, derp derp derp.
Yeah, no, that's the thing.
We're scared of Destiny. We're not scared of Destiny. We want him to come here and talk to us. And Chesh, I think so. You promised someone that you will send an email to him. Are you still going to do that?
Yeah, I'll do that against my own fucking will.
Please. See, I'm okay. No, I'm not going.
No, I'm gonna send him a message that says, "Bitch, your follower." I'll draft it in front of you. I'll draft it in front of you guys.
Oh, here we go. What did I do? Here we go.
No, I'm typing it out. Bitch, your followers are defending / moving the goalposts on what you double down as your opinion. Are you willing to have a convo with me, about your position on these topics, on RAPE as a topic, and quote, responsibility, cause I kinda agree your followers kinda wear their pants on their heads, period. Balls, bitch. Question mark. Question mark.
He'll just claim to be antagonist with the
or
sad.
I don't fucking give a shit if he thinks I am. I am absolutely antagonistic. This guy can suck my fucking balls. As far as I'm concerned, I will listen. I have not been nearly aggressive as I could be. To be fair, like look at these. Look at this shit. This bitch. My girlfriend works in this field, and he's like, I'm fucking stupid as shit. You cannot tell me that Destiny's like, men are retarded, and then he fucking behaves as if he's in that group. Which, you know, I guess that's fair.
Oh my fucking lord.
Yeah,
Chesh.
Chesh is still playing good cop.
I am not even.
You're by comparison, because I just started yelling. And I'm the professional, quote unquote.
You were yelling before. Fuck off.
Yeah, that's what I said. I didn't say you were yelling. I said I was yelling.
Oh, okay.
At me. What we do? I started yelling because we're just ignoring. We're flat out ignoring. Listen, outside of it all, we're ignoring basic human decency in exchange for feeling as though I'm right. Like we're ignoring basic psychology. We're ignoring basic human decency, basic human interaction to a community of people who don't interact with other humans and don't know what they're talking about, but can still feel justified because they said it. Therefore, it's true. And they're like Sirius said, that dude didn't have a mind of his own. He just kept quoting stuff from Destiny. He literally did not have a mind of his own. I'm the same age as that dude. I'm 30. That's wild to think that this is a grown man who cannot stop. Like, oh wow. I did not know you were 30.
Get me out.
No, he's 35. I'm 35. You're younger than me, man.
I don't want to be here anymore.
Go on and end it then. We're good.
No.
She's like, I got tortured, now you get tortured.
I can do this all night.
Okay, listen, I've dealt with some fucking idiots, right? I dealt with Steve trolls, I dealt with this, that, and the other thing about, like, flat earthers, or people who think that, like, young earth creationists, fucking morons. I've never seen anybody as, like, batshit, inconsistently stupid than people who support Destiny thus far. And that's not to say whether or not Destiny believes that, but what it tells me is that Destiny has little to no control or understanding of his own fan base, or he knows his own fan base and is weaponizing it on purpose. And that's a question I would love to hear answered. I would love to know if Destiny is just fucking stupid, or if he, like, knows what the fuck the people around him are doing.
So,
I can play for you exactly. Sorry,
that message, did you send him to him in an email, or did you just post it in the Discord somewhere?
I put it in the Discord for editing purposes.
Oh, okay.
I'll send it to him whenever it's actually proper, because I feel like it's not reasonable for me to be like, I'm drunk on my ass! Here's this fucking stupid ass email! That makes no low coherent sense.
Okay, yeah, just checking.
I mean, it would be just about as fucking equivalent as anything that I've received from his fan base, and that would be fair, but maybe.
Like I said, stop being nice about it, because that's the problem with this.
You are way more aggressive than we are, and I don't know if that's like a you thing, like where you live and how you've grown up, or gender or whatever. But holy shit!
Ouch. I just go around.
Did you see that?
Well, I'm Canadian, and Manya is in India, and also now, yeah. So like, I don't know if we're just less aggressive than just a straight up New York in.
Yes, that'll do it.
No, I did get angry at one point. I did shout at him at one point. I was like, dude, you're focusing on the wrong thing. And that was loud as fuck.
Well, that's the thing that was making me angry, and I'm going to love listening to this back in the morning when I hear it's probably destroying So,
I don't want to listen to this in the morning. I'm just gonna be fucking angry.
I have several people I have to send this to who are interested in me being on the show in the first place.
Oh no!
They were people who were the kind of women who were victims of the stuff that he propagates. So that's why they were interested. I sent the link to the actual show itself to them already.
Yeah.
My main thing is that even if you said let's work with the hypothetical that you do get Destiny on here, he would, and we've already just talking to his fan base, even the best of them, quote unquote, people who watch him or fans of him, whatever, is that they're fans of a man simply because he is just he says, well, I'm an idiot and I'm an asshole, and it's okay because I know I'm an idiot and I'm an asshole. So if he were to come on here, he would agree with all your points. He would say, oh yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about, blah, blah, blah. And he would not do anything. This once again goes back to the teach men not to rape. Destiny would not teach his fans to not go out and speak about dumb shit like this as if they know, or if he doesn't do any of that. He doesn't do any of the maintenance that is involved in keeping a fan from acting like idiots. He's perfectly fine with it, or completely neglecting of it. Because what did he tell Kari? I'm sorry, I apologize if I said her name wrong. Kari. It's like, oh, just ignore them. In choosing to not make a choice, you still made a choice. Kara, thank you. But he has no interest in engaging with them because he knows he couldn't change their minds. Regardless of what he feels, he's a cult of personality.
It's not even a cult of personality, right? Because he doesn't have any actual control of his fan base, right? He acts as though he has control and then pretends he doesn't, and then literally does nothing between point A and point B, right? So he sits around and is like, well, you're not a real victim, or you should have done this, or you should have done that, and there's so much more that women can do. And what that ultimately boils down to, if you logically follow through what he's talking about, you say, okay, well, women shouldn't or should only go to the bar if they're dressed in a certain way. But really, but maybe they shouldn't be at the bar at all. But maybe they shouldn't be anywhere where there's any single men, because there's really, the only thing stopping single men is a misinformed signal that they can't understand because they're too stupid to recognize that. But men should still be in control. Men should still be control. Men should still be in control of everything. And, despite their social ineptitude, they should, and their emotional ineptitude, they should still be able to run everything, be in charge of everything, but maybe women shouldn't go to the bar, and maybe women shouldn't go to clubs if they don't want to run into trouble, and maybe they shouldn't go to a sports bar, which is actually a diner, and a half and half, and if they're in the diner half, there's nothing actually really. And maybe they shouldn't go to the bathrooms because, anybody, maybe a man pretending to be a trans man is in there. And then maybe they shouldn't go out in public at all. And maybe teachers should have restrictions on what they should or should not wear. And maybe women should just not leave the fucking house. And if women are in the house, they should have a gun. And maybe women, and which is something he defended if you watch the conversation between Farha and Destiny about Jordan Peterson, maybe men should or should not cater to women in the house, and maybe men should only give two shits about women as they're associated to them. Which means that you shouldn't give a shit if a woman is raped unless they're your mom, which actually isn't addressed, or your sister, or your sister-in-law, or your own girlfriend or wife, right? So, Jordan Peterson, if I remember correctly, based on our last stream, about this, specified that men should only care about women because of who they are to that woman, not who they are as individuals, and it was actually easier for women when they were property, and women should just maybe go back to being property, that's fine, whatever.
Yeah, that's what the thing is, where does it end? Where does it end?
It doesn't.
How much more are you going to stretch?
Yes.
The boundaries.
Go ahead.
I mean, first off, that's fucking crazy, because then, like, if people get really, really good at raping everybody else, by the time they get to your family, they'll be master rapers.
It's silver.
And
it's
then
it's
they'll-
7 silver shekels. That's how much
Right,
a woman costs.
You don't want like a big clan of like masterful rapers to be like you know, like in RP like lingo, to be so freaking good at it by the time they get to yours. I mean, have you ever heard of like I didn't do anything about it when they attacked like those guys, and I didn't do anything about it when they attacked those guys, but when they came after me, nobody was there to help me.
Right.
You know, it's like we can't sit there and do nothing while they're going after everybody else, because
There has been a handful of people that have defended Destiny in the Discord or in side chats or in calls or whatever, and I have yet to hear a compelling argument about why I should give 2 fucking shits about anything they have to say. Period. I like Rez as an individual because I think he's better than this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I don't give 2 shits about what he has to say about Destiny. I just like him as a person.
Yeah.
Also, I think
Despite-
that Destiny has.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I think that Destiny has full control over his audience.
Yeah, it's pretty.
100%. And
The people that I've had like come at me to be like, "Why the fuck are you talking shit about him?" I'm like, he told me to get raped in my own house by his logic. Like, I'm like, I live with 3 men, and because I live with 3 men, because of my living situation, and because of my economic status, I've deserved to get, like, even if I lock the door, if any single one of them has a credit card and can break through the door of the fucking bathroom door, because it's not like it's fucking fancy, I literally deserve to get, like, raped 3 ways to Sunday. So not only am I gonna get like I got 3 roommates and they're all men, so one of them's gonna be in my mouth, one of them is gonna be in my ass, and one of them is gonna be in my bed. So I'm just getting like 3 ways raped all at once, and like, thanks Destiny. And at no point can any person who's defended Destiny thus far say that I don't deserve it based on Destiny's argumentation, whether or not Destiny actually personally believes that. Because I don't give a shit about his personal beliefs. What I care about is the problematic bullshit that he's saying.
You need a megaphone. You need
That's
a
not gonna
megaphone
help me.
in the morning and announce to your boys that for today there is
Hi, I woke up, I still have a vagina. You're welcome.
To prove my point that I think he has control over his audience, as soon as it was going to be like announced that somebody was going to be releasing problematic footage of him, what did he do?
Nothing.
He ran to his audience and started bitching to them.
Oh, that was after it was already out. That was after it was already out. This woman who doesn't know what she's doing. She's incompetent. She's stupid. She didn't know about the way it would make me look. What a bitch.
But that's who he ran to, because they would do things for him.
Which he then immediately bitches about and calls his own audience fucking retarded. But, quote, and I'm not saying his audience is retarded. I'm saying he's saying his audience is retarded.
In that video, at 26 minutes and about 20 seconds, he says men are fucking retarded.
And it's not even just that one video. It's literally all of them. He is constantly denigrating his audience like they're fucking stupid.
Do you have any self-respect, anyone who follows Destiny?
He doesn't have self-respect. He doesn't have respect for his audience. He doesn't respect the people that he's talking to. I'm pretty sure this dude lives basically already with 1 foot in the grave. Like, he's like, life is over, don't give a shit, 1 foot in the grave.
Yeah.
He doesn't fucking
Half
care.
of the life is over, apparently, so yeah, who gives a shit?
So, fuck everyone else that is still alive and has any life to live.
Mm-hmm.
I drank this whole fucking bottle out of this fucking stupid ass fucking shit that I had to listen to! This is empty!
Hey, Destiny, you owe Chesh a bottle of wine.
I was not intending on drinking this amount. I was intending on maybe drinking half of it. And this is all that's left.
I'm just
The
saying.
real question is, though,
Destiny,
how much
you
longer
owe
until the
Chesh a bottle of
24-hour
wine.
stream's done?
Destiny definitely owes me a bottle of wine. I fucking...
Alright,
Like I said, I could
what do
this
you
all
want to do
night,
now?
but, pretty sure
You have any
everyone's,
idea how hard I had to work to get that stupid dipshit that had nothing to say in the
Yeah.
stream?
Mm-hmm.
Was there anything that man actually had to say that was actually, like, worth fucking anything?
My man listened to my advice. That's what it was worth. That's
Oh,
that's
he
literally all
listened
it
to
was.
your advice to fuck off and, like, nobody cares?
Yeah, I mean, once again, and this is what I'll say, is I have no patience for that because that mindset, I broke it down. I did it slow. It's the same as when I was teaching. I talk to my students, tell them exactly what they did wrong, and go sit in book corner. Because
Oh
I'm not
yeah,
talking
go
to
sit in
you.
the fucking corner, my dude. Okay, so to be clear, nobody kicked this motherfucker off. And he had nothing to say, he had nothing of value to say, and he could not handle, like, scenarios outside of his own, like, preset expectation that was set by Destiny, which, to be fair, is not inherently Destiny's fault, but is also kind of Destiny's fault due to his irresponsibility, and on top of that, bro, fuck off! Like, what the like, you suck my dick. I don't have any other words for you, but go fuck yourself. I don't give a shit. Mon, you have anything? I'm so done. It is 1 a.m, and we've been live since 2. We've been live for, like, fucking
11 hours.
Get me out!
11.
This is the most
Alright.
dumb fucking shit, and I never want to talk about it again.
So we're canceling the 28th.
No, we're still
My-
at the 28th. We're gonna psychologically analyze this whole scenario, and I'm gonna
Yeah.
I don't think
fucking...
one of-
Listen, I'm just gonna let you talk, and I'm just gonna cry. I think that's it. I think that's all that's gonna happen. Destiny's fans don't give a shit about women who have or will be raped. Period. End of sentence. They don't care.
Yeah.
They don't give a shit.
And,
they care about fucking random ass internet points about pretend fucking, oh, I went on to talk to them! Destiny senpai, pay attention to me! End my suffering.
Yeah, so
That's outro, man.
my two cents. People are not cars. And
What the fuck?
Please learn to read technical papers. Please.
Please learn to read
Please.
technical papers. Bye!
Properly. Bye.
I can't.
Hello.
Welcome. Friday.
Don't forget
Yay. Don't Fekk Friday.
Don't forget
Yay. Don't Fekk Friday.
Don't forget
It's going to be fun.